Billowing sand and dust surged across the heavens, blotting out sun and sky. Sitting inside a shabby minivan, Lu Hao glanced at the sandstorm rolling toward them in the distance and shuddered in fright. Beneath the vehicle ran a highway that seemed to stretch without end, and on the roadside sign a striking number was painted 1688. The number itself was auspicious, yet Lu Hao did not feel that his current predicament was fortunate in the slightest. It might very well cost him his life. And he was not the only one bewildered. Hundreds of people were scattered around him. They commanded all manner of vehicles, cars, tractors, even tanks and helicopters. There were also riders on motorcycles, electric scooters, bicycles, skateboards, and inline skates. Seeing those contestants armed with nothing but boards and skates made Lu Hao feel a little better. His minivan might be dilapidated, but at least it shielded him from the scorching sun and biting wind. He did not have to rely on his legs alone to flee. Lu Hao's hands tightened around the chipped steering wheel as a cold mechanical voice sounded by his ear. Vehicle binding complete. Survival system loading complete. Players may now use their watches to view personal panels, inventory, trading platform, and chat channels. Warning: the sandstorm will arrive in 10 minutes. Current speed 30 kilometers per hour. All players must prepare to escape. Those who fail will be swallowed by the storm. Retreat is no longer possible. Live. We wish you all a pleasant journey. Whether it would be pleasant or not was unknown, but Lu Hao could already see people on the verge of losing their sanity. I've got a clunky old bicycle with 2 wheels, and only my legs to power it. How am I supposed to outrun a sandstorm moving at 30 kilometers an hour? Someone howled. Another cursed, what the hell is a unicycle? I'm not a circus performer. I've got 8 wheels, but they're inline skates. Someone else wailed. Another man stared at the tank he was in and shouted, I'm in a tank, but I don't know how to drive it. Wait, suddenly I do. This has to be a nightmare. A damn nightmare. Wake up, wake up. Lu Hao saw people viciously slapping their own cheeks, and even a middle-aged man on a motorcycle gunned the throttle and sped off in the opposite direction, shouting as he tried to jar himself awake from what he believed was merely a dream. I'd like it to be a nightmare too, Lu Hao murmured, shaking his head. He stopped paying attention to the others and lowered his gaze to the watch strapped around his left wrist. The watch itself was utterly ordinary in design, bearing only a small digital screen that displayed the time and a single button. He pressed the button experimentally. The next second, a translucent panel appeared before his eyes. Highway Survival Code of Conduct 1. Your vehicle is as important as your life. Do not abandon it. 2. Vehicles can be upgraded. Do everything within your power to raise your vehicle's level. 3. The interior of your vehicle is your safe zone, but at times, even a vehicle cannot protect you. Guard your vehicle well. 4. Service areas provide resource supplies. Inside a service area is a safe zone. Player infighting is strictly forbidden. 5. Service areas contain gas stations, charging stations, vending machines, lottery terminals, and repair bays. Players may purchase supplies as needed. 6. Slaying eerie monsters yields random material drops. 7. Earn highway coins as much as possible. Highway coins can be obtained through monster drops, recycling items from the shop, player trading, and other methods. 8. A transcendent sequence blind box has been issued. You may check it via your inventory. Lu Hao silently memorized the survival rules and was just about to open his personal attribute panel. Just then an urgent pounding sounded against the car door. Lu Hao, it's me, hurry and let me in. It's scorching out here. The minivan's soundproofing was poor, but the voice was one Lu Hao knew well. Wanli, how are you here too? Wanli was the girl he was currently pursuing, fair-skinned and beautiful, one of the acknowledged goddesses of his university. Now she looked dusty and bedraggled, panic written all over her face. Lu Hao, open the door. It's me, Wanli, she cried as she hurried around to the passenger side, tugging hard at the handle. Lu Hao did not unlock the door. It was not cruelty, he simply could not be sure yet whether the woman before him was truly the Wanli he knew not before he understood what was happening. Just as he was about to step on the accelerator and drive off, the door suddenly clicked open. Wanli hopped and quickly slammed it shut, and snapped at him with a dark expression. Lu Hao, why didn't you open the door? Did you want me to die? Lu Hao squinted and studied her carefully. Sorry, the door's broken, he said calmly. The door was indeed faulty, otherwise a single woman would not have been able to wrench it open with brute force. Wanli continued to complain, it's scorching out there. Where even is this place? How did we end up in such a hellhole? Where's the air conditioning? Turn it on, hurry. Lu Hao glanced at the fuel gauge that was nearly empty, considered for a moment, then reached out and pinched her cheek. Ow, that hurts. Wanli cried out, almost exploding with anger. What are you doing? Nothing, just needed to confirm something, Lu Hao replied. He was confirming she was flesh and blood. What if she had been something else? Before Wanli could retort, he asked, where's your vehicle? Vehicle? Wanli grew even more upset, rummaging around the console for the air conditioning controls as she snapped, a lousy little scooter that's almost out of fuel. How am I supposed to drive that? Why should I suffer like this? It's sweltering, turn on the air conditioning already. Holding back his impatience, Lu Hao said, my van's almost out of fuel too. I have to save what's left for escaping. If the sandstorm catches us, we're dead. I'm going to die right now. Wanli slammed her palm against the dashboard. Look how overheated I am. My throat is practically smoking. Can't you see? She gave a sharp, indignant sound. And what is with this horrible van? It reeks. It's disgusting. There's no water. I'm just as thirsty, Lu Hao answered, taking a deep breath. He glanced out the window. By now people were already driving their vehicles in frantic flight. Even the middle-aged uncle who had charged his motorcycle straight toward the sandstorm had turned around howling as he sped away at full throttle. Lu Hao licked his dry lips, suppressed his anger, and said, vehicles can be upgraded. Have you opened your transcendent sequence blind box yet? See what kind of sequence you get? Wanli cut him off at once. I want water. Lu Hao, you're just going to sit there and watch me suffer. You're disappointing me so much. Bang. Before she could finish her tirade, she slammed into the door and tumbled out of the van entirely. Lu Hao slowly retracted his foot and said, evenly detestable, eerie monster daring to possess an innocent woman. Then he rose, leaned over to shut the passenger door firmly, and pressed the lock down until it clicked. Wanli, now on the ground with her backside in the dust, could only stare blankly. Lu Hao, you. She was just about to launch into a tirade, rubbing her bruised rear, when a screech of brakes and blaring horns sounded in front of her. Lu Hao glanced out the right-hand window. A red sports car had come to a precise halt right in front of one. The window slid down, and a young man with dyed yellow hair stuck his head halfway out, whistling. Hey beauty, want to ride in a sports car? I'll take you along. Wan Li's eyes lit up instantly. The yellow-haired youth chuckled. My sports car can hit a top speed of 230 kilometers per hour. Outrunning the sandstorm will be easy. There's air conditioning inside. It's very comfortable. You must be hungry too, right? Once we reach a service area, I'll treat you to food and drinks. As for that lousy minivan. He looked toward Lu Hao through the car window and sneered, women are meant to be cherished. Only incompetent men take out their anger on them. He held up 3 fingers. Beautiful, I've only got 1 seat left. If you don't take it, others will. You've got 3 seconds to decide. 3. He revved the engine in neutral, the sports car roaring like a beast as its power surged. Wait for me. Wanli cried in panic. Lu, you heartless thing. Still dreaming of chasing me. Keep dreaming, shrimp-headed loser. With that, she dashed to the sports car's passenger side. She yanked open the passenger door and climbed into the sports car without hesitation. The yellow-haired youth wore a smug grin. Sorry, brother, this woman's mine now. If you're not happy about it, just chase me in that scrap heap van of yours. Oh, and remember my name. I'm Huang Failong. Try not to die on the way, ha. The red sports car roared, kicking up heavy clouds of dust as it sped away amid envious gazes. Lu Hao's face remained cold. He did not try to stop them, nor did he erupt in anger. He could only blame his own poor taste in the past. If he had really taken her along, she would have dragged him down and gotten him killed in no time. Wan Li's abandoned little scooter still stood nearby. Lu Hao climbed out of the van and with some effort heaved the scooter into the rear cargo area. He had no intention of using it to ferry that woman. He simply thought that if the minivan broke down or ran out of fuel, the little scooter might at least serve as a backup. Just as he finished stowing the scooter, a voice suddenly echoed in Lu Hao's mind. Unlike the earlier mechanical tone, this was a soft female voice, external plugin binding in progress. Vehicle supergod attribute obtained, infinite synthesis unique. You may fuse with any ownerless vehicle to upgrade your own vehicle. Detected vehicle available for synthesis, lightweight scooter 70% new 10% fuel. Choose synthesis direction 1. Entry-level RV 70% new full tank. 2. Hongguang minivan brand new 50% fuel. 3. Yamaha touring motorcycle 90% new 80% fuel. Watching the sandstorm draw ever closer behind him, Lu Hao did not hesitate and made his choice at once. He'll choose the first one, the second-hand RV. In terms of performance, the brand-new minivan and touring motorcycle were clearly superior, yet the second-hand RV had a full tank of fuel, and without even thinking about it, one could tell its fuel tank was larger, allowing it to travel a far greater distance. Lu Hao never even considered the motorcycle. That thing exposed a person completely to the elements. Scorching sun, cutting wind, pouring rain. Far less secure than the protective shell of a car. Besides, no matter how excellent the vehicle's performance was, once it ran out of fuel halfway, it would be nothing but a hunk of scrap metal. No one knew how long the sandstorm would keep chasing them, and Lu Hao refused to take that risk. Before his eyes, Wan Li's little motorcycle was disassembled out of thin air into countless parts, which then all sank into the body of the minivan. Immediately afterward, the minivan itself began to break apart and reassemble. In the blink of an eye, his battered minivan had completely changed, becoming a much larger RV. With no time to inspect the cabin, Lu Hao rushed to the driver's seat, ignited the engine, shifted gears, and slammed on the accelerator. In no time, the RV's speed climbed to 80 kilometers per hour, leaving those on bicycles, skateboards, and rollerblades far behind. Only when he saw the sandstorm receding gradually in the rearview mirror did Lu Hao finally let out a breath of relief. At last he had a moment to examine his status panel. The interface was divided into two sections, one for personal stats, the other for the vehicle. Lu Hao first turned his attention to the personal attributes panel. Name Lu Hao. Account balance 0. Overall physique 10, strength, agility, defense. Mental power 15, average, standard value 10, above, ordinary. Transcendent sequence none. Gene lock not activated. Transcendent sequence gene lock. Lu Hao did not rush to open the transcendent sequence blind box in his backpack. Instead, he tapped open the vehicle panel. Vehicle civilian type C, RV 70 new. Attribute infinite synthesis unique. Level 1. Defense 15. Weight 2. 5 tons. Interior space 7 cubic meters. Water tank 80L 100. Installed modules none. Vehicle modules. Could I even assemble a heavy machine gun onto it? Interesting. Then in this game the two most important things are clear: strengthen the vehicle and strengthen myself. Ordinary players must have some fixed upgrade methods for their vehicles, but I can use other people's vehicles to synthesize, which makes everything much simpler. Though only ownerless vehicles can be merged, discarded vehicles perhaps, or simply ones taken by force. As for strengthening myself, right, the water tank. I'm dying of thirst. Lu Hao slammed on the brakes, hurried into the cabin, found the small sink, twisted open the tap, and gulped down water straight from the faucet. That feels good. He licked the droplets at the corner of his mouth and exhaled in relief. Then he sat down on the sofa, opened the backpack interface, and fixed his gaze on the transcendent sequence blind box. Everyone has a transcendent sequence blind box, and what ability you obtain after opening it should depend on luck. My luck has been decent so far. I already gained the infinite synthesis talent for vehicles. I hope the god of fortune will favor me once more. Taking a deep breath, Lu Hao opened the blind box. In the next instant it turned into a beam of light that shot into his body. Immediately a system notification sounded. Transcendent sequence acquired, vehicle symbiosis SS grade sequence. Vehicle symbiosis: each time the vehicle ascends one level you obtain its grade or higher transcendent sequence. Evolving in tandem with the vehicle. An SS grade transcendent sequence. Each time the vehicle levels up, he would gain its grade or higher sequence. On the surface it's only a single transcendent sequence, but in truth it's countless sequences, and all of them grade or above. Lu Hao's eyes blazed with excitement. I don't know how lucky everyone else is, but no matter how blessed they are, there's no way they can match this. So the top priority now is to level up the vehicle, obtain the second transcendent sequence, and enhance myself. With that thought, Lu Hao hurried back to the driver's seat and turned the vehicle around. He was going back to pick up the vehicles others had discarded. The survival game had just begun, and many people had yet to realize the importance of vehicles. Some unlucky ones who had received bicycles, skateboards, or rollerblades might have already thrown their vehicles away, and others whose vehicles had broken down or run out of fuel or power could only abandon them under duress. It was the perfect time to pick up bargains. Lu Hao's second-hand RV could easily outrun the sandstorm, and its fuel tank was brimming as long as it did not break down. Making a round trip in front of the storm posed no problem at all. Faster, faster. Lu Hao stomped on the accelerator, pushing the speed all the way up to 120 kilometers per hour. He was racing against time, afraid the abandoned vehicles would be swallowed by the sandstorm. Before long, Lu Hao's RV thundered past the lagging players. Those who were desperately fleeing were all stunned. Driving straight toward the sandstorm. He's a madman. That guy has a death wish. Another lunatic. Damn it, my excavator's track has snapped. Can anyone fix it? Ahead the sandstorm surged larger and larger. He had not examined it closely before, but now facing it Lu Hao truly felt its sky-obscuring, world-devouring pressure. Yet within his heart there was no ripple. He thought only of gathering the abandoned vehicles. They are rollerblades, a scooter, a unicycle, and so on. Everything Lu Hao collected was a burdensome vehicle abandoned because it could not outrun the sandstorm, yet he did not mind. He gathered them all without exception. Even a mosquito is still meat. No matter how little each might contribute to the RV's upgrade, he refused to let any slip away. Along the way he also picked up 2 thick hemp ropes. After collecting more than a dozen small vehicles, Lu Hao finally spotted something larger. A broken-down scooter-type motorcycle. He hurriedly pulled over beside it, and strained with all his strength to haul the motorcycle into the cabin. He still chose not to synthesize immediately. Instead, he planned to gather as many ownerless vehicles as possible, and then see in one go whether he could strengthen the RV to level 2. Detected synthesizable vehicles: scooter-type motorcycle, 50 new rear tire burst bicycles X4, a scooters X3, unicycle X1, a rollerblades X2. Choose synthesis direction, select 2 out of 5. 1. Upgrade interior trim to full leather. 2. Upgrade fuel tank 58 L120L. 3. Install power module, equip rooftop photovoltaic panels, and a battery with 300 kilometers electric range. 4. Reinforce vehicle tires, greatly increasing load-bearing capacity and durability. 5. Enhance vehicle defense 1520. Still not enough. Ignoring the synthesis prompt, Liu Hao climbed back into the driver's seat and continued toward the sandstorm. The closer he drew, the more intense the oppressive force of nature became. The sandstorm had already filled Liu Hao's entire field of vision, but he did not flinch. He simply pressed harder on the accelerator and charged on. Warning: the sandstorm is only 5 kilometers away. Please escape immediately. It's manageable. There's still room to escape. Liu Hao's gaze remained unwavering. Warning: the sandstorm is only 4 kilometers away. Please escape immediately. Still fine. Keep looking. Liu Hao gripped the steering wheel tightly. Warning: the sandstorm is only 2 kilometers away. Please escape immediately. We can get even closer. There must be more to find. His foot on the accelerator did not relax in the slightest. When the sandstorm was less than 2 kilometers away, his gaze locked onto a spot 200 meters ahead. Got one. 200 meters away, amidst the swirling yellow sand, Liu Hao could not see clearly, but he could ascertain that it was a sizable chunk of iron. At this moment, the sandstorm was already 1,500 meters away. 100 meters from the target. Liu Hao braved the storm, pushing the speed of the RV to its limit, and with a sharp turn nearly tipped over before coming to a stop beside the iron mass. He quickly got out of the car, and upon seeing the true form of the iron mass, his feelings were mixed with joy and worry. It was a hand-operated tractor. This contraption is used for plowing, powerful, yet with a maximum speed of only 20 kilometers per hour, hardly fast enough to outrun the sandstorm. No wonder it was abandoned early on. This was the largest item Liu Hao had encountered on his journey. It would surely provide a significant boost if used for synthesis. But the problem was its weight. He couldn't move it at all, weighing several hundred kilograms. How about just synthesizing it here? As the sandstorm drew closer, the swirling yellow sand blew so fiercely that he could hardly open his eyes. No, this little tractor is definitely not enough to upgrade my vehicle. I can still find other vehicles if I go back now. I want to push forward to level 2. Since I can't move it, I'll just drag it along. He had picked up 2 thick ropes on the way, which would come in handy. Liu Hao struggled to transfer the tractor to the rear of the RV, tying the rope to the tractor's handle and the other end to the RV's tow hook. After repeatedly confirming the knot was secure, he hurried back into the RV. At this moment, the sandstorm was less than 100 meters away. The fury was about to strike. The RV shook. Liu Hao braced himself and accelerated. The 4 tires spun wildly, their friction with the ground drowned out by the howling winds and sand. At that moment, the sandstorm loomed like a colossal beast, just a breath away, swallowing the tractor behind him. A tremendous pulling force hit him. Liu Hao gritted his teeth, pressing the accelerator hard. The sandstorm roared, and the RV screamed. Finally, the vehicle moved. It forcefully dragged the hand-operated tractor out of the sandstorm, breaking free from its grasp. Liu Hao glanced at the rearview mirrors, seeing the rapidly retreating storm, and sighed with relief. Damn, I almost bit the dust here. But there was still a gain: a hand-operated tractor along with a dozen other mediocre vehicles. Even if he couldn't find another vehicle on the way to level up all at once, it would still greatly enhance the RV. This was a profitable venture. Soon the RV dragging the hand-operated tractor distanced itself from the sandstorm. Liu Hao did not give up on scavenging, his eyes constantly scanning the road ahead. After driving for several kilometers, his eyes suddenly brightened. This is an excavator. He spotted an excavator with a broken track sitting in the middle of the road. I didn't expect another surprise. This excavator can surely level up my vehicle. Liu Hao stopped the car, having found such a large item. There was no hesitation. He would synthesize and upgrade right here. Detected synthesizable vehicles: medium excavator, 60 new left track broken pedal motorcycle, 50 new rear tire punctured bicycle X4, a scooter X3, unicycle X1, a roller skates X2. Synthesizing all will upgrade the vehicle to level 2. After synthesis and upgrade, materials are surplus of vehicle modules can be added. Choose 3 from 5. 1. Install top-tier interior system: leather seats, comfortable sleeping area, central air conditioning, fresh air system, kitchen, bathroom, entertainment facilities. 2. Install a machine gun on the roof, 51 caliber, 200 rounds. 3. Install a power module equipped with rooftop solar panels, 500 kilometers of battery range. 4. Replace tire module, tripling load bearing and durability. 5. Install alloy steel armor plates on the entire vehicle, tripling the vehicle's defense. Liu Hao quickly made his choice. Select the 2nd, 4th, 5th. The top-tier interior was nice, but Liu Hao knew this was not the time for enjoyment. There was also the power module, which looked good, allowing him to charge while driving, theoretically offering unlimited range. But what if he faced a cloudy day, or couldn't find a charging station? Hence, Liu Hao resolutely chose the machine gun, tires, and armor plates, 3 of the most practical modules. The machine gun could deal with bizarre creatures and deter malicious players. The tires were essential for the vehicle's mobility, and the body armor could protect Lu Hao's life. Module installation complete, a vehicle upgrade starting. With a loud crash, all the salvaged vehicles, including the enormous excavator, were instantaneously disassembled into countless parts, which then flew towards the RV. It was as if a giant hand was crushing and reassembling everything, leaving Lu Hao in awe. In just a few seconds, a visually striking, completely new RV appeared, larger than before. The body, wrapped in alloy steel armor plates, was a dark gray color with rugged, bold lines, robust bumpers, and protective plates beneath. What pleased Lu Hao even more was the vehicle's tires, which were large-sized alloy steel radial off-road bulletproof tires, surpassing civilian standards and reaching military grade. Also, the machine gun mounted on the roof, though a small caliber light machine gun, gave Lu Hao a sense of security, making him want to fire off a few rounds to test the feel. This was no longer an RV, it was a hardcore armored mobile combat fortress. This was the kind of vehicle a man should possess. No doubt the excavator had played a significant role. It's probably much stronger than an ordinary level 2 vehicle. Filled with excitement, Lu Hao first checked the upgraded vehicle's information panel. Vehicle 4-wheel drive armored RV attributes: infinite synthesis, divine unique level 2 tonnage 12 tons, internal space 20 cubic meters, water tank 400 L, 100 defense 45-35. 45 is the standard defense for level 2 vehicles, 35 is the defense from the alloy steel armor plate module, easily blocking attacks from level 2 bizarre creatures. Fuel tank 600 L, full range of 2,000 kilometers. Vehicle modules, alloy steel armor plates, all over roof-mounted light machine gun radial. Off-road bulletproof tires. Immediately afterward, Lu Hao saw that a transcendent talent blind box had appeared in his backpack. With each level the vehicle gains, he could obtain a type of S-level or above transcendent sequence. Without hesitation, Lu Hao chose to open the blind box. The blind box transformed into a beam of light and merged into his body. Acquisition of extraordinary sequence, luck manipulation, S-level extraordinary sequence. Luck manipulation enhances mental strength, subconscious probability, control, coincidence, avoidance, favorable environmental changes, a walking luck buff. Using this extraordinary sequence consumes mental energy, forcibly interrupting when it drops to 2 points. Clearly, this is not an extraordinary sequence focused on enhancing physical strength or combat, but it is an extremely practical ability. Although it consumes mental energy to use, it also enhances his mental strength. Name: Lu Hao. Account balance 0. Comprehensive physique 10, strength, agility, defense. Mental strength 40, average standard value is 10, far above that of ordinary people. Extraordinary sequence, vehicle symbiosis, luck manipulation. Gene lock not activated. Lu Hao glanced at his personal information panel. Then he remembered that the system had mentioned a lottery machine in the service area. Can luck manipulation affect the lottery machine? Let's give it a try, but I wonder what I should use to enter the lottery highway currency. Lu Hao took another look at the approaching sandstorm behind him. Not lingering any longer, he opened the heavy alloy steel armored car door and sat down in the driver's seat. The driver's seat also became more spacious, providing a broader view. The seats, wrapped in high-grade leather equipped with air suspension, were soft and comfortable, far superior to the previously dilapidated van. The steering wheel, dashboard, and other interior elements were also wrapped in leather, presenting a simple yet rugged style with a heightened sense of quality. Lu Hao examined the control features of the RV. The machine gun module can retract. He pressed a button. The machine gun mounted on the roof slowly descended, and the gap closed. Floating electronic screen, reversing camera, and radar, air conditioning, fresh air system. The seats can also be heated and ventilated, rotating into the rear living area. He started the vehicle, and with a 600L fuel tank, he no longer hesitated to use fuel, directly turning on the air conditioning. A cool breeze blew in from all directions, instantly dispelling the heat. This is comfortable. Lu Hao smiled in satisfaction, pressing the seat rotation button, directly moving into the rear living area. Seeing the living area, Lu Hao was even more pleased. It had leisure space, kitchen, sleeping area, and bathroom all in one, with solid wood flooring, genuine leather sofa, storage cabinets, water dispenser, kitchenware, tableware, and even towels and toothbrushes. Aside from lacking daily supplies, the living conditions were luxuriously comfortable. At least there's still water. Lu Hao first took a cup of clean water and drank it, then used a towel to wipe down his body, instantly feeling, although there was a 400L clean water storage, he wasn't extravagant enough to use it for bathing. Then he went to the driver's seat, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator. With a heavy roar from the engine, powerful energy transmitted to the 4 ballistic off-road tires, and the 12-ton vehicle surged forward like a fierce beast. The power is incredible. Lu Hao laughed heartily, slamming down the accelerator. The speed immediately skyrocketed to 100 miles per hour, racing along the wide highway. Before long, he gradually caught up with the fleeing players. Everyone was stunned at the sight of the flashy alloy heavy truck RV. What the heck? Where did this car come from? I didn't see it before. It's that kid who ran back earlier. I recognize him. It's him. He didn't die? Did he go back to find treasure? I thought he was crazy back then. This is definitely a level 2 vehicle. Wow, this is the first one in our area to upgrade to level 2. Big brother, stop the car. Can you give me a ride? I need a sip of water. I'm dying of thirst, please. Can you give me a ride, big brother? My 3-wheeled vehicle is too slow. I can be your girlfriend. Lu Hao ignored the ruckus outside, suddenly hearing an announcement from the highway system. There are still 122 kilometers to the service area ahead. There are still 582 kilometers to the Gold Rush Town ahead. We're close to the service area, but what the heck is Gold Rush Town? Are we supposed to go mine gold? By the way, let's check the chat channel to see if anyone has reached the service area first. Lu Hao spent some time checking. Surely someone had arrived at the service area before him. For example, that Huang Feilong who drove off with Wang Li. He opened the chat channel and saw a bunch of people crying. Can anyone give me a bottle of water? I'll call him dad. I'm being chased by a white skeleton. Someone come save me. What the hell is this place? What do I have to do to be let go? I want to call the police. The brother being chased by the white skeleton. Don't panic. Killing the white skeleton will drop supplies. Take it down. Drive into it. I'm riding a bicycle. White skeleton. It seems like a wild monster on the highway. Lu Hao looked around, but did not see any trace of the white skeleton. Then he noticed the annotation on the chat channel. Highway No. 1688. Number of people 7577 410 0000. Lu Hao's heart skipped a beat. 100,000 people and over 70,000 left. Over 20,000 people died in such a short time. My highway is No. 1688, which means there are at least 1687 other highways. At this death rate, this wave directly lost over 40 million people. There are definitely far more than 1688 highways. The death toll is unimaginable. Lu Hao took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the steering wheel, feeling a sense of security from the level 2 armored RV, and his heart calmed significantly. At this moment, he noticed a rolling announcement in the chat channel. Congratulations to player Lu Hao for being the first to upgrade his vehicle to level 2, reward of 100 highway currency. Lu Hao smiled faintly, not expecting a reward for being the first to reach level 2. Account balance 100. He scrolled through the chat history and found that other players had also upgraded to level 2. Huang Feilong. Damn, I'm not the first to upgrade. My sports car has also upgraded. More space, stronger defense, Bugatti Power 100L full tank. This game doesn't seem too difficult, huh? I'm driving a supercar with a sexy beauty on board, food and drink in abundance, and money in my pocket. What a blast, haha. Lu Hao was slightly taken aback. Huang Feilong. Is he that guy with the sports car? A bunch of people below were envious, many asking how he did it. I killed a white skeleton. It looked weak. I just slammed the gas and crashed into it, dropped 2 bottles of water and a red crystal chip, called a level 2 fire seed chip. Then my sports car upgraded. Not hard, you can give it a try. I also killed a white skeleton. Why didn't I drop the crystal chip? Just 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of cola. Damn, begging for a sip of cola. The white skeleton I killed dropped 20L of diesel, haha. The level 2 fire seed chip. Lu Hao finally understood the conditions for vehicle upgrades. However, he had unlimited synthesis and didn't need that item. But others needed it and surely were eager to upgrade their vehicles. The market price in the early stages would definitely not be low. Moreover, Lu Hao also urgently needed food. It's time to stock up on supplies, the more the better. After driving another 30 kilometers, Lu Hao finally spotted his target. A white skeleton wandering in the barren land by the roadside, holding a rusty iron pipe. The white skeleton is not merely bones, it is entwined with fine blood vessels, and beneath its left rib cage lies a pulsating red heart. In its eye sockets it seems as if 2 flames of red fire are burning. This appearance is extremely eerie. When Lu Hao saw a pool of bloody flesh not far from it, and an overturned off-road motorcycle, he instantly felt that this creature was not easy to deal with. Its attack power is very strong, and it eats people. Let's first test the impact force of the armored vehicle. Without any hesitation, Lu Hao swung the steering wheel and charged off the road, rushing towards the white skeleton. The rugged ground of the barren land was uneven, but the armored vehicle provided remarkable stability. Lu Hao only felt a slight jolt while sitting inside. Not far away, the white skeleton also noticed him. Facing the several tons heavy armored vehicle, it showed no fear, grinning with its rows of white teeth, and charged forward with the rusty iron pipe. Seeking death. Lu Hao smiled coldly and suddenly floored the accelerator. The engine roared and the vehicle's speed surged dramatically. With a defense rating of 80, the armored vehicle could easily withstand attacks from level 2 anomalous creatures. Lu Hao concluded that the white skeleton before him was the lowest tier of anomalous creatures. There was no need to hesitate. He would simply crush it. Indeed, in the face of the armored vehicle's powerful impact, the white skeleton disintegrated upon hitting the bumper, its bones shattering into countless fragments, leaving only its head relatively intact. After rolling on the ground several times, it came to a stop, its mouth still opening and closing, the flames in its eye sockets growing dimmer. Liu Hao stopped the vehicle, remaining inside as he raised the machine gun. The turret-mounted machine gun came with a targeting system that could be controlled from the driver's seat. Bang! A single bullet struck the skeleton's head, blowing it into pieces. The flames extinguished. The critical point is the head. The machine gun can kill with a single shot. Liu Hao had already grasped the power of the machine gun. 2 pineapple buns and a bottle of cola appeared on the ground. Without the fire seed chip, it seems this item has a very low drop rate. Liu Hao got out of the vehicle, picked up the buns and cola. If only it were like in the game with an automatic pickup feature, otherwise I have to get out every time to collect items. He took a few bites of the bread, and confirming that there was no immediate danger around, walked towards the overturned off-road motorcycle. Gazing at the bloody and mangled body of the player ravaged by the white skeleton, Liu Hao suppressed his discomfort and took another bite of the bread. Such gruesome scenes will become more common. I must adapt quickly. After consuming both pieces of bread, Liu Hao felt energized enough to lift the off-road motorcycle and pushed it next to the armored vehicle. The off-road motorcycle looked nearly new with little damage. However, Liu Hao estimated that its synthesis enhancement wouldn't be significant, as the armored vehicle was already at level 2. Detected a synthesizable vehicle, civilian type, off-road motorcycle, 90 new fuel level 0 synthesis options 1. Upgrade bumper strength 2. Light machine gun module increases ammo by 100 rounds. Liu Hao decided without hesitation, choose second. Currently the bumper strength is sufficient. After testing the light machine gun's power, encountering the white skeleton again, he would naturally not charge recklessly. Using the machine gun to eliminate it is the easiest method. 100 rounds of ammunition mean he could take down 100 skeletons. Firepower is the greatest After the synthesis, Liu Hao got back into the vehicle, opened the cola bottle, and comfortably took a few sips before driving the armored vehicle onward. On the way, he encountered several white skeletons wandering by the roadside. He directly controlled the machine gun to shoot them down. However, to his surprise, the intact white skeletons moved and reacted quickly, often causing him to miss. A total of 6 white skeletons were taken down, using up 14 bullets. However, the more he killed, the more accurate he became, making one-shot kills common in the latter encounters. Bang! At the roadside, Liu Hao stowed the turret machine gun away. None of the 14 white skeletons dropped a fire seed chip. That yellow-haired player must have had incredible luck to get one on the first kill. I hope this one does. The chat channel was already filled with players seeking to buy level 2 fire seed chips, but currently very few possessed road currency, most trading with supplies instead. However, supplies were scarce, ranging from instant noodles and ham sausages to peanut sunflower seeds and 8 treasure porridge, as well as beer drinks and bottled water. There were also some scarce items such as cigarettes, knives, and firearms. Of course, some lucky players obtained level 2 fire seed chips and successfully upgraded their vehicles. Liu Hao did not use luck manipulation to fight the white skeletons. He simply wanted to hone his skills, stockpile supplies, and test the drop rate of fire seed chips. The 15th one didn't drop either. It seems the probability is really low. Oh, what's this? Road currency. He saw that where the white skeleton had been shot, there was nothing else, only a copper-colored coin. Liu Hao picked up the coin. Smiling, he remarked, 5 road currency, a rather fortunate find. I wonder what the prices are like around here. I'll find out when I reach the service area. He got back in the vehicle and continued shooting down white skeletons. His supplies kept increasing. Diesel X60L, a bucket of instant noodles X8, 500 milliliters bottled water X12, meat floss bread X6, pineapple bread X5, ham sausage X11, road currency X10, and a Desert Eagle handgun with 9 rounds in the magazine. What left him both amused and exasperated was a pack of sanitary napkins. Finally, after shooting the 20th white skeleton, he obtained a level 2 fire seed chip. Liu Hao admired the crystal-like red chip for a moment before placing it in his backpack along with the Desert Eagle. The backpack has only 10 slots, each capable of holding up to 100 of the same item. He planned to reserve them for important items, while food and water were stored in the refrigerator of the vehicle. After pouring 60 L of diesel into the tank, Liu Hao continued to advance. The chat channel was still buzzing with players seeking fire seed chips. There were also requests for fuel, food, and water, mostly bartering supplies, with few players able to offer road currency. Some wondered why they hadn't encountered any white skeletons along the way. These people were behind Liu Hao, unaware that the white skeletons ahead had all been cleared by him. Soon after, Liu Hao encountered another white skeleton. This time, let's try the extraordinary sequence and see what it drops. Liu Hao controlled the turret machine gun, aiming at the white skeleton by the roadside, while simultaneously activating his luck manipulation ability. Bang! As the gunfire rang out, Liu Hao distinctly felt his mental energy draining, but not much. Mental energy 38. Only 2 points were deducted. His mental energy was already far above average, so the impact was negligible. Moreover, mental energy could gradually recover. This time the haul was considerable. A level 2 fire seed chip, a composite bow, and 20 road currency. Lu Hao wasted no time getting out of the vehicle to collect them. Account balance 135. He suddenly felt a sense of alertness and quickly looked towards a spot not far away. He saw a small figure riding a dune buggy. Their eyes briefly met, and the dune buggy turned to leave. Lu Hao retracted his gaze and quickly got back into the armored vehicle. It seems I need to be cautious. This road survival situation presents dangers not just from the environment and anomalous creatures, but also from other players. The armored vehicle continued its journey. Not long after, a sudden scream pierced the air. There were faint cries of "It's a black skeleton." A level 2 1. Everyone run. Lu Hao's heart raced. A level 2 black skeleton. It must drop better items. He slammed down on the accelerator and charged forward. An abandoned auto repair shop. 6 players driving various vehicles were frantically fleeing. Behind them, a dozen white skeletons grinned with their big teeth, wielding iron rods in pursuit. With a thunderous sound, a larger skeleton entirely black in color burst out of the factory, moving at an astonishing speed, swiftly outpacing the dozen white skeletons. In just a few leaps, it caught up to a player riding a motorcycle, raising a rusty large blade in its hand. Swish! With a swift motion, the blade fell, and a head rolled on the ground, blood splattering everywhere. This scene left the other players dumbfounded. A level 2 skeleton could be this terrifying. No, don't kill me. The nearest player was so scared he wet himself, desperately pressing the gas pedal of his small car, his face contorted in fear. Dead car. Run, run. However, the black skeleton had already locked onto him. The red flames flickering in its eye sockets were like hellish ghost fires. With a powerful push, it kicked up a cloud of dust and appeared above the small car in the blink of an eye. With both hands gripping the blade, it chopped down. Boom. The metal-clad small car was split in half as if made of paper. Along with it, the player inside was also cleaved in two. This was far more exaggerated than the strength of the white skeleton, leaving the other 4 players feeling their scalps go numb. How can a level 2 monster be this strong? It's terrifying. Run. We can't outrun it, it's too fast. It's coming again. Just as the black skeleton raised its rusty large blade again, leaping into the air to strike another bang. A piercing gunshot echoed. The black skeleton's head tilted as it staggered to the ground. The 4 players were momentarily stunned, bewildered, as they saw a massive armored vehicle rapidly enlarging in front of them. On top of the armored vehicle stood a menacing machine gun. The machine gun roared to life. This time it fired in bursts. A barrage of suppressive fire. Before the black skeleton could regain its balance, dozens of bullets struck it almost simultaneously. Bullets clashed against the black bones, sending sparks flying and creating the sound of metal grinding. Roar! The black skeleton let out a pained howl, red flames flickering wildly in its eye sockets. It tried to block the bullets with its rusty blade, but the bullets were too dense. In just a few seconds, it had taken over 100 hits. Crack! In the astonished gaze of the 4 surviving players, the skull of the black skeleton was forcibly ripped open, revealing its insides. Bang! The last bullet accurately hit its eye socket. The entire head exploded. The black skeleton fell apart completely, its bones scattered across the ground, utterly dead. A flash of light appeared, revealing a fiery red chip, a large barrel of fuel, a pile of shining coins, and a bottle of potion. The loot that exploded out surprised the 4 players. Oh my god, is the drop rate for a level 2 monster really this high? It's a fire seed chip. It's definitely a level 3 fire seed chip, dropped by a level 2 monster. This barrel of oil is at least 200 liters. These road coins, there must be several hundred pieces here. Is that a potion? I've never seen a potion drop before. But no one dared to go pick it up. Who would dare provoke an armored vehicle with such powerful machine gun fire? It's a matter of life and death. At that moment, gunfire rang out again. The machine gun accurately fired at the approaching white skeletons, taking them out one by one. In the eyes of ordinary players, the white skeletons were incredibly difficult to kill, but now they fell like live targets, continuously dropping resources. As the last white skeleton fell, the world fell silent. The 4 surviving players looked at the halted armored vehicle and the smoking machine gun on its roof, swallowing hard in unison, their eyes filled with awe and envy. They turned their gaze to the armored vehicle's windshield, but the vehicle was too high, coupled with the glare, making it impossible to see who was inside. Is this a level 2 vehicle? A level 2 vehicle can't be this strong, but might be a level 3. It easily annihilated a level 2 black skeleton. It's too powerful. Big Shot, please take me along, or I can work for you. Yes, Big Shot, just give me something to eat. The 4 players looked at each other, eagerly wishing to follow this Big Shot and escape the days of living in. However, a cold voice came from the armored vehicle along with the rotating gun barrel on top, completely extinguishing their thoughts. Get lost. All right. The 4 players quickly drove away in their vehicles. After confirming that there were no dangers around and no other players, Lu Hao took out his Desert Eagle and got out of the car to start collecting resources. First, of course, was the loot dropped by the black skeleton. Lu Hao did not expect it to be so difficult to kill. He had used over 100 bullets just to take it down, and that was with the use of luck manipulation. Luck manipulation allowed bullets to hit vital points more accurately, otherwise he might have had to empty his magazine. Although he consumed 10 points of mental power, the rewards were still quite good. A level 3 fire seed chip, this should be unique, right? And 200 liters of fuel, 300 road coins. Now I have 435 road coins. Wait, is this potion a gene enhancement potion? Lu Hao first stored the level 3 fire seed chip fuel and road coins into his backpack, holding the potion in his hand. Primary gene enhancement potion can enhance overall physique. It is a basic potion for breaking through genetic locks. Lu Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Finally found a way to unlock the genetic lock. Of course he knew that one primary potion alone would not be enough. He'll try its effects later. He quickly cleaned the battlefield, collecting all the resources dropped by the dozen white skeletons. Compressed biscuits, bread, instant noodles, cola, energy drinks, cigarettes, lighter, military knife. Although there was no level 2 fire seed chip, Lu Hao was pleasantly surprised to find a box of steak and a self-heating hot pot. I can finally improve my meals. As he picked up the self-heating hot pot, a sudden whistling sound came from behind him. The powerful mental energy gave him sharper senses, and he turned around just in time to see a sharp arrow flying towards him. However, he did not dodge. The arrow whizzed past him. Crack! A white skeleton collapsed several meters behind him, its head pierced through. Nice archery. Lu Hao praised sincerely. The archer was the girl he had seen recently, the one driving the... At this moment the girl was not in her vehicle. She stood over 100 meters away, slowly putting away her bow. She had a ponytail, her face covered with a cloth, wearing a white tank top and denim shorts. She looked slim, but in all the right places she was full of youthful vitality. Nice figure, Lu Hao complimented again. The girl clearly showed no hostility, otherwise that arrow would have been aimed at him instead of the white skeleton. The beach buggy girl did not leave. Do you have a level 2 fire seed chips? Beside the abandoned auto repair shop, the voice of the dune buggy girl drifted to his ears, with the wild wind soft and sweet. Although the other party appeared to have no hostility, Lu Hao was still wary of a sudden arrow. He felt safer inside the vehicle. He slowly said, I have the chip, what do you have to offer in exchange? Lu Hao replied calmly, not enough, definitely not enough. The dune buggy girl fell silent, perhaps realizing her offers were too meager. She bit her lip and said, I have an electronic map of the skeleton desert, but this is more valuable than a level 2 fire seed chip. You'll need to add something else. An electronic map. Lu Hao's heart stirred. He understood the importance of having a map. With it he could know the locations precisely instead of recklessly wandering around. Alright, what else do you want? The dune buggy girl blurted out, that composite bow. So that was your... Lu Hao smiled, knowing she had seen him picking up the gear. Alright, but I need to verify the electronic map first, he added. The dune buggy girl vigilant replied, no way. What if you try to cheat me? I assure you the map is genuine. Lu Hao chuckled. I could take it by force, but I want right. The dune buggy girl glanced at the dark muzzle of his gun on the roof of the vehicle. True, if he really had bad intentions, I would be utterly defenseless. His armored vehicle must have strong defenses, and my bow and arrows wouldn't penetrate it. She bit her lip and said, I'll trust you this once, wait for me. Saying that she ran back, and after a while she returned, driving the dune buggy, stopping beside the armored vehicle. As she approached, she couldn't help but look up in awe. Your vehicle is really huge. Lu Hao leaned against the window, looking down at her. Covered in dust, her exposed skin bore many stains. Her face was obscured, hiding her features, but her large eyes were clear and bright, embodying a rare determination in a woman. Lu Hao smiled. Yours isn't bad, either. Hand me the map first. The dune buggy girl took out a chip the size of a fingernail, raised her hand to offer it, then hesitated, and pulled back uneasy. You won't trick me, right? If you take off the cloth from your face, I won't trick you. Not a chance, just take it. Lu Hao accepted the chip and inserted it into the control panel's card slot. Soon the display screen showed a detailed map. It marked many locations, with the nearest service area and Gold Rush Town also indicated their positions and distances, matching the system prompts. It even had a positioning feature showing it was next to the abandoned auto repair shop. Lu Hao then realized that this area was called the Skeleton Desert. Stretching 10,000 kilometers, spanning 200 kilometers, is this the only road through the entire Skeleton Desert? The areas with other roads must also be of similar size, with thousands of roads. How vast must that area be? Hey, have you verified it yet? The girl's voice came from outside the window. Lu Hao looked back at her. I don't go by hey, my name is Lu Hao. What's your name? I'm Yang Xiaosu, hurry and give me the stuff. The girl said. Lu Hao tossed her the level 2 fire seed chip and the composite bow, thought for a moment, and then threw her a package as well. A bonus, I can't use it myself. Seeing the package labeled with sanitary napkins, Yang Xiao's face flushed, and she hurriedly hid it away, murmuring, "Thanks." After saying that, she started her vehicle and quickly sped away. Lu Hao withdrew his gaze, not leaving immediately. Instead, he closed the window and took out a basic gene enhancement potion, uncapped it, and drank it down. Soon his body began to react. A burning, tingling, and aching sensation. But it subsided, quickly replaced by a powerful vitality flooding through him. Lu Hao clenched his fists and felt the much firmer muscles somewhat invigorated. "My boat's strength has a name." Lu Hao account balance 435, comprehensive constitution 20, strength, agility, defense, mental strength 3340, recovering, extraordinary sequence, vehicle symbiosis, luck, manipulation, gene lock, not activated, backpack, level 2, fire seed, ship, desert eagle. Lu Hao closed the personal information panel and got out of the vehicle once more. He threw a few punches at the air, jumped a few times, feeling his body becoming even stronger and more agile, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Now it's time to synthesize the vehicle. The two players who just died left their vehicles, which Lu Hao naturally wouldn't pass up. The small car had been split in half, while the motorcycle was not severely damaged. Detected vehicles available for synthesis: entry-level motorcycle, street bike, 80 new, 13 fuel class. A compact car damaged, cannot be repaired. Synthesis options, select 2 out of 3. 1. Upgrade bumper strength 2. Add 200 rounds to the light machine gun module. 3. Increase fuel tank capacity by 200 L. Lu Hao quickly made his choice, select the last 2. The rooftop machine gun has consumed over 100 rounds, so it definitely needs replenishing. Expanding the fuel tank is also necessary to gain greater endurance. Soon the motorcycle, street bike, and the damaged small car were disassembled, merging into the armored vehicle. Lu Hao poured in the 200 liters of fuel. Vehicle, four-wheel drive, armored vehicle. Attributes: infinite synthesis, divine, level, unique, level 2, tonnage, 12 tons, internal space, 20 cubic meters, water tank, 397400 L, defense, 4535. 45 is the standard defense for level 2 vehicles. 35 is the defense from the alloy steel armor module, easily blocking attacks from level 2 bizarre monsters. Fuel tank 760800 L can sustain 25-30 kilometers. Vehicle modules, alloy steel armor, plating for the entire vehicle. Rooftop, light machine gun, 330 rounds, all-terrain bulletproof tires. Lu Hao entered the vehicle cabin, thought for a moment, and decided to take a shower, using up 20 liters of water. Refreshing. He emerged from the shower feeling clean, put on a bathrobe, and tossed his dirty clothes into the washing machine. The washing machine would also consume water, but he had plenty of fresh water stored, not having to worry about running out. The condensation from the air conditioner would also be converted into the water tank, providing a beneficial supplement. Taking a can of cold drink from the fridge, Lu Hao sat down on the soft sofa and comfortably rested for a while. After finishing the drink, he prepared a bucket of instant noodles. Having eaten and drunk enough with his mental strength restored to its peak, he continued his journey while driving and paying attention to the chat channel. Has someone already reached the service area? Lu Hao glanced at the map, noting that there was less than 50 kilometers to the service area. In the chat channel of Highway 1688, players were discussing the facilities of the service area. Damn, everything costs money. A bottle of water costs 2 highway coins. Why doesn't it just rob someone? The gas prices here are even higher than outside. Is there really some unreliable jerk here? Car repairs are even more expensive. Fixing a motorcycle tire costs 30 coins. A car tire costs 80 coins. Scammers. Using the restroom is free, but damn it, there's no water in the toilets. So how do you flush after using it? Guess what happens after using it? I saw my poop fall into a black hole. Can you believe it? Damn. Haha, I only spent 1 coin and won a can of beef. It's a lottery machine. You guys should come and try it. It only costs 1 coin to draw. What else is there besides? There's everything, various supplies, fire source chips, and even all kinds of outrageous modules like the infinite fuel module. Damn, infinite fuel, I really want that. That second-tier sports car, the Huang Feilong, only cost a few coins, and he got a cannon module. Can you imagine a Bugatti suddenly revealing a rocket launcher from the front? Now no one dares to provoke him. Don't be too optimistic. I just drew over 20 times and only got a bottle of mineral water. That damn lottery machine, give me back my highway coins. In this apocalyptic highway, if you want to live comfortably, it seems you still have to rely on luck. Half an hour later, Lu Hao finally arrived at the service area. He did not encounter any strange monsters on this stretch of road, nor did he find any abandoned vehicles. The service area looked unremarkable, resembling a place abandoned for decades, yet those who came here visibly relaxed, as it was a safe zone. No need to worry about being attacked by strange monsters. Player dueling is not allowed, and there are buildings providing shelter from wind and sun. Lu Hao glanced at the number of survivors. 3268-910-0000. Only over 30,000 left. Most are still on the first segment, and it seems only a few dozen have made it to the service area. Before entering the service area, Lu Hao first stopped to change into clean, dried clothes, and only then did he drive into the service area. The arrival of the armored RV attracted everyone's attention in the service area. Damn, is that an RV? The whole vehicle is made of alloy steel plates at least 2 centimeters thick. It's so imposing. Look at its tires, they're bulletproof off-road tires. That's just ridiculous. It's like a mobile fortress. I can't even imagine how safe it would feel to drive such a vehicle. Biao Gu, is this a second-tier vehicle, eh? Definitely stronger than a second-tier vehicle, or it might even be a third tier. How long has it been, and you've already upgraded to a third tier? Amidst the discussions, the armored RV slowly came to a stop. Lu Hao, holding a Desert Eagle, stepped out of the vehicle, his gaze sharp as he scanned the crowd. Many people quickly averted their eyes. This was the intimidation from the armored RV, and anyone who could enhance a vehicle to such a degree was certainly not a good person, so no one dared to provoke Lu Hao. Brother, let's get to know each other. A muscular bald man in a black tank top approached, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering one with a grin, saying, "My name is Wang Biao, and my brothers in the underworld call me Biao Ge. Here, have a smoke." "Thanks, I don't smoke," Lu Hao replied. Wang Biao put the cigarette in his mouth, lit it, took a puff, and pointed at a large truck not far away, saying, "That's my vehicle, it's only a first tier." "Your vehicle looks great, at least a third tier, right?" Everyone immediately perked up, eager to hear Lu Hao's response. If it's really a third tier, that would be utterly despairing. After all, they all started from the same starting line, and the gap shouldn't be too large. Lu Hao calmly replied, "No, I just managed to luck into a second tier upgrade. It looks impressive, but it's not that powerful. It doesn't even have a larger tonnage than your truck." Wang Biao laughed heartily, saying, "What good is a larger tonnage? It's heavy and just a bit more durable. By the way, what's your name, brother?" "My surname is Lu," Lu Hao said briefly. "Lu, brother." Wang Biao put away his smile and said seriously, "I sincerely invite you to join our team. This damn world is too dangerous. We need to unite more people to survive better. I already have a dozen brothers under me, and if you're willing to join, you'll be our vice captain from now on." Lu Hao felt a stir in his heart. It seemed that people had already started to organize and gather together. This was an inevitable trend. However, Lu Hao had no plans to team up for now. Shaking his head, he said, "Sorry, I don't want to join any teams for the time being." Before Wang Biao could respond, he asked, "What about that guy Huang something long? I heard his vehicle has also upgraded to second tier. Why haven't I seen him?" Seeing that he was unwilling to join and hearing him mention Huang Feilong, Wang Biao felt a bit displeased, casually saying, "He just took a group of people and set up some kind of flying dragon club. You can still catch up if you go now, but that Huang guy is impatient and not a qualified leader." "Thanks," Lu Hao said without further explanation, walking into the service area. Seeing that he was unwilling to chat, Wang Biao snorted coldly and walked away, but his gaze did not leave, keeping an eye on his movements with the team. Like many players who had come here for the first time, Lu Hao walked around the service area. Having seen the unmanned repair station, he knew that entering with a vehicle would automatically repair it for a fee in highway coins. There were also vending machines selling various supplies and equipment. Even vehicle modules were available, but the prices were outrageously high. For example, the top-mounted machine gun module for Lu Hao's vehicle costs 10,000 highway coins. It was utterly impossible to gather that much money just by defeating monsters. There were even more expensive heavy machine guns and cannon modules with prices starting from 100,000. The infinite fuel module was even more outrageous. 5 million. Good heavens. Luckily, I don't have to buy it with money, otherwise it would take ages to gather enough for a set of modules. Lu Hao thought to himself. However, to synthesize the infinite fuel module with vehicles, it seems you need a very strong, unowned vehicle. Finally, Lu Hao arrived in front of the lottery machine. The lottery machine was huge, covered with dense images of prize items, and you could draw once for just 1 highway coin. Many expensive prizes, including vehicle modules, were visible. The stakes seemed low, but one could also gain a lot. What if luck struck and they won big? This was the mindset of many, and Lu Hao felt the same. However, unlike others, he had the extraordinary sequence of luck manipulation. "I'll hold off on using the extraordinary sequence for now and test my luck." Lu Hao pulled out a highway coin and inserted it into the slot. The lottery machine's control panel had 2 buttons. The red one was for drawing, and the black one was for blind draws. In the drawing process, if you pressed the blind draw button, only the person drawing could see the winning content, and the prize would automatically be stored in the backpack tab. There was an outlet at the bottom, which Lu Hao guessed was for dispensing prizes. That kid is drawing a prize. In the service area, players gathered around as Lu Hao began the lottery. The light spots on the screen quickly came to a stop, ultimately landing on one position. Everyone laughed, but it wasn't mockery. They all knew that "thank you for your patronage" was the norm, as they had tried many times. Several among them had emptied their already meager wallets in hopes of winning big, losing everything in it. Seeing others win was the most disheartening thing. In front of the lottery machine, Lu Hao remained calm, tossing in another coin and pressing the lottery button again. Brother Lou, it's impossible to win on the first or second try. Consecutive draws are the way to go, saving time. Wang Biao said with a smile. That's right, consecutive draws create miracles. Let's go for a 10 draw. Lu Hao glanced at the position where the light spot had stopped, which was again, thank you for your patronage. He put in 10 coins. Number of lottery draws 10. He slowly raised his hand, pressing the lottery button, while channeling his luck to the fullest. In the next moment his head buzzed, his mental strength instantly drained by a large chunk, dropping by 30. Whoa, that output is too intense. He was startled, but relieved to have 5 points of mental strength left to maintain. Suddenly he heard gasps around him. Looking up, he saw 10 light spots moving on the lottery screen, with one stopping first, landing on a prize. Won a crate of cola. I said consecutive draws create miracles. Oh, a crate of cola has 12 bottles. Wow, won another crate of energy drink. What luck. 2 in a row. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. If I win again, I'm going to be so envious. Only 1 light spot left. Why isn't it stopping? Whoa, it jumped up. That's the grand prize area. Lu Hao felt a twinge of excitement, his eyes fixed on the slowing light spot. The area where the light spot was located was the vehicle module zone. He watched as the light spot landed on infinite fuel, and then jumped again. The onlookers were already gasping. Whoa, infinite fuel. Whoa, it jumped past. Whoa, tank artillery. Whoa, it jumped again. Gasps arose continuously, with the crowd more excited than Lu Hao, who was drawing the lottery. Just then the lottery screen went black. Everyone was in an uproar. Whoa, a blackout at the critical moment. That's so unethical, brother. This is worse than being killed. Quick, tell me what module you want. I'll buy you a sausage. Wang Biao's expression was strange, half laughing and half grinning. Brother Lu, that's not very fair. What module did you get? Share it with everyone. Lu Hao shook his head, feeling somewhat weak. Sorry, no comment. Revealing the module he drew would either evoke shock and envy or jealousy and greed, providing him no benefits. Now drained of mental strength, he had no energy to talk to these people, and walked directly to his armored RV, opening the door and stepping inside. Watching the armored RV's door close tightly, as strong as a fortress, everyone felt helpless. Though I don't know what module he drew, seeing how this kid can enhance his vehicle like this, he must have obtained a lot of resources. He's a big fat sheep. Wang Biao's eyes twinkled as he began to plot. He exchanged glances with his best teammate. Chong, how many rounds of ammo does your RPG have left? Li Chong, who sported a little mustache and looked quite shrewd, immediately understood his meaning, but hesitated. Brother Biao, this kid is no simpleton. Securing him would strengthen our team. But what if he refuses to join? Or if he joins another team, he will become an enemy. Wang Biao said coldly. This. Li Chong fell into deep thought. In the world of survival in the apocalypse, it was a survival of the fittest. He knew Wang Biao was ruthless and wouldn't miss any opportunity to strengthen himself. If he couldn't be a teammate, then he was an enemy that had to be eliminated for fertilizer. But Li Chong still felt it was a bit risky. Deliberating. Brother Biao, the immediate priority is to upgrade your truck to level 2. That way dealing with this kid will be much easier, won't it? Wang Biao thought it made sense. His engineering heavy truck was only level 1, and had already dominated, charging through with its heavy tonnage, securing many resources in the first segment, but his luck had been lacking, failing to drop any level 2 fire seed chips. He couldn't imagine how strong his engineering heavy truck would be if it were upgraded to level 2. This kid won't leave anytime soon. Let's wait patiently and see if we can exchange fire seed chips from other players. Brother Biao, don't worry, our team will definitely pool resources to help you get it. Li Chong said. Wang Biao nodded, looking at Lu Hao's armored RV. Then let's wait. Once my heavy truck reaches level 2, if this kid is still stubborn, we'll smash this iron lump into a meat pie. Meanwhile, inside the armored RV, Lu Hao watched as Wang Biao and Li Chong left before withdrawing. He was probably being eyed already, but that was only a matter of time. He had long been psychologically prepared for this. It doesn't matter if they're eyeing me, because I will only become stronger and fiercer than them. Lu Hao's gaze fell on the backpack compartment where the module he had just drawn using luck manipulation was stored. It wasn't infinite fuel, nor a combat or defense module, but a gravity-defying floating module that gravity-defying floating module ignores terrain, can adjust gravity based on terrain's strong ground adhesion, ascends to avoid danger, greatly enhances route selection, freedom up to 5 meters off the ground, depending on vehicle weight, paired with solar fusion panels to auto-replenish energy. This set of modules is undoubtedly among the top survival modules in the wild, possessing almost all-terrain combat mobility and can provide unexpected counterattacks during battles. Winning such a top-tier module was worth exhausting mental strength. Lu Hao revealed a satisfied smile. Without hesitation, he immediately loaded the gravity-defying floating module onto the RV. After installation, there was no change to the vehicle itself except that a solar fusion panel was added to the roof. Nice, it's voice-controlled, saving me some operation. Lu Hao was already familiar with the module's operation. He glanced outside. The sky was getting darker. It was almost evening. With my mental strength drained, I need to get some sleep. With two Tirai vehicles parked so closely together, speculation among the onlookers was inevitable. Currently, a single Tirai vehicle represented the pinnacle of equipment for any team. Possessing two would confer overwhelming superiority. Instantly, many players at the service area felt disheartened, yet others harbored ulterior motives. If you can't beat them, join them. Yet Wang Biao felt no anxiety, instead a quiet thrill stirred within him. At last he had acquired a Tirai spark chip, upgrading his engineering heavy truck to Tier 2. Gazing upon the vehicle, now vastly enlarged, its wild towering design reminiscent of a cybernetic colossus, Wang Biao sensed an almost terrifying surge of power within himself. Two Tirai vehicles. Combined they don't even match half the might of my colossus. My Titan is invincible. Flush with confidence, Wang Biao believed effortlessly crushing both vehicles would be child's play, though upon Li Chang's suggestion he resolved to attempt recruitment once more. One final chance. If you still refuse reason, don't blame me when I take your lives and loot your gear. Seated high atop his Tirai engineering heavy truck, Wang Biao loomed over the armored RV and off-road vehicle, a cruel smirk curling at the corner of his lips. 3 hours later, Lu Hao opened his eyes and glanced out the window at the desolate service area bathed in the dim amber glow of broken streetlights. By now the service area teemed with vehicles of wildly divergent designs. Some were open-frame rigs revealing players shivering violently in the biting wind. The onboard thermometer read nearly 0 degrees Celsius. 40 degrees by day, 0 by night. Truly the hallmark of desert weather, Lu Hao murmured as he rose from bed and stretched, feeling utterly refreshed and clear-headed. His mental energy had fully recovered. He decided to try the lottery machine once more. I wonder whether the sandstorm will impact this service area. Its proximity suggests it may arrive soon. Better safe than sorry. Draw first, then push onward. Lu Hao swung open the carriage door. Icy gales rushed in. Wearing only a short-sleeved shirt, he merely furrowed his brow slightly. After all, his integrated physical constitution had risen to 20, rendering Sub-Zero cold effortlessly bearable. Whose off-road vehicle is parked so close to mine? Just as he pondered this, the vehicle's door swung open, and a familiar figure emerged. Yang Xiaosu. You've upgraded your vehicle. Yang Xiaosu still wore her face concealed beneath a veil, clad in a borrowed denim jacket, far too large, swallowing her graceful upper torso entirely. Below, however, she wore denim shorts, her slender, perfectly straight legs smudged faintly with mud, making her porcelain skin appear even more luminous. Slung across her back was the composite bow exchanged from Lu Hao alongside a bamboo quiver brimming with arrows. Her ensemble struck an oddly incongruous note. Yes, I no longer need endure sun and wind, Yang Xiaosu replied cheerfully. Where are you headed? She asked again. To the lottery machine, Lu Hao answered simply. I'll go too, Yang Xiaosu declared, leaping down from her vehicle. Her vehicle's tires were enormous, nearly 1.5 meters in diameter, yet its body lacked rugged angularity, though instead its smooth, streamlined silhouette resembled the nose of a bullet train. It lacked steps, meaning she had to leap up and down using only her legs. Let's go, Lu Hao said, offering no objection. Private combat was strictly prohibited within the service area. Though the consequences remained unclear, the highway system's explicit ban deterred all players from defiance. As the two stepped out of their vehicles, numerous players turned their attention instantly. They clearly know each other. A duo wielding Tirai gear. Who stands a chance against them? Not necessarily. The Colossus piloted by Wang Biao is far more imposing, over 20 tons, capable of launching a man through dimensions with sheer impact. Brother Biao commands a dozen loyal followers. His strength rivals even the Flying Dragon Association. They're heading to the lottery machine. That young man, surnamed Lu, struck gold earlier, snagged a module. No doubt he's chasing fortune again. What stunning legs that woman has. What a waste falling to that Lu fellow. Amid murmurs like these, Lu Hao and Yang Xiaosu arrived before the lottery machine. Operation was straightforward. Yang Xiaosu tried her luck once. Predictably, the screen flashed, "Thank you for playing." She attempted consecutive draws next. No Air Force units appeared, but she did win. A set of flirtatious maid attire. Hearing the excited cheers and whistles, especially from male spectators, Yang Xiaosu flushed crimson and spat lightly. Ugh, how could such nonsense appear? Lu Hao banished the image from his mind and advised, you may select blind draw mode. They won't see the results. Good. Yang Xiaosu quickly activated blind draw mode. She'd glimpsed the prize list earlier. Headlight covers and undergarments included, and knew full well drawing such items publicly would mortify her beyond redemption. After several minutes, she ceased drawing. I'm done. Your turn. She sighed, her tone tinged with quiet despair, clearly disappointed by her haul. Lu Hao nodded silently, inserted 10 highway coins, and initiated the 10-draw blind draw sequence. Fortune manipulation activated. His mental energy drained completely. He swayed faintly. Yang Xiaosu asked, are you unwell? Seeing him in short sleeves, she assumed he'd caught a chill. Lu Hao shook his head slightly. I'm fine. Let's go. All right. Yang Xiaosu replied without further inquiry, following him away from the machine. The onlookers, left unsatisfied, drifted off dispiritedly. They'd hoped for either a legendary stumble or a spectacular win. But aside from the initial tantalizing maid outfit, the rest yielded nothing but hollow silence. Yet spotting Lu Hao outside was rare. Several players hurried after him with party invitations, including Wang Biao. All flatly declined. A few attractive female players approached with suggestive banter, but Lu Hao rebuffed them just as coldly. At their vehicles, Yang Xiaosu hesitated, then faltered. Could you? Never mind. Goodbye. With one hand bracing against the tires, she vaulted onto it, swung open the door, and slipped inside. Lu Hao gave it no thought. He drained his mental energy again, his skull humming faintly. All he craved was rest. Inside the RV, he sank onto the sofa, opened his inventory panel, and stared at his latest haul, another module. A utility-type infinite water tank. It fell just short of infinite fuel, but Lu Hao felt no regret. Infinite fuel was prohibitively costly, demanding far greater mental energy expenditure via fortune manipulation. I must find ways to expand my mental energy cap. There must be methods. I'll stay vigilant for clues. And gene lock breakthrough serums. I need those urgently. With that, Lu Hao checked the Highway Systems trading platform, finding no listings for gene serums. Of course, not such a scarce commodity would ever surface on the market. Everyone hoards it for themselves. Someone's requesting Tier 3 spark chips. That flashy sports car driver Huang Feilong. Huang Feilong, anyone holding a Tier 3 spark chip, name your price. Once I grow stronger, I'll protect you. DM me. Lu Hao glanced at the Tier 3 chip nestled in his inventory. This was likely the sole Tier 3 spark chip across the entire channel. Its price truly his to dictate. Yet selling it to that blonde-haired nuisance was unthinkable. The man was insufferable, and Lu Hao would settle accounts with him soon enough. Lu Hao seeking basic gene serum. Contact me privately. For 1 highway coin, he posted the request in the trade channel, and replies flooded in almost instantly. Handsome, wanna meet? I'm right here at the service area. I'll come to your RV. Let's discuss life deeply. Ignoring the flirtation, Lu Hao asked bluntly, do you have basic gene serum? No basic serum, but I offer advanced gene exchange techniques. Care to try? Guaranteed pleasure. Blocked. All propositioners were blocked without hesitation. After dismissing several harassers, Lu Hao felt thoroughly drained, until another private message arrived. I possess basic gene serum. He glanced at the person who sent the private message, Yang Xiaosu. Lu Hao was somewhat surprised, and asked, aren't you going to use it yourself? Yang Xiaosu replied, I'm too afraid to use it. Why? Lu Hao inquired curiously. The other party fell silent for a moment. I'm afraid it will mutate. Lu Hao chuckled, not bothering to explain that using it would only make her stronger and wouldn't cause any mutation. He asked, what do you want to exchange for it? 500 road coins, Yang Xiaosu answered. This price was not too expensive. Such potions were not available in automatic vending machines, but potions that enhance physical strength were scarce and currently priceless. Lu Hao, having encountered it by chance, naturally wouldn't let it go easily. I don't have that much, only 400. Can the 100 be offset with supplies? He originally had 435 road coins, and spent 22 on the lottery machine, leaving him with only 413. I don't need supplies, who I can owe you for now. So generous. Perhaps it was the trust established during their first transaction, but this girl was a bit naive to dare to extend credit during their second meeting. I also have one more request. What is it? Can I borrow your RV's bathroom to take a shower? I won't use much water, just 10 liters, no 8 liters will be enough. I won't need hot water, cold water will do, is that okay? In the off-road vehicle, after sending the message, Yang Xiaosu regretted her request, feeling it was quite excessive. Although drinking water was no longer scarce, who would be so extravagant as to use water for bathing? Yes, the RV has a bathroom, but how could he agree to let me shower? That would be such a waste of water, how presumptuous of me. Thinking of this, Yang Xiaosu quickly typed, I'm sorry, my request is too excessive. Before she finished typing, she saw Lu Hao's message come through. Sure, come over. Yang Xiaosu was overjoyed and immediately jumped out of the car. Seeing the door of the armored RV already open, she eagerly climbed inside. As soon as she entered, she felt a temperature reminiscent of spring. A gentle warm breeze blew, carrying a faint floral scent. The RV was fully furnished with living essentials, a bed, a sofa, a refrigerator, a kitchen counter. It felt like a tidy and warm one-bedroom apartment. Is this heaven? Yang Xiaosu was utterly stunned. She couldn't believe it. Other players were struggling through difficult lives, and she had also been riding a sand buggy exposed to the sun and wind. Although her vehicle had upgraded to level 2, she couldn't bear to wash her face or use air conditioning to save water and fuel. But here in Lu Hao's RV, there was constant temperature control, a fresh air system, lights on, and a pot simmering on the induction cooker. It was luxurious, too luxurious. What are you daydreaming about? Aren't you going to shower? Clean yourself up before the transaction, Lu Hao said, sitting on the sofa with a bottle of cola in hand. Yang Xiaosu came to her senses, feeling awkward and not knowing where to put her hands. I'm sorry, I forgot to take off my shoes. I dirtied your floor. As she spoke, she hurriedly started to take off her shoes. It's fine, just this little area, it's easy to clean. Go wash up quickly, Lu Hao smiled. Oh, we'll clean it up. Yang Xiaosu held her shoes in her hands, carefully walking towards the bathroom. Passing by Lu Hao, she added, it'll be quick, I'm using cold water, so I won't use too much of your water. Lu Hao replied, I have plenty of water, you don't need to save it. You can use hot water, the bathroom has shampoo, body wash and towels. Just throw your dirty clothes in the washing machine after you're done. Yang Xiaosu's eyes widened in disbelief. Really, I can use hot water? Yes, go ahead, don't worry, I won't peek, Lu Hao said earnestly. Yang Xiaosu's face flushed, and she quickly said thank you before hurriedly stepping into the bathroom. The shower area was over a square meter, fully stocked with bathing supplies. Yang Xiaosu took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement, removed her dirty clothes, and turned the water valve. Warm water sprayed out from the shower head, and the moment it touched her body, she felt a shiver of comfort. Tears almost filled her eyes. Woo! I'm alive again. Outside, many people witnessed Yang Xiaosu entering the armored RV. That girl got into that guy Lu's RV, damn it. Just thinking about their upcoming activities makes me envious to death. That woman must be wearing the sexy maid outfit from the lottery. I can't even imagine how enjoyable it must be, huh? We're struggling to survive in the apocalypse, and this guy is just here to enjoy himself. Biaogo, I've changed my mind. I'm not talking you out of it anymore. Once we leave the service area, it'll take that guy down, but that woman is to be kept alive, Li Chong said through gritted teeth. Wang Biao took a puff from his cigarette, grinning, that's the way to do it. If we can't win them over, well, take them out. No need to beat around the bush. Once we leave the service area, you hit that guy with a few rounds from the RPG, and it'll ram him with my Optimus Prime. Well, definitely send him back to the Stone Age, and then we can both enjoy that woman. How wonderful would that be? Huh, that's the plan. Following Biao guess led. Li Chong revealed a fierce smile. A few minutes later, inside the armored RV, the bathroom door opened. Lu Hao turned to look and saw amidst the steam a figure in a sexy maid outfit slowly emerging. Yang Xiaosu didn't cover her face, and Lu Hao finally saw her true appearance. Her eyes were already beautiful, complemented by a petite, delicate nose, a cherry-like mouth, and a slightly chubby round face. Looking down, he saw her ample bosom, slender waist, perky backside, and long straight legs. The sexy maid outfit fitted her perfectly, accentuating her figure to the utmost. And there's a cleavage so well endowed. Damn, apocalyptic road, testing me with this. Lu Hao clenched his fists. He finally understood why this girl had covered her face. In a lawless apocalypse, women, especially beautiful ones, faced dangers beyond the harsh environment and bizarre monsters. There were also a group of men who had shed their restraints and acted recklessly. Feeling Lu Hao's gaze upon her, Yang Xiaosu suddenly felt scared. What should I do? In being too reckless, this is his vehicle. If he has any bad intentions, I wouldn't be able to resist at all. Thinking of this, her whole body tensed up and her heart raced in panic. At that moment, Lu Hao's voice rang out, throw your dirty clothes in the washing machine. It'll be cleaned and dried quickly. Yang Xiaosu looked up and met his gaze. Although he was staring intently, his eyes were clear, which made her feel a bit more relaxed. She felt somewhat apologetic and said, I'm sorry I took too long and used so much of your water. How about I give you 10 coins less? No need, just pay the original price, Lu Hao smiled. With the unlimited water tank module already installed, he naturally didn't need to be stingy anymore. He wouldn't mind how much water he used. Thank you. Yang Xiaosu placed her dirty clothes in the washing machine. Then she noticed that the pot on the induction cooker was overflowing, and she hurriedly ran over to lower the heat. What are you cooking? It smells so good. She swallowed hard, not daring to ask too much. Remembering that she had soiled the floor when she came in, she quickly started cleaning up. Watching her busy in her sexy maid outfit, Lu Hao couldn't help but sigh. It seemed having such a maid wasn't so bad after all. Here. Yang Xiaosu walked up to Lu Hao and handed him a bottle of basic gene potion. Lu Hao reined in his thoughts and replied with a half smile, do you trust me this much? Yang Xiaosu bit her lip and said earnestly, you didn't deceive me last time, so I trust you this time as well. I can't trust anyone else. Lu Hao smiled wryly, took the potion, and as agreed transferred 400 highway coins to her. You still owe me 100 coins, they'll pay you back as soon as possible. Yang Xiaosu nodded gently. Lu Hao thought for a moment and continued, drinking the basic gene potion won't cause mutations. It can enhance your physique, making you stronger. I've had a bottle before, but we've made a trade, so I can't exchange it back. So that's how it is. Thank you for telling me this. Instead of blaming him, Yang Xiaosu expressed her gratitude. Lu Hao couldn't help but sigh at how pure and kind-hearted she was. Can I sit here and wait for my clothes to dry before leaving? Yang Xiaosu asked cautiously, adding weakly, I don't want to go outside dressed like this. Lu Hao considered it, and agreed, realizing that going out in such attire would provoke the hungry wolves outside. Sure, he said, pointing to the kitchen counter. Please bring the pot to the dining table. Be careful, it's hot. Good. Yang Xiaosu carried the pot to the dining table, and when she lifted the lid her eyes widened. This? Braised pork ribs. She was at a loss for words. This was a post-apocalyptic road. How could there be braised pork ribs? In such a large pot it smelled so good. Lu Hao brought over bowls and utensils, sitting down at the table. I just won this in a lottery. The ribs are fresh, and all the seasonings are prepared. Let's sit down and eat together. Wow, you have such good luck. Yang Xiaosu exclaimed, quickly waving her hands. No, that's too precious for me to eat. I'm not hungry. Gurgle. Her stomach unexpectedly growled, and her face turned beet red. How embarrassing. Lu Hao stifled a laugh. Just sit down and eat, it's fine. My maid can eat at the table too. Yang Xiaosu wanted to refuse, but her body couldn't help but comply. After sitting down she weakly said, I'm not your maid. However, when a tender and flavorful rib entered her mouth, she suddenly thought that if she could eat such delicious food every day and have hot baths being a maid. Didn't sound too bad. Poo. Yang Xiaosu, can you have some self-respect? You said you wanted to rely on yourself. She scolded herself in her heart. Yet her mouth was honest, biting into rib after rib, eating like a little greedy cat. So delicious. Lu Hao smiled and said, take your time, there's rice too. Yang Xiaosu was dumbfounded. Huh, there's rice too. Braised pork ribs with rice was a divine match. At that moment, she almost lost control. 60 kilometers away in the desert, a red sports car equipped with a cannon and looking like a Bugatti but much larger and with a wilder design was speeding recklessly. Slow down, Long Gu, it's too fast. I can't take it anymore. Wan Li, sitting in the passenger seat, gripped the handle tightly, panic-stricken. Huang Feilong held the steering wheel with his left hand and rested his right hand on her leg, laughing. You can't handle this speed. I'm going to be the fastest man in the entire server. No one can catch up to me. As he spoke, he slammed the accelerator, and the sports car roared like a beast, increasing speed again. Wan Li screamed, I know you're the fastest, but our teammates can't keep up with you. A bunch of useless people. Huang Feilong scoffed, slowing down a bit, grumbling. They've been looking for skeleton nests for ages, and only found 2 level 1 scattered monsters, and 2 people even died. Aren't they just useless? He opened the road system and cursed. No one has sent me a private message for a long time. Is my charm not enough? Wan Li said, the level 3 fire seed chip should still be unclaimed. Long Gu, don't worry. Your charm is the strongest in the server. I like hearing that. Huang Feilong smiled with satisfaction, then glanced at the trading platform. Oh, someone is looking to buy a basic gene potion. Ask him if he has a level 3 fire seed chip. If he does, let's trade. Let him name the price. He'll take as many as he has. Sure, Long Gu. Wan Li opened the trading platform, found the purchase message, and suddenly exclaimed, it's Lu Hao. Lu what Hao? Do you know him? Huang Feilong asked. Mentioning Lu Hao made Wan Li furious. That's the guy who kicked me off the van, that dog of a shrimp-headed man. He used to flatter me when pursuing me, but when he really needed me, he just kicked me aside. Huang Feilong chuckled. So it's that guy driving the broken van. He hasn't died yet. Long Gu, next time you encounter him, you must teach him a good lesson. I've suffered a lot because of him, but still hurts. Luckily you took me in, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. But still hurts. Let me rub it for you. Huang Feilong reached out. Hey, that's annoying, you're driving. Wan Li said coquettishly. Huang Feilong laughed, and then casually said, a guy with a broken van is just a small ant. I can easily crush him. He thought for a moment, and said, this kid probably doesn't have a level 3 fire seed chip. How about this, you send him a private message saying that I have a basic gene potion here. Let him come over for an exchange, and then he'll show you how I can bully him. What do you think? That sounds great, Long Gu. Thank you, Long Gu. Wan Li was overjoyed, and was about to send a private message when she suddenly said, no, Long Gu, if I send a private message he will definitely become suspicious. How about we have Brother Ajong find him? Really troublesome. Huang Feilong clicked his tongue. Just then the car's communication system rang. The other side excitedly said, Long Lauda, we found a sinkhole, which seems to be an entrance to the subway. There must be skeleton monsters inside, and I've sent you the coordinates. Huang Feilong was immediately delighted. Well done, Ajong. Don't act rashly, you'll be there soon. A sandstorm is about to hit soon. Lu Hao opened his eyes, drew back the curtains, and opened the car window, hearing the increasingly loud howling outside. The sky was already bright, the sun scorching the earth again, and the wind felt scalding. Yang Xiaosu, lying on the sofa, opened her eyes and asked in a daze, is the food ready? Lu Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Haven't you eaten enough yet? You only had 3 bowls of rice last night, and devoured half a kilogram of ribs. Yang Xiaosu came to her senses, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry, I was dreaming. Wait, did I sleep here overnight? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I just dozed off. It's fine. Lu Hao pointed to the washing machine. Take your clothes out and change, the sandstorm is coming, and we have to leave immediately. Wasn't it said that the service area is safe? Yang Xiaosu asked curiously. The vehicle is also a safe zone. You can try driving into the sandstorm if you want. Lu Hao closed the window, speculating, the sandstorm probably slowed down during the night and will start chasing us again during the day. Oh, we should hurry. Got it. Yang Xiaosu didn't ask further, took her clothes out of the washing machine, quickly entered the bathroom to change, and when she came out, she had transformed back into her original outfit, her face covered again. I'm heading to the car now. Thank you for dinner, the hot bath, and for letting me sleep soundly. After saying that, she opened the car door and jumped into her off-road vehicle after landing. There is no disappointment without comparison. Lu Hao's armored RV was as warm as spring, fully equipped for living with hot showers, hot meals, and extremely comfortable sleeping arrangements. However, her level 2 off-road vehicle, while much better than her original beach buggy, was still something she hesitated to run the air conditioning in. The seats weren't spacious, it felt like a steamer during the day, and at night it was as cold as an ice cellar. But he refuses to team up with anyone, turning down so many people. I feel embarrassed to bring it up to him. Yang Xiaosu sighed softly. Seeing Lu Hao's armored RV moving, she quickly tucked away her disappointment, started her vehicle, and followed. Biao Ge, they are leaving. Follow them. The sandstorm is closing in. Some people like Lu Hao believe that the service area is not an absolutely safe zone, and the presence of the sandstorm is likely to drive them forward, much like herding sheep. It is impossible to settle comfortably in the service area. Thus they hurriedly packed their belongings and drove away. Others quickly followed suit. Soon the bustling service area resembled a flock of frightened birds with no one left behind. Before long the sandstorm engulfed the area completely. Ahead, Lu Hao glanced at the electronic map on the screen. One location caught his attention. It was marked with a red dot, situated 80 kilometers away in the 3 o'clock direction, not on the roadside. Abandoned subway entrance. There's a high probability of danger. Just as he was contemplating whether to check it out, the vehicle's communication system buzzed with a call request. Lu Hao suddenly remembered that he had given her the vehicle frequency. He pressed the call button and said, "What's up? Wang Biao's convoy has been following us." Lu Hao glanced in the rearview mirror and indeed saw Wang Biao's second-tier heavy truck accompanied by a dozen various vehicles. Are they going to make a move? Lu Hao sneered and spoke into the vehicle communication. Gotta be careful and watch out for their ambushes. Okay, you be careful too. Yang Xiaosu's voice sounded somewhat tense. Lu Hao thought for a moment and drove straight into the wilderness. Yang Xiaosu hurriedly followed. The heavy truck and the dozen vehicles behind also veered off the road. Lu Hao said, "They are likely targeting me. You don't need to follow. Otherwise you may get caught in the crossfire." There was a moment of silence on the other end before she replied, "I'm here to help you." Just as Lu Hao was about to decline, he caught sight in the rearview mirror of a black business vehicle from which a person emerged shouldering an RPG. A rocket-propelled grenade. The enemy was 200 meters away within range. Evasive maneuvers. As Lu Hao's words fell, Yang Xiaosu's off-road vehicle had already swerved sharply. Great driving skills. Lu Hao couldn't help but praise her as he watched her skillful evasive maneuvers. Ground mode. He reacted swiftly as well, spinning the steering wheel. The several-ton armored RV glided sideways for several meters, defying the laws of physics. This was the effect of the anti-gravity suspension module. In the next second, a projectile with smoke trailing behind it roared towards them, landing with a thunderous explosion, sending countless fragments of stone and dirt flying. Behind in the second-tier heavy truck, Wang Biao cursed. "Ah Chong, can't you shoot straight? Your aim is way off." Li Chong's voice came through the vehicle communication. "Don't blame me, Biao Ge, their reactions are too fast, especially that kid. His evasive movements are simply unbelievable. This isn't scientific. What the hell, don't talk science with me in this place. Stop wasting time and keep shooting." Wang Biao shouted. "Let Ergo take over. He shoots straighter than I do and can calculate the lead time. Ergo, you should have watch my dog, brother. Not good, that woman. Ergo, get down." What the hell? Damn it." Wang Biao watched as a figure appeared from the top of the off-road vehicle ahead. "Ready the arrow. Draw the bow. Shoot." In one fluid motion, the arrow flew like a meteor. He didn't even have time to react before turning to see Ergo struck in the forehead by an arrow, collapsing to the ground, trampled by other vehicles, blood spurting everywhere. What the hell, this woman's archery is so accurate. Achong. Crack. Wang Biao hadn't finished his sentence when a sharp sound hit the windshield. Another arrow flew in, embedding itself in the front windshield, the sharp tip piercing through the glass. The arrow quivered, its gleaming tip radiating a chilling light. Wang Biao was so startled that he almost lost control of the steering wheel, his forehead tingling. Had it not been for the glass barrier, that arrow would have surely been a headshot. "Biao Ge, are you okay? Ergo is dead. This woman's archery is terrifying." Li Chong's panicked voice came through the vehicle communication. Wang Biao steadied the steering wheel and took a deep breath. "I'm fine, I'll relay the order for fire coverage. Aim for the tires and fuel tank. Fire coverage. Aim for the tires and fuel tank." Li Chong's voice spread throughout the convoy. In an instant, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, various bullets spraying towards the armored RV and off-road vehicle ahead. Yang Xiaosu quickly ducked back into the vehicle. Well done, great archery. Hearing Lu Hao's praise, Yang Xiaosu shyly replied, I'm an archer, and I have awakened the extraordinary sequence in archery. So that's how it is. Hearing the dense gunfire coming from the rear, Lu Hao quickly said, you maneuver to the enemy's flank, increase the distance, and avoid getting hit on the tires and fuel tank. Look for a chance to take out those small fry. What about you? Yang Xiaosu asked. Lu Hao smiled me. Of course I'm going for the tough nuts to crack. Yang Xiaosu was taken aback, then saw the armored RV make a sharp turn on the spot. Zero frame, starting a turn on the spot. Without any pause, it roared forward towards the rear convoy. Yang Xiaosu's eyes widened in disbelief at how he managed to pull that off. Your driving skills are insane. Aren't you going to hurry? Oh, right. Yang Xiaosu hurriedly drove the off-road vehicle, accelerating to take a broad turn, leaving the enemy's fire coverage zone. That kid actually turned around and charged at us. A turn on the spot, that's ridiculous. Li Chang exclaimed. Looking for death. Wang Biao sneered, slamming the gas pedal. My Optimus Prime won't be afraid of you. The weight of the second-tier heavy truck is unafraid of any heating collisions. At that moment, voices from the communication system came through. Damn, this kid's armor is too thick. The bullets can't penetrate. Aim for the tires. Tires won't work either. They're bulletproof. Use the RPG Chong. Boom. A shell exploded at the front of the armored RV. Again, RPG with an attack power of 60, it can't survive this. Boom. Another shell was fired, this time hitting the armored RV's body. Li Chang felt it wasn't enough, loaded the last shell, and pulled the trigger again. At this moment, the armored RV was already surrounded by smoke. He wasn't sure if he hit it, but he was confident if it doesn't die from this, it'll definitely be crippled. Biaoge, the rest is up to you. Well done, Ah Chang, watch as my Optimus Prime crushes it to pieces. Wang Biao's second-tier heavy truck accelerated again. But just when everyone thought Lu Hao had been blown to bits by the shell, a roar emerged. From the pile of thick smoke, a vehicle's front emerged, followed by the entire body of the armored RV. What was even more unbelievable was that after being bombarded by RPG shells, the vehicle's body appeared almost intact with only a few minor scratches and dents. What the hell? Smoke, but no damage. Damn, what kind of defense is this, say? Is this really a second-tier vehicle? The defense is insane. Look at the vehicle's roof, it's a machine gun. Be careful. Rat-a-tat-tat. Before they could react, the entire convoy was engulfed in a barrage of machine gun fire. In less than 2 seconds, 3 vehicles were shot through the windshield and players died in a bloody mess. At this moment, the armored RV was less than 50 meters away from the second-tier heavy truck. Listening to the screams coming from the communication system, Wang Biao's face twisted in rage, looking almost insane as he roared. If the shell can't kill you, then taste my Optimus Prime. Come on. In the smoky wasteland, the second-level heavy truck accelerated to its limits. Dozens of meters away, the armored RV moved even faster. Watching the two vehicles vastly different in shape and weight draw closer, Wang Biao's teammates were stunned. This kid has floored the accelerator. Is he trying to take on Optimus Prime? Is he seeking death? He's doomed. Biaoge, run that kid over. In the blink of an eye, the two vehicles were just 3 meters apart. Everyone was convinced that the armored RV would crumple like paper under the impact of Wang Biao's heavy truck. Even Yang Xiaosu, not far away, exclaimed, "Don't." But in the next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. At the moment of impact, the armored RV unexpectedly leapt 5 meters into the air. It then landed directly on top of the heavy truck. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell, it's flying. It's flying. Oh my, I just saw a flying RV. Is this filming Fast and Furious? And it landed on Biaoge's truck. What the hell? Inside the heavy truck, Wang Biao was in. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that a vehicle could just leap into the air while driving and leap 5 meters high at that. Is this still a vehicle? This is too much. In the next moment, Wang Biao suddenly felt the truck dip as its speed plummeted. It felt as if the weight of the vehicle had suddenly increased by over 10 tons. His teammates' voices came through the intercom. "Biaoge, that kid is on top of your truck." What the hell? Wang Biao felt like his CPU was about to smoke. Not only had it leapt up, but it was also sitting on top of his truck. Was this vehicle a frog? "Biaoge, he's coming down from the truck." Li Chang's panicked voice came through. What? Wang Biao was startled and instinctively looked up at the roof. He heard footsteps on the roof. Then the windshield darkened. Wang Biao's view was completely obstructed, and standing before him was that kid with the surname Lu. Lu Hao stood on the hood of the heavy truck, calm and sharp-eyed. He coldly stared at Wang Biao and reached out to pull the arrow embedded in the windshield. "What are you doing?" Wang Biao panicked, frantically searching for his gun. He quickly found it just as he was about to raise it to shoot. At that moment, Lu Hao clenched his fist and punched down at the part of the glass pierced by the arrow. Bang! The windshield shattered glass, shards flying everywhere. Wang Biao instinctively shut his eye, but in the next second he felt a strong hand grip his neck, pulling him outwards, a fierce sensation of suffocation washing over him. He wanted to beg for mercy, but no sound escaped his lips. Opening his eyes, he found himself lifted by Lu Hao's single hand, his feet dangling in the air. What the hell? Wang Biao screamed internally. Extraordinary sequence. His skin began to harden. His skin rapidly changed color, as if covered by a layer of stone. Lu Hao was slightly taken aback, his fingers unable to penetrate Wang Biao's throat any further. Is this your extraordinary sequence? He sneered, lifting him high above his head. I wonder if your stone form can withstand the crushing of a heavy truck. Wang Biao felt a shock in his heart. No. At that moment, Wang Biao's teammates were utterly stunned. In the wasteland, with yellow sand swirling and the blazing sun shining, the heavy truck rolled on, as Lu Hao stood on the hood, holding their leader, who weighed over 200 pounds aloft. Then with a casual toss, Wang Biao's body arced through the air, landing heavily in front of the heavy truck. Crack! The massive tire of the truck rolled over, splattering blood and flesh. The impact of this scene was overwhelming, shocking everyone. Is this guy even human? Many faces were filled with despair. It was as if they heard Lu Hao's voice. Kill them all, leave no one alive. The hearts of the crowd instantly turned cold. What are you all doing? Shoot! The relatively clear-headed Li Chong shouted loudly. Some teammates reacted, hastily grabbing their pistols. Swish! An arrow suddenly shot into one teammate's eye. Then several more arrows came, each hitting their mark. The remaining people were utterly terrified, no longer daring to fight back, not even showing their heads. This is a godly archer. Run! Li Chong was horrified, and without hesitation he jerked the steering wheel and sped away in the business car. Lu Hao glanced over and shouted to Yang Xiaosu, "Take care of him, I've got this here." Okay. Yang Xiaosu shot another arrow, then put away her bow and chased after. At this point, Wang Biao's second-level heavy truck had already stalled. Lu Hao returned to his armored RV. The anti-gravity suspension module is really useful. The vehicle has transformed into Spider-Man. Now my overall physique has also risen to 30. If 30 is this strong, how powerful will I be after unlocking the gene lock? Lu Hao clenched his fist, feeling the immense power within him. He then looked towards the fleeing vehicles. He set up the machine gun on the roof and began firing. For Lu Hao, taking down these people was much easier than dealing with skeleton monsters. He didn't even need to waste bullets, as every shot accurately hit a vehicle's tire. The vehicles lost their mobility, and the people inside were no different from lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They didn't even have time to activate their extraordinary sequences before Lu Hao shot them all down. This was Lu Hao's first time killing someone. There was no discomfort, no excitement, only a firm belief in his heart. Survive, grow stronger. These people sought his life, so he would retaliate. Thus Wang Biao's team, except for the fleeing guy, was completely. Surrounding him were a dozen vehicles lying haphazardly. Motorcycles, tricycles, sedans, off-road vehicles, and even a second-level heavy truck. A great haul. With so many vehicles, he could definitely have a comprehensive armed upgrade. Lu Hao hurriedly got out of the car, touching each of the scattered vehicles around. Detected vehicles available for synthesis: second-level heavy truck, 25 tons, defense 55, windshield damaged, civilian motorcycle, tricycle, sedan. Even after synthesizing all, it still does not meet the conditions for upgrading to a third-level vehicle. Due to the vehicle upgrading to second level, the option to temporarily not synthesize is available. The vehicle can be synthesized into a backup upgrade module for storage. Would you like to store it? As expected, it's not that simple to synthesize and upgrade to third level. I might still need a second level vehicle. Let's store it for now. Actually, Lu Hao could choose to use a third-level fire seed crystal, but the effect of infinite synthesis and upgrade is stronger. No rush, my current combat power is sufficient. At this moment, the dozen vehicles around, including the second-level heavy truck, had disappeared, transforming into a black square box that was placed into Lu Hao's backpack. On the cracked ground of the wasteland, only scattered bodies and a dozen dropped firearms remained. At this time, Yang Xiaosu returned in her off-road vehicle. She parked the car and jumped out. All done? Lu Hao asked. Yang Xiaosu nodded. Done. That guy could breathe fire, but I shot him through the throat with an arrow right after he spewed some. Seeing her pale face and trembling hands, Lu Hao asked, "First time killing someone?" Yang Xiaosu bit her lip and softly replied, "Me too, it's my first time." Lu Hao smiled, comforting her. "In this place, if you don't kill, you'll be killed. It's fine, you'll get used to it slowly." Yang Xiaosu took a deep breath, looked at the scattered corpses, held back her discomfort, and asked curiously, "Why are there only corpses? Where are those people's vehicles?" "An RPG rocket launcher, though it has no ammunition left. An AK-47 assault rifle. And a bottle of basic gene serum." "The gene serum dropped from that person," Yang Xiaosu said. "Oh, equipment can drop too." Lu Hao's heart stirred. However, he wasn't too pleased. The fact that killing others yields equipment means the likelihood of players slaughtering each other will greatly increase. As time goes on, killing and looting will become the norm. So, I need to become stronger. Lu Hao thought, his gaze landing on the basic gene serum. After thinking for a moment, he said, "You contributed a lot just now. This is your well-deserved reward." "No, I don't want it. It's all yours." Yang Xiaosu shook her head. "This bottle of serum is worth at least 500 highway coins. Are you really willing to give it to me?" Lu Hao asked. Yang Xiaosu pondered for 2 seconds, then, with a serious expression, said, "I am willing." Lu Hao smiled. "Willing or not, what I said is yours. Besides, do me a favor." "All right," Yang Xiaosu said as she put away the items and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Lu Hao pointed at the surrounding corpses. "Loot them." Yang Xiaosu's eyes drooped, but she obediently complied. However, she quickly adapted, becoming happier as she continued to collect items. After finishing, she presented a pile of things to Lu Hao. "Look, there are 14 guns, 32 highway coins, some food and drinks, and some." How could there be such things? Pervert. Her face turned red as she hurriedly tossed the condom aside. To cover her embarrassment, she quickly added, "And a box of fat beef rolls. We can use them for hot pot." Lu Hao leisurely picked up the condom and stuffed it into his pocket. Yang Xiaosu's eyes widened as she instinctively took a step back. "Don't be nervous, I mean no harm," Lu Hao said, clearing his throat. "You don't understand, this thing has many useful applications." "Like what?" Yang Xiaosu was skeptical. Lu Hao, serious as ever, explained, "For example, it can be used as an emergency bandage to temporarily seal small electronic devices, as a rubber band for slingshots, or to store water, and so on. It has many uses." Yang Xiaosu was enlightened, realizing she had misunderstood. "So that's how it is. You know so much. With time you can learn too." Lu Hao smiled. Yang Xiaosu nodded, earnestly, looking as if she had been taught something valuable. She hesitated before asking, "Are we considered teammates now?" "Of course we are," Lu Hao said with a smile. "We fought side by side, so naturally we are teammates." Yang Xiaosu's eyes turned into crescent moons. "All right, boss." Lu Hao chuckled. "So you've recognized me as the boss already. If you don't like it, I can call you Captain, Big Brother, Boss. Just call me by my name," he replied. "All right, boss." In the end, they settled on calling him Captain Lu Hao. Even though this team currently had only 2 members, the 2 of them moved their spoils to the armored vehicle, and after handing a bottle of drink to Yang Xiaosu, Lu Hao briefly counted their loot, seemingly discovering something. "It seems each person can only drop 1 item." "It seems so. Each person has only 1 item." Lu Hao realized, it should be like the settings in an online game, where killing a player randomly drops 1 item. Unfortunately, this game doesn't have a death return. There's only 1 life. If you die, you die. Yang Xiaosu had already removed her mask, and upon hearing this, her expression dimmed. "I don't want to die. I want to go home. My mother is unwell and needs someone to take care of her. If I disappear, she will definitely be looking for me." As she spoke, her eyes reddened and tears fell uncontrollably. Lu Hao sighed lightly, handing her a tissue. "We will definitely be able to return alive. Put the food in the fridge, the guns in the storage cabinet, and let's cook a hot pot to eat." He added, "Hot pot. Great." Yang Xiaosu wiped her tears, shifting her focus to the hot pot. At this moment, Lu Hao saw a private message pop up on his watch. "Do you want a basic gene serum? I have 2 bottles here. If you're interested, send me your coordinates for a face-to-face trade." Chinzhong. Lu Hao's heart stirred. Such a rare item, and the other party actually has 2 bottles and is willing to part with them. There are only 2 possibilities. Either this guy named Chinzhong is incredibly lucky and strong enough to no longer need basic gene serums, or it's a trap. Lu Hao thought for a moment and replied, "What do you want to trade for?" The other party quickly responded, "I want a level 3 fire crystal chip. Do you have it?" Lu Hao laughed. 2 bottles of basic gene serum, and you want to trade for a level 3 fire crystal chip? Aren't you asking for too much? What? Do you have a level 3 fire crystal chip? I don't have one. Then why are you wasting my time? Let's talk about something else. A firepower module, a defense module would work too, or a level 2 fire crystal chip. If not, then 2,000 highway coins would be fine. I have none of those. You son of a... Are you messing with me? You dare to post a want ad without anything to trade? Are you out of your mind? Outside the abandoned subway entrance, 12 vehicles were parked, among which a red sports car resembling a Bugatti. Chinzhong leaned against the sports car, cursing, "Dragon brother, this guy is a complete miser. He has nothing, and I can't deal with him at all." Huang Feilong, smoking a cigarette and drinking beer, said nonchalantly, "He must have food and water. Just say something casual. We don't really want to trade. We just want to lure him over. If you can't handle this minor task, hurry up." "All right, Dragon brother." Chinzhong muttered in his heart, but still complied. A little while later he said, "Done, Dragon brother. I've sent him the coordinates." Huang Feilong nodded. "Once he arrives, just take him down. He'll handle it personally." Beside them, Wanli said sweetly, "Thanks for your hard work, brother Zhong." "No trouble at all, sister-in-law. Just a small favor." Chinzhong smiled. "These are all trivial matters. This is the real issue. Huang Failong pointed to a large pit in front of him, saying, Zhong, send someone down to investigate. Chen Zhong helplessly replied, Dragon brother, someone died down there, no one dares to go down. Useless, Huang Failong started the vehicle driving around the large pit before making a decision. Everyone retreat, I'll fire a shot to test it. Boom. Hearing the distant sound of cannon fire, Lu Hao furrowed his brow slightly. The intensity of the noise seemed even greater than that of an RPG shell. Glancing at the coordinates, he realized he wasn't far off. He activated the vehicle's communication system. Xiaosu, what is the range of your bow and arrow? Inside the off-road vehicle, Yang Xiaosu was still savoring the delicious beef hot pot they had earlier. Upon hearing Lu Hao's voice, she quickly replied, the maximum range is 500 meters, but with the wind and sand affecting my aim, I can't guarantee accuracy. If those factors weren't present, I could hit my target. Lu Hao was astonished. You can see that far. A sniper rifle can shoot further, but it requires a long-range scope to accurately lock onto targets. However, an archer can only rely on their eyesight. Yang Xiaosu smiled and said, after obtaining the extraordinary sequence, my vision has significantly improved. I can see two people over there. One is riding a motorcycle, and the other is on a two-seater. At that moment, they were still over a kilometer away from the coordinates, yet she could see so clearly. Lu Hao slowed down the vehicle and said, all right, stop here, then find a good cover position 400 meters out, and be ready to shoot if necessary. What do you mean by if necessary? Yang Xiaosu asked. Lu Hao thought for a moment and replied, just watch my hand signals. What signals? Raise your hand. Understood, Captain. Yang Xiaosu controlled the off-road vehicle to stop, then jumped out, bow and arrow in hand, crouching as she sprinted quickly. Having consumed a bottle of primary gene serum, her overall physical attributes had doubled, allowing her to run faster than a rabbit. Not far away, she shouted, Zhonggu, a vehicle is coming. How's he nearsighted? Can you tell what kind of vehicle it is? It's black, a huge one, kind of looks like an armored vehicle. Chen Zhong was taken aback and shook his head. That can't be right. Alonga said that guy was driving a beat-up van. No, Zhonggu, that's a motorhome completely wrapped in alloy armor with a machine gun on the roof. Wow, that vehicle is impressive. How's he exclaimed in shock. Chen Zhong also saw it as the vehicle was now quite close. He widened his eyes. A level 2 big shot, definitely a level 2 big shot. They should just be passing by. We mustn't provoke them, or even Longo won't be able to save us. I want to live a few more days. Hao Zi had already hopped onto his two-seater ready to escape at any moment. Chen Zhong was a bit scared too. Just passing by, please don't focus on us, don't come over. To their astonishment, the armored motorhome continued straight towards them without turning, stopping right in front. The window rolled down, revealing a young and stern face. They're definitely here to ask for directions. Hopefully they are good people. Chen Zhong felt a surge of fear, hurriedly took out a cigarette, and nervously approached. Hello, big brother, I'm Chen Zhong from the Flying Dragon Society, nice to meet you. He offered a cigarette, subtly mentioning the name of his society. Lu Hao did not take the cigarette, and scrutinized him. Flying Dragon Society. The yellow-haired gang. Yellow-haired. Chen Zhong and Hao Zi exchanged glances. Hearing the mention of the Flying Dragon Society without any fear and still daring to refer to their boss in such a manner, they clearly had strong backing. Yes, our boss is Huang Failong. What do they call you? Lu Hao, we spoke privately before. Where's the primary gene serum? Lu Hao inquired. Oh, you are Lu Hao. Chen Zhong and Hao Zi were instantly shocked. Hao Zi incredulously said, You. Weren't you driving a van? What? Hao Zi, shut up. Chen Zhong snapped, turning to Lu Hao with a forced smile. Big brother, please don't mind him, he was just joking. Recalling that during their previous private conversation, he had also insulted Lu Hao. Chen Zhong was drenched in sweat. I'm sorry I was rude earlier, my words were harsh, please don't take it to heart, big brother. Lu Hao looked at them with a half-smile. Let's make a deal, I'm in a hurry. Chen Zhong's expression stiffened. A deal? They never intended to bargain, they were here to capture him. But now faced with an armored vehicle equipped with a machine gun module, resembling a mobile fortress, he quickly buried that thought. Forget about capturing anyone, even Huang Failong himself would likely gain nothing if he came. We're in a tight spot, damn it. Chen Zhong cursed inwardly, only wanting to kill that woman named Wanli. Suddenly Lu Hao said, What's wrong? Are you having second thoughts? Chen Zhong and Hao Zi saw the black muzzle of the machine gun pointing at them. Instantly both men felt their hair stand on end. No. Please, big shot, calm down. Chen Zhong had no choice but to take the path of negotiation. Fortunately, he managed a part of the resources in the gang and happened to have a bottle of primary gene serum meant for rewards from Huang Failong. At this point, he could only offer it for his own safety. He feared that the other party might suddenly say, If you die, everything here is mine. Luckily, this young man, named Lu Hao, seemed to have some principles. After taking the serum and checking it, he said, Everything seems fine. He then opened the side door of the vehicle and said, The food and water you wanted are here. Please help yourself. Looking at the piles of bread, instant noodles, and bottled water, Chen Zhong felt like crying. Even 10 times this amount wouldn't be enough to exchange for a single primary gene serum. Lu Hao continued. At first I thought you were here to scam me, but it turns out to be true. It makes me a bit embarrassed. So how about I throw in a box of 6 nuclear bombs as well? Chen Zhong twitched his lips, forcing a smile. Thank you so much, you are truly a good person. Haozi, move the stuff to your vehicle. He shouted. Coming. Haozi picked up a box of bottled water and placed it in the cargo bed of the two-seater, quietly asking, Zhonggu, if we trade the primary gene serum for these, won't Long-gu kill us? Chen Zhong glared at him. If we don't trade, we'll be dead right now. Haozi shrank his neck and continued moving the items. Zhonggu, it's so cool in the Big Shot's vehicle, even the wind smells good. Zhonggu, the Big Shot's vehicle has such a large room with a big bed, a sofa, a refrigerator, a kitchen, and a bathroom. It's so luxurious. When can we live in a place like this? I envy it. Zhonggu, can we change our boss? Our current boss has such a bad temper, always showing off. I want to recognize this one as our boss. Shut up. Keep talking, and I'll shoot you. Chen Zhong scolded with a dark face. Finally, they finished loading the items, and the side door of the vehicle slid shut. Chen Zhong smiled and said, All right, big brother, take care. Lu Hao raised his hand and waved, I'm off. Okay. Chen Zhong and Haozi hurriedly waved back. At that moment, whoosh. A sharp light grazed Chen Zhong's scalp. Damn it. Get down. Chen Zhong was startled and quickly dropped to the ground, turning to see an arrow embedded in the frame of the two-seater, vibrating and buzzing with its tip buried inside. For 100 meters away behind the withered bushes, Yang Xiaosu muttered softly, I missed the shot. Just a little more, and it would have been a headshot. It's a live target, just calculate the landing point, and it will be fine. She drew her bow again, just about to shoot, when she heard the armored vehicle of Lu Hao honking twice. She tilted her head. What does honking twice mean? No one told me. Seeing the armored vehicle coming this way, she seemed to understand and put away her bow. Tell Huang Mao that I will go find him, Lu Hao said casually, turning the steering wheel to head back. Chen Zhong and the rat lying on the ground were covered in dust and only dared to lift their heads once the armored vehicle had moved far away. The two exchanged glances. Brother Zhong, you almost got a headshot just now, the rat said, his voice trembling. I know that guy is a sharpshooter. Lu is indeed not alone, he must have formed a powerful team. Chen Zhong said, still feeling alarmed. But something's not right. If this kid really wanted to kill us, he could have shot us right then and there. Why shoot an arrow instead, the rat wondered. You finally used your brain for once. Chen Zhong slowly got up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and said, I don't get it either. A show of force. Intimidation. This kid seems to have a personal grudge against Long-gu, so we need to be careful. The rat's eyes brightened. Does that mean we can change our boss? Chen Zhong shot him a glare. Put away those thoughts of yours. Whether it's Lu Hao or Huang Feilong, neither is someone we can provoke. If they start fighting, remember to protect yourself. Got it? Got it, brother Zhong, the rat replied. At that moment, the communications device on the motorcycle beeped. Zhong, have you finished? There's work to do over here. Hurry up. I got it done, Long-gu will be there soon. Chen Zhong glanced at the vehicle filled with supplies and sighed helplessly. Brother Zhong, should we run away? The rat suddenly said. Chen Zhong felt a stir in his heart, but shook his head. No, our vehicle is too inadequate. Huang Feilong could catch up to us in no time. Then what do? We exchanged a bunch of basic gene agents for food. Long-gu is going to blow up. He might just take us out on the spot, and I don't want to die. The rat said with a mournful face. Chen Zhong furrowed his brow in thought, and after a moment said, Don't worry, I have a plan. What plan? The rat asked eagerly. Chen Zhong slowly replied. On the way to the beginning, I saved a woman. Is she pretty? Does she have a good figure? The rat pressed. Chen Zhong paused. Shut up, that's not the point. She is indeed very beautiful and has a great figure. Damn it, you've distracted me. I gave her half a bottle of water. I was in a dire situation at the time, so I didn't care about her. Later I encountered her again at a service area. And then you fell in love. Love my ass. She promised that she would help me when I needed it. The rat's gaze involuntarily fell to his groin, a lewd and shameless smile on his face. Chen Zhong kicked him. What the hell is wrong with your head? Get lost. The rat cried out in despair, repeatedly begging for mercy. Brother Zhong, I was wrong. It's not that I thought wrong, as she's just a woman. The only thing I could think of that could help you was that. Why did I just say you were smart? Chen Zhong sighed heavenward, not wanting to argue with him. She is very strong, as she must have obtained a very high-level extraordinary sequence. So if necessary, I will ask her for help. This is just the worst-case scenario. Don't worry, we are not weak either. Your extraordinary sequence should be enough to keep you safe. Huang Feilong still needs my support. At most he will punish you, but won't kill you. Let's go get on your vehicle. Okay, brother Zhong. At the abandoned subway entrance. Though it's called a subway entrance, it has long lost its original appearance, resembling a crater formed by a bomb explosion about 10 meters wide and 5 or 6 meters deep. The escalator was completely broken, or it was hard for people to go down, let alone vehicles. Huang Feilong sent a skilled climber down to scout, but he went down and never returned, likely dead. That's why Huang Feilong decided to fire a cannon, first to see if he could lure the skeleton monsters out. The goal was achieved. He drew out 7 white skeletons, but the pit was too deep, and these white skeletons couldn't come up. Longa, how about firing another shot to kill the white skeletons, and sending someone down to collect the equipment, a team member suggested. Huang Feilong agreed. Sure, you go down to collect it in a bit. Never mind, let's just forget it. The team member retreated in an instant. Long Gu, Brother Zhong, and the rat, someone shouted. They're back. Wanli nearby was delighted. She couldn't wait to see Lu Hao getting thoroughly beaten. However, when Chun Zhong and the rat arrived at the camp, they saw that both were empty-handed. Not completely empty-handed, the vehicle was half filled with supplies. Zhong, where is he? Huang Feilong asked with a stern face. Zhong replied, Longa, look at the food and water I traded for bits, enough for the brothers to eat for 2 or 3 days. Huang Feilong was taken aback and angrily said, what I wanted was people. Did you really trade with him? Food and water. Does my gang lack food? What did you use for the trade? Don't tell me you used basic gene agents. The rat hurriedly said, we didn't want to either, Longa. You didn't tell us that the other party was a level 2 vehicle big shot with an armored vehicle. There's even a machine gun module on the roof. He has a sharpshooter teammate, and Brother Zhong almost got a headshot. We were robbed, Longa. Huang Feilong was stunned again. I never told you. What did you just say? Level 2. What's his name? Lu Hao. Wanli quickly answered and firmly stated, he can't possibly have a level 2 vehicle. Besides, his vehicle is just a van. No matter how lucky he gets, he can't possibly have turned it into an armored vehicle in such a short time. He definitely can't have a machine gun module. Huang Feilong rubbed his chin. Is it possible that there are 2 people with the same name? It's definitely the same name. Wanli said. By the way, that guy also asked us to tell Long Goose something, the rat said. Huang Feilong became interested. Oh, what did he? The rat mimicked Lu Hao's tone. Tell Huang Mao that I will go find him. Longa, don't be angry. Huang Mao is what he called him. It has nothing to do with me. Huang Feilong sneered. Good, he dares to provoke the head of my Feilong gang. If he robs us, then let him have a life to take, but no life to spend. Xinzhong rat, no matter what, this time it's your failure. You caused us huge losses. If we don't punish you, it will be hard to convince everyone. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Now go down and collect the supplies dropped by the white skeletons and scout a bit while you're at it. The rat exclaimed in despair. No way, this is no different from sending us to our deaths. Brother Zhong, say something. Xinzhong took a deep breath. Long Gu, I can go down by myself. The rat was taken aback. Brother Zhong. Huang Feilong waved his hand, interrupting. Tell me what the armored vehicle looks like. Xinzhong said. It's very heavy, at least over 10 tons, covered in alloy steel armor with a machine gun module and solar fusion panels on the roof, just like a large armored vehicle. Huang Feilong suddenly raised his hand and pointed. Does it look like this? Everyone was taken aback and turned to look in unison. They saw an armored vehicle, black in color, speeding towards them, kicking up dust. The rat exclaimed, yes, that's it. Huh. Oh no. That kid is coming. Brother Zhong, run. A cloud of dust rose as a wild-looking RV resembling a giant armored war vehicle sped toward them. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Huang Feilong, amused and furious, exclaimed, well, how daring. Brothers, get in the vehicles and grab your weapons. Wang Li quickly took the passenger seat of the sports car. For some reason, looking at the imposing armored RV filled her with an uneasy premonition. Huang Feilong had already started the vehicle, the engine roaring like a beast as he turned the steering wheel. Let's fire a shot at this kid and let him experience the might of our firepower. Just as he aimed the cannon, the armored RV ahead made an unbelievable sharp turn, speeding past them. It then drove straight into the large pit at the subway entrance. The crowd fell silent. All members of the Feilong Society were left scratching their heads in confusion. Wait, this kid made such a grand entrance just to jump into a pit. His driving skills must be pathetic. He must have been intimidated by Brother Long, panicked, lost grip on the steering wheel, and pressed the gas instead of the brake. So he committed suicide by jumping into the pit. Brother Long is truly impressive. He frightened his enemies into madness. Brother Long is amazing. Listening to the flattery coming from the car's communication, Huang Feilong was quite pleased, chuckling. I thought he was formidable, but it turns out he's just a fool. Send someone down there to check if he's dead. Moments later, one of his subordinates shouted, Not good, Brother Long. That kid is perfectly fine and has taken all the supplies from the pit. Huang Feilong was stunned. What a... He hurriedly drove to the edge of the pit and looked down, seeing the armored RV undamaged at the bottom. Lu Hao picked up a can of cola, opened it, took a sip, and smiled brightly. Nice to see you again, Huang Mao. Huang Feilong's eyes widened in shock. What the hell, it really is you? Wang Li was also dumbfounded. The person at the bottom of the pit was none other than Lu Hao, who had kicked him out of the car. But how did he end up in this wild and flashy armored RV? Damn you. Huang Feilong yelled furiously. He never expected that the pitiful kid who had started off in a broken van whom he had looked down upon and thought would die midway had now become so arrogant, barging in and stealing their hard-earned supplies. He even robbed them of their beginner gene potions. Seeking death. Huang Feilong's face twisted with rage as he aimed the cannon on the roof. However, Lu Hao was quicker, already in the car, speeding into the subway station entrance. Brother Long, we must pursue, Wang Li shouted, pointing below. He can't outrun your sports car. You promised me you'd teach him a lesson. Huang Feilong looked at her, as if she were foolish. Pursue. Can't you see the enormous pit? I drive a sports car, not a flying car. Wang Li pouted. He's not flying either, so why can he? Huang Feilong hesitated, exasperated. I damn well want to know. Meanwhile, Chen Zhong and Mouse exchanged glances. Brother Zhong, this kid is too fierce. He dares to come over alone, picking things up right under our noses, completely disregarding Brother Long. Mouse exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Zhong nodded. He is indeed strong. That armored RV is not simple, and it seems to be the Lu Hao we're looking for. Mouse, if this conflict escalates, we should find a chance to slip away, understand? Understood, Brother Zhong. Just then Huang Feilong shouted, Zhong Lei. Use your excavator to dig a passage. Hurry. But Brother Long, this is a small excavator. The ground is so hard, I want finished digging in 3 days and nights. Then we'll upgrade you. Come over and take a level 2 fire source crystal. Alright. Thank you, Brother Long. I love you. Hearing this, Mouse sighed helplessly. I wish I could upgrade my secondary weapon too. In the pitch-black subway station, 2 beams of headlights suddenly illuminated the darkness. A wandering white skeleton abruptly turned its head, red flames flickering in its eye sockets as it raised a rusty iron pipe and charged forward. But after just 2 steps, crack, a sharp arrow struck its forehead. An absurd scene unfolded as its body kept running forward while its skull was propelled backward, firmly pinned to a pillar. The skull shattered, and a packet of hot pot base fell to the ground. Captain, it's hot pot base, spicy flavor. Yang Ziosis' excited voice came from the car's sunroof. Lu Hao smiled and said, don't rush to pick it up, let's clear the area first. Got it. Yang Xiaosu drew her bow again. The crisp sound of hits rang out continuously, each representing a white skeleton being shot in the head. Lu Hao only needed to provide cover, making it much easier than acting alone. The arrows Yang Xiaosu used were bought from a vending machine, much cheaper than bullets. $1 could buy 100. Yet in her hands they had greater lethality than ordinary firearms. This time Lu Hao didn't come for Huang Mao. He was here to hunt and gather resources. This abandoned subway entrance was marked as a key point on the map, indicating the presence of more advanced bizarre monsters. Lu Hao, bold and skilled, had taken Yang Xiaosu and charged in. His armored RV was equipped with an anti-gravity floating module, allowing it to traverse any terrain with ease, while Huang Feilong and his crew could only stare helplessly from the pit. Soon the white skeletons in the subway station hall were cleared out by Yang Xiaosu. Captain, can I go down to collect? Just now a skeleton dropped a pack of meatballs, and I'm worried they won't be fresh if left too long. There shouldn't be any danger for now. It'll provide cover, so be quick. Lu Hao said. Okay. Yang Xiaosu jumped directly down from the top of the RV, quickly collecting the supplies dropped by the whites. 2 packs of hot pot base, a pack of meatballs, 4 bottles of mineral water, 2 sausages, a pack of dumplings, 20 L of fuel, and 10 road coins. Yang Xiaosu happily placed the perishable food into the refrigerator and handed the road coins to Lu Hao. After glancing at them, he pocketed $5 and said, "We'll split this 50-50. Yang Xiaosu shook her head firmly, saying, "You're the captain, you should take more." After considering, Lu Hao took $2 more and smiled. "Alright then, 70-30. Account balance 152 only." Then did Yang Xiaosu put away the remaining $3. Just then the vehicle suddenly trembled slightly. Lu Hao's heart sank, and glancing at the rearview mirror, he suddenly noticed a dark figure clinging to the vehicle. Unknown bizarre monster attack. It's climbing on the car. Yang Xiaosu was startled. Just then a series of crackling sounds were heard, and in the blink of an eye the bizarre monster had climbed onto the windshield. Up! Yang Xiaosu jumped back in fright. Lu Hao was also startled by this creature. It was no longer a skeleton, but a humanoid being covered in black flesh. Unlike the others, its arms had connections resembling bat wings between them and its waist. This meant a Earth Owl Level 2 bizarre monster possessing sharp claws and bat wings, adept at climbing, hiding, and temporary flight, very fast, with an attack power of 70. Seeing the hints from the highway system, Lu Hao let out a slight sigh of relief. With an attack power of 70, he still couldn't break through the armored vehicle's defenses. At this moment the eagle was perched on the windshield, its eyes glowing green, staring intently at him. It bared its sharp teeth, drool dripping out. This ghastly visage made Yang Xiaosu feel utterly nauseated. Lu Hao frowned and pressed the accelerator with force, yelling, "Who do you think you're scaring? The eagle was just raising its claw to attack when it was suddenly hit by a tremendous force, causing its entire face to slam against the glass, twisting into a more grotesque shape. This made it even more nauseating. It was enraged, rising up to scream, about to lift its claw to attack again. Suddenly the car came to a sudden stop. Whoosh! The eagle was flung far away. Oh no! Yang Xiaosu was also thrown forward by the strong inertia, nearly colliding with the glass where the eagle had just been. She hurriedly retreated. Haha, Lu Hao laughed unkindly. Don't panic with your good eyesight, find the eagle's location. At this moment the eagle that had been flung away had vanished without a trace, not attacking again. The range illuminated by the car lights was limited. The eagle excelled at climbing and hiding, and could even fly briefly, making it extremely difficult to kill in such darkness. Although Lu Hao had just consumed a bottle of basic gene potion, bringing his overall stats to 40, he felt terrifyingly strong, yet he still believed he couldn't confront the eagle Hedon. The situation was quite passive. Meanwhile, outside, a level 2 excavator was quickly digging, soon creating a large sloped passage leading to the entrance. Haozi suddenly said, Zhongge, let's wait for them to go in first, then we can escape. Chen Zhong shook his head, saying that's impossible. Huang Feilong will definitely have us lead the charge. Sure enough, shortly after Huang Feilong's voice came, Zhong, Haozi, you go in first, I'll cover you from behind. Haozi gritted his teeth. Cover him. That's just sending us to our deaths. Chun Zhong, with a serious expression, mounted his motorcycle, saying that woman is already on her way. Oh, we won't die. Haozi felt a surge of relief. Then I'm not afraid. Soon the motorcycle and the second-hand vehicle reached the slope. Looking at the steep incline, Haozi trembled, saying, Long Gu, you have to cover us well. Huang Feilong raised the cannon on the roof of the car, assuring, don't worry, if there's danger he'll fire first. Just don't blow us up along with them. Haozi mumbled, let's go, no more talking. Chun Zhong twisted the throttle, leading the motorcycle down the slope. Haozi had no choice but to follow in the second-hand vehicle. When the two reached the bottom, Huang Feilong finally pressed the throttle, shouting, brothers, charge down with me. Glancing at the passenger seat, where Wanli sat, he said, don't rush. I want to deal with that kid more than you do. Keep your gun ready, and provide fire support if necessary. Use your extraordinary sequence to hold him off. Wanli gripped her handgun tightly, feeling both nervous and excited, saying, don't worry, Long Gu, I will help. Huang Feilong nodded and drove the sports car down the slope. The other team members followed suit. However, they were unaware that a figure was swiftly darting past, entering the entrance ahead of them. At the front, Haozi suddenly shivered, saying, Zhongge, why do I feel like something just swooped past? Chen Zhong narrowed his eyes. It should be her. Her. Zhongge, don't scare me. I'm most afraid of ghosts. Haozi said in fear. Chen Zhong turned on the headlights, saying, she's not a ghost, but this is a haunted place. Those strange monsters are no different from ghosts. If you want to survive, stop being timid and move. With that, he revved the motorcycle and charged into the dark subway entrance. Haozi hurried to follow. Inside the armored vehicle, Lu Hao waited for a long time, but did not encounter another attack from the eagle. At this moment, the sound of engines could be heard. They are coming. He'll deal with them, Yang Xiaosu said. Lu Hao stopped her, saying, if you go out, you'll expose yourself. The eagle won't miss such a good opportunity. No rush, let them attract the eagle's attention while we wait for our chance to act. At this point, several beams of headlights were shining in. Long ago, I've spotted them. Someone shouted. The voice echoed in the spacious subway station hall. Gunfire immediately followed. Lu Hao remained calm. Ordinary firearms couldn't even pierce his tires or glass. It felt like a mere tickle, completely ignoring it. Yang Xiaosu leaned against the car window, using a strong flashlight to observe the outside. I see the eagle. It's hanging on the wall. It's moving, but not towards us. Yang Xiaosu exclaimed. Just as her voice fell, a scream echoed. Following that was a chaotic barrage of gunfire. What the hell? Damn it, Lu Ba's neck was bitten off. It's eating flesh. Eagle level 2 strange creature. Longa, save me. Shoot. Oh. The tremendous explosion erupted, shaking the subway station hall violently, with objects continuously falling from the ceiling. After things settled down, Yang Xiaosu said 3 people died, 2 were killed by the eagle, and 1 was blown up. What about the eagle? Is it dead? Lu Hao asked. Yang Xiaosu replied, no, it's very fast. It took off from the spot and hit again. Fast and can fly. It's as cunning as a fox. This level 2 eagle is much harder to deal with than the level 2 black skeleton. Lu Hao pondered for a moment and slowly said, this type of strange creature likely invested all its points in agility, but its defense shouldn't be that high. The problem is we need to be able to hit it. At this moment, another scream was heard. Someone from the Flying Dragon Society was attacked. Amidst the chaotic gunfire, cries of alarm, and the harsh scratching sound of claws on the vehicle, the entire Flying Dragon Society was thrown into chaos. Huang Feilong began to panic. He dared not fire recklessly anymore and shouted, retreat, let's get out first. Zhonggu, run. Haozi, pale with fear, frantically controlled the second-hand vehicle to reverse. The two had decent luck. Although they were at the front, they weren't the first to be attacked by the eagle. But now retreating was different. They would definitely be at the back, and the eagle wouldn't let them go. Sure enough, as he turned the vehicle around, a sharp, whistling sound came from behind. He decisively turned around and raised his gun to shoot. Hit. This shot was solid. However, the eagle merely screeched and continued to pounce, moving at incredible speed. There was no time to take a second shot. Damn it, I'm going to die here. Chen Zhong's face was filled with despair. The eagle's eerie green eyes were inches away, a foul stench hitting him. But just then, whoosh. A cool liquid splashed onto his face. The eagle veered off course, crashing to the ground, but quickly sprung back up, leaping into the air and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Is it you? Thank you for saving me. A cold voice echoed. This is what I promised you. Hurry, stay here, and you will die. Okay. Chen Zhong twisted the throttle thought for a moment and asked, can I team up with you? The figure vanished into the darkness, and the cold voice replied, I prefer to act alone. All right. Chen Zhong shook his head with a wry smile, following the rat out of the subway exit. Inside the subway station hall, Lu Hao noticed a shadow flashing in the area illuminated by the spotlight. Did you see that, Xiaosu? Was it a creature or a person? Yang Xiaosu replied. It's a person, seems to be a woman, a very beautiful lady with legs even longer than mine. Her figure is super hot. That's not the point, okay? Lu Hao chuckled in disbelief. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised. At this moment, players daring enough to leave their vehicles and run around must possess extraordinary skills, unafraid of the creature's attacks. Just then a sharp screech pierced the air, following that the sound of rapid footsteps and the rush of wind could be heard. The creature ran away. The lady chased after it. Over there, she went down the stairs. Yang Xiaosu shouted. Keep up. Lu Hao turned the steering wheel, and the armored vehicle sped away. Ahead lay a steep slope, barely recognizable as the manual escalator leading to the subway platform. The armored vehicle ignored the terrain and plunged straight down. Below there seemed to be lights on. The dim light made it unnecessary to fumble around. Lu Hao saw a rusted subway train parked at the platform. 3 creatures were still climbing on it. What the hell? There are 3 more. Lu Hao was startled. One was already difficult to handle. Facing 3 more was quite a challenge. That lady is retreating, Yang Xiaosu suddenly said. The woman who had been chasing the creature was now quickly backing away. She ran as fast as she pursued. It seems she's not that formidable after all, 4 creatures, and she couldn't handle them. Lu Hao teased. Can you deal with this, Captain? Yang Xiaosu inquired. Lu Hao paused. Cough. If they line up obediently, I could take down 100 of them. Yang Xiaosu covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. However, she couldn't help but marvel at how secure this armored vehicle felt. They didn't need to worry about being attacked, allowing them to chat and laugh. But the lady outside couldn't laugh. She glanced at the armored vehicle, exchanged a look with Lu Hao, and her speed increased once again. What kind of extraordinary sequence is this? So fast. Lu Hao finally got a clear look at her. Dressed in tight black clothing, she was tall with a curvy figure and an icy, stunning beauty. With such looks and figure, she would undoubtedly be the most coveted beauty on campus, the idealized template in countless boys' hearts. But at this moment, she resembled a cold-blooded assassin gripping a sharp military knife, radiating an aura of icy, killing intent. When she turned, Lu Hao noticed a rectangular board strapped to her back. Glancing at the rearview mirror, he smiled and said, looks like there's no escaping now. 2 more are coming. Yang Xiaosu was taken aback only to see the woman in black quickly retreating. At this moment, they were surrounded by 6 creatures, including the injured one. What's worse, a horde of skeleton monsters was rushing toward them, with 2 black skeletons leading the charge. This meant they would face a group of level 1 bizarre monsters and 8 level 2 bizarre monsters simultaneously. Lu Hao's expression grew solemn. Even a swarm of ants can take down an elephant. Although his armored vehicle had high defense, prolonged consumption would undoubtedly wear it down. Breakthrough. He decisively pressed the accelerator before the skeletons closed in, roaring out. As the armored vehicle started moving, the surrounding creatures also stirred, with 4 quickly chasing after them, while the remaining 2 lunged at the woman in black. The woman in black hesitated not at all, taking the opportunity to turn back and flee toward the exit. But after a short distance, she saw the armored vehicle turn back again, and at a rapid speed it overtook her. As they passed each other, she saw Lu Hao waving at her from inside the vehicle. Humph. The woman in black drew the board from her back and tossed it forward. The board surprisingly hovered in midair as she leaped and landed on it. In the next moment, flames shot out from the back of the board, accelerating abruptly. Inside the armored vehicle, Lu Hao and Yang Xiaosu were stunned. Wow, a hovering skateboard. It must be a level 2 vehicle, but she must have started with a basic skateboard and managed to upgrade it while fighting through. She's also enhanced her body to take down level 2 creatures. This woman is impressive. Lu Hao marveled. At this point, the woman in black was already riding the hovering skateboard, flying through the air at high speed, racing ahead and out of the subway exit. At the subway exit, Huang Feilong and his group had been waiting. Huang Feilong sat in his level 2 sports car, smoking and drinking beer. This is called waiting for the rabbit and catching the yellow bird. Brothers, listen up, or whether that guy comes out or the bizarre monsters emerge, concentrate fire and take them down. Yes, Brother Long, the teammates replied in unison. However, the morale was evidently low as the recent wave of losses had significantly drained the spirit of this newly formed team. Others might not know, but when the fighting starts, we'll take advantage of the chaos to escape. Did you hear that, Rat? Chun Zhong whispered. Got it, Brother Zhong, I'll definitely run fast. The rat tightened his grip on the vehicle's controls. Just then someone shouted loudly, they're coming out. Two figures emerged from the subway exit. Just as they were about to open fire, they realized these two were actually teammates who had just been bitten to death by the creature. The way the two walked was stiff and eerie, their skin a dead gray, with blood-red eyes looking like living corpses. No way being bitten by the creature turns you into a zombie. Someone exclaimed in horror. Is there a possibility that they'll mutate into white skeletons after a while, Someone boldly speculated. And then mutate into black skeletons. The creatures. So these bizarre monsters are all mutated from us after we die. Everyone collectively shivered. I can't stay in this damned place for even a second. Ooh, I don't want to end up looking like that. I want to go home. Someone was on the verge of a breakdown, activating the vehicle and ready to turn back. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and that person fell immediately. Huang Feilong slowly retracted his handgun, coldly stating, "Who the hell dares to back down now? Don't blame me for being ruthless. Now listen up, take down those two zombies." The others hurriedly opened fire at the zombies, and soon the two zombies were riddled with bullets, collapsing before they could even start to develop. Just as they ceased fire, a figure suddenly flew out of the subway exit. Before everyone could react, the figure soared past their heads. A hoverboard with a blue flame tail is being ridden by a voluptuous woman. This strange and fascinating scene left the members of the Flying Dragon Society in shock. What the hell, flying with a sword? Is there cultivation here? Looks like it's a woman. Zhonggu, is that her? Is that her? It's her. Huang Feilong exclaimed in awe. This girl is really something. Her figure is absolutely stunning. Wanli felt a bit unconvinced. Her figure is quite impressive too. Huang Feilong turned around grinning. I haven't verified yet. Once we finish this job, I'll make sure to You're so annoying. Wan Li's face flushed with shyness. At that moment, there was movement again at the subway entrance. An armored RV burst out. Huang Feilong's eyes lit up. Good lad, you didn't die after all. Then let me give you a proper shot. This time, Wan Li also became excited. But just as the cannon was aimed, the armored RV suddenly accelerated, and to everyone's astonishment it took off from the ground without any slope. What the hell, it's flying? Flying with a vehicle? That's too exaggerated. A dozen tons of armored RV took off elegantly from the ground, leaving the members of the Flying Dragon Society dumbfounded. Huang Feilong was also stunned. This was the flying car scene he had always dreamed of. Even his secondary sports car couldn't achieve this. Who's the sports car, you or me, damn it? Huang Feilong opened fire on the armored RV with a machine gun. The bullets hit, but aside from sparking a little, the armored RV was completely unaffected. Someone exclaimed, not good, the Earth Hawks are out too. There are 6 Earth Hawks. 2 black skeletons, and a large group of white skeletons. We're done for. Watching the bizarre army of monsters charge, and Huang Feilong slammed the steering wheel in anger, gritting his teeth. Damn it, this kid definitely did it on purpose. We were set up. What should we do, Longo? Think of a way. Wan Li was already frightened to the point of losing color in her face. Shut up. Huang Feilong slammed on the gas and shifted into reverse to dodge the pounce of 2 Earth Hawks, then fired the cannon on the roof. Boom. The cannon exploded, turning several white skeletons into fragments. However, despite the firepowers, might it managed to harm the white skeletons, but the Earth Hawks skillfully dodged. Just as the second shot was about to be fired, an Earth Hawk landed on the roof and shoved the cannon aside. Boom. The firing trajectory deviated, and the shell landed directly in the Allied camp, exploding one of the vehicles. At this moment, the Flying Dragon Society was plunged into chaos like sheep entering a wolf pack. Some didn't even have time to use their extraordinary sequences before being killed by the bizarre monsters. A one-sided bloody massacre. No one noticed that a motorcycle and a second vehicle had narrowly escaped. Huang Feilong also wanted to escape. 3 Earth Hawks were already clinging to his sports car, and a black skeleton was swinging a large knife at the tires. At such a close range, his cannon was completely useless. Not to mention that the Earth Hawk on the roof was about to dismantle the cannon. That bastard Lu set me up. Can you at least shut up for a moment? Huang Feilong slammed the gas, cursed at Wan Li, and turned the car around frantically, escaping with 3 Earth Hawks in tow. It must be said that the performance of the secondary sports car was extremely powerful. Even on the rugged desert, the acceleration was quite outrageous, reaching 100 miles per hour in less than 2 seconds. The 3 Earth Hawks were caught off guard and all tumbled to the ground. Haha, now you know how fast I am. Huang Feilong glanced in the rearview mirror and smiled triumphantly. Wan Li in the passenger seat also breathed a sigh of relief, her heart still racing. Thank goodness, I thought we were doomed this time, but luckily, we have Long Go. Yeah, Long Go, let's go kill him for revenge. He definitely isn't your match. Wan Li echoed. Huang Feilong revealed a hint of a smile. In an onion, he definitely can't beat me, and there are still 10 shells left. Let's do it. I can't swallow this anger. Clang. An arrow struck the windshield, the tip embedding itself just 10 centimeters from Huang Feilong's forehead. What the hell? Huang Feilong's eyes widened. He nearly wet himself. Before he could figure out what was happening, the sound of an engine roared and dust and sand rose as a black armored vehicle charged toward them. Huang Feilong focused and realized it was none other than Lu's armored RV. He had initially been confident about seeking revenge, but the arrow that nearly hit his head brought him back to his senses. Faced with the aggressively approaching armored RV, he didn't hesitate and abruptly yanked the steering wheel. Run! In that instant, 3 more arrows struck the vehicle. Huang Feilong panicked even more. What the hell? This archer's power was even more ruthless than a machine gun. He frantically searched for a direction and pushed the car's speed to the limit. Wan Li in the passenger seat was still unclear about the situation, confused. Long Go, Lu Hao delivered himself right to you. Why are you running? Use your cannon to shoot. Get out of the way. Huang Feilong pushed aside the arrows on the glass, focused on the front, and coldly said, at this speed, I can't guarantee accuracy. Shooting would just waste ammo. Then slow down, take aim and fire. Wan Li suggested. Huang Feilong hesitated, gritting his teeth. Can't you see that we're the ones running now? I can't beat that kid, do you understand? Wan Li pouted weakly, saying, but didn't you say you could definitely beat him in a onion? Huang Feilong shot her a glare. Shut up. Da-da-da. The sound of machine gun fire came from behind. Huang Feilong glanced through the rearview mirror and saw the armored RV getting closer. If we were on flat ground, you wouldn't even see my tail lights. But this is the desert. Long Go, Wan Li whispered. Huang Feilong. He took a deep breath and patiently said, listen, use your extraordinary sequence to entangle his tires. If the timing is right, his vehicle might flip over, and then you'll have made a great contribution. Wan Li blinked, a bit scared. But I'm not familiar with how to use the extraordinary sequence. Huang Feilong nearly shouted. How to use it is all in your head, just use it. Wan Li pouted, feeling aggrieved. But I really can't use it, maybe I'm too nervous. Long Go, can you turn the air conditioning down a bit? I'm so hot and thirsty, maybe if I drink some water and cool down I can use it. Huang Feilong took another deep breath, gritting his teeth. Now I finally understand why that kid kicked you out of the car back then. Wan Li was stunned. Bang! Before she could react, her body slammed against the car door. The door swung open, and she fell directly outside. Bang! Before she could react, her body slammed against the car door. The door swung open, and she fell inside the armored vehicle. Lu Hao couldn't help but laugh as he watched Wan Li fall from the sports car. Captain, do you know that woman? Yang Xiaosu was half leaning out from the roof of the car after shooting an arrow. She asked in a low voice. I know her, but we're not close. She can be killed, Lu Hao replied. At that moment, he saw Wan Li screaming in agony as she fell. You heartless one, Huang. Shrimp-headed man. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Wan Li pressed her hands to the ground, and in the next moment the earth bulged, as if something was wriggling beneath, extending to the underside of the sports car in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, several vines surged up from the ground and wrapped around the tires of the sports car. The speeding sports car was suddenly obstructed, swaying uncontrollably as it veered off course, crashing into a large rock, and the entire vehicle flipped over. Huang Feilong finally experienced his long-desired flying car, but unfortunately, it was flipping into the air. He screamed in panic inside the car. Wan Li, I curse you. Boom. The sports car crashed heavily onto the ground, rolling over repeatedly. Wan Li laughed happily. But in the next moment, her smile froze as the rolling sports car came towards her. No. She tried to get up and escape, but the use of the extraordinary sequence had already exhausted her body, leaving her unable to move even an inch, only able to watch helplessly as the sports car rolled towards her, crashing down. Wan Li let out a tragic scream, and blood splattered. The armored vehicle slowly came to a stop, and Lu Hao lowered the car window. Lu Hao, save me. Wan Li gasped for breath. Lu Hao replied expressionlessly, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Wan Li weakly said, don't you like me? Lu Hao remained indifferent. You're just being sentimental, shrimp-headed girl. Eh? Lu Hao ignored her, looking at the damaged and deformed sports car. He sighed. With it smashed like this, the synthesis effect will be greatly reduced. At that moment, the door of the sports car moved, and Huang Feilong struggled to crawl out. Big brother, don't kill me, I'm kneeling down. But before he could kneel properly, Lu Hao coldly said, kill him. Swish. An arrow struck his forehead, and Huang Feilong fell back lifeless. The villain died from talking too much, and so did the righteous. In this brutal post-apocalyptic world, Lu Hao would leave no opportunity for his opponents. Only the dead would not cause further complications. They'll go collect. Seeing what Huang Feilong dropped, Yang Xiaosu jumped down from the roof and quickly returned to the car with 2 items. She was a bit excited. The blonde dropped gold coins. There are 500 road coins. What about that woman? Lu Hao asked. Yang Xiaosu stammered. Well, just a new pair of underwear. Can you give it to me? Lu Hao teased her, saying, that's not possible. The underwear also needs to be split 7,030. Yang Xiaosu's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you split underwear 7,030? Lu Hao replied seriously. It's simple. You wear it for 7 days. I wear it for 3 days. That's a 7,030 split. I wear it for 7 days. You wear it for 3 days. Yang Xiaosu was shocked, as if she saw the word pervert appear over Lu Hao's head. Her face flushed as she shyly said that. That can't be. No way. Why not? We're teammates. No, we are comrades now. Comrades should have the bond of wearing the same pair of pants. Don't think of me as a pervert. I'm just trying to strengthen our camaraderie and foster stronger tacit understanding. Lu Hao spoke absurdly in all seriousness. Yang Xiaosu felt like there was a bit of logic there, but still troubled, she said, but this is women's underwear. Can you wear it? You're considering me. Lu Hao finally couldn't help but laugh. Alright, I was just joking. You, I can't wear that underwear. Yang Xiaosu took a deep breath. You bad guy. Lu Hao chuckled. Ahem, road coins are still the same rule, 7,030. You count out another 100 coins, that's what I owe you. No need, Captain. I've already gained a lot from following you. Just forget about that 100 coins. You don't need to repay it. Yang Xiaosu hurriedly said. A deal is a deal, Lu Hao said with a serious face. Fine, thank you, Captain. Yang Xiaosu felt grateful and thought for a moment, giving Lu Hao 256 road coins. Isn't that 250? Lu Hao asked. Yang Xiaosu softly said, 250 doesn't sound nice, so I added 6 more. You're quite particular, then I won't refuse your kindness. Lu Hao was amused by her and did not refuse her goodwill. Account balance 308. He looked at the overturned sports car, contemplating whether to synthesize it first. The damaged secondary sports car was still a secondary vehicle. Perhaps it could be used for synthesis. Together with the spare upgrade module, it could elevate the armored vehicle to a level 3 vehicle. At this moment, Yang Xiaosu suddenly said, Captain, that girl on the flying board is coming over. Lu Hao looked over and saw the woman in black riding a hovering skateboard, slowly stopping a few dozen meters away. Yang Xiaosu had already drawn an arrow and knocked it. Lu Hao also adjusted the turret on the roof, aiming it at her. I mean no harm, came the cold voice of the woman in black. The strange monsters at the abandoned subway entrance are hard to deal with. Why don't we cooperate? The subway entrance has collapsed, and while they are still outside, let's eliminate them together. She continued. Yang Xiaosu turned to ask, Captain, she said she wants to cooperate. Lu Hao nodded slightly and asked the woman in black, how do we cooperate? I will be the main attacker and you will provide cover fire, the woman in black said. Lu Hao was uncertain and asked again, what about the distribution of supplies? I only want one thing, the woman in black said, clearly having thought ahead. Lu Hao looked at the hovering skateboard beneath her, a level 3 fire core chip. Yes, if it drops it must belong to me, the woman in black said. What if it doesn't drop? Lu Hao asked. I will take half of the supplies, the woman in black said without hesitation. Lu Hao did not rush to agree. He asked, what is your name? Zhou Ning. The woman in black paused and asked, and you? Lu Hao. Yang Xiaosu. Yang Xiaosu eased the tension in her bow and quietly asked, Captain, are we really going to cooperate with her? Lu Hao pondered. She is willing to take on the main attacking role and dares to entrust her back to us. That shows sincerity. Let's give it a try. If you agree to cooperate, then let's go together, Zhou Ning said, controlling the hovering skateboard to turn and fly towards the abandoned subway entrance. Lu Hao stepped on the gas and followed closely behind her. Yang Xiaosu curiously watched Zhou Ning flying on her skateboard, saying, her flying board is so cool. It's the first time I've seen a flying vehicle, but it's exposed to the wind and sun, and there's no place to sleep at night. That's why she wants to quickly reach level 3, but no matter how much the skateboard upgrades, what can it turn into, Lu Hao said. Yang Xiaosu thought seriously. Maybe it can turn into a bigger skateboard or a flying carpet. That doesn't make sense. One is technology, and the other is magic. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away, a motorcycle and a small two-wheeler were struggling down the road. Haozi suddenly pointed and said, Zhong, go look, it's Lu Hao, and that woman riding the flying sword. Chen Zhong also saw it and wondered, doesn't she like to go solo and not want to team up with others? Why is she with that kid? Haozi thought for a moment and said, Zhonggu, is it possible that she doesn't dislike teaming up, just doesn't want to team up with you? Chen Zhong twitched the corner of his mouth. That's hurtful, Haozi. The abandoned subway entrance lay in ruins. The entrance had collapsed and several vehicles were parked outside, their owners long since devoured beyond recognition. 6 earth owls, 2 black skeletons, and over a dozen white skeletons were attempting to dig open the entrance. Suddenly an arrow streaked through the air, striking one of the earth owls squarely on the forehead. The earth owl let out a shriek and abruptly turned its head, But before it could see who shot the arrow, darkness enveloped its vision, followed by a flash of a blade across its neck. The other earth owls and skeleton monsters reacted, but before they could counterattack, arrows rained down once more. At the same time, the sound of machine gun fire erupted, delivering a precise hail of bullets at the white skeletons. The machine gun's power is still too weak. It's easy to get a headshot on first-level monsters, but it's challenging against second-level ones. Its power can't compare to Xiao Su's arrows. I need to upgrade quickly. Lu Hao thought to himself, his hands never stopping. After dispatching the white skeletons, he aimed and fired at another earth owl. The advantage of firearms is their rapid firing speed, unlike young Xiao Su, who has to draw her bow and then shoot, which causes a brief pause. At this moment, they also witnessed Zhou Ning's prowess. She moved like a ghostly assassin, her speed even surpassing that of the earth owls. Under the cover of the machine gun and arrows, she unleashed her killing mode without restraint. Lu Hao and Yang Xiao Su were tasked with restraining the enemies with firepower, creating opportunities for Zhou Ning to single out the earth owls and black skeletons. Without the advantage of their environment, the earth owls fell quickly at Zhou Ning's hands, unable to last more than 10 exchanges. In no time, 3 earth owls lay dead. Lu Hao had shot down a black skeleton and severely wounded another earth owl. Yang Xiao Su fared even better, her arrows being more lethal. She took down a black skeleton and filled another earth owl with arrows, making it look like a porcupine. With the 3 of them working together, it wasn't long before all the bizarre monsters at the subway entrance had fallen, dropping various supplies. Let's collect the items. Yang Xiao Su jumped down from the vehicle, happily gathering the supplies together. Then she began to count food, drinks, fuel and bullets, over 800 highway coins, 2 bottles of basic gene potions. Hey, what's this potion? And a strange module, along with a set of clothing and a pair of black stockings. 8 second-level bizarre monsters dropped quite a lot of good items. However, the black stockings created a bit of an awkward atmosphere. Yang Xiao Su and Zhou Ning exchanged glances, then looked at Lu Hao, who had come down from the vehicle feeling somewhat embarrassed. Is there no level 3 fire seed chip? Zhou Ning asked. None, everything's here, I didn't hide any. Why don't you take another look? Yang Xiao Su replied. Zhou Ning shook her head slightly. No need. She had already observed the dropped items and confirmed there were indeed no fire seed chips, but she wanted to double-check. At this moment, she felt somewhat disappointed. It seemed she would have to sleep in the desert tonight. Lu Hao approached, glanced at the black stockings, and picked up the nearby black box module. Automatic pickup module can automatically collect items within a 10-meter radius into the vehicle. This module is quite useful. It saves me the trouble of running back and forth to collect items, reducing risk and time. It's a convenient and practical module. Lu Hao disclosed this without reservation, tossing the module to Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning was momentarily stunned, and when examining the module's functionality, she exclaimed, Aren't you worried I might specifically want this? This module is the most valuable item here. There are also 2 bottles of basic gene potions and a bottle of basic mental potions. If I wanted them, I could claim them all for myself. A hint of playful smile appeared on her cold, beautiful face. Lu Hao paused. Basic mental potion. A potion to enhance mental strength. This was something he urgently needed, since luck manipulation consumed mental strength, and the higher the mental strength, the better. He smiled nonchalantly, claiming everything for myself isn't something I can't do either. As he finished speaking, Yang Xiao Su had already cooperatively stepped back 2 paces, drawing her bow and aiming at Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning's expression remained unchanged. Without the vehicle, you are not my opponents. Lu Hao's expression turned cold. Then you can give it a try. Although the opponent was strong enough to take down second-level earth owls single-handedly, his overall physique had already reached 40. He was not without a chance to fight. Even if he couldn't win with luck manipulation, he could protect his life, and after the next round of synthesis and upgrade, he would soon be able to reclaim the situation. This was his confidence. At that moment, Zhou Ning smiled. She had maintained a cold expression, but when she smiled, it was like a flower blooming, enchanting and captivating. She tossed back the automatic pickup module. I already have an automatic pickup. Ooh, I don't need this. You can have it, but the rest of the items belong to me. Lu Hao was somewhat surprised, not expecting her to be so generous. 1 automatic pickup module was worth far more than all the other items combined, and could even be exchanged directly for a level 3 fire seed chip. Even if he didn't use it himself, it could bring considerable trading value. Moreover, since Zhou Ning already had this module, she clearly had the chance to collect everything and swiftly escape with her hoverboard, yet she did not do so. Lu Hao pondered for a moment, and took out something from his backpack. Zhou Ning's expression shifted as she exclaimed, a level 3 fire seed chip. You actually have one. Lu Hao smiled. Since you're being so generous, I can't be stingy either. He'll give you the level 3 fire seed chip, and everything we just defeated will be ours. How about that? No problem. Zhou Ning's gaze became fervent. This was exactly what she wanted, but she hadn't expected it to come about in this way rather than from the bizarre monsters. She glanced at the armored vehicle and hesitated, saying, "Your vehicle is also level 2, aren't you going to keep it for yourself?" "You don't need to worry about that." Lu Hao handed her the fire seed chip. "Thank you." Zhou Ning accepted it, seeming a bit apologetic. She took out a potion, saying, "You seem to need this. I have another bottle, so here you go." A basic mental potion. Lu Hao took it with a smile. "I really do need it, so thank you." Currently his mental strength was at 40. Based on the enhancement effect of the basic gene potions, the basic mental potion should also increase mental strength by 10 points per bottle. With 2 bottles, he could raise his mental strength to 60. This way he could use luck manipulation more effortlessly. "Let's go." Zhou Ning put away her items and leaped onto her hoverboard, quickly leaving the subway entrance area. Lu Hao withdrew his gaze, picked up the automatic pickup module, and took a bottle each of the basic gene potion and the basic mental potion, then said to Yang Xiaosu, "The rest of the items are yours. Use the basic gene potion as soon as possible to enhance your overall physique." Yang Xiaosu had no objections. "Okay, Captain, but there are too many food and drink supplies my vehicle can't hold at all. Just put the ones that won't fit in my vehicle for now. Oh, I've given you all the highway coins." Lu Hao said. "Thank you, Captain." Yang Xiaosu immediately began moving the items, but all of them were being loaded onto the armored vehicle. Watching her busily scurrying around, Lu Hao suddenly said, "Later we'll go find the bizarre monsters, and any level 3 fire seed chips we get will belong to you." Yang Xiaosu paused her actions. "Really? That would be great." She became elated and moved the items. "Just wait here for me, Captain. I'll go get the vehicle." "All right." Lu Hao smiled slightly. After she left, his gaze fell upon the scattered vehicles around, totaling 9. One of them was a level 2 heavy excavator, which was still in pristine condition. "I have a connection with excavators. My first upgrade was to a medium excavator, and this time it's a level 2 heavy excavator. It should definitely be able to upgrade the armored vehicle to level 3. Without hesitation, Lu Hao synthesized. Having met the conditions to upgrade to level 3, should the synthesis upgrade proceed. There are surplus materials for additional vehicle modules. Lu Hao drove to the site, where Huang Filong's sports car had flipped over. Detected available synthesis vehicles, level 2 super sports car, 40 damage. After synthesis upgrade, surplus materials can be used to add or upgrade vehicle modules. Choose 3 from 5. 1. Intelligent driving assistance system, freeing hands and feet voice control. 2. Upgraded rooftop machine gun module, light machine gun, KPV 14. 5 caliber anti-material heavy machine gun, effective range of 3,000 meters, lethality of 150, equipped with 1,200 rounds of ammunition, and adding a titanium alloy defensive turret. 3. Adding a titanium alloy obstacle clearing shovel to the front. 4. Adding a drone combat module, 3 small self-exploding drones, each with a 1 kilogram warhead. 5. Adding top-tier interior system for the entire vehicle, genuine leather seats, comfortable sleeping areas, central air conditioning, fresh air system, kitchen, bathroom, and entertainment facilities. Seeing the addition of the top-tier interior system, Lu Hao was speechless and complained, "How obsessed are you with top-tier interiors, or are you just trying to fill an option?" However, the remaining 4 options left him in a dilemma. The automatic driving system is quite good. I can relax during the drive and enjoy the journey. The obstacle clearing shovel is also decent. It would push through any hindrance I encounter. After careful consideration, Lu Hao decided to forego the obstacle clearing shovel module. If there are obstacles on the road, simply avoid them. The anti-gravity hover module is not just for show. The heavy machine gun module is evidently more practical. This is the KPV heavy machine gun with a caliber of 14.5, which is even more exaggerated than the caliber of the Barrett sniper rifle. While the Barrett is designed for precision strikes, the KPV is a heavy machine gun that not only possesses a far greater destructive power, but also allows for continuous strong fire suppression. A single shot can penetrate 40mm steel plates, and a burst can effortlessly destroy an armored vehicle. This is pure Soviet-style brutality. Therefore, the second option is a must, and I will also choose the 4th, the drone module. The drone combat group, although consisting of only 3 drones, possesses impressive mobility and firepower. With a 1 kilogram warhead equivalent to 500 grams of TNT, it can perform pinpoint demolitions on tanks and fortified positions. After choosing the modules, the level 2 armored RV began its upgrade. After a dazzling disassembly and reorganization, a larger and more wildly designed armored RV appeared before him. The entire vehicle measures 7 meters in length with 2 tires on the front axle and 4 on the rear. Its shape resembles that of an Amadiro off-road heavy truck RV. Body: the entire vehicle is covered with blue titanium alloy armor plates, increasing strength threefold. Windows: bulletproof glass upgraded to stellar glass capable of withstanding 3 consecutive strikes from large caliber armor-piercing rounds. Tires: bulletproof tires upgraded to graphene nano black crystal tires resistant to temperatures of 300 degrees, capable of self-healing when damaged. This is an all-around upgrade. Lu Hao revealed a satisfied smile as he checked the vehicle's information panel. Vehicle heavy truck armored RV. Attributes infinite synthesis god level unique. Level 3. Tonnage 24 tons. Internal space 30 cubic meters. Defense 10080-100 is the standard defense for a level 3 vehicle and 80 is the defense of the blue titanium alloy armor module easily capable of blocking attacks from level 3 bizarre monsters. Water tank. Fuel tank 1200L can travel 4,000 kilometers. Vehicle modules blue titanium alloy armor KPV anti-material heavy machine gun 1,200 rounds of ammunition black, crystal tires, infinite water tank anti-gravity, hover automatic pickup. After circling around the level 3 heavy truck RV, Lu Hao drank a bottle of basic gene potion and then drank the basic mental potion. He then checked his personal information panel. Name Lu Hao. Account balance 308. Comprehensive physique 60 strength agility defense. Mental power 6060. Extraordinary sequence vehicle symbiosis fortune manipulation. Gene lock not activated. Backpack desert eagle extraordinary sequence blind box. For every level increase in the vehicle, Lu Hao can acquire once level or higher extraordinary sequence. I hope this time I can obtain a combat type extraordinary sequence, not just one that allows me to hide in the RV and shoot. Lu Hao thought to himself. Open the blind box. As his thoughts shifted, the blind box transformed into a beam of light that merged into his body. Obtained S-level extraordinary sequence gunfighting technique. Gunfighting technique level 1 merging shooting with martial arts movement shooting accuracy doubled dynamic vision enhanced twofold capable of predicting the target's movement trajectory. Nerve reaction speed increased twofold enabling rapid evasive actions. To think it's the gunfighting technique indeed a combat type extraordinary sequence. I just wonder if I can curve bullets in the future. Lu Hao pulled out the Desert Eagle handgun. He casually threw a stone out. With his current comprehensive physique of 60, he easily threw the stone over 100 meters high. Immediately afterward, he raised his gun, aimed, and shot. The entire motion flowed smoothly, as if it were an instinct honed over years of training. The bullet fired from the chamber swiftly sliced through the air, accurately hitting the rapidly descending stone. Lu Hao felt a bit excited and picked up another stone. Let's do it again. Bang. Let's do it again. Bang. He threw the stone from different angles and fired several shots in succession. Even at the maximum range of the Desert Eagle, he managed to hit every shot. This is just shooting technique. I need to find a chance to test the effectiveness of close combat gunfighting technique. Lu Hao ejected the magazine and leisurely reloaded the bullets. He then returned to the RV and found 3 compatible magazines and dozens of rounds of ammunition from the storage compartment to carry with him. Gunfighting technique level 1 7500 proficiency. When proficiency reaches 500, it can advance to level 2. The gunfighting technique has a total of 5 levels. Is 1 hit equal to 1 proficiency point? As long as there are enough bullets, can I level up infinitely? Lu Hao thought to himself. However, upon reflection, it shouldn't be that easy. If level 1 requires 500 rounds, wouldn't level 2 need over 1,000? Lu Hao suddenly remembered that his gunfighting technique has proficiency, and Yang Ziosis archery technique should be similar. What about Zhou Ning? What extraordinary sequence does she have? At that moment, Yang Ziosis' voice came from outside. Captain, is that your vehicle, Captain? Captain, is this your vehicle? Yang Xiaosu called out tentatively. Yes, it's mine. Come on in and take a look, Lu Hao replied with a smile. Wow, it really is yours. How did it get so large? Did you upgrade it to tier 3? Yang Xiaosu exclaimed in awe. She circled the heavy-duty armored RV before stepping inside the cabin. Wow, so much more spacious. The kitchens expanded, the sofas enlarged, the beds ahem. It's now a heavy-duty armored RV. Its defensive and combat capabilities have been dramatically enhanced. Hunting tier 2 anomalous creatures will be far simpler now. We'll soon secure another tier 3 flameseed crystal to upgrade your off-road vehicle to tier 3. Yang Xiaosu nodded emphatically, then instinctively glanced toward the bathroom. Lu Hao noticed her glance and lightly tapped her forehead. The bathroom's larger too. Focus on your work first. Tonight you may bathe as long and as luxuriously as you wish. Really, as long as I like. Her eyes sparkled. Absolutely, Lu Hao smiled. She beamed with delight, then added, but no, we mustn't waste water. Lu Hao said nothing about the infinite water reservoir. Instead, he remarked, let's press onward. Otherwise the sandstorm will overtake us again. You drive ahead, alert me the moment you spot any anomalous creatures. Right. Yang Xiaosu climbed into her own off-road vehicle. They abandoned the highway entirely, forging instead across the barren desert, scanning relentlessly. After traveling over 100 kilometers, Yang Xiaosu spotted a wandering black skeleton. Captain, look, she braked her vehicle dozens of meters away. I'll handle this. Good chance to sharpen my skills. Lu Hao had already ascended to the roof and raised his rifle. Bang! A bullet struck the black skeleton's forehead with surgical precision. Yet the Desert Eagle's stopping power proved insufficient to deliver an instant kill. Instead, it enraged the creature. It brandished its massive blade, bared its jagged teeth, and charged forward with frenzied speed. Unflustered, Lu Hao fired shot after shot, each round striking the exact same point on its skull. Every bullet hits the identical spot. Captain, you're an astonishing marksman. Yang Xiaosu stared stunned. Such pinpoint accuracy would challenge even her own archery mastery. And yet Lu Hao achieved it, while the black skeleton hurtled toward him at breakneck pace, never missing once. In moments, Lu Hao emptied his magazine. With practiced ease, he drew a fresh one from his pocket, slotted it in, and resumed firing. After 2 more rounds, he sensed, intuitively, that one final shot would shatter the creature's skull. Before pulling the trigger, transcendent sequence fortune manipulation. Bang! The bullet sliced through the air and struck the precise indentation on the black skeleton's forehead. Its sprint faltered, then its entire skeletal frame collapsed in a lifeless heap. Mental energy, 5060. Gunmanship stage, I-15500. Incredible. Yang Xiaosu clapped and cheered, gazing at Lu Hao with undisguised reverence. A flame seed crystal, and so many highway coins. Even a whole chicken. A tier 2 monster dropped this much loot. She leapt from her vehicle and swiftly gathered the spoils. 8 tier 2 anomalous creatures at the subway entrance hadn't yielded a single flame seed crystal. Yet one lone specimen had just delivered one. No wonder she was elated. Captain, look, we've got chicken for dinner, she beamed. Lu Hao vaulted down from the roof, examined the vacuum-sealed chilled whole chicken, and chuckled. Looks like tonight truly is chicken night. Let's stash it in the fridge. Yes. Yang Xiaosu could hardly contain her excitement. Since pledging allegiance to Lu Hao as her captain, surviving the apocalyptic highway no longer felt like desperate struggle. It felt like an unstoppable, luxurious odyssey. No more dread. No anxiety over food or water. No worry about gear. And, best of all, a steaming hot shower. Choosing the right leader truly made all the difference. The chicken's refrigerated. And here are 460 highway coins. She transferred the coins. Lu Hao accepted them without hesitation. Account balance, 768. Now that we have a tier 3 flame seed crystal, upgrade your vehicle immediately. Understood. Yang Xiaosu took a deep breath, entered her off-road vehicle, and slotted the flame seed crystal into its receptacle. Instantly, the vehicle began to reconfigure itself. Moments later, it emerged transformed, utterly reborn. Yang Xiaosu circled it, slowly scrutinizing every detail. The tires are larger, bulletproof. New sidestep platforms installed. The entire chassis is reinforced with alloy steel armor plating. Bullet-resistant glass. Frontal impact guard forged from alloy steel. Fuel tank doubled in capacity. Interior space expanded. And, yes, a modular crossbow turret mounted atop the roof. She glanced at Lu Hao's heavy-duty RV, and couldn't help but wonder, why is there such disparity between 2 tier 3 vehicles? This likely represents the standard tier 3 configuration. Mine deviates significantly. Lu Hao walked around the vehicle, patting a tire taller than himself. That tire's diameter must exceed 2 meters. What's its defensive rating? Defense 105, Yang Xiaosu replied. What's the crossbow turret's damage output? Lu Hao. Attack power 120. Effective range, 800 meters. Equipped with 12 explosive bolts. Each hit applies 60 explosive damage, stacking. 3 consecutive hits trigger a 300-point explosive burst. Lu Hao's expression brightened. Explosive stacking. That's exceptionally potent. His KPV heavy machine gun boasted greater range and per-shot damage, 150, yet against heavily armored targets, like main battle tanks, it might fail to penetrate decisively. Yang Xiaosu's crossbow turret, however, required only 3 hits to unleash a devastating 300-point explosive burst. Ideal for boss-tier threats. Xiaosu, reserve it for critical engagements only. Understood, she nodded obediently. Oh, Captain. Earlier we picked up a set of clothing. The size is slightly oversized and the style isn't quite my taste, but it suits Zhou Ning perfectly. May I give it to her next time we meet? She seems genuinely kind. Lu Hao asked casually, what kind of clothing? A black low-cut form-fitting miniskirt, Yang Xiaosu murmured. A subtle glint flickered in Lu Hao's eyes, his mind instantly conjuring Zhou Ning in that ensemble. Paired with black stockings it would be. Captain, Captain, Yang Xiaosu called twice. Lu Hao snapped back to reality. All right. If you see her again, go ahead and give it to her. And the stockings, pass those along too. Wait, I never said I wouldn't wear them, she blinked. I'd even wear them for you. Oh, now that's promising. Lu Hao cleared his throat. I mean, you're welcome to wear them. Just don't tease me, all right? She lowered her gaze, voice barely a whisper. Okay. Lu Hao smiled, satisfied. Let's resume our journey. Keep the AC running. The fuel reserves are limitless, no need to conserve. Got it. The two continued their journey across the desert, traveling over 200 kilometers without encountering any bizarre creatures. With the car on autopilot, Lu Hao casually moved to the cabin, sipping a chilled beverage while browsing the chat channel. He glanced at the number of players. Number of players 1235-610-0000. In less than 2 days, only a little over 10,000 remained, indicating that for others this place was a terrifying hell. Among these 10,000 people, aside from a few who were fortunate, most had already adapted and gained significant improvements. Next, the rate of attrition will slow down, or perhaps a large wave of eliminations will occur after entering the first dungeon. Lu Hao was curious about what cruel mechanisms awaited in Gold Rush Town, a place that sounded not very dangerous. Well, someone actually reached level 3 faster, and there's more than one. Congratulations to player Li Qiandong for being the first to upgrade his vehicle to level 3, earning 500 road coins. In the chat channel, people were discussing this Li Qiandong. Li Qiandong has a level 3 tank, and his Road Rovers Alliance already has 200 members. The Alliance offers plenty of benefits, including free fuel, food, and water. Are there any partners from the Road Rovers Alliance here? Come out and confirm if it's true. I just joined. It's true. Welcome to the Road Rovers Alliance. What's so good about the Road Rovers Alliance? I think the Red Flower Society is better. There are many beautiful players, and the president is also a level 3 vehicle. I'm on my way there. Join my highway marauders. Let's commit all sorts of misdeeds together, living life to the fullest. The Cyber Riders only recruit motorcycle riders. We race and cause chaos together, building our cyberbike empire. Level 1 newbies huddle together for warmth. The more people, the greater the power. We won't be exploited like cattle or horses. Let's develop in secret and amaze everyone. Those interested can private message. Lu Hao scrolled through the chat records and roughly counted that by now over 20 various guilds and teams had been formed, all in the process of recruiting and expanding. Among them, 5 guilds had level 3 vehicle leaders, including the most populous Road Rovers Alliance, the Red Flower Society, known for its many female competitors, the Cyber Riders, which only recruited motorcycle riders, and the Highway Marauders, comprised entirely of rogues. There was also a relatively low-key team whose name was unknown, but it had 2 level 3 vehicle players. The initial formation of teams meant that resources began to converge and concentrate upward, making the strong even stronger. I believe that before long more level 3 and even level 4 vehicles will emerge. However, Lu Hao was not worried at all. He did not plan to join any guild, at most forming a small team of his own to acquire more resources in his own way. In the chat channel, Lu Hao found some information about Gold Rush Town. There wasn't much information, just mentioning that players had entered Gold Rush Town and then went silent. Some guilds sent people to investigate, but after entering no news came out. It was as if the town was isolated, causing many to hesitate to enter. The problem is that there's no road ahead. It's as if the game map hasn't opened yet. Behind the town is a we'll have to go in sooner or later. Sandstorms won't be gentle with us. This is meant to force everyone. It seems that Gold Rush Town is quite dangerous. At the speed of the sandstorm, it will catch up to us by tomorrow, and everyone must enter this dungeon. Lu Hao pondered. Now that there are many level 3 vehicles, if a melee breaks out inside, my advantage won't be significant. To upgrade to a level 4 vehicle, I will likely need to synthesize using a level 3 vehicle. He knew that most level 3 vehicles already belonged to guilds, making it unrealistic to acquire one in the short term. Therefore, what I should do now is to strengthen my body first, ideally unlocking the first gene lock, and improve my gunfighting skills to the 2nd tier as much as possible. At this moment, the in-car communication crackled to life with Yang Ziosis' voice. Captain, it's getting dark, and we're less than 100 kilometers from Gold Rush Town. Should we continue on? Lu Hao glanced outside at the dimming sky and said, let's find a place to rest for a bit. We'll have potatoes and chicken for dinner. Yay? I'll cook. Yang Xiaosu cheered. As the sky gradually darkened, the temperature dropped sharply. A few kilometers away, a campfire slowly flickered to life in the desert. Zhou Ning looked at her floating skateboard, which had now reached level 3, her expression somewhat gloomy. Starting with an ordinary skateboard, she had upgraded to a floating skateboard at level 2. And reaching level 3, it was still just a skateboard. Albeit a larger one that could fly higher, go faster, and had stronger endurance. Additionally, machine gun modules were mounted on both sides, compensating for the lack of firepower. It greatly enhanced maneuverability and combat effectiveness. However, it had no practical utility for daily life. Well, at least it could serve as a bedboard. Fortunately, after reaching level 3, it had a floating follow function, otherwise she wouldn't know how to carry it. Taking 2 sausages out of her backpack, she placed them over the fire to roast, already contemplating how to obtain a level 4 flame crystal. I really envy that player named Lu Hao. Such a large armored RV must have a comfortable bedroom, kitchen, and even a bathroom inside. Thinking of the bathroom made her feel uncomfortable all over. 2 days without a shower, she longed for a hot bath. Just then headlights appeared in the distance. Zhou Ning immediately became alert, focusing intently and preparing for battle at any moment. Two vehicles approached. One was an off-road vehicle with oversized tires, and the other looked like a heavy truck. Is that a heavy truck RV? If I remember correctly, Liu Hao has an armored RV that looks similar, but it doesn't have this much tonnage. Meanwhile, the heavy truck RV's heavy machine gun activated, aiming at her. Zhou Ning was startled and stood up, fully on guard. At the same time, a figure emerged from the rooftop of the oversized off-road vehicle next to the heavy truck RV, drawing a bow and knocking an arrow. A familiar stance. Zhou Ning froze for a moment. Isn't that the little sister who follows Liu Hao? I think her name is Yang Xiaosu. At this moment, Yang Xiaosu had already put away her bow and arrow, expressing joy. Captain, it's Sister Zhou Ning. So it's her, Liu Hao said, releasing the lock on the heavy machine gun as the RV slowly stopped near the campfire. Yang Xiaosu jumped down from the off-road vehicle. Sister Zhou Ning, what a coincidence. Your skateboard got bigger again, or it looks so cool. Although this was meant as a compliment, Zhou Ning felt a tinge of sadness. She glanced enviously at the off-road vehicle and heavy truck RV and said, your vehicles are the real cool ones. Liu Hao also came over, sitting by the campfire with several skewers of raw beef in hand, offering them to her. Perfect timing, let's borrow some fire for a barbecue. I add chili powder and cumin to your liking. These were supplies dropped by bizarre monsters, and the variety was increasing. Liu Hao even thought about the day he could get a plate of crispy fried meat. We have barbecue. Yang Xiaosu held a skewer of meat and carefully placed it over the fire. After a while, she finished roasting one skewer, took a bite to taste it, then handed the rest to Liu Hao. Captain, it's ready to eat now. Thank you. Liu Hao started eating and praised, not bad. Right? Yang Xiaosu handed Zhou Ning a skewer as well. Sister Zhou Ning, you should try some too. Zhou Ning inhaled the enticing aroma of the grilled meat. After hesitating for a moment, she took it. Raw meat was a scarce resource, and she had never managed to obtain any. Suddenly, Liu Hao asked, is it convenient to tell me what your overall physique is at now? Would you mind sharing your current composite physique score? Having witnessed Zhou Ning's martial prowess, Liu Hao knew she was exceptionally formidable. Her composite physique was not the only extraordinary trait. She undoubtedly possessed a highly advanced transcendent sequence. Zhou Ning paused mid-chew, then replied after a moment's consideration, 100. Wow, perfect score. Yang Xiaosu's eyes widened in astonishment. Heavens, that's astonishing. I'm only at 20. She instinctively edged backward as though bracing for an unexpected assault. Faced with a master whose composite physique reached the pinnacle, her own score of 20 felt laughably inadequate. I just barely passed, Liu Hao murmured with a wry smile. No wonder she could effortlessly slay a level 2 Earth owlbear. Her composite physique was already terrifyingly high. He'd foolishly entertained notions of challenging her on his own. Moreover, beyond her perfect composite physique, Zhou Ning wielded a refined close combat art, most likely belonging to a combat-oriented transcendent sequence. 100 isn't the ceiling, it's merely the current limit. Basic gene enhancement serums no longer yield any effect. Gene lock. Liu Hao ventured. Zhou Ning gave a slight nod. Likely so. To break through this bottleneck and unlock the first gene lock, we'll need either a more potent serum, or perhaps something far rarer. Liu Hao smiled warmly. Thank you for sharing. That insight is invaluable to us. Zhou Ning resumed eating. Night had fully descended, the temperature hovered near freezing. The wind howled like a wounded beast. Across the desolate expanse, only a single flickering campfire remained, a fragile ember in the vast, indifferent dark. Around it, three faces shimmered in alternating light and shadow. She dashed to the vehicle and returned with folded garments. Thank you. Zhou Ning accepted them, then hesitated before asking Liu Hao, may I borrow your RV's bathroom for a shower? I'll pay in. She dashed to the vehicle and returned with folded garments. Thank you. Zhou Ning accepted them, then hesitated before asking Liu Hao, may I borrow your RV's bathroom for a shower? I'll pay in highway credits. Of course. Liu Hao agreed without hesitation, not out of prurient curiosity about her low-cut form-fitting skirt, but simply from genuine compassion for a woman stranded in the desert who valued cleanliness. Please come aboard. He rose and opened the armored RV's heavy door. Zhou Ning hadn't expected such immediate consent, and now faltered anew. After all, boarding another's vehicle rendered her as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Actually, maybe I'll just... Her words trailed off as Yang Xiaosu gently tugged her forward. Come on, Zhou Ning Jia. The captain's bathroom is spacious, the hot water heavenly. And don't worry, he's a good man. He won't overstep. A good man. Zhou Ning glanced at Liu Hao, searching his handsome, composed features for the two characters that defined him. In the end, the allure of steaming water proved irresistible. She longed desperately for a soothing hot bath, clean clothes. And if fortune smiled, a deep restorative pulled inside by Yang Xiaosu, Zhou Ning stood stunned. Within lay not a mere vehicle cabin, but a pristine, cozy bedroom. Hardwood flooring, a plush sofa, a wide bed, a compact kitchenette, warm ambient lighting, and gentle fragrant heated air. Stepping from the barren desert into this sanctuary felt like crossing into another world. What level has your vehicle been upgraded to? She asked, dazed. Level 3. Lu Hao placed 2 glasses of warm milk on the table. Level 3. A faint bitter smile touched Zhou Ning's lips. Why did 2 level 3 vehicles differ so vastly? His was a heavily armored off-road RV, equipped with a heavy machine gun mount, a luxurious sleeping compartment, climate control, air filtration, and every domestic convenience imaginable. Hers, a slab of steel smaller than a cot. Zhou Ning, Jia, here are slippers. Yang Xiaosu handed her a pair. Oh yes, thank you. Zhou Ning slipped them on. Here, drink this. Zhou Ning, Jia. Yang Xiaosu offered the milk. Oh, thank you. Zhou Ning sipped the warm milk, watching Yang Xiaosu begin cooking. For a fleeting moment, she felt disoriented, as if she'd slipped back into those carefree days living with close friends. Back then, life had been arduous yet beautiful, training grueling yet camaraderie sustaining. Lu Hao's motion of drawing his firearm snapped her back to reality. Don't tense up, it's just routine maintenance. No risk of accidental discharge. Go ahead and shower. He wiped his Desert Eagle methodically. Mastery of gun food demanded meticulous weapon care. Zhou Ning hurriedly said, I'll pay you 10 highway credits. Does that suffice? Without looking up, Lu Hao continued polishing the barrel. No charge. Shower as long as you like. The hot water flows endlessly. No fee. Shower freely. Zhou Ning narrowed her eyes slightly. What could he possibly want in return? I want you to stop smelling like 2 days of dust and sweat. Lu Hao replied as if reading her thoughts, then tapped her lightly with the pistol's muzzle. Go on. Wash thoroughly before rejoining us. Zhou Ning froze, momentarily unsettled. Had his magazine not already rested openly on the table, she might have feared worse. Yang Xiaosu giggled beside them. Go on, Zhou Ning, Jia. I've already bathed once. And he didn't so much as glance sideways. Zhou Ning remained uneasy, thinking inwardly, that's different. I'm not his comrade. After a brief hesitation, she entered the bathroom. It was remarkably spacious, nearly 3 square meters, with neatly arranged body wash, shampoo, and fresh towels. She inspected every corner, satisfied all was in order, then shed her clothes and turned the shower valve. As warm water cascaded over her skin, she nearly moaned aloud in pure, unadulterated relief. In that instant, all burdens dissolved. Her mind held only one lucid thought: this hot shower, it feels like rebirth. Outside, Yang Xiaosu deftly chopped chicken with rhythmic precision. She glanced toward the bathroom and whispered, Captain, will there be enough hot water left? Lu Hao smiled. Let her finish first, then it's your turn. This RV boasts an infinite water tank. An infinite water tank? Like the one from the lottery machine? Yes, my luck held. I drew it. Lu Hao replied. Truly extraordinary fortune. Yang Xiaosu could scarcely find words. She'd lost everything at the lottery machine, while he'd quietly secured its rarest prize. No wonder you're never stingy with water. Still, waste must be avoided, Lu Hao cautioned. Yes, I understand. Yang Xiaosu beamed, already anticipating her own lavish second bath, and redoubled her culinary efforts. Soon all ingredients were prepped and simmering gently in the pot. Then Zhou Ning emerged from the bathroom. Zhou Ning was unaware that this was an infinite water tank and free of charge, feeling a bit shy about washing for too long. At that moment she emerged wearing a black low-cut body-hugging dress, which accentuated her tall figure. Her damp hair cascaded down, resting on her smooth shoulders. Below were her well-rounded bosom, a waist that could be grasped with one hand, and a pronounced hip line. Further down, the coverage of the body-hugging dress abruptly ended, revealing a pair of long, slender, and fair legs extending to the ground, with not a single flaw to be found even on her feet. At that moment Zhou Ning resembled a water lily, her skin fairer than snow, exuding a captivating allure. Lu Hao paused in his action of cleaning his gun, unable to help but steal a few more glances. Zhou Ning felt her cheeks flush under his gaze. Sister Zhou Ning, you are so beautiful, Yang Xiaosu couldn't help but exclaim. Your legs are definitely longer than mine. She even stepped forward to compare, her face full of envy. You are beautiful too, Zhou Ning said somewhat shyly, sneaking a glance at Lu Hao only to find his gaze clear, devoid of any intention to offend, which eased her mind. Just simmer the chicken on low heat, Xiaosu. Go wash up, Lu Hao instructed. Okay, Captain, Yang Xiaosu replied, happily taking her clothes and entering the bathroom. Not long after, the sound of running water could be heard along with her faint humming. Sit down, the food will take a while longer to be ready. Lu Hao put away his Desert Eagle. Zhou Ning nodded slightly, saying thank you. Seeing Lu Hao being so friendly, she lowered her guard and quietly sat on the sofa. The sofa was comfortable and soft, and after taking a hot shower, she felt much more relaxed, a sense of safety welling up within her. The pot on the induction cooker was slowly boiling, and the aroma of chicken stewed with potatoes wafted through the air. The rice cooker was steaming, releasing the fragrant scent of rice. Zhou Ning quietly swallowed her saliva. There was no helping it, a chicken stew with potatoes was her favorite dish. She sighed inwardly, pondering what kind of day she had been living these past 2 days. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Lu Hao and ask, "How did you manage this?" Lu Hao leaned back on the sofa, leisurely responding, "Just luck, really. You're not bad, either. Your overall physique is much stronger than mine, and your extraordinary sequence is quite remarkable. Is it related to close combat?" "Yes, I did have some combat training before," Zhou Ning replied simply. "Oh, you've studied combat, no wonder your battle instincts are so good," Lu Hao praised. However, despite saying this, he naturally wouldn't believe that her abilities were just a matter of having some basics. To be precise, it wasn't battle awareness, it should be called killing instinct. Not to mention killing without blinking an eye, at least her efficiency in taking out bizarre monsters was impressively swift. Yet since she seemed unwilling to say more, he refrained from probing further. After a while, the bathroom door opened. Yang Xiaosu emerged wearing a sexy maid outfit. Lu Hao's gaze fell on her, thinking that this outfit was indeed pleasing to the eye. Moreover, she had even put on black stockings. This girl was becoming increasingly sensible. Sensing Lu Hao's gaze, Yang Xiaosu's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly said, "Let me check if the chicken is done." Zhou Ning's expression was somewhat peculiar as she looked at Yang Xiaosu, and then at Lu Hao, almost blurting out that they were quite playful together. A maid outfit, what a rather unique preference this one has. Then she thought about her own attire. Could it also be a reflection of this person's peculiar tastes? Ahem. Lu Hao felt a bit awkward and explained, "It's not what you think, and considering the circumstances, having clothes to wear is already quite good. Just look at me, I don't have any new clothes to wear." Zhou Ning thought about it, and agreed. This was survival on the road, and resources were dropped randomly, leaving no choice. Xiaosu put the dirty clothes in the washing machine. Lu Hao said, "Okay, Captain." Yang Xiaosu replied, placing their dirty clothes into the washing machine, pressing the wash button, then bringing the pot to the dining table, serving the rice, and calling out, "Dinner is ready. Let's eat, there's rice for you, don't be shy," Lu Hao said as he stood up to Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning felt a bit embarrassed upon seeing this. A hot shower along with hot food was simply a heavenly treatment in the midst of a doomsday road survival scenario. "I should at least pay with some road currency, otherwise I would feel guilty." Lu Hao laughed, saying, "If you really feel guilty, then after dinner accompany me for some practice." "Practice what?" Zhou Ning asked in surprise. Lu Hao placed the bowl of rice in front of her and smiled, "Close combat training." "Oh." Zhou Ning hesitated a bit, taking the bowl. "Sure. Let's eat, Captain, here are your chopsticks," Yang Xiaosu said, already eager. Thank you for your hard work." Lu Hao placed a piece of chicken in her bowl. "Thank you, Captain." Yang Xiaosu happily began to eat. Seeing their cheerful demeanor, Zhou Ning relaxed a bit, and took a bite of the fragrant rice, followed by a piece of incredibly flavorful chicken and some soft, tender potatoes. At that moment, all the cells in her body seemed to be rejoicing. So delicious. Zhou Ning sniffed, and imitating Lu Hao and Yang Xiaosu began to eat heartily. Before long, a large pot of chicken stewed with potatoes was completely devoured by the three. "I'm so full." Yang Xiaosu patted her belly and got up to tidy the dining table. Knowing that one shouldn't bite the hand that feeds, Zhou Ning helped clean up as well, and the two busied themselves at the kitchen counter. Lu Hao watched their figures, one in a maid outfit, the other in a low-cut body-hugging dress. While their styles were completely different, both were top-tier beauties. Just watching was a feast for the eyes. After a while, Zhou Ning approached and said, "Come on, let's practice together. Sure you don't mind if I bring a gun, do you?" Lu Hao pulled out his Desert Eagle. Zhou Ning, puzzled, asked, "Isn't this close combat?" "I'm practicing gunfighting technique," Lu Hao replied. Zhou Ning was taken aback. She was no stranger to gunfighting techniques, and was rather familiar with it. It wasn't that she practiced it, but it reminded her of someone. "He'll unload the bullets first to avoid accidentally injuring you," Lu Hao added. Zhou Ning snapped back to reality, smiling confidently, "No need, you won't hit me." Saying this, she turned and stepped down from the RV. Lu Hao glanced at her perfectly curved figure wrapped in a short skirt, chuckled, and proceeded to unload the bullets. The two approached the campfire. Yang Xiaosu sat on the step in front of the car. "Go, Captain." After a moment, she added, "Zhou Ning, you go for it too." The cold wind blew and the campfire flickered. On the ground, the shadows of the two danced continuously. Zhou Ning struck a simple starting pose. "Come on." "All right." Lu Hao nodded slightly, taking a deep breath as combat techniques related to gunfighting flashed through his mind. Then he drew his gun and fired. Click. Zhou Ning was startled and instinctively made a dodging move. She then realized that Lu Hao's gun was empty. If it had been loaded, that shot would have grazed her scalp. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. She finally understood why Lu Hao had to use an empty gun. Recalling his fluid draw and shooting movements, seamless and as quick as lightning, Zhou Ning fully focused. At that moment, Lu Hao fired his second shot. Zhou Ning had already predicted this, dodging again and closing in on him. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them rapidly diminished. They say a gun is fast beyond 3 steps, but within 3 steps. is a punch quicker. Lu Hao did not believe in this. He firmly believed that within 3 steps the gun could be both accurate and fast. However, Zhou Ning's close combat skills were superior to his. Before he could even make a shooting move, her elbow had already pushed his wrist aside. Her other hand was ready to counterattack. At that moment, Zhou Ning crouched down, her figure suddenly disappearing from in front of him. Lu Hao was taken aback, and then a tremendous force came from his waist, causing him to lose his balance. So soft. Lu Hao was suddenly embraced from behind by Zhou Ning, crashing solidly to the ground. Jiu-jitsu. Ow! A hand tightened around his neck while 2 strong legs wrapped around his waist. A ground control technique. Lu Hao didn't expect this girl to come out with such a powerful move right away. It was a mix of pain and pleasure. You lost. The cold voice of Zhou Ning echoed in his ear. Not yet. Lu Hao still held onto the gun, angling it back to press against her leg. The icy gun barrel made Zhou Ning loosen her grip slightly, and she exclaimed in surprise, "You can still hold onto the gun." "If I couldn't hold it, I definitely wouldn't stand a chance against you," Lu Hao replied with some difficulty. Zhou Ning released him, saying, "You don't have any bullets in your gun." "Ooh, I let my guard down. And you didn't bring a knife either." Lu Hao felt the soft pressure on his back disappear. "Let's continue. This time load the bullets." "Don't worry about hurting me," Zhou Ning said earnestly. Lu Hao thought for a moment. "All right, but you better be careful." After loading the bullets, the two distanced themselves again. Zhou Ning fixed her gaze on Lu Hao and coldly instructed, "Shoot." Lu Hao's expression was somewhat strange. However, he didn't hesitate, but this time it was a feint. He first made a false move with the gun. Zhou Ning was not fooled and charged at him again. This time Lu Hao did not wait in place, but instead slid to the side to create distance. Thus the two continuously dodged and maneuvered around the campfire. Lu Hao occasionally fired a shot, but Zhou Ning managed to predict and evade each one. When she got close, they exchanged blows a few times, after which he immediately sought to create distance, not giving her the chance to entangle him with her jiu-jitsu. It was difficult to determine a winner. While the captain is amazing and Zhou Ning is not bad either, Yang Xiaosu exclaimed, resting her chin on her hands, her pretty face filled with admiration. Gunshots echoed in the desert. A wandering white skeleton crept silently closer. Just as it prepared to launch a sneak attack on the two, swish! A bullet struck its forehead, precisely followed by another arrow that pinned the same spot. The white skeleton, being a low-level strange creature, couldn't withstand such a barrage and fell apart in an instant. Yang Xiaosu quickly ran over, and as she sat back down on the RV's step, found a bottle of beer and a pack of spicy strips in her hands. Awesome, they even bring food and drinks. She happily began to eat. A bite of spicy strip, a sip of beer, while watching the combat performance. Surviving in the apocalyptic road really feels wonderful. By the campfire, Lu Hao was once again pressed down by Zhou Ning. This time his gun was knocked away, and he could only slam the ground in surrender. "Let's go again." Lu Hao grew bolder as he fought. A few minutes later, "Ow. Let's go again." Lu Hao got back up, his stamina nearly depleted, but his understanding of gun combat techniques deepened. Zhou Ning was slightly out of breath, her gaze toward him changed completely. Yet she did not retreat. "Are you still?" Lu Hao asked. Zhou Ning adjusted her low-cut neckline and responded coldly. "This level was my daily routine in the past." "Oh." Lu Hao smiled slightly. This time he took the initiative to attack. After a brief entanglement, he managed to pin her down, but just as he was about to press the gun against her, she executed a twist and locked him down completely. Lu Hao smiled slightly. This time he took the initiative to attack. After a brief entanglement, he managed to pin her down, but just as he was about to press the gun against her, she executed a twist and locked him down completely. Zhou Ning's expression was peculiar. "Then hurry up and get up." She was still pressing him sideways. While she didn't mind during the fight, now that it was over, feeling his warm body made her a bit embarrassed. "All right, I'll get up." Lu Hao forced himself to rise, and then extended his hand. "Thanks, I must have worn you out." Zhou Ning's gaze fell on Lu Hao's palm, momentarily entranced. Once someone had reached out to her like this. But that person had disappeared later, and she could never find them. Perhaps as she had guessed, they had come here. "What's wrong?" Lu Hao asked. Zhou Ning came to her senses and softly said, "It's nothing, just remembering his sister." She took Lu Hao's hand and stood up, adjusting her low-cut dress, which was slightly revealing. Lu Hao was both amused and exasperated. "Hey, I'm a man, and I remind you of a sister. Is that reasonable?" Zhou Ning opened her mouth and couldn't help but chuckle. Her smile blossomed like a cool lotus flower, breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Hao was momentarily dazed. "You look pretty when you smile. You should smile more and not always keep a cold face." Zhou Ning slowly retracted her smile, shook her head, and said nothing. "You're all dirty, you should wash up." "I have a bathrobe," Lu Hao said. Zhou Ning responded. The two walked to the front of the RV, where they found Yang Xiaosu sprawled out, seemingly asleep, with a beer bottle and spicy strip wrappers beside her. Lu Hao chuckled. "This girl must be tipsy. Ooh, just one bottle, and she's out." Yang Xiaosu suddenly lifted her head, her face flushed, and sleepily said, "I'm not tipsy, I'm just not good with alcohol." "Captain, are you done practicing with Zhou Ning?" She wobbled as she got up. "We're done, let's go inside." Lu Hao supported her and entered the RV with Zhou Ning. As the door closed, it blocked out the cold air and sand from outside. "The bathrobe is in the wardrobe," Lu Hao said. Zhou Ning nodded, took the bathrobe, and entered the bathroom again. Lu Hao helped Yang Xiaosu sit down on the sofa. The little girl, half drunk and half awake, murmured softly, "Captain, it's so good to have you. I'm not afraid of anything now. I think we will always be teammates, right?" Yes, Lu Hao smiled. "That's good." Yang Xiaosu beamed, then her body softened, and she fell into his arms, quickly falling asleep. Inside the RV, the warm wind was pleasant, and the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Lu Hao held the soft and fragrant girl while checking the progress of his gun combat technique. Gun combat technique level 1108500. He was somewhat surprised the effect of practical training is so immediate. Previously, it was only 15,500, but after training with Zhou Ning, it had jumped up significantly. Should I continue to find her to practice? Forget it, I don't want to wear the girl out. I'll just practice shooting by myself. After a while, Zhou Ning emerged from the bathroom enveloped in steam. Seeing Lu Hao holding Yang Xiaosu, she paused for a moment and walked toward the door. "I'll go first." Lu Hao asked, "Are you sleeping outside tonight? Or why not stay here for a while? You've worked hard to consider it my thanks." Zhou Ning glanced back. "No, that would Lu Hao realized, chuckling, "Disturb what? It's not what you think." Saying this, he laid Yang Xiaosu down on the sofa, then pressed a button on the side of the sofa, which slowly shifted and extended into a bed. "You two sleep enough, you can rest first. I'll go outside to practice shooting." He opened the storage cabinet, took out several guns and a pile of bullets, and slid open the door to step outside. Zhou Ning stood frozen in place, caught in a dilemma. Inside was a warm room with a soft sofa. Outside, the cold wind howled, forcing her to lie on the hard skateboard without even a blanket, while constantly staying alert for sudden appearances of strange monsters. Even a fool would know what to choose. Moreover, this man, who was immersed in gun combat techniques, seemed to be quite decent. So almost unconsciously, Zhou Ning approached the sofa and slowly lay down. Then she found herself entangled by Yang Xiaosu. "Captain, why do you smell so nice and feel so soft?" Zhou Ning replied. Outside, the faint sound of continuous gunfire could be heard. The sound insulation of the RV was quite good, allowing for undisturbed sleep. After battling through the journey, Zhou Ning had not truly closed her eyes for 2 days. As she lay down, fatigue and sleepiness finally overwhelmed her, and her eyelids slowly closed as she drifted into a deep slumber. Outside the RV, Lu Hao focused on practicing shooting using firearms other than the Desert Eagle, familiarizing himself with the characteristics and performance of various guns. At first, he simply threw stones, and then shot, training himself to hit fast-moving targets under low visibility. Gradually, he began to master the skill of locating sounds. Using this skill, he managed to take down several white skeletons that came in response to the noise. Without hesitation, he charged into the desert beyond the campfire, using the thick night to search for strange nocturnal creatures. Whenever he found one, he would not kill it immediately, but instead use it to practice his shooting skills, incapacitating it before looking for the next. He practiced like this until deep into the night, and only when he had exhausted his ammunition did he return to the RV, filled with a bundle of supplies, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Gunfight technique level 1, 398,500. Besides making great progress in gunfight techniques, he was just 102 shots away from leveling up, and he had also used his luck manipulation to obtain 2 bottles of basic gene potions. He drank 1 bottle himself, bringing his overall physique to 70. He planned to save the other bottle for Yang Xiaosu. She truly regarded herself as a fully trusted teammate, so he couldn't let her down. By now it was already late at night, and only a small night light illuminated the RV. Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning were sleeping on the sofa bed, both deeply asleep. A faint smile lingered on Yang Xiaosu's lips, as if she were having a beautiful dream. Zhou Ning's brows were slightly furrowed, seemingly troubled by heavy concerns even in her dreams. Their arms intertwined like lotus roots, pale long legs resting against each other, their clothing partially exposed, creating a subtle allure. Both were rare beauties, each stunning in their own way. Lu Hao admired the scene for a while, without disturbing them, quietly entering the bathroom for a shower. The intense training had left him quite fatigued, and after showering he climbed straight into bed and fell asleep shortly after. He did not notice that a figure on the sofa bed slowly began to rise. The next day, before dawn, Lu Hao was awakened by Yang Xiaosu's piercing scream. "What happened? Is there a sandstorm coming?" Lu Hao sat up in bed, but he saw that Zhou Ning was missing, and only Yang Xiaosu, with a face full of panic, was pointing at the ceiling. "What is it?" Lu Hao looked up and saw a person hanging upside down from the ceiling. "What the hell?" He was startled only to discover that the person hanging was Zhou Ning. The scene was indeed bizarre. She was hanging by the soles of her feet from a horizontal pipe on the roof, her arms crossed over her chest, eyes closed in slumber. It seemed she was sleeping quite soundly. What caught Lu Hao's attention was that she had originally been wearing a nightgown, but now it dangled down, revealing her lower half clad only in lace panties. Lu Hao averted his gaze, silently marveling. What an incredible angle. Captain, you need to get Zhou Ning down quickly, or she's going to suffer from blood congestion. Yang Xiaosu said anxiously. You're so loud. Zhou Ning opened her eyes and immediately realized her view was completely upside down. She was startled, and in her panic loosened her grip, falling down. Lu Hao reacted, quickly stepping forward to catch her in a princess carry. Thank you. Zhou Ning lay in Lu Hao's arms, lost in thought. After a moment, she raised her gaze. Was it very ugly and strange for me to hang like that? Lu Hao pondered for a couple of seconds before slowly replying, every girl is beautiful, including Batman in lace underwear. Zhou Ning. Yang Xiaosu covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, then curiously asked, Zhou Ning, were you sleepwalking? She suddenly stood up, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto her cool, beautiful face. It's the extraordinary sequence. The extraordinary sequence I obtained is related to bats. So you have to sleep hanging upside down like a bat? Yang Xiaosu exclaimed in surprise. It seems to be that way, Zhou Ning replied helplessly. This was an S-level extraordinary sequence, granting her greater combat power and extraordinary abilities. But why did she also have to adopt bat-like habits? It was hard-earned to finally get a good night's sleep, yet she had to sleep hanging upside down. Where can she voice her grievances? It's just sleeping upside down, not turning into a vampire or growing wings. It's not a big deal. Lu Hao reassured her with a smile. Then he added, the key is... What's the key? Zhou Ning asked. Lu Hao said seriously, the key is that it saves a bed space. Zhou Ning. I'm going to make breakfast now, Yang Xiaosu said with a smile, then asked Lu Hao, Captain, can I make something for you below? Zhou Ning looked at her, huh? Lu Hao. Whoa. Xiaosu, I'm giving you a task. Investigate the information on several gangs: the Road Tyrant Alliance, the Red Flower Society, the Cyber Riders, and the Road Warriors. These 4 gangs are currently the largest, and there's one mysterious gang rumored to have 2 level 3 vehicles that needs close attention. While eating noodles, Lu Hao said to Yang Xiaosu. Yang Xiaosu blinked. Captain, are you talking about us? The mysterious gang with 2 level 3 vehicles? Lu Hao lightly tapped her forehead. Not us. We're not even a gang yet. Then let's form a gang, how about it? Yang Xiaosu said excitedly. Oh. Lu Hao pondered slightly. Zhou Ning paused her eating motion, glancing at him. After a moment, Lu Hao smiled. No, while a gang can quickly gather resources, managing it is too troublesome. It's better for us to act as a small team. Zhou Ning put down her bowl and chopsticks, saying, I know someone who just joined the Cyber Riders. I can ask him. Also, I need you to help me find someone. Her name is Zhou Ling. Yang Xiaosu curiously asked, is she your friend? Did you lose contact? Zhou Ning's tone carried a hint of sadness. She's my younger sister. She went missing 6 months ago, and now I suspect she might have come here. So that's how it is. It really could be possible. Yang Xiaosu thought of her own mother and quietly said, I hope my mom doesn't come here. She's not well and wouldn't survive. Damn doomsday roads. Don't worry. It seems this game is only targeting younger players. So far I haven't seen any elders or children, Lu Hao said. That's good. I'm done eating too. Yang Xiaosu got up to clear the bowls and chopsticks. Zhou Ning helped out as well. Once everything was cleaned up, Lu Hao handed Yang Xiaosu a bottle of basic gene potion. This is from last night. Drink it. We're about to enter Gold Rush Town, and the situation inside is unknown. We must do our utmost to become stronger. Okay, Captain. Yang Xiaosu gulped down the primary gene potion in one go. Outside, the day had brightened considerably, and the howling of the sandstorm was growing closer. We can set off now, Lu Hao said. We don't need to rush into the town. It's enough to enter at the last moment. Let's search for the strange monsters in a wide area first. Zhou Ning, do you need anything? Zhou Ning thought for a moment and replied, a level 4 fire seed chip, and something that can break the genetic lock. She had reached the maximum level in the novice village and needed higher level items. Lu Hao chuckled. I want that too, but it's likely that we can only obtain it in the dungeons. Zhou Ning then said, they'll help you fight the strange monsters and the items will be yours. You just treat me to a meal and a bath. Deal. Then I'll go to my own vehicle, Captain. Yang Xiaosu had already changed out of her sexy maid outfit. Zhou Ning had also changed out of her low-cut form-fitting skirt. Lu Hao instructed them, when you encounter strange monsters, don't kill them all at once. You leave the final blow to me. Why? There isn't a monster-killing mission here, is there? Zhou Ning asked, puzzled. Lu Hao smiled slightly. My drop rate is relatively high. It wasn't until they found a nest of strange monsters that Zhou Ning and Yang Xiaosu realized the truth behind his words. Can you believe that a level 2 black skeleton could drop 500 road coins? Can you believe that a level 1 strange little monster could drop a basic spiritual potion? Level 3 fire seed chips, large quantities of fuel, various firearms, high quality ingredients, road coins, clothing. In their eyes, Lu Hao was like a cheat, consistently dropping extraordinary items from strange monsters. It was as if he could get whatever he wanted. He even obtained a dagger. To be precise, it was an armor-piercing blade forged from tungsten steel. Zhou Ning had said she didn't want anything, but she couldn't help but feel greedy when she saw the armor-piercing blade. Compared to it, the small knife in her hand looked like scrap metal. Here, take it, Xiaosu, and I can't use this. Lu Hao tossed the armor-piercing blade to her. Zhou Ning wanted to refuse, but her hand honestly accepted it. Thank you. I must say, being with Lu Hao, this wasn't an apocalypse road survival. It was more like a relaxed. Along the way, Lu Hao naturally didn't forget to practice his gunfighting skills, getting closer to reaching the maximum level of the first stage. Gunfighting level 1, 467,500. They stopped when they were 3 kilometers away from Gold Rush Town. 3 kilometers away, shrouded in gray mist, the outline of the town could be faintly seen. It wasn't a modern town, it resembled a typical rural village. Almost all players were gathered in front of the town. At first glance, it looked like a comprehensive showcase of vehicles with all kinds of rides present. Captain, there are armed helicopters. Yang Xiaosu exclaimed. There was more than one helicopter, but one armed helicopter stood out the most. The Apache Guardian, an old model, is the level 3 vehicle of the Red Flower Society's leader Liang Yueming. Zhou Ning recognized the helicopter's model and its owner. She and Yang Xiaosu had not only been fighting monsters on the way, but had also gathered information about the 4 major guilds in the channel. For example, the leader of the Red Flower Society is a woman named Liang Yueming, with a level 3 armed helicopter, an extraordinary sequence of double S rank currently recognized as number 1 on the 1688 road combat power list. For example, the Cyber Iron Riders leader Zhang Lingxiao has a level 3 flame motorcycle awakened, with a highly compatible extraordinary sequence of the Wraith Knight, which explodes in power after transformation, attracting numerous motorcycle enthusiasts. For example, the leader of the Road Tyrant Alliance Li Qiandong has a level 3 Tiger tank, with an extraordinary sequence similar to the Hulk transformation, enhancing defense and overall physique by 3 times, making him a match for Liang Minghua. Then there's the notorious Road Maniac Gang, led by Lu Deming, with a level 3 armored assault vehicle. The extraordinary sequence remains unknown. Another guild that possesses 2 level 3 vehicles remains mysterious, with no specific information available, only known to be frighteningly powerful. Although few in number, they can stand up to the 4 major guilds. Lu Hao glanced at the online player count in the channel. Number of players 1167, 510, 0000. Compared to yesterday, the reduction in players wasn't significant. This means that all the surviving players have gathered in front of the town. The sandstorm won't arrive for over an hour. Let's take stock of the supplies we gathered on the way, Lu Hao said. He called Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning into the RV. Yang Xiaosu began to tally the supplies they had collected on the road. 1 level 3 fire seed chips, 6 bottles of basic gene potions, 4 bottles of basic spiritual potions, 3,120 road coins, 1,200 L of fuel, 3 pistols, 2 submachine guns, 1 sniper rifle, and a lot of bullets too numerous to count, 5 pieces of fresh steak, fresh beef, delicious self-heating pot. We don't need to count the food, Lu Hao said. Oh. Yang Xiaosu handed him 2 sets of clothing. It's a handsome combat suit and a denim shirt. Captain, you have new clothes to wear now. Not bad. Lu Hao picked up 3 bottles of basic gene potions. Xiaosu, these are yours, drink them now. Yang Xiaosu didn't take them, saying, you're definitely prioritizing your enhancements, Captain. My overall physique is only 30 points away from reaching 100. Aren't there people selling spiritual potions? Use road coins to buy 2 more bottles, then you drink them. Spiritual power is very important for archers. By the way, you should also sell the level 3 fire seed chip to the highest bidder, Lu Hao said. Understood, Captain. Soon Yang Xiaosu bought 2 bottles of basic spiritual potions from the trading platform, spending 2,000 road coins. Captain, cheers. She opened the potion bottle. Lu Hao smiled slightly. Cheers. Watching the 2 treat the potions like alcohol, Zhou Ning felt her eyelids twitch. Which family can be so extravagant with drugs? Today she had seen it all. After consuming the potions, Yang Xiaosu's overall physique rose to 60, and her spiritual power increased to 30. It's a pity that time is limited. We need to keep some road coins as backup, otherwise I would have maxed you out completely, Lu Hao said. Yang Xiaosu quickly replied, it's fine, Captain, I'm already very satisfied. I'm full now. There will definitely be more opportunities to gather resources in the town, Lu Hao smiled. Captain, you don't need to divide the road coins, just keep them all with you. I still have 500 here, and I'll give them all to you. You can manage the money from now on, Yang Xiaosu said earnestly. In just 2 days of being together, she had completely trusted Lu Hao without any reservations. Lu Hao thought for a moment and said, that's fine, but you should also keep some money on you for emergencies. He placed several of the most useful firearms and their corresponding ammunition into his backpack for easy access, then glanced at his information panel. Name Lu Hao account balance 28, 88 overall physique, 100 strength agility defense spiritual power, 36100 recovering extraordinary sequence vehicle symbiosis, luck manipulation, gun fighting level 1. 467500 gene lock, unopened backpack, desert eagle pistol, Beretta pistol, AK-47 rifle M500 revolver Colt M1873 revolver Barrett M90 sniper rifle bullets. Captain, someone has offered a high price to buy a level 3 fire seed chip. Yang Xiaosu suddenly said. Lu Hao's expression changed. Oh, how much is the offer? 10,000 road coins, that is the highest price currently offered. Yang Xiaosu said. Yang Xiaosu continued, the other party claims to be from the Red Flower Society, saying they want to make friends, and even offered us high positions if we are willing to join. Other gangs are also bidding and trying to win us over, she added. Oh. Lu Hao chuckled and said they probably guessed you are a level 3 vehicle. They definitely won't miss the opportunity to expand, taking both food and drink. It's quite the fantasy. You turned them all down, right? Those who spoke too harshly were directly blacklisted. Alright. Yang Xiaosu replied one by one in private messages. When she saw a new message come in, she exclaimed, Captain, someone has offered 20,000 road coins. It's from someone named Zhang Xian, who didn't claim to be from a gang, just made a direct offer. Lu Hao was also a bit surprised as this price exceeded his expectations. Surprisingly, that person is quite wealthy. They must be from some gang as well, but their generous offer without conditions for joining makes it possible to trade with them. The other party sent another message saying they want to meet offline for the transaction and will provide us with useful intelligence, Yang Xiaosu said again. Lu Hao said without thinking, decline, online transactions are fine, we don't need the intelligence. Okay. Yang Xiaosu nodded. Before long, Lu Hao's account received the 20,000 road coins she transferred. Account balance 22888, my wallet just got a little heftier. He exclaimed. Then he turned to Zhou Ning, have you thought about it? Do you want to team up? I don't need a large gang, but I don't mind having trustworthy teammates, the kind you can entrust your back to. Are you willing to entrust your back to me? Hearing this, Zhou Ning's expression was peculiar. Yang Xiaosu blinked and quietly said the beginning sounded quite normal, but the latter part feels a bit off. Ahem. Lu Hao cleared his throat and said, don't mind the details, I am a serious person. Zhou Ning surprisingly agreed. Indeed serious. Last night in the vehicle, this man clearly had plenty of opportunities to act inappropriately, but he let her sleep soundly until dawn. Just for this sense of integrity, he scored highly in her heart. She nodded slightly. All right. Yay. With sister Zhou Ning joining our team, become stronger. Yang Xiaosu said happily. It's a team, Lu Hao replied irritably. Yang Xiaosu stuck out her tongue and said, so what shall we name our team? 3 or more people can register a gang in the road system. Is there any welfare? Lu Hao asked. Yang Xiaosu said. Then forget it. Lu Hao wouldn't do something that didn't yield benefits. The sandstorm will arrive in an hour, let's rest here, eat something, take a shower, and then head into town. After gathering their supplies, Zhou Ning went to take a shower first while Yang Xiaosu cooked steak, and Lu Hao waited to eat. Half an hour later, the three were full and refreshed after showering, sitting on the sofa, enjoying the air conditioning, waiting for the final moment. At this moment, a violent explosion sounded. In front of Gold Rush Town, a gunfight was happening. From Lu Hao's perspective, flames erupted, and the sounds of cannon and gunfire mixed chaotically. Is it starting? It looks like it's not small, Lu Hao marveled. Zhou Ning opened the chat channel to take a look, and said it's the Road Tyrants Alliance and the Highway Maniacs gang fighting. What's the reason? Lu Hao picked up a telescope and happened to see a tiger tank rampaging, occasionally firing it. Zhou Ning said, I'll ask Chen Zhong, he has more information. Chen Zhong, the one from the Flying Dragon Society, who rides a motorcycle? Lu Hao asked. Yeah, he's not bad. At the subway entrance, and that one driving the two-wheeled vehicle, neither of them shot at you. Zhou Ning said. I know, that's why I let them go. Lu Hao continued observing with the telescope. By this time, more than a dozen vehicles had been destroyed, making him feel a pang of heartache. These are all good materials that can be used for synthesis. What a waste. He replied. Zhou Ning looked at the private messages in the chat channel, and said Li Qiandong and Lu Deming are fighting over a woman. Such a cliché. Yang Xiaosu exclaimed. Since ancient times, beautiful women have brought disaster. Many wars have arisen because of women, Lu Hao said. But Chen Zhong said it should not be as simple as jealousy. What's related to this woman's extraordinary sequence? Zhou Ning continued. Oh, then it becomes more interesting. What kind of extraordinary sequence could cause two gangs to fight so fiercely? Lu Hao said with great interest. Zhou Ning suddenly said, Chen Zhong sent the latest news that woman has run into Gold Rush Town and both sides have temporarily ceased fire. The Road Tyrants Alliance lost 8 men, and the Highway Maniacs gang lost 17 men, also with some level 2 vehicles fallen. Both sides suffered significant losses. Yang Xiaosu was stunned. Huh? It can be like this. Lu Hao couldn't help but laugh and said both sides were fighting fiercely, yet the main character just ran away. Isn't that a futile effort? Zhou Ning also chuckled, shaking her head. It's like a child's play. What's that woman's name? If we encounter her in the future, we must be cautious to avoid trouble. Lu Hao asked. Zhou Ning said her name is Qin Zhao Zhao. Qin Zhao Zhao. Lu Hao noted down the name and retracted. He opened the refrigerator, which was stocked neatly with various drinks. What do you want to drink? Yang Xiaosu raised her hand. Lemon tea. Coffee, Zhou Ning said. Lu Hao tossed the drinks to them, took a bottle of orange juice for himself, sat down on the sofa, took a sip, and glanced at the time. 20 minutes left. Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning also sat on the sofa waiting quietly. They knew nothing about the information regarding Gold Rush Town. All they could do was wait, and they would only know once they entered. Zhou Ning quietly drank her coffee, her expression cold. Yang Xiaosu sipped her lemon tea, appearing a bit anxious. Lu Hao closed his eyes to rest, silently calculating something in his heart. Time passed by second by second. The sandstorm drew nearer, and they could already see the massive winds and sand sweeping in. Only 8 minutes left. Yang Xiaosu reminded. Lu Hao opened his eyes. Let's go. The vehicle door opened, and Yang Xiaosu quickly jumped onto her level 3 off-road vehicle. Zhou Ning leaped into the air, and a hovering skateboard swiftly flew over, allowing her to land on it, like a flying cloud. Lu Hao, however, remained seated on the sofa, saying, Ernyo, head to Gold Rush Town. A clear female voice echoed from the car. Yes, master. Ernyo is the voice system of the autonomous driving module, a name Lu Hao casually came up with. In front of the town, players were continuously entering. Lu Hao was not in a hurry, allowing the vehicle to move slowly. He instructed Ernyo to activate the vehicle's communication system. Zhou Ning, Xiaosu, there's only one road to enter the town. No need to squeeze with others, it will go in last. Received. Received. The arrival of the sandstorm was like herding sheep, driving all players into the fenced-off pen. Once inside the pen, what awaited them was not rest, but possibly an even more perilous and deadly environment. Lu Hao's trio finally arrived at the town entrance. Looking around, the town was shrouded in gray mist, and those vehicles entering the entrance seemed to be swallowed by a giant beast, completely vanishing from sight. 3 minutes left, that's enough. Lu Hao glanced at the scattered, unclaimed vehicles around, saying to Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning, I have something to do. You go in first, I'll come shortly. But Captain, the sandstorm is about to hit, it will be very dangerous for you. Yang Xiaosu said nervously. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I will join you soon. Lu Hao said calmly. Yang Xiaosu wanted to say something else, but Zhou Ning's voice came through. Let's go, Xiaosu. Trust the captain. Okay. As their vehicle disappeared into the mist of the entrance, Lu Hao had the heavy truck stop. Then he got out, glanced at the sandstorm less than a kilometer away, and quickly checked every abandoned vehicle despite the fierce wind and sand. He didn't care about their condition, as long as they still had shape it was fine. After all, even a mosquito is meat. To Lu Hao's delight, there were 2 relatively intact second-level vehicles and 3 second-level vehicles that were half-broken, while the rest were all first-level vehicles. All of them merged. Soon he received a prompt. The materials obtained have not yet reached the conditions for merging into a 4th-level vehicle. Merged into a spare upgrade module. Progress 41. It seems that leveling up to the 4th level is not easy. With over 20 abandoned vehicles, I've only completed 41. It looks like I need at least a few second-level vehicles, or 1 or 2 third-level vehicles. Lu Hao sighed lightly. However, with players gathering in the town and dangers lurking everywhere, there will be plenty of opportunities to scavenge. It's not a big deal. At this time, the sandstorm was 300 meters away. Unlike the tension and thrill he felt during his first close encounter with a sandstorm, Lu Hao was not in a rush at all. He calmly boarded the heavy truck. Ernyo, let's go. Okay, master. The heavy armored truck quickly started moving, entering the Gold Rush Town at the last moment before the sandstorm arrived. It looked as if it had been pushed in by the sandstorm, disappearing into the gray mist. The visibility in front briefly dropped. A few seconds later, it brightened up again. Before Lu Hao could observe the surrounding environment, he received a prompt from the highway system. Welcome to Gold. Now announcing the tasks and rules. 1. Optional task, kill the warlord leader, reward 4th level fire seed, crystal, 1000 points. 2. Open personal leaderboard. 3. The top 10 players on the leaderboard can receive rewards. 4. The top 1000 players can receive a pass. 5. Private fights are temporarily prohibited in the town. 6. Gold Rush Town is fraught with danger and opportunity. There is no turning back. Please survive. Countdown 71 hours, 58 minutes, 12 seconds. The tasks and rules are simple, yet they reveal no dangers hiding immense peril. First, it revealed key information to obtain the 4th level fire seed, crystal. 1. Must kill the warlord leader. What about those outside the top 1000 players? Are they all eliminated? If that's the case, the elimination death rate is terrifying. With a starting number of 100,000, only 1,000 were left in the first dungeon, a 1% clearance rate. Time is only 3 days. The problem is, how do you earn points? Highway system, why don't you clearly state it? Lu Hao was at a loss. Just then he saw that the system had added a leaderboard interface. First place, Li Si 9 points. Second place, Jiang Zhuiyue 4 points. Third place, At this moment the channel became lively, constantly asking how Li Si got his points. Li Si replied in confusion, I don't know, I just won $9 in the casino. I figured it out, you can earn points in the casino. Someone said. Below someone provided a definite answer. You can indeed win points in the casino. Oh, I lost 50 highway coins and now I have negative 50 points. Ranked last. What, there are negative points? Someone revealed information about the casino. The casino is full of white skeletons, but they don't attack people. They just smoke and drink, winning my money while grinning like ghosts, damn it. Someone else provided another way to earn points. Gold Rush Arena, you earn points if you win. What if you lose 10 points and lose 3 ribs? Damn, you have to take ribs? That's terrifying. No ribs are broken. Oh, is there a doctor in the group? Help my ribs, they hurt so much. Lu Hao watched with great interest as information about Gold Rush Town flooded the channel. Just then, he heard Yang Xiaosu's voice from the vehicle radio. Captain, are you inside? I'm inside. Phew. Xiaosu, could you stop making strange sounds? You keep saying you've come in, and then gasping. Zhou Ning couldn't help but remind him. After joining the team, her personality became clearer, and she even started joking. I was just relieved. It's Yue Ning who has a dirty mind. Yang Xiaosu said shyly. Captain, we're at the casino entrance. Just walk another 500 meters from where you came in, and you'll be there. Zhou Ning said. Okay, I'll go meet up with you. Niu. Okay, master. The heavy truck drove along the wide main road of the town, and the vehicles ahead gradually increased. Most were still observing, not daring to venture deeper. On both sides of the street were low charred buildings as if they had gone through a great fire. He opened the car window, and a wave of hot, smoky air rushed in. The arrival of the heavy armored truck attracted the attention of many. At this moment Lu Hao had retracted the heavy machine gun on the roof into a hidden compartment, so although the whole vehicle looked wild and powerful, it wasn't too intimidating. Is this a truck or an RV? It's so big it must have 2 bedrooms and a living room inside. The whole vehicle is made of titanium alloy armor. Its defense is off the charts. And these tires definitely not ordinary tires. Are they from the poem of Wang Wei? It must belong to another 3rd-level big shot. Lu Hao ignored the discussions around him and walked straight to the front of the casino. Compared to the low buildings around the casino was the most conspicuous, with 2 floors and a large area. Above the casino entrance hung a gigantic skull glowing with a green light. Below it were 4 large characters, Gold Rush Casino. The door was wide open with 2 white skeletons standing guard on either side. Inside, the sounds of raucous shouting and eerie music could be heard, making it seem like a haunted house at an amusement park. The white skeletons won't attack people. You can come and go freely. Zhou Ning walked over. Captain, park the vehicle here. Yang Xiaosu stood in a parking space, raising her bow to scare away a 2nd-level fork truck trying to steal the spot. The 2nd-level forklift had wanted to argue, but hadn't even drawn its gun before it saw Lu Hao's heavy truck coming and scaredly turned to run. Lu Hao smiled and parked the heavy truck. He looked at the other parked vehicles, his gaze landing on a tiger tank and a bright red motorcycle. Li Qiandong from the Road Tyrant Alliance and Zhang Lingxiao from the Cyber Iron Cavalry are both inside, and Chen Zhong is too, Zhou Ning said. Lu Hao nodded. All right, let's go in and take a look. Saying that, he stepped up the stairs. Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning followed him on either side. Lu Hao glanced at the white skeletons standing guard at the entrance, hesitated for a moment, confirming they wouldn't charge at him with rusted iron rods before stepping through the door. Inside the casino, a cacophony of sounds erupted, mingling with the scent of smoke and alcohol in the air. Looking around, one could only see a bizarre scene. So many skeletons, and they are still smoking, drinking, and gambling. Yang Xiaosu's delicate face was filled with astonishment. The casino was illuminated by dim yellow lights, with dozens of gambling tables laid out across the hall, surrounded by white skeletons and real players. Those white skeletons, aside from their strange appearance, behaved almost indistinguishably from real people, except they couldn't speak and only emitted strange howls. Some held cigarettes between their teeth, exhaling clouds of smoke, while others elegantly sipped red wine. At one table, a white skeleton seemed to have won a lot of money, jumping onto the gambling table and performing a dance it had practiced for 2.5 years, which elicited cheers from the other skeletons, creating an electrifying atmosphere. This dancing skeleton appeared to have won the players' money. The players suddenly slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Every round is a straight. You must be cheating." The white skeleton paused its dance and pointed a finger at it. Suddenly, a string of red numbers appeared above the player's head. 200. The eyes of the white skeleton flickered with flames as it cracked its big teeth and let out a peculiar roar. The player was taken aback and suddenly frightened. "Well, whatever, if you're cheating, then fine, this is your territory, you decide. I have things to do, I'll leave now." "Oh." Before he could finish his sentence, a red light shot down from the ceiling, striking his forehead like a laser. Bang! The player trembled and collapsed to the ground with a terrified expression. He was dead. This sudden scene left the other players in the casino dumbfounded, staring blankly at the corpse on the floor. In stark contrast, the white skeletons in the hall erupted into cheers once more. The ghostly cries echoed throughout the hall. -200 points, direct annihilation. Lu Hao's gaze sharpened. Zhou Ning replied expressionlessly, that seems to be the case. Entering the casino requires a $10 road coin as a baseline. Our winnings count as points while losses deduct points. But as I just observed, nearly everyone is losing, so this is not a place to win points. Losing too much could cost you your life. Yang Xiaosu said fearfully, should we continue to gamble? Or change places? Let's watch a bit longer, Lu Hao replied calmly. At that moment someone burst into laughter. Haha, this is interesting. Look at you all scared stiff. Cowards should just leave and not disturb my gambling. What are you staring at? Deal the cards, you worthless bones. Lu Hao looked over and found that the speaker was a burly man, bald, and wearing a tank top, his physique reminiscent. He was the only player at the table, surrounded by a group of people seemingly his subordinates. The white skeleton dealer appeared a bit frightened, trembling as it dealt the cards. Add me in. Another person came over and casually sat down beside him. The burly man frowned. Zhang Lingxiao, there are so many tables. I just want to gamble quietly. Why are you here making a fuss? It's so dark in here, yet you're wearing sunglasses. Ew, I thought a disabled person had come in. With a whoosh, a dozen people flowed in behind the young man, named Zhang Lingxiao, glaring angrily at the burly man. The burly man's subordinates also surged forward. Do you want to die? This is Brother Dong's gambling table. You all get lost. If you want to fight, come at me. Brother Dong will wipe you out. The gangsters will be your end. Enough your... Zhang Lingxiao raised his hand to stop his subordinates. He wore a leather jacket, styled his hair meticulously into a slick back, and wore sunglasses, smiling as he said, how could I dare offend Brother Dong? In the world, besides fighting, there are also human connections, right? I have no grudges against you, Brother Dong. Li Qiandong snorted coldly. If you keep showing off in front of me, you will soon have a grudge. However, he did not chase him away, but turned over the cards he had prepared. They were playing baccarat, with 9 being the highest. In this round, the banker had 8, while the player had 6. Damn, lost again. Li Qiandong slammed the cards on the table, glaring at the skeleton dealer. I want to verify the cards. The skeleton dealer shrunk its head and trembled as it handed over the cards. It quietly reclaimed the $10 road coin it had pressed down. This action was quite comical, causing many to laugh. It was trembling, its 2 rows of big teeth clattering incessantly. You could say it was not afraid, it was determined to win. Li Qiandong laughed angrily. The cards are fine, but I warn you, deal properly, don't play tricks, or I'll rip your skull off. Crack. The skeleton dealer nodded eagerly. Add me in, beautiful. Zhang Lingxiao knocked on the table. The term beautiful left the skeleton dealer momentarily stunned, and it fidgeted a bit, its heart red, as blood visibly beating faster beneath its ribcage. Everyone was taken aback by this reaction. Goodness, why is a weird monster feeling shy? Li Qiandong glanced at Zhang Lingxiao. How do you know it's female? Zhang Lingxiao took a drag from his cigarette, snapped his fingers, and the cigarette lit itself. Then he smiled, and said, female skeletons have more delicate frames, wider pelvises, softer facial lines. Surface beauty is just skin deep. True beauty lies in skeletal structure. This dealer's facial bone structure is smooth, 3-dimensional, and symmetrical. She must have been a great beauty in her time. This statement left everyone speechless. The skeleton dealer blushed, even more, blowing a kiss to Zhang. Li Qiandong scoffed. Hearing you speak seriously about a skeleton, I must be crazy too. Stop being ridiculous. Hurry up and deal the cards. Deal me some good cards, beautiful. Zhang Lingxiao winked at the skeleton dealer. The skeleton dealer grinned, revealing its big teeth, and began dealing. Bet another $10. Li Qiandong tossed another 10 road coins onto the table. Zhang Lingxiao also tossed in 10. Same here, Brother Dong, how much have you lost? None of your business. Li Qiandong flipped over 2 cards and shouted at the skeleton dealer. 3 points, deal me another card. I also have 3 points, deal me another one, beautiful. Zhang Lingxiao beckoned. The skeleton dealer dealt each of them a card. Li Qiandong flipped his card, and his face darkened. 1-7, totaling 0 points. Looking at Zhang Lingxiao's card, he became even angrier. He drew a 6, totaling 9 points. What infuriated him further was that the skeleton dealer took his 10 road coins and directly handed them to Zhang Lingxiao. Zhang Lingxiao smiled cheerfully. Thanks, beautiful. Crack. The skeleton dealer responded with a clack of its teeth. Li Qiandong twitched his lips. Are you all treating me like a monkey? Huh. Zhang Lingxiao looked innocent. Hey, Brother Dong, I didn't conspire with her, just got a bit luckier than... Li Qiandong didn't believe his nonsense, raising a fist the size of a sand pot, threatening the skeleton dealer. I don't want to change places. If you're wise, get a different dealer, and stop the weird romance act, get lost. The skeleton dealer stepped back in fright, and at that moment a black skeleton approached. The appearance of a level 2 weird monster made Li Qiandong slightly restrain himself, but he did not back down, coldly saying, you deal the cards. The black skeleton walked directly to the dealer's position. Seeing the beauty, Zhang Lingxiao curled his lips. Why so fierce? Don't know to cherish the beautiful and delicate. But Captain, the sandstorm is about to hit. It will be very dangerous for you. Yang Xiaosu said nervously. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I will join you soon. And there's no hole to drill. Li Qiandong. Beside him, Lu Hao was watching intently, not only observing the banter between the leaders of the two major factions, but also studying the behaviors of the strange monsters. A vague thought appeared in his mind, yet he was still uncertain. At this moment, another player placed a reckless bet, plunging his score directly into -200. Before he could react, a red light pierced through his body from above, killing him on the spot. Many people were now in a panic. Several gambling addicts quickly regained their senses, too frightened to continue betting as their lives were at stake. Li Qiandong's table was no better. After changing to a black skeleton dealer, he and Zhang Lingxiao found themselves winning less and losing more. Zhang Lingxiao's charm was ineffective against the black skeleton, and he sighed, shaking his head. This is no fun. If I keep losing, can I win a couple of rounds? The black skeleton dealer shot him a cold glance, signaling for bets. So there's no room for negotiation. Zhang Lingxiao stood up, sneering as he placed his hands on the edge of the table. I'm quite agitated right now. As he finished speaking, he erupted into flames, the gambling table igniting alongside him. With a flick of his hands, he sent the burning table crashing down towards the black skeleton. The black skeleton remained unfazed, slicing upwards with his large knife, splitting the table in half. Oh, you're much stronger than the black skeletons outside. Zhang Lingxiao was ablaze with fury, resembling a vengeful spirit, which caused many players to gasp in astonishment. Only Li Qiandong remained seated, a cold smile on his face. I'll show no substance. Be careful if you intend to act here. Careful of what? Zhang Lingxiao instinctively looked up. His heart skipped a beat when he saw a red light suddenly descending from above. Damn it! He dodged to the side, letting out a pained scream. The red light didn't pierce his head, but instead shot through his foot. He dared not linger any longer. Run! He shouted, transforming into a fireball as he bolted out of the casino, with the members of the Cyber Iron Riders quickly following suit. Hiss! The black skeleton dealer made a few hissing sounds. Soon a white skeleton arrived to extinguish the fire, clearing the mess and setting up a new table. After such a commotion, many players were now scared. They all understood that this casino was a trap, much like a P-show where one could only lose and not win back. Li Qiandong also showed little interest. My score is now -50. Hao, how is Liang Mingwe ranked first? Dong Gu, her score is 350. Hao replied. Damn, we should hurry. Where is she? Li Qiandong suddenly stood up. In the gold mining arena. I heard she has fought more than 10 matches and even defeated a level 3 strange monster, earning 100 points. This woman is fierce. Oh, I will definitely take her down sooner or later. As Li Qiandong walked out, he asked, what about Qin Zhaozhao? Have you found her yet? Not yet. At this moment, Li Qiandong paused, catching a glimpse of the gambling table where a young man had just sat down. Two women followed behind him, one of whom was veiled, making her features hard to discern. The other woman was exceptionally beautiful, her cold demeanor particularly striking. Not inferior to Liang Mingwe or Qin Zhaozhao. What a gem. Li Qiandong couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Let's watch that young man gamble for a bit. Hao smiled helplessly, thinking to himself, big brother, where are you looking? I wouldn't dare expose you. Deal the cards. Lu Hao lightly tapped the table, tossing 10 road coins, signaling the black skeleton deal. This calm action immediately drew the attention of many players. Those still willing to gamble at this point were either newcomers or simply naive. The black skeleton dealer plunged his large knife into the ground, picked up the playing cards on the table, and skillfully shuffled them. With just bones left in your hands, aren't they slippery? Lu Hao watched its movements with great interest. The black skeleton dealer unfazed shuffled the cards, and then began to deal. Lu Hao focused on the dealer's actions, and quietly activated fate manipulation. I don't need to win much, just a little will do. He noticed that his spiritual power was only slightly drained. It seems this little game consumes little energy. Oh, I can play for a long time, he thought to himself. At that moment, 2 cards had already been dealt. The black skeleton dealer revealed the bottom card. 8 points. Then he signaled Lu Hao to reveal his cards. Lu Hao didn't even glance at the bottom card, and flipped it over directly. 9 points. He won. Score 10. Hooray, the captain won. Yang Xiaosu cheered softly. Lu Hao continued to wager the 10 road coins he had just won, smiling slightly. Let's keep going. The black skeleton dealer continued to deal cards in an orderly manner. This time Lu Hao still did not look at the bottom card, and flipped it over directly. For points, he needed another card. The dealer had 7 points. The black skeleton dealer handed him a card, and Lu Hao flipped it over to reveal a 4 totaling 8 points. Just enough to win a little. Score 1020. Yang Xiaosu grabbed Zhou Ning's arm, whispering excitedly, wow, we won again. Look, Zhou Ning. Calm down. Zhou Ning patted her hand. Continue. Lu Hao wagered another 20 road coins. The total bet was 40 road coins. If he won, it would double again. The The black skeleton dealer dealt the cards. The cards revealed the banker had 8 points while Lu Hao had 9 points. Thanks, Lu Hao accepted the 40 road coins. Score 30-40. Damn. Won again. Is this for real? Having won 3 times in a row, many players could no longer sit still and began to gather around. Even Li Qiandong, who had been watching Zhou Ning, couldn't help but shift his gaze to the gambling table. This kid has some skills. Is he a gambling master, or is there something else going on? He decided not to leave in a hurry, planning to see how long this fellow could keep winning. Instantly, the area around the gambling table was crowded. Zhonggu, did you see that? It's him, Lu Hao. In a corner of the hall, the rat sneaked a glance. I saw. Behave normally. I don't look like a thief. At the gambling table, Lu Hao glanced at his points and mental energy. Points 70-80. Mental energy 4-2-1-0-0 recovering. The mental energy I consumed earlier hasn't recovered yet, and now I've consumed some more, but it's not a big deal. Oh, I can continue. He thought to himself. Looking up at the spectators, each one more excited than him, he decided to play one more round before withdrawing. Can I place a bet? He asked the black skeleton dealer. Having lost 4 times in a row, the black skeleton was clearly less composed than at the beginning. The black skeleton looked at Lu Hao, its eye sockets flickering with flames, trying to discern something from him. Then it slowly nodded. Xiao Su Ning, you both place your bets, as well 100 road coins. Okay. Yang Xiao Su's eyes lit up. Zhou Ning also did not hesitate, taking out road coins. Do you want to bet on you winning? Lu Hao pondered, his gaze landing on the betting option for tie x3. A tie pays 3 times. If I lose 3 times the points. He asked. The black skeleton dealer slowly nodded. Bet on a tie, Lu Hao said to them, pushing his 160 coins onto the tie x3 betting area. Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning followed suit and placed their bets. The crowd erupted in excitement. Wow, betting this much. If I remember correctly, he has already won 150 points, and if he loses this bet, he will lose 480 points, leaving him with a negative 330. He will be shot down by the red light. Is he out of his mind? He's even dragging his teammates into danger. Truly insane. Calm and collected, Donggu. This kid is something else. Does he really not fear death? A Chao said. Li Changdong looked at Lu Hao and slowly said, he indeed is someone exceptional. Since he dares to do this, it shows he has confidence in winning. Even if he loses, he must have ways to withstand or evade obliteration. Zhang Ling, Xiao managed to dodge earlier, indicating that the casino's penalties aren't absolutely fatal. A Chao nodded. Donggu is right. Such a person is worth cultivating. A Chao, you go make contact later. Alright, Donggu. At this point, the cards on the table had already been dealt. The enormous stakes made the onlooker. The black skeleton dealer's hands trembled slightly as it glanced at Lu Hao from time to time. Ning, I'm so nervous. Yang Xiaosu clutched Zhou Ning's arm tightly. Zhou Ning took a deep breath. Trust the captain. MHM. Yang Xiaosu nervously watched Lu Hao's hand. Lu Hao still did not look at his whole card and flipped it over directly. Everyone focused their eyes. 1K1Q 0 points. Looking at the dealer, 1Q1A 1 point. Both need to draw a card. In Baccarat, 5 points and below must draw a card. Wow, this is too exciting. The onlookers exclaimed in disbelief. Hurry and draw a card, dealer. The dealer's heartbeat is quickening. Oh, look at its heart. It's beating so fast. What a strange creature, such rich emotions. The black skeleton dealer's bright red heart thumped violently, the sound of its heartbeat clear. It looked at Lu Hao, flames flickering in its eye sockets. Then it cautiously began to deal the cards. As soon as the cards were in hand, Lu Hao unhesitatingly flipped them over, leaving no suspense for the crowd. But upon seeing the cards, everyone was dumbfounded. What the heck, a 10? 0 points. After all that show, you gave a 0. Show off and get struck by lightning. Now that feels good. Zhonggu, he got a 0, but it's all over. The mouse said anxiously. Chunzhong frowned. What a stroke of bad luck. But they bet on a tie, so there's still a chance to turn things around. Is that for real? Is there a chance to turn it around? The mouse asked. Chunzhong looked at the gambling table Lu Hao's figure surrounded. He slowly replied. Yes, but very small, very small. Ning, what does 0 points mean? Is it the smallest? Yang Xiaosu asked softly. Zhou Ning also got a bit nervous. It is the smallest. The dealer hasn't flipped their card yet. We still have a chance to win. At this moment, the black skeleton dealer's heartbeat slowed down, and it even grinned widely, seemingly laughing. It was completely unruffled. The probability of both the player and banker having 0 points is almost impossible, even in 1,000 rounds. How could they lose this round? Stop exposing your big teeth and laughing. Hurry up and flip the cards. Lu Hao tapped the table. This round had drained 20 points of his mental energy, and he looked a bit pale, speaking weakly. The people around also thought he was panicking. But it was understandable. With such high stakes, anyone would be anxious. The black skeleton dealer remained calm, casually flipping the cards over. Everyone quickly looked, and the next moment, the loudest gasp erupted from the crowd. Wow! 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 The card shows 1 point, and it drew a 9. The dealer also has 0 points. What the heck? A tie. We won. 3 times. They can win like this. Is this kid's extraordinary sequence the power of an European emperor? I thought he was just showing off, but it turns out he's really impressive. What unbelievable luck. With this he could still lose. I now believe the casino isn't cheating. Amidst the discussions, the black skeleton dealer's face turned dark. The entire skeleton stood frozen in place, as if immobilized. We won. We won. A Ning. Yang Xiaosu exclaimed in joy, nearly jumping up. Zhou Ning hurriedly pressed her down, her tone somewhat excited. I got it, let's calm down first. Lu Hao smiled slightly, indicating, I lost a total of 720. The black skeleton dealer moved its head stiffly, reaching into the table drawer to take out the road coins, pushing a total of 1,080 coins in front of Lu Hao. A total of 1080 road coins. Lu Hao raised his hand to swipe, depositing the money into his account, and then transferred 300 each to Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning. Yang Xiaosu 200 rank 9. Zhou Ning 200 rank 9. Lu Hao 150 320 rank 1. Lu Hao glanced at his balance and mental energy. Account balance 23,358. Mental energy 18100 recovering. Then he looked at the black skeleton dealer and smiled. Let's continue, buddy. The black skeleton dealer's skeleton trembled, grinning widely. Hiss hiss. Several black skeletons rushed in with a group of white skeletons, startling the other players into retreating. The black skeleton dealer looked at Lu Hao and pointed towards the door. Take care, I won't see you off. Lu Hao chuckled. You're not letting me gamble anymore. The black skeleton dealer nodded. Lu Hao smiled in surprise and slowly stood up. Yang Xiaosu angrily said, You're kicking him out because you lost. Can't you all take a loss? The casino was clearly not a place for the faint-hearted, as the black skeleton dealer made it evident that he intended to drive Lu Hao out. Forget it, let's go, Lu Hao chuckled. Causing a ruckus in the casino would lead to punishment. Although he was confident in dodging the red light's attacks, it would still expose his strength. He had already earned plenty of points, enough for the time being. Thus he took Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning, and amidst the threatening glances of the skeletons in the casino and the envious and amazed gazes of numerous players, they slowly walked out. Brother, please wait. A voice called out to him. Lu Hao turned to see a middle-aged man wearing glasses looking. My name is Wang Chao from the Road Tyrant Alliance. I witnessed your incredible gambling skills just now. I truly admire you and am deeply impressed. Too kind, it was just good luck, Lu Hao replied politely. Wang Chao thought to himself, you seem to have a sure win. With $10, he had won 870 points in just 5 rounds. Liang Mingwei had to fight hard in the Gold Rush Arena just to earn 350 points, and he hadn't even warmed his seat at the top of the leaderboard. Yet this kid had effortlessly earned 470 at the gambling table, not only claiming the top spot, but also bringing 2 teammates into the top 10. Putting aside everything else, just that calm demeanor and collected posture at the gambling table made him worthy of the Road Tyrant Alliance's attention. Thinking of this, Wang Chao sincerely asked, which faction are you 3 from? If you haven't joined a faction yet, please consider the Road Tyrant Alliance. We are currently the largest faction with formidable strength. You must have heard of our leader Li Qiandong. Our vehicles are Tier 3 heavy tiger tanks, truly land behemoths. The Road Tyrant Alliance. Lu Hao scrutinized him and pondered. I'm sorry, but we won't be joining. Thank you for your kind offer. After saying that, he took Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning to the vehicle. Zhou Ning's hoverboard was placed on Yang Xiaosu's off-roader, and the air in this small town was too poor, so she directly climbed into the cabin of the heavy truck. Wang Chao watched the heavy truck and off-roader leave, his eyes flickering with contemplation. Did they refuse? Hey. Li Qiandong walked over. Yes, Dongge, they didn't leave me any room for negotiation, Wang Chao said helplessly. Li Qiandong muttered, the heavy truck looks like it has better armor quality than my tank. It's definitely a Tier 3 vehicle. That off-roader should also be Tier 3. If we could recruit them, our Road Tyrant Alliance would significantly increase its power, firmly surpassing the Red Flower Society. 2 Tier 3 vehicles. Wang Chao attempted to verify his suspicions, saying, Dongge, could it be that mysterious faction? Few in number, yet with 2 Tier 3 vehicles. Li Qiandong's expression shifted. Oh, it really? Let's send someone to keep an eye on their movements and see if there are any other teammates, but that's not the most important thing. I know, Dongge, the most important thing is Qin Zhao Zhao, Wang Chao said. In low tier matches you rely on shooters, but in high tier matches you depend on supports. If we have Qin Zhao Zhao, we could easily crush not just the Madman Gang, but the Red Flower Society too. Li Qiandong's voice was filled with longing as he said, let's go to the Gold Rush Arena and start racking up points. Captain, are we heading to the arena for the fist market? Yang Xiaosu asked. Lu Hao sat on the truck sofa, while Zhou Ning was in the driver's seat, not driving, but observing the surroundings. They were currently continuing along the main road of the small town. Not for now, let's find a place to rest for a bit. Lu Hao rubbed his slightly swollen brow, feeling a bit dazed from the excessive drain on his mental energy. There's an inn ahead, Captain, Zhou Ning suddenly said. Oh, there's an inn, Lu Hao thought for a moment, and said, let's go take a look. The inn was only 2 stories tall, but occupied dozens of storefronts along the street. A sign at the entrance read Gold Rush Inn. Gold Rush Town, Gold Rush Casino, Gold Rush Arena, Gold Rush Inn. There are no names without reason. Could it be that there's a gold mine or a golden river here? Lu Hao pondered. The inn also had a dedicated parking lot which already housed many vehicles. Parking was free, and staying at the inn allowed for parking. After parking, Lu Hao took Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning into the inn. At that moment, several players walked out from inside whispering, "This is a pure horror and better not stay here." Yeah, it could be deadly. But still, many hard-headed ones checked in just for that 100 points. We're not hard-headed, our lives are more important. Lu Hao immediately sensed that this inn was not simple hiding unknown dangers. The reception was handled by 2 white skeletons, and a price list hung on the wall. Yang Xiaosu's eyes widened. A room cost $100, that's too expensive. Captain, let's not stay, we can just sleep in the car at night. Don't rush, look over there. Lu Hao's gaze fell on a few lines of text on the wall. The letters were red as if written with blood, crooked and hideously ugly. Only 1 night allowed, staying for 1 night, grants 100 points. Leaving halfway through the stay, gives no points, a maximum of 3 people per room. Friendly reminder, you may receive unexpected rewards, but you may also die. These 4 short lines exuded a strange aura. No wonder some people back out, it turns out it's like this, Zhou Ning whispered. So are we still staying? It looks quite— Yang Xiaosu hesitated. Zhou Ning said, let's follow the captain's lead. Yang Xiaosu also looked at Lu Hao, waiting for his decision. Lu Hao gazed at the last line of text and pondered, let's stay, perhaps there will be unexpected rewards. If there's danger, we can leave the inn. All right, Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning both agreed. Get a room, Zhou Ning said to the white skeleton at the reception. The white skeleton nodded, indicating to pay. Lu Hao took out 100 road coins. After taking the money, the white skeleton produced a device resembling a scanner, scanned their watches, and then handed over a key. It's room 269. Yang Xiaosu took the key and looked at the sign on the wall, this way to the 2nd floor. The 3 of them went upstairs. The corridor on the 2nd floor was cold and dim, with the floor made of old wooden planks that creaked underfoot. Rooms lined both sides of the corridor, with doors opening from time to time to reveal curious faces peeking out. They were not strange monsters, but players staying there. Yang Xiaosu walked cautiously, afraid of accidentally stepping through the floor. Zhou Ning flipped her hand, gripping her blade on high alert. Lu Hao, however, showed no concern, walking ahead with his hands in his pockets, grinning. Don't worry, it's still daytime. Even if there is danger, it should wait until night. 267, 268. This should be it. Yang Xiaosu pointed at a door. Let's open it, Lu Hao said. Yang Xiaosu inserted the key into the lock, turned it, and with a click she took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The appearance of the inn room was somewhat unexpected. Yang Xiaosu pushed the door open, peering inside, and exclaimed, Captain, the room is quite nice. To her surprise, although the outside of the inn looked smoky and fire-charred, the interior was surprisingly clean and tidy. The wooden floor was spotless and made no sound when stepped on, and the walls were not dirty, as if they had just been freshly painted. The sheets were neatly laid out, looking clean and odorless. There's also a bathroom and a shower, and there's hot water too, she added cheerfully. There's no air conditioning, but there's a fan, Zhou Ning said as she turned on the iron floor fan, a cool breeze wafting in to dispel the slight heat. There was just a large bed. Well, considering we've paid, it's not bad, Lu Hao said as he sat down on the bed to test its springiness. It seems we'll have to squeeze together tonight, I'll bear it, and sleep in the middle. Yang Xiaosu blinked. Huh? Sleep together? Zhou Ning's expression shifted slightly, but she said nothing and walked over to the window to pull back the curtains. Everything outside seems normal. Oh, everyone should be looking for ways to gain points, she said. Yang Xiaosu replied, casinos and arenas. What other places can we earn points? Check the channels, someone should mention it. It's up to you, Ning. I'll rest for a bit, Lu Hao said, rubbing his forehead as his mental energy had been excessively drained, leaving him in a somewhat weak state. Based on his experience, it took about 5 minutes to recover 1 point. To restore to full capacity would take over 6 hours. Yang Xiaosu suddenly said, Captain, do you have a headache? Should I help you massage it? Lu Hao, unable to refuse her kindness, replied, then go ahead and massage it. Yang Xiaosu glanced at Zhou Ning, who was focused on checking the chat channel, then mustered her courage, took off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and knelt behind Lu Hao, her fingers gently massaging the area around his temples. Feeling the soft touch of her fingers, Lu Hao let out a gentle sigh, his head swaying lightly to the rhythm of the massage, occasionally brushing against her chest. Captain, is this pressure okay? Yes, you're quite skilled. Are you feeling more comfortable? Yes, very comfortable. Zhou Ning, while flipping through the chat channels, glanced up at them with a strange expression. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes and knew it was just a massage, she might have thought they were doing something else. Lu Hao closed his eyes, feeling somewhat drowsy. Behind him, Yang Xiaosu's soft voice said, "Captain, if you're tired, just lie down." Lu Hao slowly lay down, suddenly feeling a soft, fleshy touch against the back of his head. It was Yang Xiaosu's thigh. "Just lie like this," Yang Xiaosu said softly, her hands continuing to massage Lu Hao with gentle, perfect pressure. Lu Hao opened his eyes and happened to see her delicate face looking down at him. Her mask had been removed, revealing a delicate face with a hint of a blush, her beautiful eyes sparkling like water, as fresh as a flower. Noticing Lu Hao looking at her, Yang Xiaosu's gaze flickered, and she shyly said, "Don't look at me, go to sleep quickly." Lu Hao smiled slightly, closed his eyes, and soon drifted off to sleep. Zhou Ning glanced at them again, her gaze lingering on Lu Hao's face for a moment before continuing to peruse the chat channel. In the chat channel, there were mainly 3 topics of discussion. One was about the casino. Lu Hao had won 5 consecutive rounds, doubling his bets each time, and in the last round he and his 2 teammates made a miraculous comeback, winning over 1,000 points from the casino, an event already deemed legendary. Before Lu Hao, no one had been able to win even 1 point from the casino. Those who exited had negative points. This included Li Qiandong, the leader of the Road Bully Alliance, and Zhang Lingxiao, the leader of the Cyber Iron Riders, who despite their frustration couldn't change their fate and ended up fleeing in disgrace. Yet only Lu Hao, as if possessed by a gambling god, played, without ever looking at the whole cards, exuding a terrifying confidence that even made the Black Skull dealer anxious, ultimately leading to their expulsion from the casino. The most terrifying part is that this isn't the real world. His opponents are bizarre monsters, and in the last round he, along with his 2 beautiful teammates, would have died if they lost. I was right next to him watching. I was so nervous, yet he seemed completely unfazed, as if he wasn't gambling. 0 point and a perfect hand with a 1 in 1,000 chance. When the cards were revealed, the Black Skull dealer looked utterly dumbfounded. So thrilling. His name is Lu Hao. He's currently ranked first on the points leaderboard with 470 points, even surpassing Liang Minghua. Does anyone know him? What level is his vehicle? Lu Hao's performance in the casino shocked the entire highway, and soon information about him was revealed by some players. Many had seen him at the service area, where his vehicle was already a level 2 armored RV. Moreover, he had drawn a high-level module from the lottery machine. The lottery is purely based on luck. Does his extraordinary sequence relate to luck? It definitely does, otherwise how could he win every time at the casino? To draw a luck-related extraordinary sequence is already a tremendous stroke of luck. I heard he wiped out a small gang after coming out of the service area. The gang leader was called Biao Gu. Whoa, that's impressive. If it's true, Lu Hao's strength is probably not simple. Not just simple, he's got a level 3 vehicle, a heavy-duty armored RV, and his teammate drives a level 3 off-road vehicle. 2 level 3s, could it be that mysterious gang? Whoa, it's very possible. Has anyone seen Lu Hao? I have at the casino. Lu Hao had become the focal point of heated discussion in the channel, but information about him was scarce, mostly just speculation. His strength was unclear, but his luck seemed extraordinary. He might be the leader of a mysterious gang. Then someone spotted the level 3 heavy-duty armored RV and the level 3 off-road vehicle in the inn's parking lot. If it weren't for the bizarre monsters guarding the entrance, they would have already attracted a crowd. After finishing the discussion about Lu Hao, Zhou Ning couldn't help but glance at the bed again. Lu Hao was peacefully sleeping on Yang Xiaosu's lap. For Zhou Ning, although he was already her teammate, the brief 2 days of contact were still insufficient for her to understand or see through him. His vehicle was much stronger than the same level, equipped with more than 1 module integrating combat and daily life, ideal for survival on the highway. With a constitution of 100 and a mental power of 100. He had just mastered gun combat techniques and was progressing rapidly. His monster drop rate was extraordinarily high. If gun combat is his extraordinary sequence, then what did he rely on to win in the casino? Could it really be due to gambling skills? Zhou Ning shook her head slightly, suppressing her curiosity, and continued to browse the chat channel. More than an hour later, a gurgling sound echoed. Lu Hao opened his eyes to see Yang Xiaosu's face turn a shade of red. "It's my stomach growling that woke you up, I'm sorry." Lu Hao smiled slightly. "It's fine, your legs must be numb from being pressed by me." "No, you can keep sleeping," Yang Xiaosu quickly replied. "No, it's noon now, let's eat something." Lu Hao sat up, feeling his mental energy restored significantly. The softness of the girl's thigh was quite healing. "Should we go to the RV? There's no kitchen here, we can't cook," Lu Hao said. "How about this?" Yang Xiaosu pulled out 3 self-heating pots from her backpack and placed them on the bed, announcing, "We have tomato beef stew, sauerkraut, fish soup, and spicy hot pot. Captain, Sister Ning, which one do you want?" These were supplies Lu Hao had brought, and they were quite rare as well. "Which one do you like?" Lu Hao asked with a smile. Yang Xiaosu shyly replied, "I like them all. It would be great if I could have a little of each." "Let's prepare them all, and we can share later," Zhou Ning suddenly suggested. "Okay, sounds good." Yang Xiaosu smiled happily and tore open the packaging of the self-heating pot. What's the situation now? Lu Hao moved a stool and sat beside Zhou Ning. You've become famous. Zhou Ning smiled slightly and said, you are now the god of gambling, the top scorer on the leaderboard, a mysterious gang leader, and the man the Road Tyrant Alliance cannot get. Lu Hao found it amusing and said, what do you mean the man the Road Tyrant Alliance cannot get? The captain is low-key, otherwise the 4 major gangs would come to recruit you, and at that time the captain would be the man they all can't have. Yang Xiaosu covered the self-heating pot and watched as steam began to rise, her face full of anticipation. It will be ready to eat in 10 minutes. Zhou Ning smiled and continued, at first they all thought the casino was just a place to lose points, but you won over 1,000 points from it, and many people thought they could do the same. The casino business exploded and most people ended up losing, with several even dying after reaching the execution line. I sparked the business, shouldn't they give me a commission? They shamelessly kicked me out, Lu Hao said, growing more irritated. They'll recover my energy and go back in the afternoon. Great. They'll follow the captain to place bets and easily earn points. Yang Xiaosu said happily. The mysterious gang. Lu Hao pondered for a moment and said, with such a title it will be hard to remain low-key in the future. However, we can't take the blame for this, we need to find a chance to expose them. If I can't keep a low profile, they shouldn't expect to play mysteriously either, we will eventually blow their cover. Are there other places to earn points? He asked Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning nodded. In the arena you can challenge strange monsters. Defeating a white skeleton gives you 10 points, but the limit is 10. After that you'll need to fight level 2 strange monsters which give 30 points each with a limit of 5, and level 3 strange monsters give 100 points with a limit of 3. The best record so far is Liang Minghua with 450 points. She defeated the second level 3 strange monster. Captain, you have 470 points, still top of the leaderboard. Additionally, the arena has a rule that allows you to challenge other players. You can choose to duel with vehicles. If you lose, you must give all your points to the opponent. There's also a place called the Gold Rush Amusement Park, where completing the challenges grants you 500 points. Many players have already tried, and over 10 died. How did they die? Yang Xiaosu asked curiously. Zhou Ning replied calmly. Some were scared to death, while others were randomly thrown out and fell to their deaths. Yang Xiaosu looked a bit frightened and said, that must be terrifying. Then there's this, and these are the 4 known places to earn points right now, Zhou Ning said. The casino, the arena, the inn, and the amusement park. Zhou Ning added, only half of the town is open, the other half is sealed off. What's in the other half? Lu Hao asked. Zhou Ning replied with a serious tone, Warlord territory. So to pass through Gold Rush Town one must go through the Warlord territory. Oh, a fierce battle is inevitable, Lu Hao pondered. The 3 of them simultaneously thought of the road systems mission. Optional mission, kill the Warlord leader, reward level 4 Ember Crystal 1000 points. With such a huge reward of a level 4 Ember Crystal and 1000 points, the difficulty of the mission is evident. Since it's a warlord, he must have a strong army. Let's not think about that for now. Oh, we still have time, Lu Hao said. Yes, let's not think about it. Let's eat first. Yang Xiaosu opened the lid of the self-heating pot and leaned in to sniff. It smells so good, let's eat. The 3 gathered around a small table and picked up their chopsticks to eat. Sister Ning, can I have a bite of your beef? Yang Xiaosu extended her chopsticks. Of course you can, Zhou Ning smiled. Yang Xiaosu picked up a piece of beef and then a piece of sauerkraut fish from her bowl. Sister Ning, try the sauerkraut fish. Captain, hey, raise a piece for you too. After serving, she blinked at the meatball in Lu Hao's bowl. Lu Hao knowingly picked up a meatball for her and also served Zhou Ning a piece of shrimp paste. The 3 soon stopped being polite, eating from their own bowls and picking from each other's, and before long, they finished all 3 self-heating pots. I'm full. Yang Xiaosu patted her belly and lay back on the bed, a satisfied smile on her face. Zhou Ning wiped her mouth with a tissue and asked, where are we going this afternoon? The casino. Definitely going again, but I'm probably on the casino's blacklist now, so I'll need to disguise myself and gamble on the intelligence of the skeleton monsters to see if they recognize me, Lu Hao nodded. He immediately changed his clothes, also provided by the supply, wearing jeans and a white shirt. Yang Xiaosu's eyes lit up. Wow, Captain, you look so handsome. I'll change my clothes too. She changed into a white t-shirt with denim shorts. Standing next to Lu Hao, they looked like a cute couple. Lu Hao glanced at her and said, you don't need to cover your face, oh, just give me the mask. Yang Xiaosu hesitated, but I need to wash it. I've worn it before. Lu Hao took it directly, smiling. It's fine, I don't mind. No strange smell means your mouth is clean and healthy. Yang Xiaosu's face turned red. Don't sniff it randomly. Zhou Ning chuckled and said, then I won't disturb your date. I'm going to check the arena. Contact me if anything comes up. With that, she walked straight out the door. Yang Xiaosu quickly said, Sister Ning, you misunderstood. Oh, we're not on a date. Let's just call it a date, Zhou Ning replied. Lu Hao said as he also walked out the door. Yang Xiaosu revealed a shy smile, following behind with small steps. Before long, the 2 exited the inn. We're not in a hurry, walking is fine, Lu Hao said. I'll follow your lead. Yang Xiaosu replied softly. The main road of the town was still bustling with vehicles and pedestrians, so they didn't seem out of place. With no sandstorms chasing them, and no strange monsters attacking, everything seemed quite peaceful. Lu Hao had changed into a different outfit, and covered his face. Without driving his heavy truck RV, no players recognized him. In contrast, Yang Xiaosu had been covering her face earlier, but now her sweet looks and attractive figure drew many gazes. The casino was not far from the inn, just 3 kilometers away. Lu Hao and Yang Xiaosu strolled leisurely, arriving at the casino entrance after more than half an hour. After comfortably resting on Yang Xiaosu's lap, Lu Hao's mental energy had recovered to 50,100. That's sufficient. He took Yang Xiaosu's hand and walked toward the casino entrance. Luck manipulation activated. There were guards at the entrance of the casino, and to be safe, Lu Hao directly used his luck manipulation. He silently thought, "Don't recognize me, don't recognize me." The white skeleton guards on either side of the door remained motionless, allowing the two to walk inside. Wherein Lu Hao smiled slightly. "Xiaosu, follow closely behind me. Whatever I bet, you bet the same amount." "Xiaosu, Xiaosu." Huh. Yang Xiaosu came to her senses, still immersed in the joy of holding hands. "What are you Lu Hao lightly tapped her head, repeating what he just said. Yang Xiaosu's expression tightened as she nodded seriously. "Got it, Captain." "Good." Lu Hao scanned the room. There were very few players in the casino, with only a few tables occupied by some defiant gamblers. Ultimately, his gaze settled on one table, as the dealer there seemed rather dim-witted. Once inside Gold Rush Town, Lu Hao realized that skeleton monsters had varying appearances. Besides differences in height and bone thickness, their head shapes and the sizes of their eye sockets and nostrils also varied. For instance, the dealer at this table was missing 2 front teeth. It looked a bit ridiculous, and Yang Xiaosu dared not look at it, fearing she would burst out laughing. This table was playing sick bow, which involved shaking dice. The rules were similar to those of outside casinos. 3 dice would determine the outcome, with the most common bets being high or low, paying 1 to 1. Then there were specific triplets, like 3 ones with odds of 1 to 100. Any triplet would pay 1 to 2. There were also bets on the total sum of the points, which had substantial odds. At this moment, 2 players at the table had lost 2 rounds in a row. "I don't believe it. The first 3 rounds were all small. This round has to be big." "Right, it's definitely big. So I'm betting small." Lu Hao chuckled silently, patting their shoulders as he whispered, "Watch your points, don't get carried away." The two immediately jolted, their hands retracting like lightning as they were about to place their bets. "That was close, just a little bit." "Thanks, brother, you saved my life." After expressing their gratitude profusely, the two turned and left the table, running out of the casino. Hiss! The white skeleton dealer seemed angry, baring its teeth and growling at Lu Hao. The dealer with its 2 missing front teeth looked anything but frightening, rather it was somewhat comical. Yang Xiaosu almost laughed out loud, quickly covering her mouth. "Stop hissing, I'll bet against you." Lu Hao pulled out 100 road coins. Yang Xiaosu also produced 100 road coins. The white skeleton dealer's eye flames visibly brightened, no longer angry, as it pointed to the dice cup. Lu Hao nodded, saying, "We can start now." The white skeleton dealer held the dice cup in both hands, shaking it back and forth, looking quite professional. Slap. The dealer placed the dice cup on the table. Hiss. The white skeleton dealer indicated that betting could begin. Lu Hao thought for a moment, then slowly closed his eyes, his hand holding the road coins hovering above the table. Yang Xiaosu was startled and mimicked his actions. "Bet big. Bet small. 3 twos. This scene drew the attention of other players. "What is that masked guy doing? Betting with his eyes closed? That little beauty is with him, right? Did they 100 road coins betting with his eyes closed? What a waste of time." Hiss. The white skeleton dealer warned loudly, urging them to hurry up and place their bets. Lu Hao casually placed his bet, opening his eyes to check. "Captain, it's a triplet. We can win 2,000. Yang Xiaosu said excitedly. Lu Hao reminded her, "If we lose 2,000 points." Yang Xiaosu blinked. Then aren't we finished?" Lu Hao deliberately said, "Maybe are you scared?" Yang Xiaosu grasped his arm earnestly, saying, "Scared." At this moment, other players gathered around, their eyes looking at the two as if they were watching fools. "Betting on a triplet. 1 to 20. I think it's 1 to 20 lives. Are these two sent by monkeys to mess around? Betting with eyes closed, what else could they be but fools?" In the eyes of the crowd, Lu Hao and Yang Xiaosu were no different from the dead. When the cup was opened, 2 beams of red light would fall, piercing through their crowns and into the depths of hell. "What a pity for such a delicate beauty. They must be here to meet their end," someone complained. The white skeleton dealer also seemed a bit excited, grinning widely, with its missing front teeth pointing at the dice cup. "I'm about to reveal it." Lu Hao nodded slightly, saying, "Go ahead." The white skeleton dealer rubbed its hands and cautiously opened the dice cup, revealing the 3 dice. The crowd craned their necks to take a closer look, and the next moment their eyes widened in disbelief. 3 sixes. A triplet. No way, it's really a triplet. We won, damn it. Can this really win? That's a full 2,000 points. Way crazier than Lu Hao. Another gambling god is born. Pure luck, absolute pure luck. This round they won 2,000 points, definitely in the top 2 on the leaderboard. Let me see what their name is. Several players opened the road system. Then they saw that the first position was still Lu Hao. Lu Hao 2470 points. Huh, what the hell, how old are you? You're Lu Hao. Everyone was stunned, even collapsing from shock. Damn, he just cleaned out the casino this morning, got kicked out, and put on the blacklist, and now he's back in a different... And this time he's even more ruthless, coming back with a big win, the two together earning a total of 3,800 road coins and 4,000 points. What kind of divine operation is this? Pay up. Lu Hao ignored the noisy crowd and collected the 200 road coins from the table. Looking at the white skeleton dealer, he said, the 4,000 points have already been given, still short 3,800 road coins. Don't try to cheat, or he'll demolish your casino. The white skeleton dealer was completely stunned at this point. At this moment, not just its big teeth were shaking, its entire skeletal structure was rattling, the flames in its eye sockets becoming chaotic. Then, with a poof, the flames extinguished, transforming into 2 plumes of black smoke, causing its body to collapse. The crowd was taken aback. Did it just self-destruct? How devastating. Suddenly a hissing sound erupted, and another group of white skeletons rushed in. Leading them was the black skeleton dealer from this morning. It glanced at the pile of bones scattered on the ground, and then looked at Lu Hao, sizing him up. So many people saw it fell apart on its own. It's not my fault. Lu Hao pointed at the table and said, triplet 1 to 20, understand? Leopard, a payout of 20 to 1, understand? In the casino hall, Lu Hao gazed at the black skeleton dealer. After facing many skeleton monsters in the wild, these ghastly entities had become no different from resource packs in his eyes, and he found them almost charming. Moreover, he was certain that this group of skeleton monsters would not act against him. At the very least, they would adhere to the rules of gambling and accepting losses. The black skeleton opened its large jaw, and the flames in its eye sockets flickered rapidly. Lu Hao was even afraid it might self-destruct right there. Fortunately, within a few seconds it calmed down and waved its hand. Lu Hao's watch beeped once, signaling that the funds had been credited. Account balance 27158. Lu Hao smiled with satisfaction. Thanks. The black skeleton dealer glared, pointing towards the door with a roar. Get out. Lu Hao chuckled softly. Don't be like that. Oh, I've just played 1 round and haven't had my fill yet. I won this round purely by luck. Who knows, I might end up losing my points back to you, right? The flames in the black skeleton's eye sockets suddenly flared up, shooting high into the air. The crowd finally witnessed what true anger looked like. It almost reached the ceiling. Then the black skeleton gestured with its hands and feet, its jaw opening and closing, making a sound akin to clattering. Look how he's been pushed to the brink. He's almost talking now, someone chuckled. This is called forcing it to the brink of death. Although I can't understand what it's saying, it must be cursing quite vulgarly. It must recognize Lu Hao. Don't think that changing into another outfit will make me unrecognizable. The black skeleton dealer danced wildly, ending with a dramatic stomp. Then it roared again, and all the skeletons in the casino moved, driving all players outside. The players were in a panic. Hey, what's the meaning of this? What does it have to do with us? We want to keep gambling. We can't afford to lose, or we really can't afford to lose. Bang! The casino doors slammed shut decisively. The players who were forced out found themselves in disarray at the entrance, then simultaneously turned to look at Lu Hao. Lu Hao blinked, laughed twice, turned, and walked away, muttering, "What a lousy casino. If you lose in a hurry, you won't let us play. Shameless. A casino that only robs people of their points deserves to close down. Xiaosu, let's go play somewhere else." "Okay, Captain." Yang Xiaosu cheerfully followed. Others were. "Listen, do you hear the nonsense being What's the difference from smashing the pot after a full meal? Is the casino robbing us? Clearly you are the one robbing the casino. Too much. It's really too much. The shameless one is you." Soon the barrage of curses filled the chat channel. The news that Lu Hao had changed into another outfit and revisited the casino instantly shocked the entire chat channel. Gold mining arena. This was a place larger than a basketball court, resembling a Roman Colosseum. The arena was divided into 2 sides with 8 entry passages on one side. Players only needed to swipe their watch at the white skeleton guard to enter, after which strange monsters would emerge from the opposite passage. Multiple players could enter simultaneously, as if there were overlapping spaces inside, with players not interfering with each other. Defeating a level 1 white skeleton would earn 10 points with a maximum of 10. Defeating a level 2 black skeleton would earn 50 points with a maximum of 5. Defeating a level 3 golden skeleton would earn 100 points with a maximum of 3. At that moment, Liang Mingyue, the leader of the Red Flower Society, had just finished a battle, crushing the skull of a golden skeleton underfoot, drawing gasps from many players in the stands. Liang Mingyue is indeed formidable. She has already taken down 3 golden skeletons. Truly deserving of the Ice Flame Queen. Her vehicle is an armed helicopter and her extraordinary rank is S-level Ice Flame Queen. Even Li Qiandong can't defeat her. No wonder she's ranked first on the comprehensive combat power list. Liang Mingwe exited the arena and took a drink from a girl, casually asking, "Xiao Man, what's my current ranking?" "President, you currently have 650 points. Let me see him ranked third." Xiao Man glanced at the leaderboard. Liang Mingwe nearly spit out her drink and, wiping her mouth, asked again, "Ranked third?" "Yes, ranked third. The first is still Lu Hao." Xiao Man smiled. "Still him? How many points does who is ranked second?" Liang Mingwe pressed. "His points are 2,470. The second is Yang Xiaosu with 2,200 points," Xiao Man replied with a smile. "Over 2,000. Liang Mingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. How did they?" Xiao Man quickly flipped through the chat channel and then said slowly, "They won in the casino betting on the dice game." Lu Hao bet on leopard with his eyes closed, and Yang Xiaosu followed along. They bet a total of 200 highway coins. A leopard pays 20 to 1. They won, and the casino has closed down because of him. His luck is truly remarkable. Truly remarkable luck. Liang Mingyu didn't know what to say. She had worked hard to fight 18 battles, advancing from level 1 to level 3, only to earn 650 points. But this Lu Hao had effortlessly won 4 times her points at the casino. He had also propelled his companion to the second place. How unfair is that? Where can she argue about it? Is the president angry? Xiao Man's tone was calm, as if she felt no emotional fluctuation. "Stay calm, otherwise it will affect your thinking ability. Are you thinking of challenging Lu Hao to win back his points? Don't be impulsive." Liang Mingyu took a deep breath. "If it's just pure luck, he doesn't qualify for me to challenge. Investigate him and see what abilities he possesses before deciding. That's the way to go." Xiao Man smiled slightly. "Do you still want to continue fighting? If so, you can only fight level 4 bizarre monsters. A winning would earn you 200 points. Or maybe take a break first." "Let's not do that. How about we have a deep conversation to relax?" Ice Flame Queen, who is unmatched in beauty. A coarse and frivolous voice came. Liang Mingwe didn't even glance at him, coldly saying, "Li Qiandong, if you want to experience what it's like to be frozen solid, then feel free to try." Li Qiandong laughed heartily. "My firepower is fierce. Let's see who wins in the ice and fire duel." "Oh." Liang Mingwe summoned blue flames in her palm, her lovely face filled with murderous intent. "Calm down, President. Private fights are prohibited in the town, and fighting him is pointless. His points are negative." Xiao Man suddenly said. Liang Mingyu clenched her palm, extinguishing the blue flames, and pointed at the arena passage. "Why aren't you swiping your points? I'm waiting for you to deliver points to me." "You think I'm afraid? You can only handle level 3 monsters. Watch me tackle a level 4 one." A cold sneer rang out. Li Qiandong suddenly turned his head. "Lu Deming, are you laughing at me? Do you want?" Lu Deming, tall and thin, wore a sinister expression on his gaunt face and coldly remarked, "I don't converse with those who have negative points." Li Qiandong's eyes widened. What the hell? In the next second his muscles bulged, his shirt tore, his head elongated, and his skin turned purple. At the slightest disagreement his clothes explode, his head sharpens, and his skin turns purple. This is the signature image of Li Qiandong. This is the extraordinary sequence of Li Qiandong, the transformation into the purple giant. His entire body has nearly doubled in size, muscles bulging, his skin entirely purple, and his head sharp and comical. But everyone knows his strength is indeed formidable. Liang Mingyu looked on with disdain. "You look just like a big purple sweet potato, truly disgusting." Li Qiandong's lips quivered slightly as he glared at Lu Deming with a face full of killing intent. "How many points do you have?" 300. "What's it to you?" Lu Deming replied fearlessly. Li Qiandong flexed his well-developed chest muscles. "I hope you can still be so tough when I challenge you." "I don't accept your challenge," Lu Deming smirked. Li Qiandong turned directly and walked into the arena. "Remember, when private duels are unlocked, I will be the first to wipe out your cult." After a while his voice echoed in the arena. "I want to fight 10. Meanwhile, in the arena, swish. Zhou Ning severed the head of a golden skeleton, confirming her victory, before slowly sheathing her broken armor blade and exiting the arena. "Captain, the arena isn't hard to win. I've already reached 650 points, and can challenge the level 4 eerie monster worth 200 points, which no one has challenged yet." Liang Mingyu and Lu Deming are at the same pace. Li Qiandong just entered the arena, and Zhang Lingxiao isn't here. "I heard he went to the amusement park. How's it going on your side?" She sent a private message to Lu Hao, and then leaned against the arena wall to wait quietly. Soon a message came in, and Zhou Ning opened it to find it was a group chat. Zhou Ning was slightly taken aback. "You registered a guild." She knew that registering a guild would unlock the group chat function. Then she saw the name of the group, Chat Hao Su Ning. Lu Hao Xiaosu changed the team name. It sounds like toothpaste in an appliance store. Yang Xiaosu, didn't the captain tell me to come up with a name? I just combined our 3 names together. Lu Hao, Yangzhou Lu sounds better than yours. Yang Xiaosu. Okay, then it'll apply to change it to Yangzhou Lu. Lu Hao Xiao Su Su, I said it sounds better than Hao Su Ning. I didn't say this one is acceptable. Yang Xiaosu. Oh, what should we call it then? Sister Ning, what do you think? Zhou Ning smiled slightly, thought for a moment, and replied. Yangzhou Lu, Yangzhou Road, swallowing miles like a tiger. Flames of Yangzhou Road, flames. Playing with the lords. Yang Xiaosu. Zhou Ning is so cultured. So should we call ourselves the Tiger Team? Lu Hao, I can't believe it's the Tiger Team. On the small town road, Lu Hao couldn't help but raise his hand and knock on Yang Xiaosu's forehead, saying with a wry smile, a name as wonderful as the Tiger Team. Wouldn't something like flower sound better? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by peers? Yang Xiaosu covered her head and stuck out her tongue weakly, saying, then what should we call it? Lu Hao pondered and said, let's call it the Blaze Team. Yang Xiaosu nodded repeatedly. Okay, they'll tell Sister Ning in the group. Then Zhou Ning sent a message, are you guys coming to the arena? Lu Hao replied, not for now, I have too many points and those big shots will probably line up to challenge me. You should come back first. Zhou Ning, okay. The streets remained busy with various vehicles, and although the town was large, players actually had very few places to go. Aside from a few places to earn points, other houses were either burnt to a crisp or crumbled, leaving no place to rest. Moreover, the air was always filled with a burnt smell, making it more comfortable to stay in the vehicles. Some chose to stay in inns, trying to see if they could earn 100 points. According to the current points leaderboard, 100 points could certainly secure a spot in the top 1,000. The casino was out of business, all shut down by Lu Hao. The arena would once again be a place of combat. The amusement park was even more dangerous, randomly tossing lucky players around. However, some were convinced that there were definitely more ways to earn points, so people continued to explore the town. As for the warlord territory on the other side of the town, some speculated that it was the most dangerous place. In any case, this was the calmest day since the beginning. At this moment, Lu Hao and Yang Xiaosu returned. In the second-floor corridor, a figure approached. To be precise, it drifted in. A girl in a white dress with flowing long hair and bare feet floated toward. Captain, look at her feet. Yang Xiaosu exclaimed, hugging Lu Hao's arm in fear, trembling. Is she a ghost? Lu Hao paused, staring intently at the approaching girl in white, his hand already gripping a gun. The girl in white was also looking at him, her clear eyes large and bright. Lu Hao relaxed his grip slightly, whispering, with such beautiful eyes, she can't possibly be a ghost. The girl seemed to have heard him, stopping in front of him and breaking into a smile. Then she turned to Yang Xiaosu, her expression serious. I'm not a ghost, I'm a human. Yang Xiaosu blinked. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. The girl in white glanced at Lu Hao again and floated. Lu Hao watched her retreating figure deep in thought. Captain, look. She has a pair of little wings on her back, so cute. Yang Xiaosu exclaimed in surprise. Lu Hao nodded. That should be the reason she can float while walking. It's possible the wings are her vehicle. Yang Xiaosu was even more astonished. It can work that way. The highway world is bizarre and extraordinary. Nothing is impossible, Lu Hao said. He himself had infinitely synthesized opening a first-level extraordinary sequence, so he could understand others using a cheat, as long as they don't go too far. With that thought, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart and called out to the girl in white, Beautiful lady, what is your name? The girl stopped, turned around in midair, tilted her head, and said softly, Why? Do you want to have me? Yang Xiaosu's expression was strange, so direct. Have? That word is quite spiritual. Lu Hao smiled at the girl. I didn't mean that. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Qin Zhao Zhao, right? The girl replied softly. It was indeed her. The woman for whom the two major factions fought fiercely. Do you have something to say, Oi? Qin Zhao Zhao asked. Lu Hao smiled. Nothing much, you'd better not wander around. The Road Bandit Alliance and the Maniac Gang are both looking for you. They can't do anything to me. After Qin Zhao Zhao finished speaking, she turned and floated away. Lu Hao chuckled softly. Indeed, they can't do anything if she carries her vehicle with her and floats unpredictably. Where could they possibly find her if she wanted to hide? So she is Qin Zhao Zhao, she's so beautiful, like a little fairy, pure and untainted, Yang Xiaosu exclaimed in admiration. Once the girl in white had left, they returned to their room. Zhou Ning had not yet come back. Captain, I'm going to take a shower, Yang Xiaosu said. Okay, go ahead, Lu Hao replied, sitting on the bed and rubbing his slightly sore forehead. Although he had won a lot from that round at the casino, it also caused the largest mental energy consumption ever. It consumed a full 40 points. Mental energy 10100. Once he relaxed, he felt like he could hardly hold on. The blue bar is nearly empty. If only there were pills to replenish mental energy, otherwise I have to wait a long time for the cooldown each time. Now I can only lie down and rest. A pair of soft hands pressed against the temples, gently kneading. Comfortable, Lu Hao sighed, nuzzling in to find a more pleasant position. Yang Xiaosu, who was massaging him, paused for a moment, noticing where his head was resting almost to the limit. Captain, really? She bit her lip, her face flushed and dewy from just having showered, resembling a rosy cloud. At this moment the door was pushed open and Zhou Ning walked in. Seeing the scene on the bed, she was taken aback. "Sorry, it seems I came at a bad time." Yang Xiaosu, feeling even more embarrassed, hurriedly said, "Sister Ning, you misunderstood. It's not what you think, the captain is just feeling dizzy again." The door that was closed was pushed open again. Zhou Ning locked the door and looked at Lu Hao, who was sleeping on the bed, and said softly, "He must have exhausted a lot this time. Take good care of him. I'll go take a shower first." Got it, Sister Ning." Yang Xiaosu nodded, continuing to massage Lu Hao to help him relax. Thus Lu Hao slowly awakened, then noticed Yang Xiaosu half leaning beside him with his head resting on her thigh. Meanwhile, Zhou Ning sat on the sofa browsing through the chat channel. She looked up and asked, "Awake? How do you feel?" "Much better." Lu Hao sat up. After 3 hours of rest, and with Yang Xiaosu's close healing, his mental strength recovered quickly. Mental strength, 50,100. Yang Xiaosu also woke up slightly dazed and said, "Captain, you're awake." "Oh no." Her leg had gone numb. "I'm sorry for putting pressure on you for so long," Lu Hao said apologetically, instinctively reaching out. "Let me help you relieve it a bit." As he spoke, his hands were already on her leg. Yang Xiaosu froze, feeling as if she had been electrocuted, a tingling sensation spreading throughout her body. She couldn't help but gasp. "Ah." Zhou Ning had a strange expression. "Wow." Only then did Lu Hao realize, hurriedly letting go of his hands, awkwardly smiling. "Sorry, that wasn't intentional." Yang Xiaosu's face turned red to the roots of her ears, hurriedly grabbing the blanket to cover her head. From under the blanket came a muffled voice, "Captain, you're so naughty." Lu Hao blinked, looking at Zhou Ning. "I just wanted to help her." Zhou Ning stifled a laugh. You successfully distracted her from the numbness in her leg. Now her heart is racing, feeling like a little deer. From under the blanket, Yang Xiaosu retorted shyly, "I'm not feeling like a little deer." "Sister Ning, don't say such things." "Ahem." Lu Hao cleared his throat, strategically changing the subject. "What's the situation?" Zhou Ning glanced at her watch and said, "You're still in first place, but someone is catching up behind you." "Oh really? Let me see." Lu Hao opened the highway system panel and found the leaderboard. The top two were still him and Yang Xiaosu. Third was Zhang Xian with 1750 points. Fourth was Liang Mingyue with 1650 points. Fifth was Zhang Lingxiao with 750 points. Sixth was Lu Ming with 600 points. Seventh was Zhou Ning with 450 points. Who is this Zhang Xian? He knew Zhang Lingxiao and Lu Ming, the leaders of the two major gangs, but he had never heard of this Zhang Xian. Zhou Ning shook her head. "There's very little information. The vehicle is unknown, the extraordinary sequence is unknown, but he is very strong. He eliminated 2 level 4 bizarre monsters in the Colosseum, so he has completed the Colosseum challenge. Someone has seen him in the amusement park, so he should have completed that too." Zhang Xian. Yang Xiaosu lifted the blanket, checked her watch for private messages, then said, "He's the one who spent 20,000 to buy a level 3 fire seed crystal from us. He even said he wanted to meet to share some intel with us. So we've had previous interactions." Lu Hao realized, then pondered, being able to clear the Colosseum and the amusement park proves this person's strength is no small matter. His vehicle is at least level 3. We should pay more attention to him in the future. Clearing the Colosseum gives 950 points and the amusement park is 800 points, he asked. Zhou Ning replied, "That's correct." "Did Liang Mingyue also go to the amusement park?" Lu Hao asked again. "No, she challenged Li Qiandong at the Colosseum and won all his points," Zhou Ning said. "So that's how it is. Liang Mingyue is indeed quite formidable," Lu Hao chuckled. Zhou Ning suddenly interjected. "Yes, she's openly declared that she wants to challenge you now." Lu Hao's smile faded. "Crazy woman. Captain, can you beat her?" Yang Xiaosu suddenly asked. Lu Hao was not entirely ignorant of Liang Mingyue. After serious consideration, he said, "If she just stands there, I could manage to hit her and turn her into a honeycomb." "Oh, so that means you can't beat her?" Yang Xiaosu couldn't help but laugh. Lu Hao smiled at her. "So your leg is still numb, right? Let me help you again." "Oh no." Yang Xiaosu was scared and dove back under the blanket. Zhou Ning chuckled casually, saying, "If Liang Mingyue gets too aggressive, leave her to me to handle." Her tone was casual, yet it carried a strong confidence. Lu Hao suddenly felt that this woman who had awakened the bad extraordinary sequence might be even more powerful than he imagined. "But I also have my advantages. If I take it seriously, I might not necessarily lose. Once my gunfighting skill reaches the 2nd tier, I'll have more confidence. If I wait for my vehicle to reach level 4 and gain a combat-type extraordinary sequence, I'll go to the Colosseum for practical combat tomorrow and also level up my gunfighting skill to tier 2. Lu Hao thought to himself. At this time it was getting dark. According to the motel's rules, as soon as they left the motel, it would be considered giving up on earning points. Creak. Zhou Ning pressed the light switch, but the light didn't turn on. Is there a power outage? The fan stopped spinning too. The room quickly grew dark. Lu Hao opened the door and saw that the lights in the corridor were also out. Other rooms' doors opened one after. You guys don't have power either. No, my room doesn't have power either. This lousy motel, what the heck can you live without lights at night? If it's just a power outage, staying one night can earn 100 points, which is acceptable. I can't stand this, I'm going to find the front desk. Someone huffily grabbed a flashlight and headed downstairs. The others didn't return to their rooms, but planned to wait for him to return to see if the circuit was broken or if it was truly out of power. However, after waiting for a long time, they still didn't see that person return. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Did he run away? Or did he meet a bad end? Qin Zhao Zhao hovered at the doorway, her long skirt revealing a pair of delicate fair feet. Lu Hao looked at her and smiled. So you live across the hall. Are you all alone? She suddenly asked, do you have any soul crystal shards? Lu Hao paused, slightly shook his head, and replied no. Qin Zhao Zhao fell silent for a moment before saying, if you do, let me know. I will pay a high price to buy them from you. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you, Lu Hao said. Thank you. Qin Zhao Zhao slowly closed the door. Lu Hao smiled and glanced around the dark corridor, seeing nothing unusual, before finally shutting the door. At that moment, the room was already pitch black. Yang Xiaosu sat on the bed, holding a flashlight shining at her. Captain, is everything okay outside? She asked. A player went down to look for the front desk, but hasn't returned. It's likely he either ran away or something unexpected happened, Lu Hao replied. Is it that scary? Yang Xiaosu wrapped herself in a blanket, her voice trembling. It's just the beginning, there's more danger ahead, Lu Hao said with a smile. Yang Xiaosu's expression changed. Captain, don't scare me. Lu Hao gently patted her head, saying, don't worry, I'm here. Plus we have a beautiful Batman in our team. Zhou Ning shot him a glance. To correct you, my extraordinary sequence is called Heavenly Official Shadow Bat. What an auspicious name, Yang Xiaosu praised. Indeed, it's a good name. Xiaosu, what's the name of your extraordinary sequence? Lu Hao asked. Yang Xiaosu replied seriously, Cosmic Super Invincible Archer God. Lu Hao couldn't help but chuckle, asking, what's the abbreviation? Light Shadow Archer, Yang Xiaosu said weakly. Both Lu Hao and Yang Xiaosu laughed. Yang Xiaosu said anxiously, it sounds like a beauty enhancement tool, but it's very powerful in the later stages. Shooting shadows can kill people. Lu Hao exclaimed, oh, that's really impressive. Zhou Ning also became interested. At what level does it have that effect? Yang Xiaosu explained, at the second level it has damage effect. At the third level, hitting the shadow's forehead means certain death. Ooh, I don't know what comes after that. I'm almost at full points at the first level, just missing 9 points, she added. Lu Hao and Zhou Ning exchanged glances, both able to see the excitement in each other's eyes. This is undoubtedly a very formidable, extraordinary sequence. Being able to kill by shooting shadows means the enemy has no way to defend. Who would guard against an arrow aimed at the ground? Needless to say, the Light Shadow Archer is definitely a double-level extraordinary sequence. Xiaosu is really amazing, Lu Hao praised. Our team's top archer, you're in charge of long-range sniping now, Zhou Ning also complimented. Yang Xiaosu beamed with joy, her happiness evident. By the way, who were you talking to at the door just now? Zhou Ning asked. Lu Hao replied. Qin Zhao Zhao, she lives across from us, and is looking for soul crystal shards. Have you heard of this? Soul crystal shards. Zhou Ning shook her head, indicating she had never heard of them. I haven't heard of them either, Yang Xiaosu added. Lu Hao didn't dwell on it. Unknown materials could only be discovered through encounters, and it was all about luck. He certainly had plenty of that. Zhou Ning walked to the window and opened it. A cold wind with a burning scent blew in. The temperature has dropped. Everything outside seems normal. Lu Hao walked over and saw a vehicle passing by on the street. There were no strange creatures lurking, no odd. If it comes to it, we can escape by jumping out the window, Lu Hao said. It was only 2 stories high. They could easily jump down given their physique. That's good to know, Yang Xiaosu sighed in relief. Lu Hao closed the window, shutting out the cold wind from outside. But soon they felt that the room seemed even colder than outside. It's already below zero, and the temperature keeps dropping, Zhou Ning noted. With their combined physique, they could still endure it for now. But the temperature continued to fall. -10 degrees. -20 degrees. The walls of the room were covered in frost. The whole room felt like a freezer. Yang Xiaosu could barely stand it given that her physique was only 60. Wrapped in the blanket, she trembled and said, it's so cold, hee hee hee. Why do I feel like a white skeleton in a casino? Hee hee hee. Huh. She made herself laugh. Lu Hao chuckled and opened the road systems trading platform, wanting to see if anyone was selling basic gene potions. None, Zhou Ning also checked. I should have filled Xiaosu's physique. It's my fault, Lu Hao lamented. It's fine. Captain, who knew it would suddenly get this cold, hee hee hee. Yang Xiaosu shivered. They hadn't expected such a situation, otherwise they could have prepared more blankets. It's still getting colder, Zhou Ning frowned. Lu Hao also felt a slight chill. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaosu was already feeling a bit dazed from the cold. Zhou Ning thought for a moment, crawled into the blanket, and hugged Yang Xiaosu. Yang Xiaosu quickly warmed up saying, "Ah, Sister Ning, you're so warm, soft, and comfortable. Thank you. Eat something to replenish your energy. Oh, I have chocolate here." Zhou Ning smiled. "Okay, I love chocolate," Yang Xiaosu replied happily. Zhou Ning handed a piece to Lu Hao. "Here, eat it. I have plenty left. Ooh, I have dozens of chocolates in my backpack." "How thoughtful," Lu Hao praised. After eating the chocolate, the three of them felt much better. But the temperature kept dropping. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard from outside. "I can't take it anymore, it's too cold." "Is this an inn? This is a freezer. What's 100 points worth my life for? I'm out of here." One after another, players chose to give up and fled the hotel in a panic. Not everyone had a strong physique. Without adequate warmth, they could perish in such extreme cold. But as the temperature continued to drop, even Lu Hao began to struggle. Zhou Ning, cozy under the blanket, noticed Lu Hao rubbing his arms and said, "Come under the blanket, it'll be warmer if we squeeze together." "Yes, Captain, come on in." Yang Xiaosu peeked her head out and said, "That would be inappropriate. Men and women should keep their distance." Though he said that, his body was very honest, quickly diving under the blanket, and he added, "The more you keep your distance, the closer it feels." However, with Lu Hao's presence, the temperature inside the quilt suddenly rose as he exuded a vigorous masculine energy. Yang Xiaosu no longer felt cold. In fact, she felt a bit too warm. She was in the middle half of her body, resting in Lu Hao's embrace, clearly able to hear the strong and powerful heartbeat. Her face flushed, and she bit her lip, too shy to speak. Zhou Ning also felt a bit unusual. Although Yang Xiaosu was in between them, she was undeniably sharing a bed with a man. This experience was both real and new, yet awkward. She felt a little uncomfortable and shifted slightly. Suddenly, she heard Lu Hao say, "Are you cold, Ning? How about I switch places and stay in the middle? That way I can keep both of you warm." Zhou Ning was taken aback and quickly replied, "I'm not cold for now. I will let you know if I need anything." The room fell silent, and outside there was no more noise. It seemed that the players who couldn't endure the cold had already left. The remaining few must have felt confident that they could withstand the low temperatures. Only the sound of the three of their breathing remained in the room. After a while, Lu Hao reached out from under the quilt to check the temperature. "It seems like the temperature isn't dropping anymore," he said. Zhou Ning also reached out and replied, "It's probably around -30 degrees. "Thank goodness," Lu Hao said. Zhou Ning asked, "Thank goodness for what?" Lu Hao replied leisurely, "Thank goodness you don't have any other bat-like traits besides sleeping on the ceiling, like going into hibernation when it gets cold." "Do bats fear the cold?" Yang Xiaosu asked curiously. "Yes, they lower their body temperature to 5 or 6 degrees in winter and enter hibernation. If a Ning did that, we would be hugging a popsicle." Lu Hao laughed. "You are the popsicle," Zhou Ning huffed. Lu Hao chuckled, and more like a fire stick warming the whole bed. "Fire stick? Yang Xiaosu smiled, but suddenly felt something was off. Zhou Ning lightly spat, "Pervert." Lu Hao was taken aback. "That's not what I meant." "Alright, I won't say anything more. Though it's the truth," he added. Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning exchanged looks of silence. The room fell quiet again, but the atmosphere became even more delicate. Unbeknownst to how long it had been, the temperature under the quilt gradually increased. Lu Hao checked again. "The temperature has risen." Yang Xiaosu slowly lifted the quilt and exclaimed, "It's really not cold anymore." Zhou Ning had already gotten out of bed. "It's around 0 degrees now, which is normal for nighttime." Yang Xiaosu watched as Lu Hao also left the quilt, suddenly feeling a bit lost, even wishing for another drop in temperature so she could nestle in his arms for warmth. Just then, outside footsteps suddenly echoed. The footsteps were not hurried but heavy and slow, as if each step threatened to crush the floor, clearly not belonging to any player. Then it seemed a door was opened, followed by a second door, a third door. The footsteps and door sounds grew close. When the sound of the sixth door opening reached them, a player's startled voice exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" Then came the sounds of fierce fighting, gunfire, and that player's scream. "Damn it, 100 points, and almost frozen to death, and now they throw a level 3 monster at me. You all better run too." After shouting a few times, that player quickly fled from the second floor of the inn. The remaining players in the room could no longer sit still. A level 3 eerie monster is launching a night attack. First it plummets in temperature, then a level 3 eerie monster, and what's next? There's still a long way until dawn. I'm done playing. Don't even mention 100 points. It's not worth risking my life for 1,000 points. Level 3 monsters. I'd rather fight in the gladiatorial arena. At least I can earn 100 points. Immediately, several more players left the inn. The corridor echoed with hurried footsteps again. Then it seemed they encountered that level 3 eerie monster, followed by brief sounds of fighting. The fighting sounds quickly subsided, and after a while heavy and slow footsteps returned. "It's still not dead," Yang Xiaosu exclaimed in surprise. Lu Hao said mainly they were scared. All they could think about was escaping. "Fear stems from the unknown. We have no idea what we might face next." Zhou Ning spoke calmly to Lu Hao. "Are we waiting here, or are we going out to kill it?" Lu Hao reached into his backpack and pulled out a Barrett sniper rifle, aiming it at the door. "Let's wait for it to come to us." Yang Xiaosu knocked an arrow while Zhou Ning gripped her armor-breaking blade. The footsteps grew closer, having checked several empty rooms before finally stopping at their door. Next, the sound of the door opening came. The three felt a tightness in their chests, but the door did not open. "It's the door across the hall," Zhou Ning said. "Qin Zhao Zhao." Yang Xiaosu looked at Lu Hao and asked, "Should we go help?" After a moment of thought, Lu Hao nodded, "Let's help." However, just as they reached the door, a pleasant voice called out, "Can you come help me?" Lu Hao was taken aback and opened the door to step outside. In the hallway, a large owl-like creature, seemingly a size larger than normal, had skin tinged with blood and a ghastly appearance, as if bound by an invisible rope. It struggled, desperately trembling all over, but could not break free, not even able to make a sound. "I've got it under control. Hurry and help me kill it," Qin Zhao Zhao said, pointing at the red owl. Lu Hao directly pressed the barret against the red owl's forehead, chambered around, and fired. Bang! The distinctive roar of the barret was deafening, shaking the wooden floor beneath them. The entire head of the red owl exploded, blood splattering, and its body slowly collapsed. Killed. The level 3 red owl gained 300 points. Lu Hao 247,0300 points. First in the leaderboard, Lu Hao received a notification from the highway system. Subsequently, 2 items appeared on the ground. Lu Hao picked them up, saying, "Gene locking agent. Focus potion. Good stuff." The gene locking agent is a potion used to break through the first stage of the gene lock, while the focus potion is used to surpass the limits of mental power. Lu Hao did not keep them for himself. Looking at Qin Zhao Zhao, he said, "You controlled it. I just fired a shot. I've already gained 300 points, so these 2 potions are for you, but please consider trading with me. I need them." Qin Zhao Zhao had just stepped back to avoid the blood from the red owl's head explosion, but now she returned, picking up the 2 potions. After a moment of thought, she said, "One for each. Without you I couldn't have killed it either." An auxiliary type, extraordinary sequence. Lu Hao began to understand why the 2 major factions were fighting over her. Being able to immobilize even a level 3 eerie monster indicated she possessed powerful control abilities. In high-level games, having an auxiliary with strong control capabilities is invaluable to a team. With this in mind, Lu Hao smiled and said, "Then I won't be polite. You choose first. My mental power is maxed out. Can I use this?" Qin Zhao Zhao had a pleasant personality, negotiating fairly. "Of course, thank you." Lu Hao took the gene locking agent. "All right." Qin Zhao Zhao turned and entered the room. "Qin Zhao Zhao, call us if you need anything, and my name is Lu Hao." Lu Hao added first on the leaderboard. The gambling god. Qin Zhao Zhao looked at him, curiosity flickering in her eyes. "Not a gambling god, just lucky." Lu Hao smiled. "He'll call you." Before closing the door, Qin Zhao Zhao's voice came through. Lu Hao and his 2 companions returned to their room. 300 points and rare medicinal herbs. Is this what the inn's rules refer to as unexpected gains? Zhou Ning exclaimed with a hint of surprise. It should be, but one must have the strength to obtain it. A 3rd-level red earth hawk is not something just anyone can defeat. The 2nd-level earth hawk outside is stronger than the 2nd-level black skeleton. Lu Hao responded. Qin Zhao Zhao's extraordinary sequence is quite practical. It belongs to high-end support. Indeed, that's the reason why Li Qiandong and Lu Deming are fighting. Zhou Ning understood. "Captain, should we win her over?" Yang Xiaosu suddenly asked. Lu Hao pondered. "Let's leave it to fate. No need to force it." Yang Xiaosu mumbled softly, "If that's the case, our team will have 3 women. We could play mahjong together." Lu Hao chuckled. "I thought you were going to say something else." He handed the gene lock potion to Zhou Ning. "Ning, you go first. I'll unlock the first gene lock." Zhou Ning was taken aback, not expecting Lu Hao to be so straightforward in giving her the potion. This potion unlocks the first gene lock and can break the shackles of the comprehensive physical limit. Zhou Ning felt touched and shook her head, saying, "Your comprehensive physique has also reached 100. You are the captain and should use it first." "Everyone knows I'm the captain, so I will listen to the captain," Lu Hao said as he took her hand, placed the potion in her palm, and smiled. "Use it. Oh, let's quickly enhance our team's strength." Feeling the warmth of his hand, Zhou Ning softly replied, "Okay. Xiaosu, next it's your turn. Oh, first raise your comprehensive physique to full, then elevate your shadow shooter to the 2nd tier." Lu Hao stated. "Yes, captain." Yang Xiaosu was filled with hope for the future. Zhou Ning had already consumed the gene lock potion. She clutched her chest, unable to suppress a groan of pain. "Ning, what's wrong?" Yang Xiaosu quickly supported her. Zhou Ning took a deep breath and gasped, "I'm fine, just feel like something inside me has been broken through. It hurts a bit. I need to lie down." "All right." Yang Xiaosu helped her lie down on the bed. Zhou Ning endured the pain, her entire body trembling. Lu Hao, holding a flashlight, said, "Xiaosu, help her wipe off the sweat." Yang Xiaosu hurriedly brought a towel and continuously wiped the sweat from Zhou Ning's face and neck. "It's not just a little pain, or it must hurt terribly." The young girl was almost in tears. "I didn't realize breaking the gene lock would be so painful. If I had known, I would have gone first so you wouldn't have to bear it." Lu Hao said somewhat regretfully. Zhou Ning forced out a smile, weakly stating, "For me, this pain is nothing as long as I can become stronger and then find my sister. She had a strong will and belief willing to bear any cost. You can definitely do it, Lu Hao said softly. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ning returned to normal, accepted the water from Yang Xiaosu, and after taking a sip, she slowly said, I feel that both my nerve response and perception have greatly improved. This is the effect of unlocking the first-tier gene lock. My comprehensive physique is still 100, but I received a notification that the upper limit for the next stage is 500. I should take a more advanced potion than the basic gene potion to gain an enhancement. Once the comprehensive physique reaches 500, I should be able to break through the first gene lock. To know exactly how much it enhances my combat ability, I need to test it in real combat. Let's try it out in the arena tomorrow. Lu Hao nodded, saying, yes, we'll go together tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Zhou Ning took the sandwich that Yang Xiaosu handed her. Just after finishing, another marinated chicken leg was handed over. Then came spicy strips, potato chips, and cola. Zhou Ning smiled and said, Xiaosu, I can't eat anymore, you can have it. Oh, I thought since you just broke through you would need to replenish a lot of energy. Yang Xiaosu stuck out her tongue. The inn's corridor fell silent again. Only one flashlight was lit in the room. Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning sat side by side on the bed. Lu Hao sat on a small sofa, opened the chat channel, and looked to see what important information he could gather. He soon discovered that the hottest topic in the channel was the inn he was in. It's simply the most deceitful place. I've tested it, don't ever go. It's a place that scams road coins. For just 100 points, I endured minus 30 degrees thinking I'd made it through, only to have a third-level Red Earth Hawk appear. If I could deal with the Red Earth Hawk, I would have already fought a golden skeleton in the arena and earned 650 points. Wouldn't that be nice? And who knows what other strange occurrences could happen next. If they hit you with both ice and fire, that would be delightful. Maybe there are even 4th-level bizarre monsters lurking around. I bet everyone in the inn has run away by now. Let's try the amusement park tomorrow. Ooh, just riding the death swing will give me 100 points. I refuse to believe in the one who gets thrown off. Meanwhile, many people were discussing Lu Hao's top ranking mostly with envy and jealousy. Envious of his good luck, some even criticized him for being a coward, not daring to respond to Liang Mingyu's challenge. In fact, it wasn't just Liang Mingyue who had their eyes on Lu Hao's points. To many, Lu Hao was a massive points package. Whoever could defeat him would replace him as the #1 boss. At this moment, Lu Hao's private messages were filled with challenges. If he dared to go to the arena, there would probably be a long line of challengers. Lu Hao ignored them and closed the road system. There wasn't much useful information, nor was there any news about the mysterious gang. As night deepened, 2 hours passed, and just when Lu Hao thought there were no more abnormalities, heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor. The bizarre monster had returned, just like before, opening each room one by one. Perhaps it knew that most rooms were unoccupied, so its pace quickened. Before long, it reached the door of Lu Hao's room. Creak. The door across opened. Then came a familiar voice, Lu Hao, come out and help. All right. Lu Hao quickly rushed to the door with Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning. Just like last time, the Red Earth Hawk was subdued like a fish placed on the chopping block. Lu Hao handed the Barrett sniper rifle to Zhou Ning. You have fewer points, so it's up to you now. Zhou Ning did not refuse as she took it and swiftly fired. The Red Earth Hawk was shot in the head and fell to the ground with a crash. Points received, Zhou Ning said. Zhou Ning, 850300 points. 5th in points ranking. Lu Hao nodded, looking at the 2 bottles of potions that had dropped on the ground. They were still the Gene Lock potion and the Focus potion. Lu Hao picked them up, extended his palm, and smiled. You choose. All right. This time Qin Zhao Zhao took the Gene Lock potion. By the way, since you managed to control it, why not kill it yourself? Lu Hao asked curiously. Qin Zhao Zhao remained silent for a moment and replied, it's inconvenient to say. Lu Hao seemed to have picked up on something and did not press further. He smiled and said, pleasure working with you. Pleasure working with you. Qin Zhao Zhao turned and entered her room. Lu Hao looked at the 2 corpses of the Red Earth Hawks on the floor, thought for a moment, and tossed them into the next room. This way the next Red Earth Hawk wouldn't be scared away. Yang Xiaosu suddenly looked expectant. There should be another one, right? Lu Hao and Zhou Ning also looked forward to it, as this was such an easy opportunity to gain points. One shot would yield 300 points and 2 bottles of rare potions, which felt almost like free rewards. After entering the room, Zhou Ning said, her control ability should be limited. Either she cannot act, or her attack power is too low. Lu Hao nodded and replied, that seems to be the case, but being able to control a level 3 monster already demonstrates a significant crowd control capability. Perhaps she can even control an area. With her around, defeating the peculiar monsters will be much easier, Zhou Ning remarked. Indeed, the enemies will become living targets, just as the captain said, making it easy to create a hornet's nest. Yang Xiaosu said with a smile, we can even gather for a game of mahjong. Lu Hao patted her head, and Zhou Ning suddenly said, let the captain use the Focus potion. Let the captain use it, Yang Xiaosu agreed. Lu Hao did not refuse, and directly consumed the Focus potion. In the next moment, he felt something burst open in his head followed by a severe throbbing pain. His expression changed and he nearly stumbled. Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning were prepared supporting him from either side and laying him down on the bed. "Captain, is your head very painful? Let me massage it for you. Lie on my lap." Yang Xiaosu was very considerate and already quite skilled in her actions. A few minutes later, Lu Hao felt the throbbing pain subside, his mind cleared, and he felt much better than before. First stage of Divine Soul can break through to the second stage at 500 points. The Fate Manipulation Extraordinary Sequence bonus takes effect, adding an additional 60 points of spirit. Name Lu Hao. Account balance 27158. Comprehensive physique 100. Strength, agility, defense, spiritual power 160160. First stage of Divine Soul Extraordinary Sequence. Vehicle Symbiosis, Fate Manipulation, Gunfighting Technique stage 1468500. Gene Lock, not unlocked. Inventory Desert Eagle Pistol, Beretta Pistol, AK-47 Assault Rifle, Wilson M500 Revolver, Colt M1873 Revolver, Barrett M90 Sniper Rifle. Bullets. "Captain, do you feel better now?" Yang Xiaosu's gentle voice came through. Lu Hao did not open his eyes and pretended to be in pain, saying, "It still hurts a lot, keep massaging." He rubbed his head as he thought to himself the girl's lap was indeed very soft. "All right." Yang Xiaosu pressed harder. After a while she asked, "Are you feeling better, Captain?" Lu Hao replied weakly, "Not quite yet. How about letting a Ning try instead?" Yang Xiaosu without much thought said to Zhou Ning, "A Ning, can you help the captain?" Zhou Ning rolled her eyes and replied, "Just listen to him. Can't you see he's pretending?" Lu Hao continued his act, saying, "Xiaosu, don't listen to her nonsense. If she's not willing, you can keep massaging. My legs are a bit sore too. Can you help massage my legs?" Yang Xiaosu finally reacted, lightly tapping him and blushing as she said, "Captain, you're so naughty." Then she pushed him up. Lu Hao chuckled, cleared his throat strategically, and then shared his experience of taking the focus potion. "For me, spiritual power is very important, and it is the same for you, so our next goal is for all three of us to break through our spiritual power and gene locks to the first stage, and then upgrade our extraordinary sequence to the second stage, followed by leveling up our vehicles to level 4. But the level 4 seed crystal can only be obtained by defeating the warlord leader, and so many people are competing for it," Yang Xiaosu said. "Not necessarily. Given the road system's nature, they won't reveal all the information to us. This is a perfect example. If we hadn't stayed, how would we know about the opportunities for bonus points and equipment?" Lu Hao stated. Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning both found his reasoning compelling. The two red eagles from before appeared 2 hours apart. If there is to be another, it should be around midnight. Zhou Ning speculated. "Then you two should sleep for a bit, I'll keep watch," Lu Hao said as he sat on the sofa, placing the Barrett sniper rifle beside him. "I'll take the next shot and see if I can get something good." Knowing that Zhou Ning and Yang Xiaosu were curious about his high explosion rate, he thought for a moment and said, "This is also part of the gunfighting technique's abilities, just like a Ning's Tianguan Shadow Bat, which should have more than one ability. They'll keep watch during the second half of the night." Zhou Ning lifted the blanket and lay on the bed, continuing, "My ability is from an S-Class Extraordinary Series. Currently, I have 2 abilities. One is sound wave sensing, allowing me to emit high-frequency sound waves like a bat, accurately sensing in complete darkness. The other significantly enhances agility and neural response, and I should be able to unlock another ability upon reaching the second stage." Yang Xiaosu also crawled under the covers lying next to her, and after listening she exclaimed, "That's amazing. You'll definitely grow wings in the future. A Ning will be able to fly." Zhou Ning replied with some disdain, "I don't want to grow bat-like wings, they're dark and ugly. My floating skateboard can fly, ooh, I don't need wings." Lu Hao chuckled silently and said, "It does affect aesthetics, but I guess it's highly unlikely. If an S-Class Extraordinary Sequence only resulted in simple beastification, that would be too disappointing." At this time it was just past 10 at night. Outside it was very quiet with the occasional vehicle passing by. Most players were resting. In the bed, Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning gradually fell asleep. Lu Hao kept an eye on the system chat channel while paying attention to the sounds in the corridor. In the chat channel, the main topic was again related to Lu Hao. Someone thought that it was late at night and that nobody should be gaining points, so the rankings on the leaderboard should not change. However, when they glanced at the leaderboard, Lu Hao's points had astonishingly risen to 2,770. What the hell? Didn't they say that guy was staying at the Gold Rush Inn? Did he sneak out like everyone else to farm points? That's not right. The Gladiator Arena and Amusement Park are closed at night, and the casino has been shut down by him. Where could he be getting points from? Could he have discovered a hidden farming spot we don't know about? Lu Hao, Lu Dao Lao, where else can we farm points? Please come out and tell us, save my life. I'm currently ranked over 3,000. Lu's dear father, my points are still negative. Please take care of this weak little newbie. In no time, many players were asking Lu Hao for help in the group. Lu Hao thought for a moment. Since he had also gained a lot of useful information in the chat channel, he decided to give back a bit. Thus, he sent a message, "I'm still at the inn. I killed a level 3 red eagle and earned 300 points. Wo Lu Hao is here." The chat group erupted. Worship the gambling god. The man who shut down, so killing that strange monster grants points. Damn, and it only mentioned that staying one night grants 100 points, but didn't say anything about killing monsters. If I had known, I wouldn't have run away. I can't believe I missed such a great opportunity. Stop boasting, that's a level 3 strange monster. Besides those few guild leaders who can defeat it. That does seem true. Running was the right call. It was rash of me. So Lu Hao also has the strength to compete with guild leaders. At this moment, Liang Minghua popped up. "Lu Hao, see you at the Gladiator Arena tomorrow. Let's have a match." Lu Hao suddenly popped up in the chat channel, immediately drawing the attention of various guild leaders. Liang Minghua initiated a challenge right away. Li Qiandong also chimed in. "Lu Hao, fighting women is pointless. Let's have a battle between men. You are allowed to use vehicles." Lu Ming sarcastically remarked, "Fighting women is pointless, but you lost to Liang Minghua, so you're not even as good as a woman, haha." Li Qiandong was furious. "Lu Ming, you bastard, why don't you come and fight me? You dare not accept my challenge. If I'm worse than women, you are even worse than a dog." Lu Ming fell silent, knowing that after losing to Liang Minghua, Li Qiandong would act like a mad dog, biting anyone he caught, and he could do anything if provoked. Then Zhang Lingxiao from the Cyber Iron Riders chimed in. "You guys, the martial world isn't just about fighting. Brother Lu, how about we meet tomorrow and have a drink together?" Several bigwigs logged on, and everyone else dared not interrupt. All these leaders had their sights set on Lu Hao. After they finished speaking, the chat channel fell silent, with everyone waiting for Lu Hao's response. After a while, a line of text appeared in the chat channel. "Lu Hao, thank you, but I'll pass." The previously tense atmosphere was like a balloon that suddenly had its knot untied. The guild leaders felt as if they had punched cotton, nearly cursing through the screen. This kid simply wouldn't take the bait, and what could they do? The key point was that no one thought Lu Hao was just a weakling relying purely on luck. A level 3 Red Earth Hawk could be defeated, and a level 2 Earth Hawk was tougher than the same level Black Skeleton. The Red Earth Hawk was definitely more difficult to deal with than the Golden Skeleton in the arena. Even if it was just good luck, it was still a part of his strength granted by the highway system. Therefore, very few considered Lu Hao's avoidance of battle as cowardice. Instead, it made them pay him even more attention. Thus, everyone became even more certain that Lu Hao was the leader of that mysterious guild. Only Lu Hao himself was sure that the mysterious guild had someone else. It's a bit strange that the one named Zhang Xian, who is clearly ranked 3rd, hardly gets discussed, and there is very little information about him. His vehicle, extraordinary sequence, height, appearance, and even gender are unknown. Lu Hao pondered this question in his heart. However, the thought passed quickly, and he brushed it aside. After a while, he suddenly jolted in surprise. Wait, I clearly think highly of him, but I unknowingly tend to overlook him. What was his name again? Zhang Xian. Perhaps this is his extraordinary sequence, reducing his presence. If that's true, that ability is simply terrifying. Luckily, my spiritual power has been enhanced through luck manipulation, allowing me to realize this. Lu Hao couldn't help but sigh. The highway world truly has all sorts of wonders. At that moment, a figure suddenly stood up from the bed. It was Zhou Ning. She seemed to be sleepwalking, tilting her head as if searching for something. Lu Hao's heart stirred. She must be looking for something to hang upside down on, but there are no beams on the ceiling. What will she do? Then he saw Zhou Ning wandering around the room like a ghost, looking quite uneasy. Lu Hao couldn't help but smile. After thinking for a moment, he directly tore off a metal table leg with his bare hands, then jumped up and firmly nailed the leg to the wall. "Go ahead, do you need help?" "No need." Zhou Ning was already awake, her expression a mix of strange and awkward. Lu Hao comforted her. "It's all right, the most important thing is to sleep comfortably. Don't worry about the position. Oh, I won't laugh at you." "Then can you please suppress the corners of your mouth?" Zhou Ning said softly. Lu Hao's smile faded. "Sorry, I couldn't help it." Zhou Ning's lips also curled into a slight smile, as she leapt gracefully, hooking her feet around the table leg nailed to the wall, her entire body hanging upside down, arms crossed, swaying back and forth. Today she was just wearing shorts, her long legs slender and straight, the hem of her top drooping down, revealing a flat stomach with no excess flesh. Another enticing angle to imagine. Lu Hao couldn't resist sweeping the flashlight up and down. "Don't look around," Zhou Ning said lightly. "I won't look." Lu Hao glanced a couple more times before finally turning off the flashlight. Yang Xiaosu, undisturbed, murmured in her sleep, "Captain, you can't touch there." "Lu Hao." Zhou Ning snorted lightly. Pervert." Lu Hao looked aggrieved. "I didn't do anything." There were sounds coming from outside. Lu Hao went to the window and saw many players gathering at the inn entrance, only to leave shortly after. They must have been confident they could handle the Red Earth Hawk, wanting to come in and give it a try. After all, the 300 points were very tempting. But it seemed the inn was not accepting guests, forcing them to leave helplessly, and planned to return the next day to check in. Time passed second by second. Until 12 o'clock. Heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor. As expected, just as they had predicted, a strange monster appeared every 2 hours. Here comes the action. Lu Hao grabbed the Barrett sniper rifle. Zhou Ning, still hanging upside down, opened her eyes and gracefully landed. Yang Xiaosu also woke up and walked over to Lu Hao. The three of them were no longer nervous. In fact, they were quite looking forward to it, as this was prey coming to them, and someone had even tied it up for them. At this moment, they heard a door opening across the way. It seemed Qin Zhaozhao was also very eager, and didn't want to wait any longer, actively coming out to attract the prey's attention. "Come here," she said softly. The heavy footsteps quickened. She couldn't be bothered to wait. "Let's head out too," Lu Hao said, not in a hurry, mainly wanting to see how Qin Zhaozhao cast her spells. After opening the door, they saw Qin Zhaozhao standing gracefully with her arms outstretched, slowly speaking to the charging Red Earth Hawk. "Bind." "Comfortable." Lu Hao almost misheard. The charging Red Earth Hawk suddenly halted, rolling on the ground due to inertia, and then lay still, unable to move. Qin Zhaozhao looked at Lu Hao. "It's done." Lu Hao nodded, aiming the Barrett's muzzle at the Red Earth Hawk's head, and pulling the trigger. Luck manipulation activated. Boom. The Red Earth Hawk's head exploded. Killed. Level 3 Red Earth Hawk, gained 300 points. Lu Hao 2770, 300 points, ranked first, an item dropped. In addition to 3 potions, there was also an irregular crystal fragment, emitting a purple glow. Qin Zhaozhao's beautiful eyes lit up as she bent down to pick it up, exclaiming in excitement. "It's a soul crystal fragment." "You're amazing, you actually dropped a soul crystal fragment." "What is a soul crystal fragment?" Yang Xiaosu asked curiously. "You're really impressive." Qin Zhaozhao looked at Lu Hao, a beautiful smile on her face, explaining, "Soul crystal fragments are used to upgrade the tier of extraordinary sequences. For example, I now have maxed out my first tier points, and to elevate to the second tier, I need soul crystal fragments." Lu Hao understood. "So that's how it is. That's indeed a good item." Hence Qin Zhaozhao was in such a hurry to find it. For Lu Hao and the others, it was also a necessity. "Can you give it to me?" Qin Zhaozhao said cautiously, with a tone of negotiation. Lu Hao smiled cheerfully, saying, "Of course, without you we wouldn't be able to do this so easily." Qin Zhaozhao shook her head slightly, and said earnestly, "The soul crystal fragments were created by you. Oh, I can feel that you have consumed a lot of mental energy." Lu Hao was taken aback. Can she even tell that? Mental energy 100160, first stage of spirit. This move, just now, had consumed a full 60 points of his mental energy. However, he currently had plenty of mental energy, so it wasn't a big deal. He could still go for another round. "It's just mutual assistance," he smiled. Qin Zhaozhao's attitude was no longer as cold as before as she continued. "If there are any gains from here on out, they will all belong to you." Lu Hao was not polite either, saying, "Thank you then." Qin Zhaozhao turned and entered the room. Lu Hao picked up 3 vials of potions from the ground, 1 gene lock fusion agent, and 2 primary gene potions. Xiaosu also has something to share. After returning to the room, Lu Hao gave the 2 gene potions to Yang Xiaosu. "Thank you, Captain." Yang Xiaosu was very happy. Her overall physique was 60, and she was the only one falling behind in the team. "Captain, you should use the gene lock fusion agent," Zhou Ning said. Lu Hao nodded, and opened the vial of the gene lock fusion agent. "Cheers," he said as Yang Xiaosu clinked her vial with his. The two of them tilted their heads back and drank. Afterward, Lu Hao felt a sharp pain throughout his body. Having been prepared, he directly laid down on the bed. "Pillow quickly." Yang Xiaosu's face flushed red, but she did not hesitate. Familiar with the process, she placed her legs under his head. Zhou Ning smiled gently, and brought a wet towel to help Lu Hao wipe the sweat. With 2 beautiful women attending to him, Lu Hao was indeed experiencing a mix of pain and pleasure. Meanwhile, his body began to undergo subtle changes. As Zhou Ning said, his nerve reactions and perception had greatly improved, even allowing him to autonomously block a portion of the pain. Although he had not undergone professional training, it felt as if he had already developed the combat instinct. Overall physique 100, first stage of gene lock, can break through to the second stage at 500 points. Is this the feeling of unlocking the first stage of the gene lock? Lu Hao clenched his fist. "Are you feeling better?" Zhou Ning asked from the side. "Yes, I feel great, unprecedentedly good in my body. Seems to have undergone a qualitative change." Lu Hao sat up, feeling his muscles that had become sturdier, feeling that he could now take on level 3 monsters with just his physical strength. He decided that if any red-feathered monsters came later, he could give them a try. He then walked out of the room and knocked on Qin Zhaozhao's door. After a while, the door opened a crack. "Lu Hao, is there something?" Qin Zhaozhao asked, puzzled. Lu Hao smiled and said, "If there are any red-feathered monsters later, can I handle them?" Qin Zhaozhao tilted her head slightly, and after a moment of silence, she softly replied, "Okay." Before the door closed, a voice floated back, "Be careful." "Okay," Lu Hao smiled. After returning to the room, he began to prepare to conserve his energy. You all go to sleep, I'll keep watch. Zhou Ning sat down on the sofa. Yang Xiaosu suddenly felt a bit shy. Do we really have to sleep together? Zhou Ning replied matter-of-factly, of course there is only one bed, but if you can sleep hanging like I do, that's all. I can't do that. Lu Hao stretched lazily, climbed into bed, then lifted a corner of the blanket and patted the bed surface. Come on, Xiaosu, it's not the first time we've shared a bed. Yang Xiaosu weakly said, it's different now, oh, it's not cold anymore. Although she said this, she still carefully laid down on the bed, not daring to get close, lying at the very edge. Lu Hao laughed and said, aren't you afraid of falling off the bed? Come lie closer, don't worry, with a Ning here, what can I do to you? Zhou Ning lazily said, if something really were to happen, I could pretend I didn't see it or go wait in the hallway for you. Yang Xiaosu's face turned red. A Ning, what are you talking about? That's not okay. I'm serious, Zhou Ning interrupted her calmly, saying, don't forget this is the doomsday road for survival, not the real world. There aren't so many taboos. Surviving and becoming stronger is our goal, so if the captain needs it, I wouldn't mind sleeping with him. He is a man worth relying on, understand? This made Lu Hao feel a bit embarrassed and somewhat stirred inside. I understand, Ning. Yang Xiaosu seemed to have a high comprehension ability, and after hearing this, she simply moved closer, snuggling against Lu Hao's body. Her face flushed as she tightly closed her eyes, her voice trembling. Captain, you have to be gentle. Lu Hao, he was at a loss for words. Everyone stop joking, it's just sleep. There's no time for that now. I don't really take. After saying that, he covered Yang Xiaosu with the blanket. Sleep quickly, danger may arise at any time. Conserving energy is the most important thing. Got it, Captain? Yang Xiaosu softly replied, feeling the warm and comforting breath next to her, feeling a bit lost inside. Zhou Ning on the sofa was slightly stunned, then a smile appeared on her lips. Indeed, this man is worth relying on. However, lying next to Yang Xiaosu, Lu Hao sighed quietly. With things stirred up like this, how could he conserve energy? Thus he lay beside Yang Xiaosu's soft body, inhaling her refreshing scent, and gradually fell into a hazy sleep. Until the familiar heavy footsteps sounded again. Lu Hao suddenly opened his eyes, threw off the blanket, and rushed out. Here comes the action. Leave it to me. Yang Xiaosu sat up, rubbing her eyes in confusion. Captain, did you go to fight the red-feathered monster? Yes. Zhou Ning stood up, gripping the armor-piercing blade as she walked towards the door. Let's provide support for the captain. Good. Yang Xiaosu picked up her composite bow and followed along into the corridor. Qin Zhao Zhao from across the door also came out, nodding at them, then looking towards the end of the corridor. In the dim corridor, intense sounds of fighting could be heard. There was no fancy maneuvers, just hard clash. Lu Hao was determined to test the effects after unlocking the first stage of the gene lock. He didn't even use a gun, directly engaging the red-feathered monster with his bare fists. The red-feathered monster did not rely on agility or caution like the level 2 monsters that faced him heat-in without fear. After dodging a few attacks from the red-feathered monster's claws, Lu Hao gradually adapted to the changes in his body after unlocking the gene lock, combined with the combat skills brought by gunfighting techniques and practical experience gained from training with Zhou Ning. Soon he was able to confidently respond to the monster's attacks. Lu Hao estimated in his heart, without using the extraordinary sequence, the first stage of the gene lock can deal with level 3 bizarre creatures. Coupled with the extraordinary sequence, or level 3 vehicles, we should be able to kill level 4 bizarre creatures. Perhaps they are the fastest to break through to the first stage of the gene lock. Roar! The red-feathered monster, unable to break through, let out a roar, its mouth opening wide, flames swirling inside, as if it was about to spit something out. Lu Hao's gaze sharpened. Previously, Qin Zhao Zhao had controlled the situation, and he was unaware that the red-feathered monster could unleash a powerful move. However, he reacted quickly, seizing the brief moment before the red-feathered monster unleashed its move, targeting the gap and launching a punch that hit its throat with precision. Gah! This punch gathered all the strength in Lu Hao's body, and his fist sank deep into the red-feathered monster's throat. The flame that was about to be spat out was forcibly choked back. But Lu Hao did not think this would kill it, so he followed up with another punch, and soon a torrential rain of attacks began to pour down. The red-feathered monster was like a large punching bag, only receiving blows. Not far away at the door of the room, Yang Xiaosu used a flashlight to shine for Lu Hao, her face full of admiration. Wow, Captain is so fierce. Zhou Ning nodded slightly, also amazed by Lu Hao's strength and fighting talent, and there was a fierce determination, whether against enemies or oneself. We won, Qin Zhao Zhao said softly from the side. The red-feathered monster fell heavily after taking Lu Hao's final blow. Looking at the items that dropped on the ground, Lu Hao let out a slight sigh of relief. Killed level 3 red-feathered monster, gained 300 points. Lu Hao 307,0300 points, first on the leaderboard. Looking at the items that the Redland Hawk dropped, Lu Hao let out a slight sigh of relief. This was good. The fact that something had dropped proved it was dead, and there was no need to worry about the strange creature playing dead and deceiving them. For the final strike, he utilized the skill of luck manipulation. Consuming 60 points of mental energy this time, he obtained a shard of a soul crystal and 2 bottles of primary gene potions. I can max out Ziosis' overall physical attributes, and her extraordinary sequence can be upgraded by 1 level. As he contemplated this, Lu Hao picked up the items and started to head back. Suddenly a noise came from behind. Yang Xiaosu exclaimed, "Captain, behind us." Huh. Without hesitation, Lu Hao lunged forward just in time to evade the incoming attack. What the hell? He turned around and saw the Redland Hawk, which had just been defeated, standing up again. Moreover, it had completely transformed, its head becoming enormous brain tissue, exposed skin peeling away, and its body covered in red muscle with claws that were longer and sharper. The most eye-catching feature was a tongue that hung down from its mouth. It was a living licker. Licker, a level 4 bizarre creature equipped with sharp claws and a 3-meter-long tongue, adept at climbing and stealth with an attack power of 200. Level 4. Lu Hao was startled. Just a moment ago he had said that bizarre creatures wouldn't play dead and deceive them, but this one not only played dead, but had also upgraded and transformed. With a 3-meter-long tongue and an attack power of 200, facing it Hedon was out of the question. Our retreat. A level 4 bizarre creature with an attack power of 200 could easily breach the defenses of a level 3 vehicle, and even Lu Hao's heavy-duty RV with a defense of 180 would struggle to withstand it. Of course, his KPV heavy machine gun with an attack power of 150 could unleash a torrent of fire that would certainly be effective, and Yang Ziosis' crossbow platform, with a total explosive value of 300 from 3 consecutive shots, could take down the licker without a doubt. But the problem was that they currently had no vehicle. Lu Hao charged forward again, but after only a few steps the licker had already anticipated his move, appearing on the ceiling above. Swish! An arrow shot through the air, heading straight for the licker's forehead. The exposed brain was its weak point, and Yang Ziosis' shot was fast and accurate. However, the licker merely raised its claw and swatted the arrow aside. As quick as the arrow was, its reaction speed was even faster. Yet Yang Xiaosu continuously drew her bow and shot arrows, the barrage of arrows delaying the licker and giving Lu Hao a chance to escape. At this moment Qin Zhao Zhao made her move. Bind. The extraordinary sequence was activated. The licker froze as if the pause button had been pressed, its entire body coming to a standstill. But it instinctively covered its forehead with its massive claws. 3 seconds. She appeared slightly. Zhou Ning moved, breaking through her genetic locks, her speed increasing. In the blink of an eye she was in front of the licker, and within a second her blade struck multiple times. Blood splattered. Yet it still failed to inflict a fatal wound on the licker. The flesh is too thick. Zhou Ning frowned. Let me. Lu Hao aimed his Barrett sniper rifle at the licker's heart and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Boom, boom, boom. The Barrett sniper rifle had an attack power of 120. While the licker was clearly high attack and low defense, its forehead was its greatest weakness, but it was covered so he could only forcefully attack its second weakness. At close range the bombardment caused flesh to explode continuously. 3 seconds passed in a flash. Qin Zhao Zhao's figure swayed, unable to maintain control any longer. Retreat. Lu Hao and Zhou Ning quickly fell back. At the moment the licker regained its action, Yang Ziosis' arrows followed in succession, each one striking its heart. At this point the licker's heart was already a bloody mess on the verge of bursting. The massive damage had slowed its movements considerably, preventing it from making effective evasive or defensive actions. Lu Hao's gaze sharpened as he glanced at his mental energy stats. Mental energy 70160. He took a deep breath, raised his gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Lucky buff, critical hit, activate for me. Boom. A 12. 7mm large caliber bullet shot out, enhanced with the luck attribute from luck manipulation, aimed straight at the licker's heart. Realizing the intense danger, the licker let out a roar, trying to dodge the vital point. At that moment Bind. Qin Zhao Zhao once again strained to activate her control ability. Although it was only a fraction of a second, it was enough for the bullet to precisely hit the licker's heart. Bang! The licker's chest exploded, crashing to the ground, completely dead. Damn, it finally died. Lu Hao swayed slightly, almost losing his balance. Defeated, the level 4 licker gained 600 points. Lu Hao 337,0600 points, first place on the leaderboard. Meanwhile Qin Zhao Zhao had truly collapsed, held up by Yang Xiaosu. Are you okay? Zhou Ning supported Lu Hao. I'm fine, just exhausted my mental energy. Qin Zhao Zhao should be worse off. Xiaosu, carry her to our room to rest. Lu Hao said. Mental energy 5160. This round nearly drained his mental energy completely. Lu Hao felt an unprecedented fatigue. Ning checked what the licker dropped. This was what he was most curious about. This was the first level 4 bizarre creature they had killed. 600 points was quite substantial, and what it dropped surely wouldn't be shabby. A box of medicine, a handgun, and a level 4 fire seed crystal. Zhou Ning exclaimed with delight. Oh, that's fantastic. Quickly collect it and head back to the room. Lu Hao hurriedly said. He hadn't expected to obtain a level 4 fire seed crystal, especially since the highway system indicated that such crystals could only be acquired from warlord leaders. In fact, this was not absolute. As expected, the highway system is all about surface-level information, Lu Hao complained. In the room, Qin Zhao Zhao had already been laid on the bed by Yang Xiaosu. It could be said that if it weren't for Qin Zhao Zhao, they would not have been able to take down the liquor. The 3 seconds earlier, and the following fraction of a second of binding played a decisive role in turning the tide of the battle. Captain, this box of medicine is a spirit recovery pill, which can restore mental energy, Zhou Ning suddenly said. Oh. Lu Hao, sitting on the sofa, took the medicine box and looked. Spirit calming pill 1 pill restores 20 points of mental energy. This box contains 12 pills. He took one out and said, Xiao Su, give it to Qin Zhao Zhao. Qin Zhao Zhao had likely fainted due to mental exhaustion. This was precisely the moment such a pill would prove invaluable. Lu Hao, however, chose not to take one, yet preferring to let his mental energy recover naturally, as such remedies were best reserved for critical moments. And this gun? Zhou Ning handed over a revolver. A heavy, ornate left-hand revolver etched with strange metallic patterns. Judgment revolver 12. 7mm caliber, attack power 120, effective range 400 meters. Within 1 meter, there is a 30% chance of triggering a 200-point critical strike. Its firepower rivaled that of a Barrett rifle. This was no mere handgun, but a handheld cannon. And with its critical strike bonus, it became devastating at close range. Lu Hao's eyes lit up. Finally, a firearm unlike any ordinary weapon, imbued with unique attributes. Had he possessed this judgment revolver earlier, and combined it with his gunfam mastery, he could have slain the level 4 liquor in just a few exchanges. I'm finally coming into my own. My close combat prowess has surged dramatically. At that moment, Qin Zhao Zhao stirred awake and murmured softly, Is the liquor dead? Yes, it's gone. We owe you everything. Without you, things would have turned dire. Lu Hao smiled. Here, drink some water, Zhao Zhao. Xiao Su offered a bottle. I warmed it. I've made it tepid. Thank you. You're so thoughtful. Qin Zhao Zhao took 2 sips, then lightly brushed her lips. What did you give me just now? My mental energy jumped by 20 points. Spirit calming pills, dropped by the liquor, as well as a level 4 ignition crystal shard, and this. Lu Hao placed all the items on the bed, then picked up the revolver. This suits me perfectly. 11 spirit calming pills remain. We'll take 6. As for the level 4 ignition crystal shard, I don't need it right now. Take it yourselves. Qin Zhao Zhao suddenly interjected. Lu Hao and the others exchanged startled glances. This might be the only level 4 ignition crystal shard in existence. To obtain one, players would need to defeat the warlord commander himself. If word leaked out, rival factions would tear each other apart for it. Whomever claimed the shard would gain access to a level 4 vehicle, instantly ascending as the strongest faction. Yet Qin Zhao Zhao refused it. Zhao Zhao, won't your vehicle need upgrading? Xiao Su asked. Not as she spoke, a small winged creature, like a living bird, alighted gently upon her palm. If I upgrade it to level 4, it'll grow much larger. But I quite like it just as it is, tiny, charming, and perfectly capable of carrying me wherever I wish to fly. She smiled faintly. Besides, we agreed already. I took the soul crystal fragment, so I'll claim none of the subsequent spoils. Accepting 5 spirit calming pills already makes me feel slightly embarrassed. Lu Hao gazed curiously at the delicate mechanical bird. What was your original vehicle? Human-powered wing. Flapping it a few times allowed brief flight, though exhausting. At level 3, it evolved into this form. Human-powered wing. Such devices had indeed been theorized by humanity, but remained experimental prototypes only. Yet the highway system had somehow requisitioned one as an opening-tier vehicle, and Qin Zhao Zhao had even upgraded it to level 3, a feat in itself. You'd rather not enlarge it, because having wings on your back feels strange. Xiao Su suddenly asked. Qin Zhao Zhao met her gaze with a knowing look. Exactly. I'm afraid people would start calling me Birdman. Lu Hao chuckled silently. The rationale behind refusing an upgrade was oddly endearing. Just then the room's lights flickered violently, and the floor trembled beneath them. Is power returning? Xiao Su wondered aloud. Could be another anomalous entity, Zhou Ning replied, instantly alert. At that moment the door slammed open. They braced for another anomaly. After facing a level 4 liquor, whatever came next would surely match its tier. Yet seconds stretched into minutes. No anomaly appeared. The lights continued to stutter, the room kept shaking, the door swung open and shut erratically. A sudden intuition struck Lu Hao. It must be the room's occupancy limit. No more than 3 people are permitted inside. He stepped out into the corridor, and the disturbance ceased immediately. Then I'll return to my room. Qin Zhao Zhao floated out, her avian wings unfurled, tiny feathers fluttering rapidly. Thank you, all of you. Fighting alongside you has been truly exhilarating. She whispered softly before retreating into her chamber. Exhilarating, and refreshingly effortless too. Who wouldn't prefer facing a grotesque target-like anomaly over unpredictable danger? Lu Hao and his companions welcomed such clarity wholeheartedly. With level 4 anomalies already appearing, tonight's trials must surely conclude here. Xiao Su ventured. Likely, Lu Hao mused, glancing at the clock. Past 2 in the morning. In this single night, they had eliminated 4 Crimson Earth Owls and 1 Licker. Their spoils included 2 vials of Gene-Lock Synthesis Serum, 1 vial of Mind-Clarifying Elixir, 1 Soul Crystal Fragment, 1 Level 4 Ignition Crystal Shard, 1 Judgment Revolver, 6 Spirit Calming Pills, and 4 vials of Basic Gene Serum. In terms of material value, this haul surpassed all their previous gains. Moreover, Lu Hao alone amassed 1,500 points. The 2 vials of Gene-Lock Synthesis Serum were consumed, one by Lu Hao, one by Zhou Ning, while Lu Hao also used the Mind-Clarifying Elixir. The remaining 2 vials of Basic Gene Serum went to Xiao Su. Lu Hao said, "Pity we lack another Gene-Lock Synthesis Serum. Otherwise, Xiao Su, you could break through to Gene-Lock first tier. Still, how about letting Xiao Su use the level 4 Ignition Crystal Shard first? Would that be acceptable on Ning?" "Give it to Xiao Su too." Zhou Ning replied decisively, her tone earnest. "The Soul Crystal Fragment will elevate Xiao Su's Shadow Archer to 2nd tier, an ability that deals damage to shadows exceptionally potent, even capable of turning the tide of battle." She continued, "I've already gained immensely tonight, and truthfully I'm reluctant to upgrade my skateboard further. No matter how many tiers it climbs, it still won't sprout a shelter. No place to sleep or bathe." "Then sleep in my RV from now on," Lu Hao said with a smile. "Agreed." Zhou Ning's eyes brightened, exactly what she'd hoped for. Xiao Su murmured quietly, "I'd like to sleep in the RV too." Lu Hao ruffled her hair gently. "Of course, you're welcome anytime. It's spacious enough for all of us." "Captain is truly wonderful," Xiao Su beamed. Lu Hao sensed it clearly. From this moment onward, their trio had forged genuine, unshakable trust, on the verge of becoming one seamless unit. "By the way, Xiao Su, hold off using the level 4 Ignition Crystal Shard for now. A level 4 vehicle would draw far too much attention," Lu Hao cautioned. Xiao Su blinked her large eyes. "Then when should I use it?" Lu Hao paused thoughtfully. "Tomorrow marks day 2. To cross the town, we'll either have to traverse the Warlord's sealed territory, or directly unlock the Player Purge Directive. Either path guarantees chaos, so we'll wait until then to upgrade." "Understood, Captain." Xiao Su nodded. "All right, I can't hold on any longer. My mental energy is utterly depleted. I must rest deeply." Lu Hao staggered upright. Xiao Su hurriedly guided him to bed, then hesitated. "You should lie down too. It's not your first time, and I'll take the night watch." Zhou Ning smiled. "Oh right." Xiao Su flushed, quickly slipping beneath the covers. But Lu Hao felt no trace of her softness. He collapsed into slumber the instant his head touched the pillow. Though Lu Hao slept soundly, countless others lay wide awake. Since learning that the gold mining and allows one to hunt monsters for points, many have been closely monitoring the changes in Lu Hao's score on the leaderboard, wondering where the limits of point farming in the inn lie. Or rather, where Lu Hao's limits are. Is there still a Red Earth Hawk attack? Can Lu Hao defeat it? After Lu Hao made his presence known in the chat channel for 2 hours, the points at the top of the leaderboard changed once again. Lu Hao 3070 points, everyone was stunned. Wow, it has increased by 300 points. So Lu Hao has taken down another level 3 peculiar monster. How strong is that? Are the monsters in the gold mining in that easy to defeat? 2 hours later, Lu Hao 3370 points, the chat channel erupted again. 3370 points, did he take down another one? Is it a refresh of a peculiar monster every 2 hours? We're all resting, he's grinding points overnight. I'm so envious, I want to fight too. However, Lu Hao 3970 points, everyone was dumbfounded. Another 600 points added. Did he take down 2 Red Earth Hawks? Is he even human? Are the peculiar monsters in the inn just standing there for Lu Hao to kill? Although we haven't seen it, this is truly an impressive achievement, taking down 3 level 3 peculiar monsters in one go. Can Liang Minghua do that? Anyway, Li Qiandong can't do it. The golden skeletons in the gladiatorial arena are also level 3, but only give 100 points, so they must be easier to defeat than the Red Earth Hawks. Lu Hao has reached a divine status this time. Wow. At this moment, Li Qiandong emerged dissatisfied at the gold mining inn. They'll go tomorrow and show you what the ceiling of 1688 highway combat power looks like. Grinding 1,500 points in one night, let alone ordinary players, even several guild leaders were envious to death. They initially thought this low-level dungeon, giving only 100 points, was worthless and looked down on it, but unexpectedly it turned out to be the biggest point farming spot. Seeing Lu Hao's 3970 points leading by a wide margin, they couldn't sit still any longer and decided to check into the gold mining in the next day. Meanwhile, Lu Hao heard no more heavy footsteps. Nothing else occurred in the inn until dawn. The temperature rose and the bedding became warm. Lying on his side, Lu Hao opened his eyes to see a delicate and charming face. With long eyelashes, a delicate nose, and rosy lips. The face was very close, and he could feel the warmth of the breath from the other person. What made Lu Hao feel strange was that a girl had one hand wrapped around his waist and one foot resting on him. Being in his prime, and it's early morning, Lu Hao couldn't stand such blue-silver entanglement. Moi. Yang Ziosis' eyelashes fluttered, murmuring, "What is this?" Then she opened her eyes, saw Lu Hao's face so close, and realized her hands and feet were entangled with him, instantly waking up. Her pretty face turned bright red, and she hurriedly moved away, shyly saying, "Ah, Captain, it's not what you think. Cough, it's fine." Lu Hao acted as if nothing happened, sat up, and glanced at Zhou Ning on the wall. "Good morning, thank you for keeping watch." "Good morning." Zhou Ning hadn't slept, she just felt more comfortable staying up at night, which also helped with vigilance. She landed on the ground and walked to the window to pull back the curtains. It's dawn, the mission is over. Gained 100 points. Lu Hao got off the bed. Lu Hao 3970 100 points ranked first on the leaderboard. Yang Xiaosu 2200 100 points ranked second on the leaderboard. Zhou Ning 1150 100 points ranked fifth on the leaderboard. All three were safely in the top 10 of the leaderboard. At this moment, vehicles kept arriving on the street outside, soon blocking the entrance of the inn completely. A large crowd of people surged into the inn. Zhou Ning said with a smile that was not quite a smile, "Seeing that there are points to be farmed at the inn, everyone has come." Lu Hao had anticipated this situation, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's clean up and leave. Time to brush our teeth and wash our faces." Yang Xiaosu took out toiletries from her backpack. This girl was very considerate and had prepared everything. After the three quickly washed up, they left the room. The door across the hall was open. "Captain Zhao Zhao has left," Yang Xiaosu said with a hint of disappointment. "We'll meet again, let's go," Lu Hao said. The bodies of the Red Earth Hawks and the Lickers had already disappeared from the corridor, and the ground showed no signs of their presence, likely cleaned up. The three of them walked down the corridor. The two white skeletons at the front desk turned their heads and stared at them intently. Yang Xiaosu asked curiously, "They seem displeased with us." Lu Hao glanced at the tightly shut door, and the players gathered outside cursing. He could roughly guess what was happening. The noise outside was deafening. "Temporarily closed? What does that mean? We can't stay. Open for business. How can they just close? Are they not able to play fair? Why can Lu Hao stay while we can't? Open the door. We want to check in. Look, Lu Hao is coming down. Is there a possibility that Lu Hao has caused the inn to close down? Wow, I can't believe it. I really can't." Lu Hao looked at the white skeletons at the front desk and politely said, "Hello, since the people outside can't come in, and we're already inside, could we stay another night?" Upon hearing this, the two white skeletons at the front desk were visibly taken aback, their eye sockets seeming to take on a confused shape. Goodness, they had been in this line of work for so long and had never encountered such shameless people. "You killed all the monsters and forced us to close, and you still want to stay another night. Could you have a little face?" The two white skeletons exchanged glances and then simultaneously pointed at the words on the wall. It clearly stated that you can only stay for one night. "How stingy." Lu Hao pouted and added, "Is there another exit? We can't go out the front door?" The two white skeletons pointed to the back in unison. "Hurry up and leave." Lu Hao chuckled. "All right, let's get out of here." Seeing them leave, the noise outside the inn grew louder, and the crowd was cursing angrily. It must be his doing again. The casino was one thing, but did you really have to cause the inn to close? Cleaned out and burned the bridge after crossing it, how shameless. What on earth did this guy do last night? Is there a place to file a complaint? I want to complain. As they exited the inn through the back door, Yang Xiaosu curiously asked, "Why did the inn close too?" Zhou Ning glanced at Lu Hao. "It should be because we killed all the peculiar monsters last night. There are no more for the inn to use." Lu Hao laughed. "It seems so. We were too fierce. We need to leave quickly, or we might provoke public outrage." The three of them arrived at the parking lot and got into their vehicles. The pressure from the two level 3 vehicles intimidated the players, who despite their grievances dared not stop them and could only watch them leave while cursing. "Captain, where are we going?" Yang Ziosis' voice came from the vehicle's radio. Lu Hao set the RV to autopilot, took a drink from the refrigerator, and handed a bottle of coffee to Zhou Ning. "Let's first head to the amusement park to see what's fun." "Fun?" Zhou Ning paused in her action of drinking. For other players, the amusement park could be a place where they might meet their end at any time, yet this captain was thinking about playing. But then again, it made sense. Only those with bad luck would meet their demise, but would Lu Hao have bad luck? Simply absurdly good. Yang Xiaosu nervously said, "The captain is lucky enough not to be thrown off, but a Ning and I can't handle it, and I'm really afraid of roller coasters. To be precise, it's a derailed roller coaster which spins violently like a washing machine, and it has a catapult launch that accelerates to 200 miles per hour in 2 seconds. Oh God, just listening to it is terrifying." Yang Ziosis' anxiety intensified. Zhou Ning continued, "There's also the giant swing 100 meters high with a 360-degree flip and a speed of 150 kilometers per hour. It's extremely thrilling. Everyone who has tried it says it's like facing death. Then there's the drop tower at 200 meters high, which falls at a speed of 260 kilometers per hour. It not only drops, but also spins, making it the toughest challenge. Most people won't dare to try it after seeing it. The final challenge is the carousel, which is a bit easier, moving at only 100 kilometers per hour. Its death rate is the lowest, but the completion rate is even lower. The rule is that when the red light turns on, one person must be eliminated, leaving only one to complete the challenge. The more Yang Xiaosu heard, the more afraid she became. Out of the 4 challenges, the carousel seemed the least intimidating. The other 3 felt like a fight for survival. People fly ahead while their souls chase behind. The main theme is that players are treated as expendable. There are a total of 4 challenges with 200 points for each. Know you earn 100 points for completing a challenge, and you can only get 800 points if you complete them all. So far, only 2 have succeeded, one of them being that guy. What's his name? Zhang Xian. Oh, I see. This Zhang Xian is no simple character. His actions, and even his name, are easily overlooked, yet he's right there on the leaderboard, and hardly anyone discusses him. Who are we discussing? Yang Xiaosu asked in confusion. Forget it, Ning, who was the other player that cleared the amusement park. The Cyber Knights. Zhang Lingxiao. No, Chen Zhong. He cleared it early this morning. Oh. Lu Hao opened the leaderboard and indeed saw Chen Zhong's name listed currently in 7th place. Seeing the increased points, it was evident that he had cleared the Colosseum. Gold Rush Town leaderboard 1. Lu Hao 4070 points 2. Yang Xiaosu 2300 points 3. Liang Mingyue 2150 points 4. Zhang Xian 1750 points 5. Zhou Ning 1250 points 6. Zhang Lingxiao 1150 points 7. Chen Zhong 800 points 8. 19. Qin Zhaozhao 400 points. In 19th place, Lu Hao found Qin Zhaozhao's name. The 400 points were earned while she was in the hotel. Captain, I see the amusement park, Yang Xiaosu suddenly said. Lu Hao looked up and saw the gray mist gradually dissipating, revealing the outline of amusement park facilities: the winding roller coaster track, the towering giant swing, and the 200-meter drop tower. As they got closer, it became clear that these attractions were rusty and retro in style, accompanied by an ear-piercing grinding sound, as if they might malfunction at any moment. Though they looked so old, they were far more massive than any amusement park attractions on Earth. Watching the roller coaster tumble in midair and hearing the shrill screams of players, Yang Xiaosu turned pale, her hands gripping the steering wheel trembling. She would rather fight bizarre monsters than ride on that. After parking, Yang Xiaosu hurriedly jumped out of the off-road vehicle, nervously saying, "Captain, I need to use the restroom." "Go to the RV," Lu Hao smiled. "Okay," she replied. Lu Hao looked at the hardcore and wild amusement park. At that moment, there weren't many players, but those who dared to come here were risking their lives. "Are you brave enough to ride?" he asked Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning's expression was calm. "This is nothing, just a minor challenge." Just then they heard a scream. Someone was thrown off. Lu Hao and Zhou Ning looked up to see a figure being flung from the giant swing, tracing a huge arc in the air. It was about to land near them. Falling from a height of over 100 meters, anyone with a composite physique of 100 would likely be shattered. The flung figure was already overhead. "It's Qin Zhaozhao," Zhou Ning suddenly exclaimed. Lu Hao recognized her too. Without thinking, he leaped up, and Zhou Ning almost moved at the same time. The two of them caught the falling Qin Zhaozhao at incredible speed, but she wasn't as heavy as they expected. Instead, they easily caught her. Lu Hao embraced her upper body, while Zhou Ning supported her legs. "Moi." Qin Zhaozhao glanced at Lu Hao, then looked at the large hand on her chest. "Moi." Lu Hao wiggled his fingers. "Soft and bouncy." Qin Zhaozhao's somewhat pale face turned slightly red as she struggled, saying, "Let me down." "Sorry, it happened suddenly, and I didn't notice." Lu Hao quickly let go of her. Zhou Ning couldn't help but chuckle. "Looks like we acted unnecessarily. I forgot you have a flying vehicle." "No, I still have to thank you both," Qin Zhaozhao said, standing properly in midair, adjusting her skirt. Her face flushed as she continued, "If it weren't for you, I would have landed badly. Although being grabbed like that was also quite awkward." "Ahem, is the giant swing very dangerous?" Lu Hao shifted the topic. "Yes, it goes too fast. The intense feeling of weightlessness and disorientation can randomly throw people off. I was thrown off myself with 20 people. It just had to pick me. What bad luck. However, if it were someone else, they would be doomed from such a high fall." At that moment, Yang Xiaosu came down from the RV, excitedly saying, "Zhaozhao, you're here too, that's great." The rules of the amusement park were inscribed in a font that seemed to be written in blood. Ticket price 100 highway coins per person. Earn 100 points for passing one level, and 800 points for completing all levels. The first 3 attractions will randomly fling a player away. Players who fail to clear a level can repurchase tickets to try again, but no points will be awarded for levels already cleared. Aside from the currently well-reviewed gladiatorial arena, the other 3 places are traps, sucking money, and risking lives. However, for Lu Hao it was not the same. After all, luck was also part of the game. Of course, most players did not lose due to luck, but because the game was just too exhilarating. Many who managed to get through the first level would give up directly, leaving with half their lives and 100 points. In fact, the setting of randomly flinging one player away was the most likely to drive people to despair. Death was terrifying, but having the scythe of death hanging over one's head potentially ready to strike was the most torturous. Buy 4 tickets, Lu Hao said generously as he pulled out money to purchase tickets. At that moment, a massive rumble echoed from behind. A formidable Tier 3 Tiger-class tank rolled in. An armed helicopter loaded with heavy machine guns and rocket launchers appeared. A bizarre motorcycle engulfed in flames with its rider also ablaze approached. A gigantic armored assault vehicle with a machine gun module on its roof followed closely. For Tier 3 vehicles, behind them trailed a host of Tier 2 and Tier 1 vehicles creating a grand spectacle. The 4 major gangs assembled, making a powerful entrance. Soon Liang Mingyue, Li Qiandong, Zhang Lingxiao, and Lu Deming disembarked from their vehicles, heading straight for the ticket booth with their followers. The 4's gazes first fell upon Qin Zhaozhao, who stood beside Lu Hao, their expressions slightly surprised. Qin Zhaozhao, how did you end up with Lu Hao? Li Qiandong asked with a stern face. Qin Zhaozhao's expression changed slightly as she floated back, wanting to leave. Qin Zhaozhao, how did you end up with Lu Hao? Li Qiandong asked with a stern face. Qin Zhaozhao froze, looking at his determined expression and then at their clasped hands. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded slightly okay. At this, Li Qiandong and Lu Deming immediately felt uneasy. They had fought tooth and nail nearly to the death for the chance at this top-tier support beauty, only for her to be snatched by Lu Hao in just one day. Moreover, it seemed their relationship was not simple, they were even holding hands. How infuriating! Li Qiandong gritted his teeth in anger, while Lu Deming's expression turned grim. If it weren't for the road system prohibiting private battles, they would have rushed in to unleash a massacre. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. There was no need for words. The enmity had been established. Yet Lu Hao remained unfazed, even pulling Qin Zhaozhao closer. The members of the Road Bandit Alliance and Highway Maniacs could no longer contain themselves, erupting into a chorus of outrage. Provocation. This kid is clearly provoking us. The woman we bled for is just handed over to that kid. Boss, kill that kid. She's the support goddess we've long dreamed of. He's really asking for it. You've offended the Road Bandit Alliance, kid, you're dead. You Lu are in big trouble. Our Highway Maniacs will not let you off. The day private battles are unbanned will be your day of sacrifice. Li Qiandong was fuming. What the hell? Ha! Zhang Lingxiao's laughter interrupted his curse. Li Qiandong glared at him. What are you laughing at? Huh? Zhang Lingxiao chuckled. Nothing, just naturally enjoy a good joke. Besides, the road system only prohibits private battles, it doesn't forbid laughter, does it? You're being ridiculous. He then gave Lu Hao a thumbs up. Kid, you really have guts, I admire you. Is it my turn to speak now? Liang Mingyue said coldly. He then gave Lu Hao a thumbs up. Kid, you really have guts, I admire you. Is it my turn to speak now? Liang Mingyue, dressed in a tight, gray, sleeveless leather jacket that accentuated her graceful figure, coldly assessed Lu. Lu Hao, are you afraid to accept my challenge? Afraid of losing? I want to join in too. Li Qiandong pointed at Zhou Ning, and then at Qin Zhaozhao, stating, Lu Hao, let's have a match. If you lose, you won't lose your points, but you'll give me these 2 women. How about that? Lu Deming glared at Lu Hao with a sinister look. Lu Hao, it seems you've drawn public ire. There are only 4 places where points can be earned, and you've caused 2 to close down. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Ha ha! Zhang Lingxiao laughed again. Li Qiandong shot him a glare. Zhang Lingxiao, what the hell are you laughing at? Zhang Lingxiao glared back at him. So what if I'm laughing? If you're not happy, come and bite me. He then took a drag from a cigarette, snapping his fingers to light it, and said leisurely, you guys are all shameless. Some want to take others' points, some are using moral coercion, and some are coveting others' women. I am almost embarrassed to stand with you. Liang Mingyue, Li Qiandong, and Lu Deming's faces darkened. At that moment, Lu Hao suddenly spoke. Enough, if you want to argue, take it outside. The scene instantly fell silent. Many were astonished. They never expected that facing the 4 major gangs, Lu Hao would still dare to provoke them without a hint of panic. Before Li Qiandong and the others could react, Lu Hao pointed at the ticket booth and leisurely said, want a challenge? Then challenge this, let's see who can clear it. Who dares to come? What's at stake? I want your points. Liang Mingyue asked with interest. I want Qin Zhaozhao, and this woman too, Li Qiandong said with a smile. Lu Deming said sinisterly, I want Qin Zhaozhao too. It's agreed, Li Qiandong, you're not allowed to snatch her later. Li Qiandong glanced at him. Whoever gets Qin Zhaozhao wins the world. Who dares to provoke us? A bunch of self-righteous fools acting like they've already won, Zhang Lingxiao remarked. I don't want anything, I just want Liang Mingyue to spend the night with me. He added. Liang Mingyue's expression darkened. You better have the ability to do so. We're like ice and fire, a match made in heaven, and when we collide it will definitely sizzle, Zhang Lingxiao said with a thick skin. Liang Mingyue ignored him and looked at Lu Hao. What do you want? 20,000 highway coins per person, Lu Hao said straightforwardly. Liang Mingyue and the others were taken aback. They hadn't expected this guy to ask for money instead of points. For individuals, 20,000 highway coins was undoubtedly a huge sum, but for the gang, though it was a bit painful, it was still affordable. It's a deal. Agreed. I'll go all the way. Bring it on. Lu Hao challenges 4 gang leaders. For ordinary players, this is undoubtedly the most high-stakes competition thus far. The stakes involved have driven people insane. Lu Hao wagers his beautiful teammates and points, while the 4 gang leaders each fork out 20,000 road coins. Many people are puzzled. Even with such a bold gamble, Lu Hao remains unfazed. Could he truly be confident of victory? At this moment, Zhang Lingxiao was the first to step forward to buy a ticket, then turned to wave his hand. Zhang, come here for a moment. Zhang Lingxiao whispered, how did you clear the level? Do you have a guide? Chen Zhong smiled sheepishly. Captain, you're putting me in a tough spot. I just got lucky and wasn't thrown out. If I were to give advice, it would be to be bold. And what else? Wish you good luck, Captain. At this moment, Liang Mingyue also went to buy a ticket, followed closely by Li Qiandong and Lu Deming. Faced with Lu Hao's public provocation as leaders of their gangs, they could not admit defeat. The followers behind them cheered enthusiastically. Go President Liang. You will definitely win. Road bully, road bully. Global supremacy. Road madman, no evil, unpunished, invincible in the world. The Cyber Iron Riders are the best. The captain is mighty. Chen Zhong suddenly spoke up. Captain, we should have more people to reduce the chances of being thrown out. Zhang Lingxiao clapped his hands. Alright, let's find some people who aren't afraid of death. Just to be fair, you 3 gangs should also contribute some members. Li Qiandong thought it made sense. Each gang should send 5 people. Agreed. Liang Mingyue and Lu Deming also expressed no objections. The cheering abruptly stopped. Everyone was at a loss. Damn, we just wanted to watch the excitement and shout 666 from the sidelines. Who isn't afraid of dying? The members of the 4 gangs quietly retreated, fearing they would be called out. Those who dare to step forward will be rewarded with level 2 fire seed chips, Liang Mingyue suddenly said. This reward is quite generous, as most gang members are at the bottom level and vehicles are only at level 1. Who wouldn't want to upgrade? Currently, level 2 fire seed chips are not rare, but are controlled by the core of the gang, meant for moments when someone needs to step up and take risks. Currently, level 2 fire seed chips are not rare, but are controlled by the core of the gang, meant for moments when someone needs to step up and take risks. A number of participants was gathered. Howsy was among them. Howsy, don't be reckless, you don't need to take this risk. I will find a way to get you the fire seed chips. You should step back and let someone else go up. Chen Zhong said softly. Howsy grinned. Brother Zhong, I want to help you, and I don't want to stay at the bottom forever. Chen Zhong fell silent, sighed, and patted his shoulder. Good luck. Let's go. Lu Hao retracted his gaze, holding the hands of Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhaozhao on either side. Zhou Ning hesitated. Are you confident? Lu Hao smiled slightly. I'm confident we won't be thrown out. Zhou Ning nodded. That's good. As long as we can reach the 4th level, the carousel, we will have a significant advantage. At this moment, Qin Zhaozhao softly spoke. Lu Hao, thank you. She was still immersed in her emotions. No need to run, just follow me. Lu Hao's words echoed in her heart. From now on I will follow you, she blurted out. Lu Hao turned to look at her, smiling. Good. Yang Xiaosu happily said, we can play mahjong together now. Zhou Ning smiled. Welcome to the fire team. The fire team. Qin Zhaozhao repeated softly, her smile blossoming. Sounds much better than road bully, madman, or cyber. Li Qiandong, Lu Deming, and Zhang Lingxiao behind them simultaneously twitched their lips. That's too much. First of all, our Cyber Iron Riders haven't provoked you at all, Zhang Lingxiao said angrily. Is the fire team the name of your mysterious gang? Liang Mingyue asked. Lu Hao did not look back. We are not that mysterious gang. If I'm not mistaken, the leader of that mysterious gang should be Zhang. Zhang Xian, currently ranked 4th on the leaderboard. Li Qiandong was taken aback. Zhang, what Xian? Liang Mingyue asked. What Xian? Lu Deming said coldly. Shui, what Xian? Zhang Lingxiao looked puzzled. What Shui Ji Qian? Lu Hao. I have to say, this person named Zhang Xian truly possesses a talent for being overlooked and even forgotten. Lu Hao almost lost his train of thought. Even though the name was on the leaderboard, it could be easily forgotten. In this case, we need to take him more seriously. Lu Hao thought to himself. The group arrived at the first attraction, the big swing. There were no staff members here, not even safety restraints on the seats, just an old coarse hemp rope serving as a safety belt. The seats were also made of iron, rusty and worn. Sitting on them was not just lacking in safety, it offered no sense of security whatsoever. Looking up, the towering 50-meter structure made one's legs weak, not to mention that soon they would have to swing in a large arc reaching a height of 100 meters. If the first level is this terrifying, I can't even imagine the following roller coaster and drop tower. So, the roller coaster launches flips in a cylindrical motion at a speed of 200 miles per hour. I suspect that after one ride, even my underwear will be thrown off. If a person doesn't get thrown off, that would already be a blessing from our ancestors. Who cares about your underwear? Let's get through this level first. I'm definitely getting that level 2 fire seed chip. Surprisingly, Housie was the first to sit on the big swing. His face was pale, hands and feet trembling, but his eyes were resolute. Not bad, he truly deserves to be following Brother Zhang. Zhang Lingxiao patted his shoulder and sat down next to him. On the other side, Lu Hao and the others also took their seats, securely fastening the rope around their waists. Captain, I'm so scared. Yang Xiaosu trembled all over. Lu Hao said softly, close your eyes, hold my hand tight, it will be over soon. Yang Xiaosu grasped his hand, her voice steadying. How long do we have to endure? 10 minutes according to other players' calculations. Zhou Ning grabbed her other hand. In the past, when going to Happy Valley or Disney, we would queue for 2 hours and only spend 2 or 3 minutes on the rides. The duration here is quite generous. Lu Hao said with a smile. I'd rather this place be less generous. Yang Xiaosu said with a mix of crying and laughter. Lu Hao turned to Qin Zhaozhao sitting next to him. You've ridden this once already, you shouldn't be scared, right? A bit. Qin Zhaozhao extended her hand. Lu Hao smiled slightly and reached out to shake her hand. Watching the four of them sitting side by side holding hands, Li Qiandong was burning with jealousy. 3 beauties. What kind of worth does this kid have? He deserves to die. I must win. After the ban on private fights is lifted, I will turn him into minced meat. He grumbled as he sat down. Lu Deming sat next to him and coldly said, after the ban on private fights is lifted, you will have many people to kill. Li Qiandong retorted, including you. Bring it on. Lu Deming showed no fear. At this moment, everyone was seated. Except for a few leaders who were relatively calm, the other players were all trembling, as they had no means of saving themselves. Being thrown out from 100 meters high meant certain death. At this moment, they could only pray for the road system to show mercy and not randomly select them. Ding ding ding. The bell rang. The harsh sound of gears turning and machines grinding echoed. The big swing began to move. The large pendulum swayed, its movement reminiscent of a mechanism that hadn't been lubricated for centuries, yet it still managed to operate. The circular hammerhead swung back and forth in midair, accelerating its rotation. As the speed increased, the swaying became more pronounced, quickly reaching 180 degrees. It continued to accelerate. Some people could no longer hold back their screams. This was no ordinary pendulum. It was far more terrifying than any pendulum in the real world. The horrifying height, the frightening amplitude of the swing, and the terrifying acceleration. It even had both revolution and rotation. In just a few seconds, it reached the extreme speed of 150. From Lu Hao's perspective, the world had become chaotic, rapidly shifting through various angles. The chaotic and immense centrifugal force continuously tore at his body, disturbing the flow of blood within him. However, he managed to endure it, having unlocked the gene lock. Zhou Ning was the same, slightly biting her lip, her expression remarkably calm. Yang Xiaosu, on the other hand, was struggling. Even though her physical condition could withstand it, the psychological panic was uncontrollable. Yet she did not cry out. Instead, she pressed her lips together, closed her eyes, and tightly grasped Lu Hao and Zhou Ning's hands. Qin Zhaozhao held Lu Hao's other hand, unafraid, turning to look at him. It will probably throw someone off in about 5 minutes. Lu Hao didn't hear clearly and leaned in to ask, what did you say? 5 minutes. Just then the pendulum accelerated and swung, causing their lips to unexpectedly collide due to inertia. A sudden and unexpected pendulum kiss. Lu Hao was taken aback, thinking, I haven't even activated my luck manipulation, and yet this benefit just fell into my lap. On the ground, nearly all the players had gathered here. Someone shouted with a telescope, oh my. Guess what what's happening? Just tell us. A nearby person asked curiously. The player with the telescope looked shocked. Lu Hao is with Qin Zhaozhao on the pendulum kissing. The nearby people were dumbfounded. Is this for real? Are they really doing something so thrilling? Someone else shouted, I got it on camera. I got it. Got what? Lu Hao and Qin Zhaozhao are kissing on the pendulum. There was even someone capturing high-speed footage complete with photo printing capabilities. Instantly, a photo of Lu Hao and Qin Zhaozhao kissing on the pendulum spread among the thousands of onlookers. At a height of 100 meters, rotating 360 degrees at a speed of 150 kilometers per hour, if it were me, I would have peed my pants, and these two are kissing up there. While others are risking their lives, this guy is playing romantic. Can't you just go home today, damn it? Is this even? And what's even more unbelievable is that while Lu Hao is kissing Qin Zhaozhao, he's also holding another beautiful girl's hand. This makes everyone else look so useless. I'm willing to spend 10 points to request that the pendulum throws Lu Hao off first. This is so infuriating. Sigh. Lu Hao and Qin Zhaozhao separated. Yang Xiaosu, who dared not open her eyes, did not see this scene, or she might have panicked. Zhou Ning, however, witnessed the entire event and couldn't help but be amazed. Captain's flirting skills are truly impressive, but now securing the top support's joining is even more stable. What a skill. Who would have thought that in such a thrilling situation Lu Hao would pull off such a stunt? Qin Zhao Zhao's cheeks flushed. The kiss had come too swiftly like a whirlwind. This was her first kiss. For a moment she felt a bit flustered, and the centrifugal force from the pendulum could not shake off her shy emotions. Lu Hao also felt a bit embarrassed, and was about to lean in to speak. Qin Zhao Zhao thought he was going to kiss her again, wanting to refuse, but hesitating, she simply closed her eyes. But she heard Lu Hao whispering in her ear, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." It's fine," Qin Zhao Zhao replied awkwardly. However, his voice was too soft for Lu Hao to hear. Yet he couldn't get too close, though he wanted to try again. He feared scaring away this newly joined top support. At that moment the pendulum accelerated again, swinging and rotating. Yang Xiaosu, sitting on the left, finally couldn't hold back her scream. "Ah, Captain!" Here Lu Hao quickly turned his head. Coincidentally, Yang Xiaosu also turned towards him, and so they ended up. Yang Xiaosu's eyes shot open. Just kissed by Lu Hao. A still dazed Qin Zhao Zhao also widened her eyes. Huh? Nearby Zhou Ning looked on in admiration. Wow. The thousands of players on the ground were fixated on the scene. Moments later. Oh my goodness. They kissed again. And it's a different one this time. Is this even happening? One kiss was enough, now he turns and kisses another. Is this never ending? Kiss, 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 that's all they do. Is that what they've come to? If you have the guts, do it again on top. I swear I'm going for it. It don't stop me. I want to challenge Lu Hao. Throw Lu Hao out, I'm begging. The pendulum system. The grumbling voices below echoed, with everyone wishing Lu Hao would be thrown out right away. This was so infuriating. On the pendulum, having tasted the lips of different beauties, Lu Hao was feeling a bit dazed. How did I end up kissing again? Thank you, pendulum, for your blessing. Yang Xiaosu closed her eyes again. The fear brought on by the pendulum completely forgotten, her mind filled only with the scene of kissing Lu Hao, too shy to lift her head. She felt her heart racing faster than before, internally exclaiming, "I kissed him, I kissed the captain, oh my goodness." Lu Hao smiled helplessly and looked at Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning was taken aback, blinking her eyes, thinking, "Don't tell me I'm next." Luckily they were separated by a seat, so Lu Hao couldn't lean over. Though it seemed she wasn't entirely opposed to it. At this moment the pendulum accelerated again, performing extreme flips to reach the highest point, then briefly paused. Everyone was hanging upside down. A chilling scream echoed again. Most players directly vomited, with several fainting from fear, yet all subconsciously gripped their seats tightly. At this point, aside from Lu Hao and his two companions and the leaders of the 4 major guilds, everyone else was holding on with sheer willpower. Only 5 minutes had passed, yet it felt like 500 years. As the 5-minute mark approached, as Qin Zhao Zhao had mentioned, it was time to randomly throw out a lucky player. Lu Hao's expression stiffened as he quietly activated his luck manipulation, attempting to cover Yang Xiaosu, Zhou Ning, and Qin Zhao Zhao as well. Previously he had attached his mental energy to the bullets. Though mental energy was intangible in Lu Hao's perception, it appeared as soft white light. Watching 3 gentle light spots settle on their heads, he knew the spell had succeeded. To his surprise, the mental energy consumption was minimal, only 4 points less. Mental energy, 554,160. At that moment thousands of players on the ground simultaneously gasped. Someone has been thrown out. Someone was thrown out. Is it Lu Hao? Is it Lu Hao? It better be him. It seems to be the leader of the Mad Gang. Lu Deming. Holy crap, the leader. Amid the gasps, a figure flew out from the giant swing. The players on the giant swing breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't me. Huh. Lu Deming, good job. I hope you fall to your death. Li Qiandong let out an unkind laugh. If Lu Deming were to die this way, he would laugh awake in his dream. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore. He saw a large hand suddenly reach out in front of him, fingers spread wide, and tightly grasp the course rope. Following the hand, it was astonishingly extending out a length of more than 10 meters. Li Qiandong's face turned dark. Lu Deming, damn you. In the next moment the safety rope was torn apart by that hand. Caught off guard, Li Qiandong was suddenly flung out. Meanwhile another hand reached over, grasping the seat handle, and then quickly retracted, surprisingly, bringing Lu Deming back. Lu Hao watched this scene in shock. Rubber fruit. Street Fighter long-arm monster. Boom. A loud noise sounded, and the players on the giant swing looked down to see that the ground had been solidly smashed by Li Qiandong, creating a huge pit. The members of the Road Tyrant Alliance were dumbfounded. Everything happened too quickly, many hadn't reacted yet. Wasn't the one thrown out Lu Deming? Suddenly Lu Deming's hand stretched out over 10 meters long like a rubber person, then snapped Li Qiandong's safety rope, and pulled himself back. What kind of extraordinary sequence is this? Too bizarre. Is this really Lu Deming? It's clearly Luffy. Is Lu Deming a relative of Luffy? Lu Deming is too insidious. He's trying to kill Li Qiandong. Such a big pit, Li Qiandong won't die, right? The members of the Road Tyrant Alliance were in a panic, fearing their leader would carelessly perish here. Then it would be a headless dragon wiped out by the Road Mad Gang. On the other side, the members of the Road Mad Gang showed a smug smile. However, the smile didn't last long. Li Qiandong, lying in the pit, moved. Suddenly standing up, his entire body turned purple, his head became pointed, and his body doubled in size. Extraordinary sequence, purple, giant transformation. Only after this transformation could he withstand the impact, falling from 100 meters high. Even so, he was still quite injured. After standing up, he pointed angrily at the giant swing in midair and cursed loudly, "Lu Deming, screw your whole family. I'll take out your ancestors. I'll never rest until I defeat you." His subordinates also cursed loudly, and the members of the Road Mad Gang could no longer hold back, starting to curse back. For a moment the curses rang out, and a fight almost broke out. Fortunately, everyone knew that private fights were prohibited, whoever acted first would be finished, so both gangs restrained themselves. But everyone knew that once the prohibition was lifted, these two gangs would definitely fight to the death. It's a pity how come you didn't fall to your death. On the giant swing, Lu Deming looked utterly disappointed. If it weren't for the prohibition on private conflicts, that moment wouldn't have just severed the safety rope, but would have snapped his. I exposed my extraordinary sequence, but didn't achieve my goal, damn it. Li Qiandong fell down, and many players on the giant swing breathed a sigh of relief, knowing they wouldn't have to worry about being flung off anymore. They just had to hold on until it ended. Finally, the giant swing slowly came to a stop. Those ordinary players slumped in their seats, some had fainted, some were foaming at the mouth, and some barely managed to unbuckle their safety ropes, collapsing as soon as they hit the ground. Zhou Ning's kiss came too suddenly. Lu Hao was momentarily stunned. Could this really be happening? Beside them, Qin Zhao Zhao and Yang Xiaosu widened their beautiful eyes. Lu Deming's expression darkened immediately. Zhang Lingxiao gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What a role model we have." Liang Mingyu's expression shifted, and she coldly snorted, "This is even more despicable." From afar, thousands of players erupted in waves of astonishment. Wait, are they kissing again? What is this even? You kissed two on the big swing, so now the other is unhappy and took the initiative, right? This whole idea of spreading the love has become rather literal. The first one made me envious, the second one made me jealous, and now I'm utterly in awe. Bro, I'm down on my knees, please teach me. Injured Li Qiandong jumped out of the pit in anger, shouting, "Lu Hao, I want rest until we settle this." Another person had made him feel this way. If Lu Deming had inflicted physical harm on him, Lu Hao's magical damage drove him even more insane. This was too much. It was absolutely outrageous. Inside the venue, feeling Zhou Ning's soft lips, Lu Hao instinctively responded. But before he could truly savor the moment, Zhou Ning quickly pulled away her pretty face, slightly flushed, yet her tone remained icy and firm. "So do you want to continue provoking me?" Lu Deming was momentarily speechless. Zhang Lingxiao raised his hand to applaud, saying, "Haozi, why are you just standing there? Applaud." Haozi quickly clapped, inwardly lamenting, "Zhonggu, you're completely out of the game now." From a distance, Chun Zhong sighed skyward. Liang Mingwe looked Lu Hao up and down, seemingly trying to discern where this guy's charm came from. Suppressing the rising feelings in his heart, Lu Hao calmly said, "Let's go, there are still 3 challenges left. If anyone's scared, they can concede now." With that, he walked towards the roller coaster. Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhao Zhao exchanged glances, then looked at Zhou Ning simultaneously. "Let's go," Zhou Ning said nonchalantly. "Okay, Sister Ning," Yang Xiaosu replied. Qin Zhao Zhao gazed at Lu Hao's back and suddenly realized something, following him gracefully. Liang Mingyue, Lu Deming, and Zhang Lingxiao naturally wouldn't back down, leading their followers closely behind. A total of 12 people arrived at a tower platform more than 10 meters high and climbed up the stairs. At the top of the tower there stood a rusty roller coaster, its tracks extending skyward at a steep angle. It was evident that the thrill of the roller coaster surpassed that of the big swing by a large margin. The flips on the big swing were predictable. After a couple of rotations one could prepare mentally. But the roller coaster was different. The twisting and turning tracks above made anyone dizzy just by looking at them, not to mention the terrifying design of potential derailment. Moreover, it could reach a maximum speed of 200 miles per hour. Throughout the ride, one had to constantly worry about being thrown off. That unknown fear and pressure were the most lethal. Standing at the starting point, a member of the Road Rebels trembled, saying, "Leader, is it too late for me to back out now?" Lu Deming replied coldly, "It's too late." With that, he reached out and lifted him, placing him in one of the roller coaster seats. The roller coaster had 2 seats per row. Everyone knew that the seats at the front bore the greatest visual and psychological impact, especially the very front row. Except for the player who was forcibly seated in the middle by Lu Deming, the other members were aware they couldn't back down and had to grit their teeth to claim the relatively safer spots. They all sat in the middle to the back, leaving the first 4 seats empty. Lu Deming's gaze flickered as he quickly sat in the 4th row. Zhang Lingxiao took the 3rd row, turning to warn him, "Lu Deming, I warn you, don't pull any tricks on me. I'm watching you." Lu Deming smiled with a hint of mockery, saying you're overthinking it. I have no grudge against you, so there's no need. Who knows? Zhang Lingxiao looked skeptical. Then he called Liang Mingyue, Ice Flame Queen, sit next to me. You definitely wouldn't want to sit in the back row, right? You can't possibly want to sit with this long-armed freak. You're so chatty, Liang Mingyue said, raising her long leg and sitting beside him, then looking at Lu Hao. Now the first 2 rows of seats were intact while the back seats were all scattered. Lu Hao and his 3 companions wanted to sit together, so they had to occupy the front 2 rows. The most thrilling positions. Lu Hao smiled faintly, saying, let's sit in the front. I and Ning will take the first row. Xiao Su, you and Zhao Zhao can take the second row. Okay, Captain. Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhao Zhao obediently sat down. Lu Hao took a seat in front of Yang Xiaosu, saying, if you're scared, just grab my shoulder. All right. Yang Xiaosu placed both hands on his shoulder. Zhou Ning sat next to Lu Hao, saying, it's up to you now. Don't worry, Lu Hao smiled gently, turning to look at Qin Zhao Zhao. Xiaosu is in your care. Having experienced the big swing, Qin Zhao Zhao seemed to understand something, feeling considerably more at ease. She nodded lightly. Ding ding ding. The bell rang and the roller coaster began to move. A strong feeling of being pushed back. In just 2 seconds the speed reached 200 miles per hour. Screams erupted from the back row. Before everyone was mentally prepared, the roller coaster reached the end of the track, launching into the air. Nearly 100 meters off the ground, the roller coaster left the track. 50 meters away from the next track. 50 meters of freefall flight was both thrilling and terrifying, and no one could guarantee whether this old roller coaster could land accurately. On the ground, thousands of players gasped in astonishment. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Zhang Lingxiao joined in the fray, screaming as well. Yang Xiaosu tightly gripped Lu Hao's shoulder, her eyes shut tight. Qin Zhao Zhao fared slightly better. Instead of looking ahead, she gazed at Lu Hao's profile. Is he really not scared at all, sitting in the very front? Lu Hao was certainly afraid. The visual shock from the front row was simply outrageous, especially since it was like a giant pendulum and the roller coaster had no safety bars. The only thing providing a bit of negligible safety was the hemp rope around his waist, which felt as if it could snap under the immense force at any moment. His body could endure, but the fear in his mind could only be controlled through sheer willpower. Lu Hao appeared calm on the surface, yet he was straining himself and staring intently ahead. To overcome fear, one must confront it head-on. He held on to a single belief: he could not falter, he could not lose. Beside him, Zhou Ning turned to look at him, a faint smile appearing on her lips as she took his hand. Let's face this together. Lu Hao could not hear her voice clearly, but he read her lips. He smiled slightly. With a loud clank, the roller coaster shook violently, landing accurately on the tracks. But landing on the tracks was just the beginning. Next came the massive undulating tracks. Up and down again and again at a speed of 200 miles per hour. Every moment was a limit-pushing sprint with no room for any cushioning. Some players were already rolling their eyes. Screaming was the only way to relieve the pressure. I want to go home, I don't want to play anymore. Help! We're going to die, we're going to die. Zhang Lingxiao shouted the loudest. Wow, 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 what the hell? Aha, woohoo woo. He sounded like a monkey. Beside him, Liang Mingyue regretted sitting with him. It was simply too noisy. Minutes passed, and the ride was nearing its midpoint. At that moment, a massive rolling cylinder was approaching. Lu Hao took a deep breath and tightened his grip on Zhou Ning's hand. If they're going to throw someone off, then entering the rolling cylinder is the most likely moment to cause panic. He thought to himself. Thus, he quietly activated his luck manipulation, sending light points flying out. To Lu Hao's surprise, the light point aimed at Qin Zhao Zhao was the largest one. It consumed a full 20 points of mental energy. Mental energy 512-3160. So this wave intends to throw out Qin Zhao Zhao. Qin Zhao Zhao, sensitive to mental energy, showed a look of surprise. Then she smiled, saying, thank you. She understood that Lu Hao was using the extraordinary sequence to protect her, consuming mental energy to prevent her from being thrown out. An unprecedented sense of safety filled her heart, as if as long as she followed this man, nothing was on. Splash. The roller coaster entered the rolling cylinder track. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Some players had their shoes thrown off along with clothes, socks, and shorts. Watching this, the thousands of players below felt their scalps go numb. Watching from below makes me want to vomit. If I went up there, I would have died of fear before being thrown out. Damn, my soul would be thrown away. It's about time to randomly throw someone out, right? Oh no, here it comes, someone has been thrown out. Who is it? They saw a figure flying out from the roller coaster, tracing a high arc, before crashing down hard, bursting into a spray of blood. It's neither a guild boss nor part of Lu Hao's team, a player with binoculars exclaimed. That was a subordinate of the 3 major guilds who had ultimately lost their life in the struggle for a level 2 fire seed crystal. It's from our Road Rebels Guild. The members of the Road Rebels Guild fell into silence. In the rival Road Tyrants Alliance, someone let out a gleeful laugh. The members of the Road Rebels Guild were instantly enraged. What qualifications do the first eliminated have to mock us? So what if we mock you? You deserved it smashed into a pulp. Damn it, this is too much. Let's fight them. Come on, we aren't afraid of you. Suddenly both sides were at a stalemate once again. Amidst the noise, the roller coaster ride ended. Everyone went silent, and then let out a collective sigh. Lu Hao's team didn't lose a single member, all four are perfectly fine. They were sitting in the front row. Are all three women that tough? Did Lu Hao just kiss them all while they were up there? I didn't get it on camera, the roller coaster was too fast. Is it possible that Lu Hao's extraordinary sequence is getting stronger by kissing him? Oh no, that could really be it, which is why he only recruits beautiful women as teammates. Why can't men do? I want to get stronger too. Lu Hao, stop talking and kiss me. In the venue, the three major guilds were down to 8 people. Apart from Liang Mingyue, Lu Deming, and Zhang Lingxiao, the others were already limp. Watching Lu Hao's group of 1 man and 3 women remain unfazed, Liang Mingyue had lost her earlier composure and confidence. Lu Deming's face darkened as if he was plotting something. Zhang Lingxiao still had a carefree demeanor, patting the face of the limp player. Are you alright, brother? Want to smoke a cigarette to calm down? The player had lost half his life, but he held on and got off the ride. I can continue. Good. You've got guts. Zhang Lingxiao laughed, this time not offering a cigarette, but 2 bottles of basic gene potions. Drink these, then rush with me. The player's eyes lit up as he hurriedly took them. Thank you, Captain. He opened the bottle cap and drank it down. Lu Hao wasn't in a hurry. After the player finished taking the potion, he said, let's continue, everyone. There are still 2 stages left. Liang Mingyue walked towards the passage without saying a word, her face cold. Lu Deming looked deeply at Lu Hao. Continue. Zhang Lingxiao hooked his arm around the player's shoulder. Let's go, brother. Lu Hao's group followed behind. Xiao Su, can you continue? If not, it's okay to give up. Zhao Zhao can also give up with me and the captain here. The odds are still quite good. Zhou Ning suddenly said. Qin Zhao Zhao softly replied. I want to earn points. I don't want to fall behind. Her original score was 400, and after passing the giant pendulum and roller coaster, it was now 600, still not enough to enter the top 10 leaderboard. Meanwhile, Lu Hao was first, Yang Xiaosu second, and Zhou Ning fifth. As a newly joined member, she did not want to lag behind. Yang Xiaosu's gaze was resolute. I want to join as well. Our flame team stands together in times of trial. All right, together in trials. Lu Hao patted her head. Soon the group of 8 arrived at the bungee jump location. Looking up, the 200-meter bungee tower loomed like a steel giant with dark clouds swirling at the top. The drop speed is 260 miles per hour, and it will spin and curve in the air. Oh, just thinking about it makes me a bit excited, Zhang Lingxiao said with a smile. It's nothing too special. Liang Mingyue found a seat to sit down. Lu Hao and the others also took their seats, with Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhao Zhao sitting on either side of him, and Zhou Ning next to Yang Xiaosu. Seeing this, Lu Deming directly sat on the other side of Qin Zhao Zhao. She shot him a disdainful glance. Lu Deming smiled slightly. Don't be like that. Since you've made your choice, I won't force you to join my guild, don't worry. Qin Zhao Zhao replied expressionlessly. Now you are an opponent, an enemy. Lu Deming was momentarily speechless, but still remained seated, casting an inconspicuous glance at Lu Hao. Ding ding ding. With the ringing of the bell, everyone tensed their bodies and quickly secured the coarse hemp rope around their waists. The ringing stopped and the bungee machine began to move. Without warning, it shot vertically upward, its speed surging instantaneously. Isn't this supposed to be a drop tower? How the hell is ascending this fast? Xiao Shu shrieked. Woo, wo, wo. Zhang Lingxiao joined in, screaming wildly. Spectators outside heard the bizarre cries ebb and swell, rising and falling with unpredictable intensity. The viewpoint surged up and down in tandem with the drop tower. This ride did more than merely ascend and descend. It spun violently, hurling seats outward several meters at intervals, its velocity outpacing even the most ferocious roller coasters. If one wished to torment someone, simply strap them into this ride. They'd confess within 2 minutes. Xiao Shu, you must hold on. Just one final trial remains. Chen Zhong clenched his fists, silently urging his best friend onward. He himself had been the second to clear this challenge, and knew all too well how terrifying the drop tower truly was. At that time, only 3 others had reached this stage alongside him. One had been flung clear, the remaining contestant collapsed the moment he disembarked. Thus, by sheer fortune, Chen Zhong alone passed the final gauntlet. With those elite competitors still in play, Xiao Shu stood no chance of reaching the end. But securing 300 points across 3 trials guarantees placement within the top 1,000, and upgrades our vehicle to Tier 2. Chen Zhong quietly calculated the elapsed time. 5 minutes already. May the great lords of Chaos Han protect him. He pressed his palms together, praying fervently. 5th minute. High atop the drop tower, Lu Hao activated fortune manipulation once more. This time fortune smiled upon him. Only 4 points of mental energy were consumed. Mental energy 28, 160. Thus the random ejection slot had not fallen upon any of their quartet. Who would it be? Lu Hao steadied his body against the violent acceleration, glancing first at Liang Mingyue, then at Zhang Lingxiao and Lu Deming. In his estimation, the greatest threat wasn't Liang Mingyue or Zhang Lingxiao, but rather the treacherous, cunning Lu Deming. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Deming's safety harness snapped with a sharp crack. Lu Deming's face darkened. He roared again, "Me! Damn you, highway system! Your ancestors are cursed!" And with that he was hurled headlong into open air. Lu Hao gave a wry, silent smile. Truly, misfortune clings like shadow. The giant swing had claimed him, now the drop tower did so again. Yet the next instant his smile vanished. For Lu Deming, repeating his earlier gambit, stretched his arm unnaturally long, aiming straight for the hemp rope tied at Lu Hao's waist. Lu Deming had calculated precisely the prohibition against private combat, meant Lu Hao dared not resort to brute force. "Do you think I rely solely on violence?" Lu Hao's lips curled into a cold, razor-thin smile. "I can also bend fortune itself. Fortune manipulation. Mental energy 28-8-160. At that very moment, just as Lu Deming's fingers neared the rope, the drop tower erupted into a blinding high-speed spin. Suspended midair, Lu Deming gasped in shock. His outstretched hand now hovered inches from Zhang Lingxiao's chest. No time for hesitation, he seized instinctively. Zhang Lingxiao exploded in fury. "Lu Deming, I'll skewer your entire lineage. Where the hell are you grabbing?" Flames erupted across his body. Lu Deming's hand gripping his abdomen burst into fire. Lu Deming yanked his hand back. Too late. Violent private combat had already occurred. Zhang Lingxiao extinguished his flames, palms upturned. Everyone saw it. He struck first. I merely ignited a spark. He thrust his hand right into it. "This is self-defense. Highway system, don't you dare turn a blind eye." A crimson bolt tore through the storm-laden clouds above, blazing downward, piercing Lu Deming's forearm in an instant. "Ay!" Lu Deming screamed, but refused to yield. With his uninjured arm, he lunged, seizing a seat's edge, and hauled himself back onto the platform with raw, desperate strength. "Huh, serves you right," Zhang Lingxiao crowed, then froze. Whoosh. He was flung skyward, tumbling free as his own safety rope, melted by flame, gave way. Midair he bellowed, "Shit. I burned through my rope. What rotten luck. Lu Deming, I'll gut your entire bloodline." His body ignited into a blazing meteor, spinning in Davarand before crashing earthward, a thunderous detonation shaking the ground. Spectators stood utterly stunned. What just happened? First Lu Deming got ejected, then tried dragging Zhang Lingxiao down with him. Zhang Lingxiao exploited the rules to counterattack, so Lu Deming was punished. But then Lu Deming clawed his way back, only for Zhang Lingxiao to get ejected instead. Damn, this twist has more loops than a pendulum ride. But wait, Lu Deming and Zhang Lingxiao had no prior grudge, did they? Now it's official, Lu Deming just made another deadly enemy. Zhang Lingxiao is legendary for vengeance. How will the Highway Outlaws withstand the combined wrath of the Road Tyrants Alliance and the Cyber Cavalry Corps? Why does he sabotage everyone? What's he even gaining? Lu Deming seethed inwardly. This reversal felt catastrophic, a loss beyond measure. He hadn't targeted Zhang Lingxiao at all. He'd aimed solely to eliminate Lu Hao. How had fate twisted his plans so cruelly, leaving him injured and entangled with a merciless rival? Only he knew the truth, that ejection had been deliberate, a calculated sacrifice designed to repeat his earlier ploy and ensure Lu Hao's elimination here. To kill Lu Hao outright would have been perfection. Instead his scheme collapsed utterly, and he'd awakened the fury of a wolf. I'd mapped the drop tower's motion patterns down to the millisecond. Why did it deviate exactly then? Lu Deming could find no answer. Truly cursed luck. His face went ashen. No longer did he plot against Lu Hao. He now scrambled to survive the impending storms of Li Qiandong's fury and Zhang Lingxiao's vengeance. Seconds ticked away, until without warning the drop tower plummeted sharply, then froze motionless. Liang Mingyue, her complexion faintly pallid, unfastened her harness and stepped off the seat. Liang Mingyue. Lu Deming intercepted her, drawing near and whispering low, "If you wish to win, we must cooperate in the final trial. Eliminate Lu Hao and his allies first. Then I swear, I'll forfeit willingly. You shall be the undisputed victor." Liang Mingyue regarded him with undisguised disdain, a frost-laced laugh escaping her lips. "Cooperate with a scheming petty villain. Get lost." Lu Deming. Fine. His reputation was utterly obliterated. Turning, he found Lu Hao watching him, not quite smiling, not quite frowning. "Cough. Lu brother, I didn't mean to." Lu Hao cut him off coldly. "Do you truly believe I'm blind to your machinations?" Under that gaze, penetrating knowing, Lu Deming's blood ran cold. Could it be he knew? Had the tower's sudden deviation been no accident, but his doing? The realization shattered his composure. A bitter hollow ache filled his chest. Now he faced enemies on all four sides. Meanwhile, beneath the looming glare of the Road Tyrants Alliance, the simmering rage of the Cyber Cavalry Corps' enforcers, and the open contempt of the Red Blossom Society members of the Highway Outlaws trembled, panic rippling through their ranks. Is it still possible to resign from the guild? Lu Ming had offended nearly all the factions by his own actions. Those who had not been offended regarded him with suspicion, severing ties decisively. Lu Ming felt a deep frustration. As he watched Lu Hao effortlessly navigate through the 3 challenges with 3 women, an unexpected thought struck him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Something is not right. Clearly he was the target of everyone's animosity from the beginning. How did it turn into me being the enemy now? Stirring discord was Lu Ming's forte, but now after a series of events he found himself inexplicably isolated. He had also inadvertently violated the rules and injured his arm. What a cunning scheme, what a clever tactic. Lu, I underestimated you. Lu Ming grimaced, clutching his wounded arm, his gaze darkened with the desire to slay Lu Hao on the spot. As if sensing Lu Ming's gaze, Lu Hao suddenly turned his head. If you cause any more trouble, I'll be the first to take you down before Li Qiandong and Zhang Lingxiao. The carousel is the perfect place for it. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes coldly, retorting, you'll need the ability to do that. Lu Hao ignored him, taking Yang Xiaosa's hand and leading Zhou Ning and Qin Zhao Zhao towards the final event. The carousel. This could be considered the easiest challenge, yet it was also the most likely to be fatal. The spinning speed of 100 miles per hour was incredibly friendly compared to the previous 3 challenges. However, when the red light illuminated, one person must be eliminated. If no one is eliminated, one person will be randomly flung out until only one remains, concluding the game. No one wanted to be eliminated, which meant a fight. Private skirmishes were inevitable on the carousel, and only skill determined who would stand until the end. Of course, one could also choose to jump off voluntarily. The carousel was only 3 meters high, not lethal. Mouse had decisively given up, dragging half his life back to the Cyber Iron Horseman's camp, greeted by cheers, as if he were a returning hero. Well done, Mouse, great job. Chun Zhong laughed, clapping him on the shoulder. Mouse chuckled, at least I didn't lose faith. Thus only 6 remained for the final challenge. Lu Hao's team was all intact, while on the opposing side were the Ice Flame Queen Liang Mingwei and Lu Ming, the one labeled as a treacherous villain. This gamble, which began as a 3-way siege, had turned into a significant advantage for Lu Hao, surpassing everyone's expectations. Next comes a true fight. The Fire Beacon squad may have numbers, but the Ice Flame Queen, with her supreme combat power, cannot possibly lose. Lu Hao's strength should not be underestimated. He scored 1,500 points last night in the hotel, the man who brought both the hotel and the casino to their knees. You know, it was a cheat. Who knows what methods he used? If it comes to a real fight, I doubt anyone can defeat Liang Mingwei. But Lu Hao has 3 beautiful teammates. Qin Zhao Zhao is a legendary divine support, Li Qiandong, and Lu Ming even fought over her before, so she must be guarded against. The other 2 women are unknown. As expected from a mysterious faction, they hide themselves so well that there's not a shred of information. Amidst the discussions, no one noticed several individuals huddled in a corner outside. The group wore black masks, listening to the chatter around them, their eyes fixed on the nearby carousel. One burly man chuckled, just as the captain said, there will always be someone to take the fall for us. This way we can rest easy in the shadows, watching the tiger fight from the mountain, reaping the benefits without any cost, just sitting. Sit somewhere cooler and stop rambling. The burly man shot him a glare, looking around in confusion. Where's the captain? Where did he go? The others exchanged glances, no idea, maybe to the bathroom. A voice from the front said coldly, he's standing right in front of you, open your eyes. The group froze. The burly man stared at him, puzzled. Who are you? The man had a full forehead of black lines. I am Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian. Your captain. Zhang Xian. The group finally reacted, exclaiming in unison. However, it seemed they were accustomed to it. After all, they had to reintroduce themselves to their captain multiple times a day. Sometimes after a stroll, Zhang Xian would need to introduce himself again. Captain, can't you tone down your presence? You make us jump every day? The burly man said helplessly. Zhang Xian also felt helpless. It's not something I can control. Maybe it will improve a lot when I reach the 2nd level. Right now, the immediate priority is to help me find the soul crystal fragments. He glanced over his teammates and slowly said, to reiterate, our ultimate goal in this dungeon is the warlord leader and the level 4 fire seed crystal. Then he turned to the burly man. Delay, the entrance hasn't been exposed right. No, the shell is still guarding it, and no bad news has come through. It's safe. Good, let's not waste time here. Let's head over first. Delay was taken aback. Are we going to explore alone? Captain, didn't you say you wanted to find someone to cooperate? No, I've looked around, and there's no one trustworthy. Lu Hao seems okay, but I'm worried about being turned against us. It's better to skip it. Turned against us? Is he that strong? Delay asked skeptically. Like us, he hides himself well. He is bound to win this round. There's no need to keep watching. Let's go. With that, Zhang Xian turned and walked towards his vehicle. Delay and the others exchanged glances, then looked back at the carousel, which had started to spin, and hurried to catch up, fearing they would fall behind and lose track of their captain. Meanwhile, the carousel game had begun. 6 people sat on the carousel, and the platform started spinning rapidly at 100 miles per hour, generating immense centrifugal force. But compared to the previous 3 challenges, this was quite mild. Moreover, those on top were the current top competitors. On the wide carousel, the 6 were divided into 3 factions. Liang Mingyue sat alone on a blue horse resembling an ice queen. Lu Ming kept his distance, his eyes fixed on Lu Hao filled with vigilance. Lu Hao, Yang Xiaosu, Zhou Ning, and Qin Zhaozhao huddled together. Clearly the advantage was on their side. Yet Lu Hao did not let his guard down. I will deal with Lu Ming first. You 3 focus on restraining Liang Mingyue. Before they began, Lu Hao stated this. Zhou Ning proposed a different strategy. Leave Liang Mingyue to me. I can handle her alone. Seeing her confidence, Lu Hao agreed. Don't overdo it, and be careful not to get hurt. Zhou Ning flipped her hand, revealing the armor-piercing blade, a glint of killing intent flickering in her cold gaze. At that moment, the carousel's red light illuminated. It had begun. The carousel lit up with a red glow. Zhou Ning's figure flickered and vanished from the spot, moving so swiftly that an afterimage was left behind. Liang Mingyue was slightly taken aback and hurriedly raised her hand, conjuring an ice shield in front of her. But in the next moment, the ice shield was pierced by a sharp blade, shattering with a sound. Liang Mingyue's expression changed slightly, and she quickly retreated, while unleashing several ice spikes that shot out in different directions. Zhou Ning swung her blade with one hand, almost simultaneously shattering the incoming ice spikes, and charging forward again. So strong. Liang Mingyue had to take her seriously, snorting coldly, as she stomped her foot, causing the ground in front of her to suddenly bulge up into an ice wall. This time Zhou Ning did not charge Hedon, but instead made a swift turn, appearing behind Liang Mingyue in the next instant. Liang Mingyue spun around abruptly, her palm transforming into an ice blade, clashing with the armor-piercing blade, sending ice shards flying. Following that, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. The spectators outside were left in shock at this scene. This woman named Zhou Ning is so powerful. She actually matched Liang Mingyue blow for blow. I thought her 5th place on the leaderboard was just due to Lu Hao's luck like that Yang Xiaosu, but it turns out she truly has strength. And there's that godly support. Qin Zhaozhao, Lu Hao's team, is too strong. In the crowd watching Zhou Ning and Liang Mingyue battle, Chen Zhong sighed softly. The person next to him, Mouse, said, "Don't be jealous, brother Zhong. She wouldn't even want to team up with you. It doesn't matter how much you like her, she's a woman you can't have." Chen Zhong paused, feeling frustrated. "Damn, Mouse, can you not bring this up?" Mouse patted his shoulder seriously. "You still have me, brother Zhong. Except for not being able to sleep with you, Xiao. Mouse is willing to do anything for you." Chen Zhong smacked him on the forehead, angrily saying, "What the hell, is that the point?" Mouse covered his forehead, looking wronged. "Then can I sleep with you, brother Zhong? Be gentle." Chen Zhong twitched his mouth. "Damn it. I shouldn't have praised you. What a good guy. You're clearly just a scoundrel." Just then a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Qin Zhaozhao has made her move. Why isn't Lu Deming moving? That's the godly support. Either it's paralysis or immobilization. Lu Deming is done for. At that moment, just as the red light came on, Lu Deming felt he was fully prepared and alert. After all, he had fought against Qin Zhaozhao before, and knew she possessed formidable control abilities. He had accidentally fallen into her trap then, but had learned from the experience afterward. First, her control range was about 2 meters. Second, after controlling her opponent, Qin Zhaozhao had no effective means of inflicting damage. Now that Qin Zhaozhao had teammates to compensate for her second shortcoming, he had to escape her control range before she cast her spell. Lu Deming was confident that with his current abilities he could manage that, and even leverage his Rubber Man Extraordinary series to hold on until the end, perhaps even find an opportunity to ambush her. Find. As the red light lit up, Qin Zhaozhao immediately targeted Lu Deming. Lu Deming also dodged at once. "I dodged it just barely 2 meters. Huh. He was dumbfounded, realizing his entire body was unable to move. It felt as though an invisible giant hand had gripped him, a powerful squeezing sensation, causing intense pain. No, wasn't it supposed to be 2 meters? That can't be wrong. And this binding force is stronger than before. Could it be? The only explanation was that Qin Zhaozhao's Extraordinary series had advanced. Damn it, how did she level up so quickly? I miscalculated." Lu Deming lamented inwardly, helplessly watching Lu Hao fly towards him. At that moment, he suddenly heard Li Qiandong shout, "Lu Hao, leave him a dog life. Oh, I want to take care of him myself." Zhang Lingxiao also shouted, "Brother Lu, give me a chance for revenge." Lu Hao paused his movements and replied, "Let him live, held back out of the bed otherwise. I might as well just take him out now." Li Qiandong and Zhang Lingxiao exchanged glances. 20,000 highway coins, well pay. Deal. Lu Hao decisively kicked Lu Deming off the carousel. As soon as Lu Deming landed, he immediately rolled over and clutched his wound, quickly returning to his guild's camp. Retreat. Retreat. However, after this battle, Lu Deming's prestige in the guild plummeted, and many players who had long wanted to leave began to do so, having made enemies on all sides. Originally over 800 members in the Highway Bandit Guild, ultimately less than half were willing to follow him. Lu Deming was so furious he nearly spat blood, but he knew it was irretrievable and could only lead the remaining members onto their vehicles and quickly flee the amusement park. Meanwhile, the red light of the carousel went out. With a bang, Zhou Ning and Liang Mingyu's figures suddenly separated. Zhou Ning flickered and landed on the horse next to Lu Hao. "Are you hurt?" Lu Hao asked anxiously. "I'm fine." Zhou Ning shook her head slightly. Not far away, Liang Mingyue flicked her hand, and the ice blade shattered into pieces. She looked at Zhou Ning, her expression somewhat uncertain. She glanced at Qin Zhaozhao, then at Yang Xiaosu, and finally her gaze landed on Lu Hao. Only she remained in this challenge bet. From the initial confidence to now a situation with no chance of victory, she finally realized the Fenghua team indeed kept a low profile. Especially Zhou Ning. Although their brief skirmish had not been fought to the fullest, she could see that Zhou Ning was on the same level as her. In fact, in terms of physique and reaction speed, she was even superior. If it weren't for her extraordinary series methods being extraordinary, she would have likely lost, even with all her strength. If one Zhou Ning was so difficult to handle, let alone having Qin Zhaozhao such a top-tier support. And then there was Lu Hao. This guy was becoming increasingly hard for Liang Mingyue to see through. After some contemplation, she realized that no matter what, her chances of winning were extremely slim. So when the red light lit up once again, she decisively jumped off the carousel platform amidst the astonished gazes of thousands of players. "Lu Hao, see you in the arena," Liang Mingyue said coldly. Lu Hao did not respond to her. "Then let's go down to," Zhou Ning said to Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhaozhao. "All right." Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhaozhao nodded simultaneously. The three beautiful women held hands and jumped down, landing steadily. Only Lu Hao remained on top as the red light of the carousel extinguished, stopping its rotation. Cleared the Gold Rush amusement park, earning 800 points. Gold Rush Town leaderboard 1. Lu Hao 4870 points 2. Yang Xiaosu 2600 points 3. Liang Mingyue 2450 points 4. Zhang Xian 1750 points 5. Zhou Ning 1550 points 6. Zhang Lingxiao 1350 points 7. Chen Zhong 800 points 8. Lu Deming 750 points 9. Qin Zhaozhao 700 points. Looking at the updated leaderboard with Lu Hao's overwhelming lead, many could only feel envy and amazement. In this round, Lu Hao had essentially won big. Not only did he win the 800 points for clearing the challenge, but he also triumphed in this unprecedented bet. He eliminated the leaders of the 4 major guilds one by one, winning the bet of 60,000 highway coins. The Fenghua team became famous in one battle. Lu Hao jumped down from the carousel platform. Liang Mingyue did not leave. The watch the transfer, she stated, plainly willing to accept her loss. Lu Hao extended his hand and tapped her watch. This was also one of the features of the highway system. Watch a tap could trigger a transaction or transfer function. He soon received her 20,000 highway coins. Account balance 26758 20,000. Thank you. Lu Hao smiled slightly. Liang Mingyue looked at Zhou Ning beside him and said slowly, "Women should be independent and strong, or relying on men will eventually lead to being completely consumed. You have great potential and ability. Why not join my Red Flower Society as my assistant? Together we can strengthen the gang and conquer men. That is what we should do." Lu Hao chuckled. "Poaching right in front of me, President Liang, that's a bit excessive." Liang Mingyue pouted. "I speak the truth. And rest assured, I, Liang Mingyue, am honorable and straightforward. I won't be as treacherous and cunning as that Lu." Zhou Ning, think about it. "Not going." Zhou Ning unreservedly rejected her. She linked her arm with Lu Hao's and said earnestly, "I, Zhou Ning, do not depend on men, but willingly depend on this man. Furthermore, if you insist on challenging him, let me fight you first. Get past me before you proceed." Liang Mingyue was taken aback, looking Lu Hao up and down, trying to see what charm this man possessed. Handsome in appearance, tall in stature, exuding the demeanor and aura of a strong man. But could it be that she was this infatuated? Ultimately, Liang Mingyue concluded it was the result of love-struck thinking, shaking her head helplessly. As she turned to leave, she said, "All right, I'll wait for you at the arena at 10 o'clock. At that moment, Li Qiandong and Zhang Lingxiao approached. "Oh, why are you leaving? Let's chat a bit longer, Ice Flame Queen," Zhang Lingxiao said flirtatiously. Liang Mingyue ignored him and walked away without looking back. Transfer. Zhang Lingxiao offered a cigarette to Lu Hao. "Thanks, I don't smoke." Lu Hao tapped his watch against his. "Add me as a friend too." Zhang Lingxiao transferred 30,000 highway coins while sending a friend request. Lu Hao pondered for a moment and decided to accept it. After all, throughout their encounter, this leader of the Cyber Knights had shown no malice apart from his penchant for showing off. As for Li Qiandong, there was no need to mention. He had shown ill intentions from the start, eyeing the women around Lu Hao. However, he was trustworthy enough, transferring 30,000 highway coins as well, then darkening his face as he glanced at Qin Zhao Zhao and Zhou Ning, gruffly saying, "When private battles are allowed, it will be based on skill. I won't hold back." "I'm always ready," Lu Hao replied unyieldingly. "Account balance 4675860,000. Li Qiandong huffed and turned to leave. Zhang Lingxiao took a cigarette for himself, took a puff, then slicked back his hair, grinning. "We have no grudges, right? I could even help you deal with Li Qiandong. Ooh, I've long found that big purple potato irritating." "No need, I don't want to get involved in your affairs, but don't provoke me either," Lu Hao politely declined. "I'm leaving to check if the hotel is open yet. I need to grind some points to secure my rank." Zhang Lingxiao waved his hand. "Oh right," he thought for a moment and turned back, saying, "Just a friendly reminder, the Ice Flame Queen's combat power skyrockets in open areas. If you plan to fight her, try not to let her create distance." Lu Hao nodded slightly, thanks. Zhang Lingxiao turned to leave, and not long after, he and his knights departed the amusement park amidst the roar of motorcycles. Li Qiandong also left with his road tyrant alliance. The amusement park was left with players who had not joined any gang. They were waiting for Lu Hao. The strength displayed by the Blaze team in the amusement park was evident. The god-level support, Qin Zhao Zhao, effortlessly rendered the highway madman Lu Deming immobile. Zhou Ning, like a phantom assassin, completely restrained the Ice Flame Queen Liang Mingyue on the carousel. Although Lu Hao did not display any combat power, he remained calm throughout, unafraid in the face of the challenges posed by the four major gangs, handling everything composedly, ultimately achieving an easy victory. Just this composure alone would prevent anyone from thinking he was weak. Furthermore, the rumors that Lu Hao's extraordinary sequence might be the son of fortune only made others crave to follow him even more. Who wouldn't want to ride the coattails of a lucky star? As for Yang Xiaosu, who had not shown much presence and remained low-key, no one seemed to care about her. Being part of such a team would undoubtedly be no worse than any of the four major gangs. Therefore, when Lu Hao exited the amusement park, he was immediately surrounded by numerous players. "Captain Lu, is the Blaze team recruiting? I have a level 2 bulldozer, am a great demolitions expert. I have a level 1 grader, but my extraordinary sequence is bear transformation. Ew, I'm tough and can serve as a meat shield in team battles. I have a level 2 fuel tanker, I can provide logistics support and can act as a mobile bomb if necessary. Captain Lu, I've trained in dance, my body is flexible, and I have no gag reflex by nature." "What the heck? Sorry, I currently have no plans to recruit." Lu Hao glanced at the dancer and shook his head, rejecting them all. He then led Yang Xiaosu and the others to their vehicle. "Zhao Zhao, you can sit in my RV." Lu Hao pointed to the level 3 heavy-duty RV. Qin Zhao Zhao looked a bit dazed, staring at the heavy-duty RV, which resembled a mobile fortress, hesitantly asked, "Is this your vehicle?" "An RV? Yes, come take a look." Lu Hao opened the side door of the truck. "I want to ride in an RV too," Yang Xiaosu said enviously, then hopped onto her level 3 off-road vehicle. Lu Hao said, "It's still early. Let's find a quiet place to park the car and rest for a bit. Then Xiaosu can come sleep in my RV." "Great!" Yang Xiaosu exclaimed happily, starting the vehicle. "He'll find a place." At this moment, Qin Zhao Zhao had already entered the RV. Looking at the tidy and spacious one-bedroom, she was stunned for a while before she reacted. "Thank you," she said, accepting the milk Zhou Ning handed her. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Captain, your accommodation is really nice. Since you're willing to board Lu Hao's vehicle, you've called him Captain, indicating that you have started to accept this team." Lu Hao smiled and said, "From now on you can sleep here, and we can eat and take showers here too." "Sister Ning, are you sleeping here too? Your vehicle isn't suitable for sleeping either." Qin Zhao Zhao asked curiously. "Yes, but I don't take up much space when I sleep," Zhou Ning replied. Qin Zhao Zhao blinked. "Do you sleep floating like me, eh? Floating while sleeping?" Lu Hao and Zhou Ning were puzzled until they saw her controlling her bird wings to suspend her body horizontally, just like a magician performing a levitation act. "That must be uncomfortable to sleep. I'm sorry to trouble you," Lu Hao chuckled. "What about Sister Ning?" Qin Zhao Zhao resumed her standing floating posture. "Me, eh?" Zhou Ning smiled faintly, leaping into the air and performing a spin, her toes hooking onto a beam in the RV's ceiling. "I just hang like this while I sleep." As Zhou Ning hung upside down, her clothing draped down, revealing her slender waist, Lu Hao stared in admiration. "Wow." Zhou Ning's cheeks flushed as she released her legs and gracefully landed. Qin Zhao Zhao exclaimed, "Sister Ning is amazing, even better than me." At that moment, the vehicle's radio transmitted Yang Xiaosu's voice. "Captain, what is a gag reflex?" Lu Hao replied. "Huh. Captain, what is the swallowing reflex?" This is a serious question. Therefore, Lu Hao's expression was very serious. Zhou Ning had a strange expression, wanting to speak, but hesitating. Qin Zhao Zhao looked curious. She also wanted to know. Lu Hao cleared his throat and said earnestly, "Try poking your throat with your finger." "Ugh, you." Yang Xiaosu actually tried it. Lu Hao earnestly explained that is the swallowing reflex. Is there any advantage to not having a swallowing reflex? How does it help the team? Yang Xiaosu asked again. Lu Hao was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhou Ning seemed to understand quite a bit, and joked it's indeed very helpful especially for the captain. Yang Xiaosu, filled with curiosity and a desire to explore, said, really? Sister Ning, do you know? Can you teach me how to do it? I want to help the captain. Zhou Ning. Yang Xiaosu seemed willing to do anything that could help Lu Hao. Well then let's get moving and we can discuss this question later. Lu Hao feared that if they continued discussing, he wouldn't be able to stop. Yang Xiaosu said, okay Sister Ning, you have to teach me when you have time. Zhou Ning replied. Actually, I'm not very good at it either. A little over 10 minutes later. There's a stadium ahead. Yang Xiaosu suddenly said. Lu Hao thought for a moment, and said let's go there. The off-road vehicle and the heavy-duty RV drove into the stadium. The stadium was close to a small hill, somewhat dilapidated but quiet and spacious, allowing them to observe the surroundings at any time. However, private fights had not yet been lifted, so there was no need to worry about players ambushing them. After parking the vehicle, Yang Xiaosu jumped out of the off-road car and knocked on the RV door. I'm here, Captain. Sister Ning Zhao Zhao. She plopped down on the sofa and took a deep breath of the fresh air inside the RV. It's so much better here. Zhao Zhao, do you want to take a shower? The captain's bathroom is really comfortable, she added. Qin Zhao Zhao looked at Lu Hao, hesitating. Is that okay? Is there enough water? Lu Hao smiled and replied, infinite water tank, feel free to wash. Why, you actually have that module? Qin Zhao Zhao exclaimed. Then she hesitated, but I don't have any change of clothes. I have some. Yang Xiaosu took out an unopened piece of clothing. I bought this from the trading platform. I was going to wear it for the captain. She glanced shyly at Lu Hao. Just wear it, our figures are similar. Okay. Qin Zhao Zhao thought no more and took the clothes into the bath. Zhou Ning looked at Lu Hao and chuckled. You seem quite expectant. Do I? No, I don't. Lu Hao averted his gaze and couldn't help but ask Yang Xiaosu, what kind of clothes are they? Yang Xiaosu wrinkled her nose and said, a short skirt, JK, and it even comes with white stockings. Lucky you. Lu Hao. Wow. Sounds of running water came from the bathroom. Yang Xiaosu opened the fridge. Do you want something to eat? I have something really good down here, Captain. Lu Hao pondered him. Let's try it. So Yang Xiaosu started cooking noodles. Now their ingredients were plentiful vegetables, eggs, meat, snacks, drinks, filling the fridge to the brim. After the noodles were cooked, Qin Zhao Zhao also came out of the bathroom. Lu Hao looked over, his eyes brightening slightly. Qin Zhao Zhao wore a short JK top, the kind that was fitted, and a light blue pleated skirt. Previously, she always wore loose long skirts. Unexpectedly, this outfit highlighted her figure perfectly, not inferior to Yang Xiaosu at all. At this moment, her damp long hair rested on her shoulders. Her skin was delicate and fair after washing off the grime, and her originally beautiful face appeared even more exquisite. Paired with the fitted JK outfit, she exuded a pure and youthful campus vibe. Feeling their gazes, Qin Zhao Zhao felt a bit shy holding the white stockings she hadn't worn, yet she weakly asked, do I need to wear this too? Of course you need to wear it. Yang Xiaosu glanced at Lu Hao and added, I'm saying this for the captain. Lu Hao wanted to deny it. Alright. Qin Zhao Zhao's face flushed. She sat down on the sofa and put on the white stockings. The stockings went above her knees, leaving a section of her thigh exposed. The white stockings clung to her skin, difficult for even a deity to save her. Thanks to little Xiaosu for bringing this benefit. Still looking? Eat your noodles. Yang Xiaosu seemed a bit jealous. Lu Hao cleared his throat tactically. Sister Ning, don't look anymore, eat your noodles. Zhou Ning shot him a glance. The four of them sat around the dining table eating the beef noodles cooked by Yang Xiaosu. Qin Zhao Zhao took a couple of bites, and suddenly her eyes turned red. Zhou Ning asked with concern, why are you crying, little sister? Qin Zhao Zhao sniffed, I just feel very warm. It's been a long time since I've had a hot meal. The noodles are really delicious, thank you all. Zhou Ning and Yang Xiaosu empathized with her. In this harsh environment of road survival, a hot shower, a bowl of warm food, and a comfortable room were enough to touch the softest parts of their hearts. Lu Hao smiled and said, if it's delicious, eat more. There will be plenty of hot dishes and hot rice in the future. An hour later, Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning had also finished their showers. Yang Xiaosu changed into a sexy maid outfit and put on black stockings. Zhou Ning changed into a black low-cut bodycon short skirt. Lu Hao found it somewhat overwhelming. A uniformed girl group. Damn, the road system testing me with this. They had eaten enough, washed up, and changed into uniforms. There was no need for fighting and killing for the time being. A rare moment of leisure. Yang Xiaosu suddenly moved closer, her body pressed against Lu Hao, her hands on his legs, leaning slightly and looking up with sparkling eyes. Captain, how about we? Lu Hao looked at her cute face and instinctively replied, sure. How about we play mahjong? Yang Xiaosu said excitedly. What? Lu Hao almost felt the excitement. After the RV upgraded to level 3, it was equipped with a mahjong table. In reality, some mid-range to high-end RVs also have optional mahjong tables to meet the entertainment needs of multiple travelers. They were 4 people, just enough to make a table. The mahjong table was hidden one-click start, fully automatic shuffling, and stacking convenient and quick. Soon the four of them gathered around the mahjong table and started playing. None of them were experts, and Qin Zhao Zhao was a complete novice, winning 2 rounds in a row. Lu Hao knew how to play. If he used luck manipulation, he could probably win every round. If they added some stakes like losing a round means taking off an article of clothing, he would definitely aim to win every time. Free strips. Lu Hao casually played a tile. I won. Zhou Ning smiled slightly. Yang Xiaosu also exclaimed happily, I won too. Qin Zhao Zhao weakly said, I also heard 3 strips, did I win too? Lu Hao looked at the 3 people's hands and said with a wry smile, a single tile brings 3 wins. This tile could even get me a bonus. Zhou Ning's smile seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Isn't a single tile bringing 3 wins a good thing? Lu Hao was taken aback by this. Although he couldn't say anything, looking at the 3 beautiful women in front of him, his heart couldn't help but drift into fantasies. And just then a dull explosion sound was heard. To stay alert, Lu Hao did not activate the soundproofing of the heavy truck RV. However, the explosion was not loud, easily overlooked if one did not listen carefully. The sound came from the foot of a low mountain approximately 300 meters away. Zhou Ning had the keenest perception of the sound. Captain, shall we go investigate? She stood up and said. Lu Hao nodded and replied, Xiao Su and Zhao Zhao will stay in the vehicle. Their strength was not weak, and with the heavy truck RV's defenses there was no need to worry about danger. Be careful, Yang Xiao Su and Qin Zhao Zhao said obediently. Lu Hao and Zhou Ning exited the heavy truck RV and quickly ran towards the direction of the explosion. As they ran out of the stadium, Lu Hao slapped his forehead. What's wrong? Zhou Ning stopped and asked softly. Lu Hao said, I just suddenly remembered that my vehicle is equipped with a drone module. We could deploy the drone to explore without having to run out ourselves. Zhou Ning replied, That's not appropriate. Drones are too conspicuous and can easily be discovered. They are only suitable for reconnaissance or ambush. Lu Hao found her reasoning valid. That makes sense, let's keep moving. The 2 of them left the stadium and arrived at the foot of the mountain. The mountain was not high, estimated to be less than 100 meters. If I'm not mistaken, the military stronghold should be on the other side of the mountain, Lu Hao said. Zhou Ning looked towards the mountain peak. The peak is shrouded in gray mist. It should be a blockade wall. We cannot pass for now. Or perhaps there is a designated route for us to pass, while other paths are blocked. Lu Hao speculated. Zhou Ning glanced around, frowned, and pointed towards the base of the mountain. I am certain the explosion originated from there, yet there seems to be no signs of destruction. That shouldn't be. Could I have sensed it wrong? She was quite puzzled. Lu Hao walked over, examined the area for a while, then said, There is indeed nothing unusual. Let's take a look around us. All right. The 2 expanded their search area, but found no suspicious locations. Returning to the spot Zhou Ning had pointed out, Lu Hao gazed intently once more. Aside from dead trees, withered grass, charred earth, and rocks, there was nothing else. There are no findings, should we? Zhou Ning said. Lu Hao withdrew his gaze. Let's go. As the 2 departed, the previously normal foot of the mountain began to show ripples in the space, transforming in the blink of an eye. A massive cave concealed by a stone door appeared at the foot of the mountain, where 5 individuals stood. That was close. We almost got discovered, but luckily the extraordinary sequence of the bullet deceived their vision. Delay sighed in relief. Zhang Xian turned to look at the stone door with several cracks, and slowly said, We can't use explosives anymore. Otherwise it will attract attention like before, which is too risky. Then we can only rely on brute force to chisel through, which will take a lot of time, Delay said helplessly. Zhang Xian said, There's no other way. We must be cautious. As long as we break through this stone door, we can enter the military stronghold in advance. If all goes well, we can kill the military leader and complete the mission before anyone else earning the pass. Delay and the others could not help but feel excited. Those people have searched high and low for the boss only to find a corpse. Their expressions will surely be priceless. Just thinking about it gets me a bit excited. The intel pouch does not deceive me. I wish we had 10 more. The ghost owl is so hard to fight, it's rare to even see one. Do you think it's that easy? Alright, enough chit-chat, let's get to work. On the other side, Lu Hao and Zhou Ning entered through the stadium. I feel something is off, Lu Hao pondered. Zhou Ning was somewhat surprised. Did you notice something? Lu Hao was taken aback. Notice what? Zhou Ning bit her lip, grabbed his hand, walked into a passage, and then pushed Lu Hao against the wall, pressing him. Feeling her body pressed against him, and her hurried breath, Lu Hao had not yet reacted. Ningyu, you must have felt very uncomfortable in the car just now. Zhou Ning said softly. Lu Hao instantly understood her meaning. He heard her voice tremble with shyness as she lowered her eyes, her charming face slightly flushed, yet her tone was resolute. You are our captain, determining our life and death. You must lead us to live better and cannot let these matters affect your state. Here the conditions aren't suitable. I can only help you this way. This is my first time doing this. I'm not quite sure how it works, so if it feels uncomfortable, just tell me. She slowly lifted her beautiful eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, her rosy lips parted, and she stood on tiptoe to kiss him. Lu Hao swallowed hard and leaned down to meet her. After a while, Zhou Ning leaned close to his ear, exhaling softly. We can't keep them waiting too long, you need to hurry. All right. Half an hour later in the heavy truck RV, Yang Xiao Su was somewhat restless. Why haven't the captain and sister A Ning returned yet? Don't worry, Xiao Su, the captain and sister A Ning are both very capable, nothing will happen to them. They might be delayed by something, Qin Zhao reassured her. Yang Xiao Su, still worried, picked up her composite bow and arrows heading towards the vehicle door. He'll go take a look. Suddenly Qin Zhao pointed outside their back. Yang Xiao Su turned to see Lu Hao and Zhou Ning walking side by side, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment, Lu Hao and Zhou Ning opened the door and stepped inside. Captain, sister A Ning, are you both all right? Yang Xiao Su looked Lu Hao up and down, then took Zhou Ning's hand, suddenly puzzled. Sister A Ning, why are your hands a bit sticky, and there's a strange smell? Zhou Ning's expression stiffened. Lu Hao stared at the ceiling. The weather outside is quite nice. Qin Zhao looked out the window. No, it's still gray and gloomy, it's overcast, but the temperature is so high. I accidentally got it on the outside. I'm going to wash my hands. Zhou Ning shot Lu Hao a discreet glare, and Xiao Su, you should wash your hands too. Oh, okay. Captain, did you find anything? Qin Zhao asked. We've searched the area thoroughly, but found nothing. Lu Hao collected his thoughts as he had just been exchanging skills with Zhou Ning and had not yet calmed down from it. The words Zhou Ning had spoken after they finished echoed in his ears. When there's an opportunity, I'll help you relax thoroughly again. Although this time was not a complete relaxation, it did reduce the distractions in Lu Hao's mind. Looking at Yang Xiao Su's sexy black silk-made outfit, and then at Qin Zhao's JK short skirt with white stockings, he momentarily stopped his wandering thoughts. With a clear mind now, Lu Hao recalled the earlier unremarkable foot of the mountain, feeling increasingly that something was off. Forget it, let's rest for a bit, then head to the arena to practice some gunfight techniques and earn some more points. With that thought, Lu Hao lay down on the bed. Call me in an hour, and then we'll go to the arena. All right, Captain, Yang Xiao Su and Qin Zhao replied. Zhou Ning looked at Lu Hao, who was preparing for the upcoming struggle, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. For the next hour they remained silent, quietly standing by. At 10 o'clock. Time's up, Captain. Zhou Ning whispered in Lu Hao's ear. Lu Hao opened his eyes, got out of bed, washed his face, drank something, and said, let's go to the arena. Let's go. Yang Xiao Su exited the RV and jumped into her off-road vehicle. At this time, Zhou Ning and Qin Zhao had already changed out of their uniforms. Ernyo, let's head to the arena. Lu Hao directed the heavy truck RV, steering towards the arena. The open space in front of the arena was filled with vehicles, and many players had gathered, the lively atmosphere comparable to that of an amusement park. Everyone was eager to see if Lu Hao would come to challenge. It's 10 o'clock and Lu Hao still hasn't arrived. He must be too scared to fight. Who can guarantee a win against the Ice Flame Queen on the entire Highway 1688? Li Qiandong has already lost. Lu Hao has over 4,800 points, firmly seated at the top of the leaderboard. If I were him, I wouldn't fight either. Lu Hao doesn't seem like a combat-type character. He appears more like a support type. Yet his companion Zhou Ning can actually hold her own against Liang Mingyue on the wooden horse stage. Didn't Zhou Ning say that if she wants to fight Lu Hao, she has to get past her first? So impressive. I want a beautiful bodyguard like that too. Liang Mingyue was already waiting here. Xiaoman, do you think he will come? Liang Mingyue held a can of beer in one hand, chilling it with her other hand, and took a sip. Xiaoman calmly replied, he will come, but it doesn't necessarily mean he will fight you. Liang Mingyue paused her drinking action, saying, oh, is he scared? Does he think he can't beat me? No, I feel he has the strength. Xiaoman closed her eyes and after a few seconds opened them and slightly shook her head. It's very vague, I can't predict accurately, but you will most likely fight Zhou Ning. Against her, Liang Mingyue crumpled the can into a ball, slowly asking, if I fight her, will there be any unexpected variables? Xiaoman smiled slightly. President, the 2 opportunities for foresight have already been used up, but if you fight Zhou Ning, you still have a considerable advantage. Thank you for your hard work. Your foresight ability is very important. If we find any soul crystal fragments, I'll prioritize using them for you, Liang Mingyue said. Thank you, President, Xiaoman replied, still with a calm expression. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingxiao was grilling meat. He opened his palm to start a fire while holding a beef skewer with his other hand. How's he sprinkle some cumin and chili powder on it? Got it, Captain. Is medium rare okay? Captain, I want mine medium. Wow, it's getting burnt, so I'll just eat it as it is. Thank you, Captain. Howsy took the beef skewer grilled by Zhang Lingxiao and began to eat it happily. Zhang Lingxiao handed a cigarette to Chen Zhong and lit one for himself, extinguishing the flames on his palm. Zhong, do you think Zhou Ning will fight Liang Mingyue? Yes, she will fight, Captain. Based on my understanding of her, she will fight. Chun Zhong slowly exhaled smoke. How well do you know her? Zhang Lingxiao asked again. Just as Haozi was eating a beef skewer, he suddenly chimed in. I haven't even held her hand, but she is Zhong Guest Goddess. Just eat your skewer. Chen Zhong kicked him lightly, and then added, she is very strong. If she fights Liang Mingyue, I would bet all my fortune on whoever opens the betting. Haozi couldn't help but say, Zhonggu, we really don't need to be so flattering, she has already gotten close to someone, who knows, she might have even kissed him. After saying that, he quickly took a few steps back. Haozi, you bastard. Chen Zhong kicked him with a flying kick, which Haozi dodged with agility. Open the betting. Genius idea. Zhang Lingxiao's eyes lit up as he slapped his thigh. Zhong, let's open the betting. Chen Zhong, who was pinching Haozi, paused. Does the captain mean to set up a betting market? Yes. Zhou Ning pays 3-1, Liang Mingyue pays 1.5. Captain, I was just saying that offhand. What if Liang Mingyue wins? Then we just run away. Who could catch the Cyber Iron Riders if we flee? That makes sense. Just then a commotion was heard. Lu Hao and the others are here. The heavy-duty RV is so impressive. I wonder what their combat ability is like. What do you think about the level 3 vehicle, sir? It definitely can't compare to the Tiger tank or the Apache Guardian. The appearance of the heavy-duty RV still had a significant visual impact. It couldn't compare to Liang Mingyue's armed helicopter or Li Qiandong's Tiger tank, but many were envious because the heavy-duty RV combined living and entertainment, making it the most ideal vehicle for road survival. Yang Ziosis level 3 off-road vehicle was also impressive, especially the 2-meter diameter, huge wheels, and the fearsome crossbow platform on the roof. Liang Mingyue is waiting over there. Inside the RV, Zhou Ning stood up, a hint of killing intent flashing in her eyes as a cold aura enveloped her. Do you have confidence? Lu Hao asked. Yes, Zhou Ning replied succinctly. Sister Ning, please don't get hurt. Qin Zhaozhao expressed her concern. Lu Hao opened the compartment door. Yang Xiaosu jumped down from the off-road vehicle. So many people again. The Red Flower Society, Cyber Iron Riders, and the Highwayman Alliance were all present. Liang Mingyue stood at the entrance of the arena, her gaze directed towards them. Li Qiandong sat atop the Tiger tank, one hand holding a cigarette, and the other a whiskey, his eyes sharp like a fierce beast. Zhang Lingxiao was bustling about with people, not knowing what he was organizing. Zhou Ning's ears perked up, and she said, opening a betting market. If I win, it pays 3-1. Lu Hao's odds. 1.5. Xiaosu go bet on Zhou Ning to win 20,000 high. Okay, Captain. You really trust me that much? Zhou Ning asked. Lu Hao replied earnestly. If I weren't worried that Zhang Lingxiao couldn't afford to pay, I would want to bet all my assets. Zhou Ning smiled slightly. Go ahead and challenge. Leave Liang Mingyue to me. After saying that, she walked straight over to Liang Mingyue. Liang Mingyue's gaze fell on her, her tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. So it's you? Is Lu Hao a coward letting a woman stand in front of him? Zhou Ning met her gaze. You're a woman too. This is fair. And Lu Hao is not a coward. He is very strong. After saying this, she brushed past her and stepped into the arena first. Very strong. Liang Mingyue was slightly taken aback, then snorted coldly and followed. At that moment, in the eyes of everyone, Zhou Ning displayed an aura that was not inferior to Liang Mingyue. Unfortunately, they could not see the battle inside the arena and could only wait for the final outcome. Meanwhile, Lu Hao, Yang Xiaosu, and Qin Zhaozhao entered from different entrances. Take these 2 guns, use the AK for low-level monsters, and use this wisdom revolver for level 3 golden skeletons. The recoil is a bit strong, so be careful. Lu Hao handed 2 guns to Qin Zhaozhao. Don't push it with level 4 bizarre monsters. We have enough points to use, he added. Okay, got it, Qin Zhaozhao replied as she stowed the guns into her backpack. Xiaosu, take the opportunity to familiarize yourself with the abilities of the second-tier Shadow Archer, but don't push yourself too hard and get hurt. Lu Hao said to Yang Xiaosu. Yang Xiaosu had already used the Soul Crystal Fragment. Her extraordinary sequence had risen to Tier 2, and her bow and arrow's lethality had increased to 100 points, allowing her to inflict damage on shadows. As for how much it compared to the damage value of shooting the entity, they would have to find out through actual combat. Don't worry, Captain. I won't push myself either. Yang Xiaosu said obediently. Soon Lu Hao entered the arena and surveyed the surroundings. It resembles an ancient Roman open-air arena, but there are no spectators. I can't see anyone challenging. Are there many overlapping spaces in here? Lu Hao retracted his gaze, for the first bizarre monster had already appeared. Little did he know that at this moment a figure was sitting in the audience, seemingly in another space. This figure wore a large brimmed hat with their entire face hidden in the shadows, only the eye sockets glowing with a ghostly purple fire. In its eyes, the arena before it was not just Lu Hao. There were also Zhou Ning and Liang Mingyue, who had already begun fighting, and Qin Zhaozhao bound by a white skeleton alongside Yang Xiaosu, who was drawing her bow. Suddenly the purple fire in its eye sockets flickered, and it stood up swiftly. It let out a low growl from its throat, turned, and left its figure disappearing into the darkness. In the next second it appeared at the foot of a mountain looking at the cave entrance sealed by rocks. Faint sounds could be heard coming from inside. Damn it, this side is also blocked. We want breakthrough even if we chisel until dark. Stop wasting time and get to work. Bro, who are you? Zhangxian. Zhangxian. The figure in the large-brimmed hat paused for a long time, let out a low growl like a cold sneer, and then turned to leave. In the arena, a level 1 white skeleton appeared before Lu Hao. 10 points for one, even a mosquito is still meat. Lu Hao drew his desert eagle and fired. Bang! He hit the white skeleton directly in the forehead, shattering it into a pile of bones. Gunfighting skill level 1 469500. To Lu Hao, such level 1 skeleton monsters were mere practice targets. A single shot took one down effortlessly. The 10 white skeletons were all eliminated as soon as they appeared. Soon level 2 black skeletons arrived. It was no longer possible to achieve a headshot with a single shot, as the Desert Eagle lacked the necessary firepower, unless he switched to the Judgment Revolver. However, Lu Hao's intention was to practice shooting, and he didn't want to waste the large caliber bullets used in the Judgment Revolver here. Bang! The fourth black skeleton was shot in the head. Looking at the scattered bones on the ground, Lu Hao complained, "Why don't they drop anything? Points can't be eaten." Only he wouldn't take the points seriously as he was already in a dominant position. Gunfighting skill level 1500500. The gunfighting skill had met the requirements for advancement. Only soul crystal fragments were needed. Let's see if I can use luck manipulation to make it drop something. When the fifth black skeleton appeared, Lu Hao switched to the Judgment Revolver and activated luck manipulation. Boom. This was already a hand cannon. The sound of the bullet leaving the chamber rivaled that of a Barrett sniper rifle. The black skeleton, with a defensive power of 120, could not withstand it, and the gun fired a headshot. Mental power 601160. Lu Hao frowned. Only a little mental power was consumed, but nothing dropped. What about the golden skeleton? At that moment, the golden skeleton made its dazzling appearance. It was unclear if it was pure gold, but its entire body shimmered with golden light, holding a golden rifle. Comparing gun skills, this could be interesting. Lu Hao smiled slightly, rushing forward to engage in close combat. However, the golden skeleton didn't understand gunfighting techniques, and could only spray bullets wildly. Lu Hao skillfully dodged, closing in on it in the blink of an eye, swiping its gun aside, and pressing the Judgment Revolver against its forehead. Boom. It was another one-shot kill. The golden skeleton was much easier to kill than the red terror with slightly higher defense, but it couldn't withstand a single bullet from the Judgment Revolver. Next, Lu Hao took down two more golden skeletons in succession, still without anything dropping. Mental power 593160. Now the level 4 eerie monster was about to make its appearance. A red skeleton. Lu Hao chuckled. Is this a cyan color spectrum? After gold comes red, so level 5 must be blue. The liquor posed quite a challenge for Lu Hao. He might not have been able to defeat it in an unknown fight. However, skeletons were generally weaker than alien monsters, and with the powerful Judgment Revolver combined with his mastery of level 1 gun fighting, Lu Hao felt confident he could take it down. Without hesitation, he charged at the red skeleton, firing 3 shots in quick succession, each at an exceedingly tricky angle, aimed almost simultaneously at the red skeleton. The red skeleton reacted much faster than the golden skeleton, dodging 2 bullets aimed at its vitals. However, the third bullet grazed its thigh bone, causing it to momentarily halt. A great opportunity. Lu Hao's eyes flashed. He pushed off the ground, closing the distance, while firing 2 more shots. Bang bang. Both shots hit. The 120 points of damage weren't fatal, but significantly hindered its movement. Lu Hao was now within a meter of it. Fast at 3 steps precise, and quick within 3 steps. Moreover, through previous experimentation, he found that consuming just 2 points of mental power could double the critical hit chance of the Judgment Revolver. From 30 to a whopping 60. Bang. The red skeleton dodged its heart's vital spot, but didn't expect the bullet's damage to increase dramatically, directly penetrating its ribcage and shattering its spine. Lu Hao pressed the attack, continuously maneuvering for close-range shots. After triggering 3 critical hits, he finally reduced the red skeleton to a pile of shattered bones. Still nothing dropped. He looked at the second level 4 red skeleton that had emerged. Mental power 5681160. Just one left, let's give it another try. This time he was even more at ease, taking it down with just 2 close-range critical hits. Lu Hao 4870950 points, ranked first, mental power 564201160. Seeing the mental power consumption, Lu Hao was taken aback and quickly glanced at the red skeleton's bones on the. He was surprised to see something lying there. An ancient black iron key. Lu Hao picked it up and examined it. A key. What does this mean? To his surprise, something did drop, but it seemed rather useless. The road system gave no hints either. At least tell me which door it opens. But it's not entirely without gain, or it might come in handy later, so we'll keep it. Lu Hao casually tossed the black iron key into his backpack, turning to exit the arena. He had spent a long time practicing gunfighting, and by the time he emerged, Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhaozhao were already waiting outside. Captain, Yang Xiaosu called out, raising her hand. Lu Hao walked over and smiled, asking, has a Ning not come out yet? How did you do? I couldn't beat the red skeleton, Yang Xiaosu replied dejectedly. Neither could I, Qin Zhaozhao said, looking downcast. Yang Xiaosu 260-0550 points ranked 2nd, Qin Zhaozhao 700-550 points ranked 7th. At that moment, gasps erupted from the crowd. Liang Mingyue has disappeared from the leaderboard. Zhou Ning's points have become 4,000. Zhou Ning won. No way. The universally acknowledged first in comprehensive combat strength, the Ice Flame Queen, actually lost. How strong must Zhou Ning be? They're coming out. The gasps grew louder until two figures emerged from the arena, and the scene suddenly fell silent. Liang Mingyue walked in front, one hand clutching her shoulder, staggering, as her pale face indicated she had sustained significant injuries. Zhou Ning behind her also looked quite weak. A narrow victory. But that was still quite impressive. After all, she was the Ice Flame Queen, with almost magical abilities combining lethality and control. What abilities did Zhou Ning possess to have defeated her? President Xiaoman stepped forward through the crowd, supporting Liang Mingyue. It's nothing, just a little scrape. Liang Mingyue's expression was as cold as if covered with frost. She, always strong-willed, could not endure this defeat. I was careless. I didn't expect her combat ability to be so strong, her speed so fast that I couldn't keep up. She gritted her teeth and said. Xiaoman gently comforted her. It's all right, President, it's just a competition, and besides, you have to use a vehicle. No one here is your opponent. Liang Mingyue slowly nodded. Sister A Ning, Yang Xiaosu, and Qin Zhaozhao rushed to Zhou Ning's side, supporting her from both sides. Lu Hao also came over, asking with concern, how are you? Where are you hurt? Zhou Ning smiled. I'm not hurt, just a bit cold. Liang Mingyue's extraordinary series is quite troublesome. Lu Hao softly said, you've worked hard, let's rest in the RV. Liang Mingyue called out loudly to them, unwilling to accept. Once you get in the vehicle, you're no match for me. Lu Hao paused, turned his head, and calmly said, once you're in the vehicle, if you want to continue causing trouble, then I'll respond accordingly. He was worried about not being able to find a level 3 vehicle to combine and upgrade. The Apache Guardian was a good choice. Liang Mingyue was taken aback, glancing at the heavy truck RV parked not far away, sneering, just based on you. You can certainly give it a try. Lu Hao ignored her further and led Zhou Ning and the others toward the heavy truck RV. At this moment, he heard Zhang Lingxiao shout, brother Lu, the money has been transferred. Zhou Ning unexpectedly won against Liang Mingyue, and he earned a significant amount from betting on Liang Mingyue, but Lu Hao had bet 2-0 on Zhou Ning at once, so he didn't profit much. However, Zhang Lingxiao was very happy. The money owed was settled without hesitation. I received it, Lu Hao replied. Account balance 106,758,40,000. There were now 140 highway coins in the account. Lu Hao firmly believed that having more money makes things easier. While it wasn't needed at the moment, it would definitely be useful later, so he wouldn't miss any opportunity to make money. Not far away, sitting on top of a tiger tank, Li Qiandong clenched his fists. I certainly didn't misjudge. Qin Zhaozhao and Zhou Ning are both women worth having, able to warm the bed and provide combat power. Why do they all follow that guy named Lu? It's infuriating. Suddenly, a strong wind carrying dust and heat blew in, and the sky seemed to darken a bit more. It seems to be blowing in from outside the town. Someone said, a sandstorm. Perhaps a sandstorm is coming, driving us all to the other side of the town. The locked warlord territory might be about to unlock. Will private fights also be lifted? That could get lively. Li Qiandong will definitely be the first to attack Lu Deming. Zhang Lingxiao will also kill Lu Deming. Li Qiandong also wants to kill Lu Hao. Liang Mingyue is also looking for trouble with Lu Hao. Damn, this situation is more chaotic than in the Middle East. Hurry, let's find a place to hide first, don't get caught up in it. In the heavy truck RV, Lu Hao glanced out the window, already anticipating what was about to happen. If the ban on private fights is lifted, then the town will be lively, he speculated. At that moment, a piece of scrap paper was lifted by the wind and flew past the window. Lu Hao suddenly had a thought. There's wind, there's always been wind, there's wind at the foot of the mountain, but that place is a bit different. The direction the withered grass is swaying, yes. Zhou Ning, hearing his mumbling, hurriedly asked, what did you discover? Lu Hao became more certain of his guess. There's an issue at the foot of the mountain, we need to go take a look. All right. Zhou Ning nodded, suddenly thinking this guy isn't trying to find an opportunity to ask me for help again. With this thought, a blush rose on her cheeks, and she huffed, I just finished fighting and my hands have no strength left. Lu Hao was both amused and helpless. Hey, I didn't mean that. Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhaozhao beside them didn't understand, but felt something was off. Qin Zhaozhao said softly, it seems like the captain and sister A Ning are closer than before. Yang Xiaosu nodded. I noticed that too. Zhou Ning glanced at Lu Hao and suddenly said something shocking. I can teach you when there's an opportunity. After she finished, she took her clothes and walked into the bathroom, leaving Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhao Zhao who were puzzled, and Lu Hao who was filled with longing. Captain, what will Sister A Ning teach us? Yang Xiaosu asked in confusion. The captain seems to be looking forward to it, Qin Zhao Zhao also said. Lu Hao straightened his expression seriously, said, I will teach you a bit of a skill, and you must learn it well when the time comes. Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhao Zhao nodded earnestly. All right. Both were convinced that what Zhou Ning would teach them must be extraordinary skills. Looking at their naive expressions, Lu Hao suddenly felt like a big bad wolf teasing little bunnies. Ahem, let's visit the stadium again. All right, Captain. Yang Xiaosu got off the RV and hopped on her. As they left, the players in front of the arena gradually dispersed. At the foot of the mountain beside the stadium, the heavy truck RV and off-road vehicle came to a stop. Looking through the car window at the enormous cave in front, Lu Hao smiled slightly. I really didn't guess wrong. Zhou Ning leaned over. Someone must have used extraordinary series means to confuse our vision. She had just taken a shower, and at this moment there was a faint fragrance about her. It is said that men and women who have been intimate will unconsciously show closeness, especially physically. Lu Hao and Zhou Ning were also in that kind of relationship, but what would happen next was just a natural progression. Lu Hao took a breath of fragrance and smiled. All right, I'm going down to take a look. Xiaosu, you stay in the car and keep watch. All right, Captain. Yang Xiaosu went to the bow platform of the car to be ready to draw her bow and shoot arrows, or directly use the crossbow platform to shoot. Lu Hao got off the RV looking at the scattered stones in front of the cave and the tire marks pressed down. Just one vehicle. The tire prints are very small, like an ordinary car. No, wait. After what happened last time, Lu Hao no longer believed what his eyes saw. He bent down to touch the ground. Indeed, the shape of the tire marks he touched was completely different from what he saw. It was indeed an illusion, at least 3 different vehicles' tire marks. Lu Hao understood in his heart. If misled by the illusion, thinking the opponent was just an ordinary vehicle and rashly entering the cave, he would likely face a fierce counterattack. However, this situation also indicated that there was more than one person on the other side, and they were still in the cave. Lu Hao took out the judgment revolver, gazing at the pitch-black cave, and after a moment turned back to the heavy truck RV. How is it? Zhou Ning asked. Lu Hao said at least 3 vehicles. The opponent used extraordinary series, means to confuse our vision. I couldn't tell what kind of vehicle it was by touch, but I am sure it won't be low level. Zhou Ning thought for a moment, and said, why don't I go in and take a look? I have an advantage in this type of environment. No, you haven't recovered yet. Ew, I can't let you take risks. Lu Hao said firmly. Zhou Ning smiled gently. All right. Qin Zhao Zhao suggested we can wait here. As soon as they come out, we can control them immediately. My current ability allows me to bind 3 people simultaneously within 100 meters. Her extraordinary series has reached the 2nd tier, and she can bind 3 people simultaneously within 100 meters, pointing to bind whoever she wants, which could terrify any player. Hearing this, Lu Hao shook his head. It's possible that there's an exit on the other side of the cave. Then we'd just be waiting in vain. At that moment, a public announcement from the highway system came through. The ban on private fights has been lifted. Lu Hao smiled. Then there's nothing to worry about. Send the self-destructing drone in to take a look. Lu Hao believed that the opponent's strength must not be weak. Using a drone could not only scout the environment and enemy situation, but also detonate explosives to cause damage when necessary. Although there were only 3 combat drones, using one meant losing one, but when necessary, Lu Hao would not hold back. Perhaps there might be unexpected gains. Lu Hao took out a remote control and guided the drone to fly out from the top of the vehicle, arriving at the cave entrance. The display inside the RV showed the drone's perspective. What the drone captured looks different from what we see, Qin Zhao Zhao suddenly said. Lu Hao and Zhou Ning also noticed. They only saw the tire tracks of one vehicle, but the drone's footage revealed tracks from 3 vehicles. 2 were motorcycle tracks, and 1 was a relatively rare double-wheel track. It should be a dual-wheel balance bike. I have one at home, Qin Zhao Zhao said. So the opponent's extraordinary sequence can deceive the eyes, but not electronic instruments. Zhou Ning said. Lu Hao nodded and controlled the drone to fly into the cave. Inside it was pitch black and the drone's lights turned on as it advanced slowly. The transmitted footage showed that this was an almost straight hole. To be precise, it was a small tunnel. Soon they discovered a light source ahead, and could vaguely see the outlines of several vehicles. Suddenly several beams of light shot over. We've been discovered. Lu Hao decisively controlled the drone to accelerate. Gunfire erupted. Lu Hao immediately maneuvered the drone to evade tactically. Before coming here, he was a member of the university's drone club, and was the best pilot in the club. Faced with the sudden attack, he reacted swiftly, continuously executing various evasive flight maneuvers. The gunfire intensified. Lu Hao simply turned off the drone's lights, and suddenly dove close to the ground, advancing in a serpentine pattern. As the distance closed, the camera also captured the opponent's formation. Zhou Ning leaned closer to the screen. 5 people, 4 vehicles, and even a train. The train had only 2 cars, and looked like an old steam locomotive. The other 3 vehicles were small, 2 were cool wild-looking motorcycles equipped with machine gun modules, and 1 was a dual-wheel balance bike. Liu Hao's gaze sharpened as he controlled the drone to suddenly ascend, dodging a burst of bullets, now only 20 meters away from the opponent. But at that moment the filming camera shook violently. The drone's left front propeller was hit, losing balance. It can still fly. Liu Hao exerted all his effort to control it, squeezing out the last bit of power from the drone. When it was 5 meters away from the opponent, the drone was hit again, and the fuselage could no longer maintain flight. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Hao pressed the red button on the remote. Explode. Boom. The screen went black. A muffled explosion echoed in the cave. Damn! Zhang Xian and Delay reacted quickly, having already hidden inside the train. The huge echo in the cave made their eardrums ring. Debris fell in the cave, and the train shook as well. It took a while to calm down. Delay poked his head out and shone a flashlight around. Damn it, my storm. He jumped out of the train, propping up the motorcycle that had fallen to the ground, furious. The exhaust pipe is dented. And it even chipped paint. Another teammate ran over to lift another motorcycle. Fortunately, my Earth Dragon's exhaust pipe is fine. What kind of broken Earth Dragon do you have? Can it compare to my noble Storm? Delay huffed. The teammate retorted, my vehicle is also tier 3, how can it not compare? Another teammate came running over looking distressed, my balance bike. Delay casually said, tier 2 junk vehicle, useless at all. Oh, I told you to throw it away. What's wrong with tier 2? Just wait until I level up to tier 3 and he'll diss you. Let's see who can outlast. Delay chuckled. Delay Xiaozhong Wu Fan, stop arguing. Zhang Xian walked over, frowning at the mess left by the explosion. Delay Xiaozhong and Wu Fan simultaneously looked at him. Who the hell are you? Zhang Xian. He felt a headache coming on, briefly introducing himself to jog his teammates' memories before seriously stating, our whereabouts have been exposed. The opponent is not an ordinary player. That drone just now had at least 500 grams of TNT equivalent. If they come at us a few more times, we won't be able to withstand it. There's no retreat. Xiaozhong Wu Fan, you have ammunition. You 3 provide cover fire. Delay, prepare for demolition. Yes, Captain. Delay shouldered the explosives and went up. Soon the sound of a violent explosion echoed again, more intense than the drone's explosion, shaking the mountain. At the cave entrance, the heavy-duty RV and off-road vehicle retreated a short distance. Are they blowing it up? Liu Hao looked at the falling debris at the cave entrance, hesitating whether to rush in. The last footage from the drone showed that at the end of the cave was a huge stone door. At that moment, an explosion was heard again, indicating that the opponent was trying to blow up the stone door to open the passage. This tunnel should lead to the other side of the mountain, directly to the warlord's territory. Zhou Ning speculated. Liu Hao nodded, a hidden checkpoint. I'm curious how they discovered this place. Boom. Another explosion was heard, and the mountain trembled again. The mountain is going to collapse, and it's still not resolved, eh? Liu Hao frowned. He had planned to wait for the opponent to blast through the exit before entering, temporarily avoiding conflict to reduce casualties. But given the situation, it was likely that they wouldn't be able to break through. After waiting a while without any more explosions, Liu Hao suddenly said, the opponent might be giving up, stay alert. The heavy-duty RV's machine gun on the roof aimed at the cave entrance. Yang Xiaosu stood on top of the off-road vehicle, adjusting the crossbow platform, ready to shoot at any moment. Soon the distinctive clattering sound of the train moving echoed from the cave. They're coming out, Liu Hao said, focusing and alert. They're about to exit the cave. On the steam train, Zhang Xian controlled the train and said in a deep voice, wait and see the situation. If the opponent is not strong, just crush them and quickly resolve the battle. If they are too strong, we'll talk it out, understand? Understood, Captain. Delay and the others replied, loading their firearms. Soon the steam train approached the cave entrance. Suddenly the bullet exclaimed, heavy-duty RV. It's Liu Hao. Zhang Xian did not hesitate and shouted loudly, Captain Liu, don't shoot. We mean bang. Before he finished speaking, a bullet pierced through the thick armor of the train's front, embedding itself in the backrest of his seat. Zhang Xian broke out in a cold sweat. His Tier 3 train had a defense rating of 120 points, easily able to withstand attacks from Tier 3 bizarre monsters. Yet it was effortlessly penetrated by the enemy's bullet. Looking up at the heavy-duty RV with its ominous gun muzzle aimed at him and the terrifying crossbow platform on the off-road vehicle beside it, Zhang Xian could already imagine the train being turned into a honeycomb. This fire beacon team had such fierce firepower. Zhang Xian even believed that his prideful double-section train would likely not be able to crash through the opponent's heavy-duty RV. So unable to resist, they must speak properly. Name. Liu Hao's voice came through. Zhang Xian replied without hesitation, as he was least afraid of self-introductions, although he was somewhat annoyed by it. After all, others would forget him once they got to know him, and the next time they met he would be a stranger again, so there was nothing to worry about. You are Zhang Xian. The unassuming man who appeared to immediately yield so ordinary that he could easily be forgotten was the vehicle was a level 3 double-section steam train. Besides Zhang Xian, there were 4 other teammates. Inside the second carriage of the train, 2 futuristic motorcycles were parked, clearly also level 3 vehicles along with a transformed balancing scooter. When Lu Hao looked at the bottom of the steam train, he finally understood why there were no tracks or traces of the train's passage through the cave. This steam train actually had its own tracks, and they were floating. The tracks could extend wherever the train went. Lu Hao couldn't help but feel a bit envious. If he could integrate this steam train, his vehicle would surely gain unexpected upgraded attributes. What are you doing in there? Lu Hao asked coldly. This cave is a passage to the warlord's territory. There is a stone door at the other end that we cannot open. Zhang Xian was unconcerned about revealing the matter of the passage. After all, they couldn't blow open that stone door. Increasing the amount of explosives might work, but it would likely collapse the passage. Captain Lu, we have no grievances. There's no need for a life-or-death struggle. We won't interfere with this passage, so please let us leave peacefully. Zhang Xian's survival principle was to never take risks. Even if there was only a 1% chance of failure, he would decisively choose to retreat. Let alone Lu Hao's team, which dared to confront the 4 major gangs hidden. Zhang Xian only wanted to remain inconspicuous and quietly amass wealth. At that moment, Lu Hao's voice came again. Name? Zhang Xian. He sighed helplessly. Captain Lu, my name is Zhang Xian. We have no grievances, and we mean no harm. Let us leave now, please be lenient. Lu Hao interrupted him. Are you Zhang Xian, the one ranked 4th on the leaderboard? Yielding so unconvincingly, your attitude is problematic. Zhang Xian was left speechless, thinking to himself, hadn't I just said that once? I had already exhausted my emotions the first time. How could my attitude not have issues now? However, he knew this wasn't Lu Hao's fault. Let me ask you something. How did you discover this cave? Lu Hao suddenly inquired. Zhang Xian answered honestly. It's from an information pouch, dropped by a ghost owl. Ghost owls are like owls that occasionally fly by from high altitudes, and we were lucky enough to catch one. Information pouches can reveal hidden clues. That's good news. Lu Hao hadn't noticed this detail. Zhou Ning said. I have seen an owl at the time. I thought it was an ordinary bird and didn't attack, so I ignored. Zhang Xian cautiously asked, Captain Lu, can we leave now? Lu Hao looked back at the steam train, pondering for 2 seconds. Name? Zhang Xian. All right, you can go. After some back and forth, once he confirmed that no useful information could be extracted, Lu Hao allowed Zhang Xian and the others to leave. In fact, he could remember Zhang Xian. He was doing this on purpose to make the other party think he would be forgotten like everyone else. Zhang Xian felt as if he had been granted amnesty, quickly controlling the steam train to make a turn and speed away. Lu Hao did not take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He could kill, but it was uncertain whether the other side had other means. Their main goal now was the warlord leader, and they had to conserve their strength to the greatest extent possible. His vehicle has strong maneuverability and leaves no trace, if only it could be quieter. Zhou Ning said. Yes, Zhang Xian is timid and cautious with low presence, making him easy to overlook. He is a tricky character we need to watch out for in the future. Lu Hao withdrew his gaze and looked towards the cave entrance. Qin Zhaozhao furrowed her brow. Who is Zhang Xian? Captain, can you remember him? Lu Hao smiled. Yes, I can remember, but he doesn't know I can, which is our advantage. All right, let's go check the cave. Xiao Su will lead the way. Stay alert behind us for ambushes. Understood, Captain. Niu into the cave. Lu Hao commanded as the heavy trucks slowly entered the cave. Yang Xiao Su followed closely in the off-road vehicle, occasionally checking for movements behind. The tunnel was over 200 meters long, and before long they reached the end. Indeed, there was a heavy stone door marked with traces of explosive damage. Clearly Zhang Xian and his team had put in considerable effort, but had been unable to blow open the stone door. Zhou Ning got out of the vehicle, approached the stone door, and knocked with her armor-piercing blade, then said, It's hard granite, at least over a meter thick. No wonder it can't be blown open. Yang Xiao Su shone a flashlight. With a door this big, could there be some mechanism, or does it need a key to open? A key. Lu Hao's mind stirred, recalling the black iron key that had been dropped in the arena. He immediately said, A Ning Zhaozhao, check if there's a keyhole on the door. All right. Zhou Ning and Qin Zhaozhao each searched up and down on either side. Yang Xiao Su helped by holding the light, puzzled. But even if we find a keyhole, it won't work without a key. Captain, do you have lockpicking skills? No, but I have a key. Lu Hao pulled out the black iron key. Yang Xiao Su exclaimed in surprise. Wow, Captain, you actually have a key. Are you good friends with the warlord leader? Lu Hao chuckled. Don't joke around, I need to go steal from them now. Qin Zhaozhao pointed at a spot 3 meters above the ground on the stone door. Lu Hao stepped forward and handed the key to Qin Zhaozhao. This key was obtained from the arena. I'm not sure if it opens this door, but give it a try. Qin Zhao Zhao carefully inserted the key into the keyhole. It fits perfectly and went in. She tried to turn it. Click. With a crisp sound, the stone door trembled violently. Then a gap opened in the middle, and the stone door slowly parted to the sides. Warm wind rushed in, carrying a faint scent of something burnt. To Lu Hao and the others' surprise, this place turned out to be a high ground offering a view of half the town. And as their vision cleared, Lu Hao couldn't help but gasp. After Lu Hao and the others exited the cave, the stone door slowly closed behind them. However, the sight before them left them utterly astonished. Yang Xiaosu, with the best eyesight among them, whispered in shock, "Heavens, there are so many skeleton monsters." Below them, amidst the large charred ruins, eerie creatures were densely packed, with the majority being white skeletons alongside secondary-level black skeletons, secondary-level earth owls, and even third-level red earth owls and golden skeletons. At a rough glance, there were at least tens of thousands. What was even more alarming was that these eerie creatures were armed. The white skeletons wielded bows, the black and golden skeletons held firearms, and some even carried mortars and shouldered RPGs. All the eerie monsters were facing the other end of the small town. They were on high alert. If Lu Hao and the others had not taken the shortcut, they would have been confronted with a direct assault from these tens of thousands of eerie creatures. Although most of them were first-level white skeletons, even a swarm of ants could take down an elephant, not to mention these eerie monsters exhibited a clear sense of military discipline. "Fortunately, we have a shortcut and came around to the back," Yang Xiaosu said, relieved. "Yes, with so many eerie monsters, how could we possibly kill them all? With just 10,000 players facing tens of thousands of soldiers, that scene is unimaginable," Qin Zhao Zhao chimed in. She specialized in control, but could currently only control 3 at a time. Had she not followed Lu Hao, she would have found it very difficult to survive in such a situation. Zhou Ning suddenly said, "Something is approaching. Danger." Without hesitation, Lu Hao replied, "Xiaosu, prepare to shoot." "Okay." Yang Xiaosu had already made it to the top of the vehicle, drawing her bow. With her keen eyesight, she was the first to spot the enemy. It's a person dressed in a black robe and hat, can't see their face, 200 meters away. So fast. In the midst of speaking, she had already shot 3 arrows in quick succession, the arrows forming a triangular pattern almost indistinguishable from one another, but upon reaching the target, they were effortlessly deflected by the opponent. Lu Hao also saw this, and at the same time the 4 of them received a notification from the road system. Warlord Leader, a level 4 eerie monster possessing steel claws akin to a wolverine, and an extremely strong, self-healing ability, along with formidable melee capabilities, attack power, 240, defense power, 280. Warlord Leader. The 4 of them simultaneously gasped in shock. They had only just arrived without even having a sip of water, and had already attracted the boss. There was no room for any buffer. Couldn't they at least send a few minor monsters to charge in first? Seeing the information from the road system, Lu Hao realized this was likely the strongest eerie monster they had encountered. With an attack power of 240, Lu Hao's heavy truck had a defense of only 180, which was inadequate. A defense of 280 could only be countered by Yang Xiaosu's crossbow, but it required 3 arrows to stack critical damage. As thoughts raced through his mind, the Warlord Leader was already within 100 meters. Without hesitation, Lu Hao activated the KPV heavy machine gun's rapid-fire mode. The battlefield meat grinder roared to life for the first time, flames spewing from the gun's muzzle as dozens of 14.5 caliber bullets shot forth, targeting the Warlord Leader. At the same time, Yang Xiaosu's arrows swiftly flew out. However, this creature's reaction speed was astonishingly quick, and it seemed to possess a high level of evasive tactical ability, dodging most of the bullets and arrows with agile movements. Its formidable defense and self-healing capabilities also meant it was minimally affected when struck. "Let's see whether you can dodge faster than the bullets." Lu Hao sat in the driver's seat, firmly targeting the increasingly approaching Warlord Leader, controlling the machine gun to fire relentlessly. "Captain, it has entered my control range," Qin Zhao Zhao said. Zhou Ning stood at the car door ready to jump out and engage the Warlord Leader in close combat. When the Warlord Leader got close enough, the heavy machine gun and arrows would be ineffective. That would be her moment to strike. Lu Hao calmly said, "Not yet, let's first take down half of its health. It's already been hit, and Xiaosu's arrows have dealt damage. Xiaosu, don't shoot for now. It'll create some distance to draw its fire. You circle around and shoot from the side. Oh no, it's heading your way. This creature has a brain." The Warlord Leader suddenly veered, charging directly at Yang Xiaosu's off-road vehicle. "So you're picking on the soft targets, huh?" "Humph." Yang Xiaosu put away her bow, resting her hands on the crossbow's firing lever, aiming, and then releasing. A 2-meter-long arrow shot forth like a spear. The Warlord Leader likely realized that this arrow was not as lethal as the heavy machine gun's firepower, and only one shot was coming, thus it chose to dodge the bullets and take the arrow heat in. Swish! The massive arrow struck its shoulder, tearing open a wound, but it was swiftly knocked aside. Seeing this, Liu Hao changed his strategy. The heavy machine gun was not focused on hitting, but on restricting the warlord leader's movement, allowing Yang Xiao's arrows to better find their mark. The crossbow's single-shot attack power was 120 and each hit could stack an additional 60 of explosive damage. Hitting 3 arrows would trigger a 300 explosive damage value. The warlord leader's defense was 280. As long as the explosive value accumulated sufficiently, it would definitely suffer a heavy blow. Swish! The second massive arrow shot out with a whistling sound, hitting again. The warlord leader struggled to shove the long arrow aside. At this moment, it realized something was amiss and executed a tactical evasion maneuver, slipping behind a large rock before the third arrow could be fired. Indeed, it has a brain unlike other eerie monsters that only know how to charge forward. Liu Hao fired a few more shots. By now he had already fired 200 rounds. That pesky creature has hidden away. Oh, I can only resort to using the explosive drone now, Liu Hao planned. Yang Xiaosu suddenly said, "Captain, I can see its shadow." Although the warlord leader was obstructed by the large rock, a vague shadow peeked out from the side. "Shoot it," Liu Hao commanded. Yang Xiaosu had already experienced practical combat in the arena. Shooting at the shadow caused more damage than hitting the body, increasing lethality by 50, which meant 150 points of damage, comparable to Liu Hao's KPV heavy machine gun. The damage was insufficient to break through its defenses, but it would definitely hurt. Swish! An arrow accurately struck the warlord leader's shadow. Roar! The warlord leader was stunned, wondering where the attack had come from. Clearly it hadn't been hit. Just like before, it felt pain without being struck by an arrow. Then another arrow. Roar! It was furious. How could it be hit, even when it was so well hidden? This was absurd. At this rate, it would be ground down to death. It stopped dodging, and with a roll charged forward again. Bang! A heavy machine gun bullet struck its forehead, knocking off its hat, and revealing a head that resembled that of a desiccated corpse. Like the skeleton monsters, its eye sockets contained 2 flames, though they were a ghostly purple. At this moment, the purple flames flickered violently, pouring out from its eye sockets. It was utterly enraged. Liu Hao calmly commanded, "The opportunity has come, Zhao Zhao." "Okay." Qin Zhao Zhao quickly reached out, murmuring, "Bind." 2 seconds. 2 seconds are enough. Yang Xiaosu loosed the third long arrow from her crossbow turret. The warlord commander, immobilized and unable to evade, recoiled in shock, yet had no escape. He could only watch helpless as the arrow pierced his heart. The next instant, explosive damage detonated. Boom. His chest erupted violently, flesh and bones scattering outward. The flames in his eye sockets flickered dimly before he toppled backward. Even his formidable regenerative ability could not mend such catastrophic injury. Roar! A guttural, defiant roar tore from his throat. For from beginning to end, he never closed the distance. His overwhelming close combat prowess remained utterly unspent. His steel claws never breached the enemy's armor, never rent their flesh. In the next breath, a torrential hail of heavy machine gun fire engulfed him entirely. Liu Hao continued firing, 100 rounds in total, before finally ceasing once the spoils scattered across the ground came into view. Mental energy, 50, 40, 160. Another substantial drain, yet every drop was sacrificed for maximal loot yield. Gritting through the disorienting fatigue of mental exhaustion, Liu Hao maneuvered the armored RV within 10 meters and activated auto-collection. Several items materialized upon the cargo floor. Tier IV ignition chip upgrades Tier 3 vehicles to Tier IV. Soul Crystal Pendant advances 1 tier in the Transcendent sequence, ineffective at Tier IV. Unlimited uses. Worn, it accelerates mental energy recovery. Mid-tier Genetic Enhancement Serum 4 increases overall physical aptitude by 40 points. Focus Serum 2. Gene Lock Catalyst 2. Boss drops always deliver abundance. Simultaneously, Liu Hao received a system notification from the Highway Network. Congratulations on completing the Warlord Commander Elimination Quest. Awarded 1000 credits. Liu Hao 582010 credits, rank 1 on leaderboard. For Liu Hao, an additional 1000 credits held little weight. He led the leaderboard by an unassailable margin. Gazing at the spoils, Liu Hao called out, "Xiaosu, come aboard." "On my way." Yang Xiaosu leapt down from the off-road vehicle and entered the RV. "So many extraordinary items," she exclaimed, eyes alight with delight. Liu Hao smiled faintly and said, "Fortune favored us. We completed the objective ahead of schedule. Had we charged headlong into battle, eliminating the Warlord Commander amidst tens of thousands would have been far less certain. They had taken a hidden trail. A frontal assault would have forced them not only to contend with legions of grotesque anomalies, but also to compete with rival player factions, compounded by the commander's extraordinary resilience." Liu Hao continued, 4 vials of mid-tier Genetic Enhancement Serum, 1 for each of us. Focus Serum and Gene Lock Catalyst go to Xiaosu and Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao, you just deployed yours, yet I still don't know your Transcendent Sequence's name. Soulbound Chains, Zhao Zhao replied. It manifests invisible restraints capable of binding targets. The stronger the target, the briefer the hold. At Tier II, I can project 3 chains. Upon ascending to Tier 3, I expect greater quantity, and the chains will inflict psychic disruption, inducing dizziness. By fully revealing her transcendent sequence, Zhao Zhao signaled complete trust in the team. An exceptionally formidable ability. You were pivotal in that engagement. Lu Hao praised her, then asked, how much mental energy did that expenditure cost? 80 points. My current cap stands at 200. Zhao Zhao answered. 200. Remarkable. You surpass even me. Lu Hao murmured, astonished. Yang Xiaosu sighed wistfully. I'm only at 100. Zhao Zhao, what did you eat? Zhou Ning added softly. I'm at 100 too. It's the Soulbound Chain's passive bonus, Zhao Zhao explained. Ah, I see. Lu Hao nodded, recalling his own fortune manipulation skill also conferred a mental energy cap increase. Wear the Soul Crystal Pendant for now. It will accelerate your mental energy recovery. The Soul Crystal Pendant was exceedingly rare, while Soul Crystal Shards elevated transcendent sequences from Tier to Tier II. The pendant enabled advancement beyond that, up 1 full tier. Thus, until they reached Tier IV, Soul Crystal Shards would be unnecessary, a tremendous simplification. More crucially, its accelerated mental energy regeneration conferred immense advantage to both Lu Hao and Zhao Zhao. But Captain expended heavily just now. Please wear it yourself, Zhao Zhao offered gently. Lu Hao smiled. Then let me test its effect. As he fastened the pendant around his neck, a wave of cool serenity washed over his mind. After careful observation, he declared delighted, 1 point per minute. Under normal conditions, recovery stood at 1 point per 5 minutes. The pendant amplified that rate 5-fold. With his 160-point reserve, Lu Hao's mental energy would replenish fully in just over 2 hours. A truly exceptional artifact. Paired with clarity pills, mental depletion is no longer a concern. Nor will I need anyone to press my temples anymore. Yang Xiaosu muttered quietly, yet her words carried clearly. Zhao Zhao tilted her head curiously. Press whose temples? Zhou Ning offered a knowing, faintly mischievous smile. Indeed, she too had pressed temples, though hers was lower, Xiaosu's higher. Lu Hao replied with solemn composure. Excessive mental exertion. Xiaosu assists with therapeutic massage to relieve tension. He glanced briefly at Zhou Ning, an image flashing unbidden in his mind. Oh, Zhao Zhao murmured, nodding slowly. Yet something about the exchange lingered subtly. Ask you. Clearing his throat, Lu Hao announced, let's inventory our haul, then find a secure location to rest. The spoils were rich: 1 Tier IV ignition chip, 1 Soul Crystal Pendant, 4 vials of mid-tier genetic enhancement serum, 2 vials of focus serum, and 2 doses of Genlock Catalyst. 1 vial each of focus serum and Genlock Catalyst went to Yang Xiaosu, advancing her Genlock to Tier and elevating her mental energy to Spirit Seal Tier. The 4 vials of mid-tier genetic serum were distributed evenly, 1 per person. Meanwhile, Lu Hao and Zhou Ning used the Soul Crystal Pendant to elevate their transcendent sequences to Tier II. Name: Yang Xiaosu. Account balance: 836. Overall physical aptitude: 140 Genlock Tier I. Mental energy: 100 Spirit Seal Tier I. Transcendent sequence: Litan Shadow Archer Tier II, 321,000. Litan Shadow Archer Tier II sharply enhances vision, neural response, and mobility. Single arrow damage 100, shadow target damage 150. Thus, Lu Hao gained intimate insight into the physical and spiritual profiles of his 3 remarkable teammates. Name: Zhou Ning. Account balance: 1683. Overall physical aptitude: 140 Genlock Tier I. Mental energy: 120 Spirit Seal Tier I. Transcendent sequence: Celestial Official Shadow Bat Tier II 01000. Celestial Official Shadow Bat Tier II sonar perception greatly enhances neural response and agility. Enables wall climbing regardless of terrain. Conjures 2 ephemeral duplicates lasting 1 minute. Name: Qin Zhao Zhao. Account balance: 335. Overall physical aptitude: 140 Genlock Tier I. Mental energy: 42200 Spirit Seal Tier I. Transcendent sequence: Soulbound Chains Tier II 801,000. Soulbound Chains Tier II projects 3 invisible restraints within 100-meter radius. Effective range of restraint: 3 meters. Lu Hao's personal combat capabilities had likewise ascended, especially his gun fu, now augmented by an entirely new technique. Lu Hao took another look at his personal attribute panel. Name: Lu Hao. Account balance: 146,758. Comprehensive physique: 140 Genlock Stage 1. Mental power: 15160 Divine Soul Stage 1. Extraordinary sequence: Vehicle Symbiosis, Luck Manipulation, Gunfighting Technique Stage 2. Gunfighting Technique Stage 2 merges shooting and combat skills, increasing shooting accuracy, dynamic vision, and neural reactions threefold. Stage 2 grants the ability to curve bullets, controlling the trajectory by up to 30 degrees 0100. As for the backpack, Liu Hao had only the Judgment revolver and Barrett sniper rifle along with sufficient ammunition, plus some emergency water and food. Seeing the new skill granted by Stage 2 of the gunfighting technique, Liu Hao couldn't help but smile. The anti-Japanese war drama does not deceive me. Making bullets curve is indeed possible. He was already eager to try it out. At this point, the strength of Liu Hao and his team of 4 firmly placed them in the top tier of Highway 1688. Next, it was time for vehicle upgrades. Liu Hao had ample resources at hand, including 2 level 4 fire seed chips. He could synthesize them himself for upgrading, but he decided to first give them to Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning or Zhao Zhao. There was also a vial of gene lock agent and a concentration potion, which were still scarce at this stage. Liu Hao planned to hold on to them for a while to see if he could sell them for a good price. After a dozen minutes, Liu Hao and his team found a relatively concealed spot where they could see the entirety of the warlord's territory shielded by rocks, so they didn't have to worry about being discovered. Well, wait here. Once the warlord's territory unlocks with our points, we should be able to secure a place in the top 10. If there aren't any other benefits to gain, well, just wait until the time runs out. As Liu Hao spoke, he took off the soul crystal pendant from his neck and put it around Qin Zhao Zhao's neck. I've recovered most of my mental power. You can use this. If I need it again, I'll come find you. Qin Zhao Zhao nodded slightly and softly said, "Thank you, Captain. Xiaosu, please prepare lunch." "Sure thing." Yang Xiaosu, the most enthusiastic about food, immediately opened the fridge, her finger on her lips. "What should we have for lunch? How about hot pot?" This suggestion received unanimous approval. "Ning, you should take a nap first. You've exhausted too much energy fighting against Liang Mingyue," Liu Hao said. "Okay." Zhou Ning lay down in the blanket. "Ning, don't you nap?" Qin Zhao Zhao asked curiously. "Just a quick rest. I actually prefer lying in bed, but many times I can't help myself." Zhou Ning glanced at Liu Hao. Liu Hao sensed her gaze and felt a wave of yearning, thinking that if the RV upgraded to level 4, he would definitely arrange for a 3-bedroom apartment so that everyone could have their own private room to sneak into. "They'll help prepare lunch," Qin Zhao Zhao said as she approached the kitchen counter to assist with the hot pot ingredients. Liu Hao had nothing else to do, so he took a bottle of drink, sat on the sofa, and began to browse the chat channel. The ban on private duels had been lifted, and the situation was already a chaotic mess. As expected, the Road Warriors gang was besieged by 2 major factions. Li Qiandong and Zhang Lingxiao, who had been cheated, were acting like madmen chasing Road Ming for half a town, beating the Road Warriors gang to pieces. Many of the gang members either died or fled, while Road Ming's vehicle was destroyed and his body was severely injured, currently missing. However, the town was not that big. Li Qiandong and Zhang Lingxiao were clearly insistent on not letting things go, so it was only a matter of time before they dragged him out. Liu Hao felt it was a pity. After all, Road Ming's level 3 vehicle would have been great for synthesis and upgrades, yet it was destroyed just like that. Li Qiandong seemed dissatisfied and began to provoke Liu Hao in the chat channel. "Liu, you're next. Clean your neck and wait to be slaughtered." Then Zhang Lingxiao popped up to retort, "Liu Hao is under my protection. Li Qiandong, if you dare touch him, my iron cavalry will trample you, road bully." Li Qiandong angrily shouted, "What the hell? Aren't we allies?" Zhang Lingxiao chuckled, "For now, yes, because we have a common enemy. But Liu Hao is my friend, and a friend's enemy is an enemy. Li Qiandong, you're in big trouble now." Li Qiandong was so enraged that he almost laughed, contemplating whether to eliminate this guy first. To make matters worse, Liang Mingyue also chimed in. "Liu, how didn't you say you could beat me with a vehicle? My injury isn't healed yet, but do you dare to fight me with a vehicle?" She was very unhappy about losing to Zhou Ning, but was convinced that her vehicle was invincible, mainly because she was still eyeing Liu Hao's points. After all, her points were currently 0. Zhang Lingxiao appeared again, this time his tone less forceful. "Brother Liu, you know the Ice Flame Queen is my goddess. I can't side with either of you in a fight." Liu Hao chose to ignore them. These people had no idea about the situation on the other side of the town, where tens of thousands of bizarre monsters were waiting for them, yet they still had the energy to kill each other. At that moment, someone suddenly said in the chat channel, Liu Hao's points suddenly increased by 1,000. The chat channel erupted into chaos. 1,000 points all at once. Where did that come from? The casino and the hotel haven't opened yet, the amusement park and the gladiatorial arena. They've been cleared, the entire town has been searched. Where else could there be points to gain? Could it be from winning a challenge in the gladiatorial arena? Impossible. I'm at the gladiatorial arena and didn't see him. Liu, please share your secret. Save my life. I'm ranked over 3,000. I'm over 6,000. I'm doomed. Haha. What are you thinking? This is 1,000 points. If there were such places, do you think it would be easier than the amusement park and the gladiatorial arena? One after another, they were both afraid of dying and unwilling to take risks while wanting a share. How could such good fortune exist? On the other side, Zhang Xian and his team were hiding in an abandoned stadium. Captain, didn't Liu Hao and the others go into the cave? Could there be hidden points in there that we haven't discovered? Delay asked, puzzled. Zhang Xian shook his head. Impossible, we've checked the entire passage. There are no forks or mechanisms, only the keyhole on the stone door. Wait, the key. Could it be that Lu Hao and the others had the key, and then opened the stone door, reached the warlord's territory, and eliminated the warlord leader? How could that be? Lu Hao even asked us about the situation in the passage, proving he was unaware beforehand. Even if he did know, the warlord leader wouldn't be so easy to deal with. How long has it been? I just don't believe it. There's nothing impossible. Zhang Xian suddenly stood up, pacing back and forth, then decisively said, "Let's go, we need to check the passage again." Soon the steam train arrived at the passage entrance, and the tracks indicated that Lu Hao and the others had already gone in. "Let's go in." Zhang Xian directed the steam train into the passage, arriving at the end shortly after. The stone door was still closed, but there were obvious signs of having been opened. The key was taken away. Damn it, they're burning the bridge after crossing the river. Delay cursed. Zhang Xian's expression was also dark. "I sent Lu Hao a private message. Damn, this guy has his private messages turned off, though I can only contact him through friend requests." He was incredibly frustrated. First of all, this was a place he discovered. Secondly, they had worked hard to pry open the entrance of the stone door. They thought they couldn't open the exit stone door, and reluctantly chose to retreat, mainly believing the other side couldn't open it either. Who would have thought that guy actually had the key? It felt like a cooked duck flew away, turning back to make a face at him. However, given Zhang Xian's character, even if he knew Lu Hao had the key, he would not pursue it. He would still choose to let it go. Preserving his life was the most important, even if it meant just surviving. Zhang Xian lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and sighed deeply. "We can only say we were not destined for this. Damn it. Cheers." In the heavy-duty RV, Lu Hao and three beautiful women raised their glasses high, clinking them above the steaming hot pot. This rare moment of leisure allowed them to do nothing before the military territory was unsealed. They feasted on a spicy hot pot and drank ice-cold beer. Lu Hao and Zhou Ning could handle the spice well, but Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhaozhao struggled, their little mouths turning red from the heat, forcing them to drink more. These two girls were also lightweight drinkers, and after just a couple of glasses their cheeks flushed adorably. Yang Xiaosu spoke a bit slurred as she raised her glass. "Captain, I want to toast you. If it weren't for you, I might still be a pitiful little thing lost in the wilderness." Her beautiful eyes seemed to mist over clear, yet somewhat dazed. "I was really scared of those bizarre monsters. At first, even my hand trembled while drawing the bow. Fortunately, I met you who didn't bully me or deceive me, but treated me as a teammate. So, I toast you a drink to you." Lu Hao pressed down her glass and smiled. "Don't drink anymore, you'll get drunk. Let's eat something first. We can take our time to eat and drink." Yang Xiaosu pouted him. "No way. I have to drink this cup. Can you drink with me?" "Let her drink. If she gets drunk, she can sleep. There's no danger now." Zhou Ning smiled. Lu Hao replied, "All right then, I'll drink another cup." He picked up his glass and clinked it with hers. Yang Xiaosu beamed, downing her beer. Then she leaned on the table, babbling, "I really like the captain. Ew, I want to be with him forever." After a moment of silence, Lu Hao gently replied, "You will." Zhou Ning poured wine into his glass. Lu Hao smiled at her. "Will you always be with me?" Zhou Ning chuckled lightly. "I'm not drunk yet." "Captain." Qin Zhaozhao also raised her glass timidly, saying, "I want to toast you too. Is that okay?" She was also a bit tipsy, her cheeks flushed with a charming glow, and her eyes sparkled. "Of course. But you should drink less, or you'll end up like Xiaosu, passed out on the table." Lu Hao smiled. "I'm not afraid, or if I get drunk, you and Sister Ning will protect me." She lowered her gaze softly, saying, "If it weren't for you, I might still be running around." She recalled being chased by Li Qiandong and Lu Deming, who seemed like two wolves with ulterior motives lusting after her. In the amusement park, when Lu Hao held her hand and shielded her behind him, she had already made her decision. "No need to say more, I understand." Lu Hao clinked glasses with her. Qin Zhaozhao smiled like a blooming flower, then tilted her head back and drank it all, with a few drops of beer sliding down her lips to her slender neck, disappearing into her chest. Lu Hao stared blankly for a moment, quickly downing his drink. "Cough, let's eat. By the way," Yang Xiaosu suddenly raised her head, her face full of drunken innocence. "Sister Ning, didn't you say you would teach us some skills?" Lu Hao felt a stir in his heart. Zhou Ning looked at him with a strange expression, smiling. "You want to learn now?" "Yes, I want to learn." Yang Xiaosu nodded earnestly. Qin Zhaozhao softly said, "I want to learn too. Is that okay?" Lu Hao almost answered for Zhou Ning. Where could he find such eager learners? Hurry and teach them. Zhou Ning's cheeks flushed, giving him a glare. She thought for a moment and said, "It's not the right time yet, as I'm not very skilled myself. Once I'm proficient, I'll teach you properly, okay?" Okay," Qin Zhaozhao replied obediently. "Just don't forget, okay?" Yang Xiaosu fell asleep again. Before long, Qin Zhaozhao also got drunk. Lu Hao carried them to bed, ensuring they slept well. "It seems like we haven't had a good sleep in days. Let's rest well." He tucked the two of them in. Only he and Zhou Ning remained at the table. Zhou Ning seemed to handle her alcohol, while her smile now infused with a flirtatious charm, completely shedding her usual cool demeanor. You got them all drunk. Are you planning something inappropriate? Lu Hao looked at the sleeping Yang Xiaosu, and Qin Zhaozhao pretending to be unaffected as a lie. No, I can't take advantage of others, or I'd really be a rogue. Zhou Ning supported herself on her elbow, tilting her head, and chuckling lightly. I mean, are you planning something inappropriate towards me? Lu Hao opened his mouth, glanced at Yang Xiaosu, and Qin Zhaozhao, then reached out to wrap his arms around her waist, suddenly kissing her. Zhou Ning didn't expect him to be so proactive. Her eyes widened in surprise, her lashes fluttering, then she slowly closed her eyes, entwining with him. After a long time, Lu Hao leaned close to her ear and said, didn't you just say your skills aren't proficient enough? How about practicing a bit more? Zhou Ning exhaled warm breath, her tone flirtatious. Don't you want me to practice something else? Lu Hao swallowed hard. Under the influence of alcohol, the heat in his heart could no longer be contained. He pulled her into his embrace. After a passionate exchange of lips, he carried her to the sofa. Zhou Ning glanced at the sleeping Yang Xiaosu, and Qin Zhaozhao, her face flushed as she softly said, be a bit quieter and hurry up. It would be troublesome if you wake them up. It would be very awkward then. Lu Hao leaned closer to her. How about I wake them up and pour them a few more drinks so they sleep deeper? You know, Zhou Ning playfully pouted, lightly slapping him. Looking at her shy and charming appearance, Lu Hao could no longer restrain himself and covered her with his body. Every player along Highway 1688 was searching for Lu Hao, desperate to uncover the source of his sudden 100-point surge. Zhang Lingxiao had added him as a friend and sent multiple messages, yet received no reply. He and Li Qiandong had scoured nearly half the town, finding neither Lu Ming nor the Beacon Fire team. It's understandable that Lu Ming is missing. Even without gear, he could bury himself underground. But how could Lu Hao and his group vanish? Their massive RV truck and off-road vehicle are impossible to hide. Zhang Lingxiao remained utterly baffled. And even if he found Lu Hao, he would never tell Li Qiandong. That man rampaged through the town in a tank, hellbent on killing both Lu Ming and Lu Hao, like a bull injected with raving adrenaline. Meanwhile, Lu Hao was blissfully immersed in life's deepest truths, unwilling to pull himself out. Captain, could it be possible that Lu Hao's group has already crossed over to the far side of the town? Chun Zhong suddenly asked. Leaning against his level 3 motorcycle, Zhang Lingxiao offered him a cigarette and said, isn't that side still sealed off? The gray mist blocking the way is toxic. No one dares enter it. Chun Zhong accepted the cigarette, lit it first for Zhang Lingxiao with his lighter, then smiled faintly. We're merely eliminating impossibilities. The remaining guess is simply the most plausible. True enough. It's the likeliest scenario. Lu Hao possesses the blessed body of the divine lottery. He might genuinely have discovered a hidden path. How enviable. He may well seize the prize before us. Zhang Lingxiao wasn't furious, only wistful. If only they'd join our guild. We'd trample the Road Tyrant Alliance and the Red Flower Society beneath our feet, and stride down Highway 1688 unchallenged. Chun Zhong took a drag. Captain, shall we continue hunting Lu Ming? Yes, we must. That scheming bastard must be eliminated. Leaving him alive would breed endless peril. Zhang Lingxiao declared resolutely. A smile flickered across Chun Zhong's face as he casually added, then let me handle him when we catch him. I'll end him myself. Oh, do you hold a grudge against him too? Zhang Lingxiao asked. Chun Zhong nodded. Before joining our Cyber Iron Riders, I nearly died at his hands. Luckily both me and Rat survived. Ah, I see. Then he's yours. I'll hold Li Qiandong back, and the final bullet will be yours. Zhang Lingxiao said magnanimously. Thank you, Captain. Chun Zhong replied gratefully. Brothers among brothers. No need for formalities, Zhang Lingxiao said, exhaling smoke that vanished instantly in the wind. He frowned. The wind's grown stronger. Damn, nearly choked me. Space-capable vehicles are superior, sheltered from wind and rain. Unlike our motorcycles battered by sun and storm, offering no place to rest. Actually, we could recruit players with cargo trucks, those with shipping containers. They can park motorcycles inside and serve as mobile resting quarters. Chun Zhong suggested. Zhang Lingxiao's eyes lit up. A brilliant idea. This is now your responsibility. Understood, Captain, Chun Zhong replied with a smile. Over an hour later, afternoon had fallen and the sky beyond the town grew ominously darker. Yang Xiaosu stirred awake, finding herself nestled in soft bedding beside Qin Zhaozhao. I thought I was hugging the captain, she murmured, releasing her grip and sitting up. Spotting Lu Hao, she added shyly, Captain, where's Sister Ning? Lu Hao sat on the sofa savoring his earlier conversation with Zhou Ning while pondering life's ultimate meaning. He replied, she's showering. Oh, then I'll shower after her. I reek of alcohol. And the sheets need washing too. Yang Xiaosu stuck out her tongue, embarrassed. I really shouldn't drink again. It's fine, Lu Hao smiled. We constantly face peril. Moments like this, rare and tranquil, deserve gentle indulgence. Privately, he thought drinking is excellent. If you hadn't all gotten drunk, I'd never have had the chance to exercise. He'd never imagined that Zhou Ning, so aloof and serene on the surface, would transform entirely in intimacy radiating fiery passion. Qin Zhaozhao also awoke. Hearing this, her guilt softened slightly. She smiled tenderly at Lu Hao, threw back the covers, summoned her winged avatar, and floated lightly off the bed. How convenient, to fly freely. I want one too. Yang Xiaosu sighed enviously. She'd begun to resent her own vehicle, yearning only to stay aboard Lu Hao's RV. Yet she knew such thoughts were unworthy. Her level 3 off-road vehicle held formidable combat power and could greatly support Lu Hao. Zhou Ning emerged from the shower, unprepared for Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhaozhao's early awakening. Dressed casually in Lu Hao's shirt barely covering her hips, revealing long, elegant legs as she stepped out, towel drying her hair. Lu Hao's gaze froze. Life's profound questions evaporated instantly. Wow, Sister Ning! Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhaozhao exclaimed in unison. Then both turned toward Lu Hao. Lu Hao mimicked their tone. Wow, Sister Ning. Zhou Ning blushed faintly and playfully chided. None of you behave properly. Soon we'll resume battle, so I'm dressing comfortably while we still can. No need for such dramatic reactions. She strode forward unself-consciously and tossed the soiled clothes into the washing machine. Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhaozhao exchanged glances. Let's dress like that too. Captain clearly enjoys it, Yang Xiaosu suddenly declared. Qin Zhaozhao glanced at Lu Hao and shook her head. No, I'm too shy. It's too revealing. He'll misinterpret it. Yang Xiaosu grabbed her clothes and entered the bathroom, her voice drifting out. I don't mind if he misinterprets. Lu Hao already had, and felt a deep stirring longing. Zhou Ning observed, silently smiling faintly, saying nothing. Qin Zhaozhao sensed something subtle shifting in the air, though she couldn't quite name it. Soon Yang Xiaosu emerged clad in a white shirt, head bowed, as she stepped out of the bathroom. Her earlier boldness had been fueled by lingering intoxication. Now sobered, she felt bashful instead. She tiptoed nervously, trying to avoid Lu Hao's gaze, but within the confines of the RV there was nowhere to hide. After circling awkwardly a few times, she gave up. Lu Hao watched her quietly, appreciating her charming, innocent grace mingled with quiet allure, before steering the conversation toward more serious matters. Doesn't it strike you as strange? Logically, the warlord commander, the final boss of Gold Rush Town, should have triggered some reaction upon being defeated. Exactly. He's called commander, yet none of his subordinates came seeking vengeance. Could he have been a decoy? Yang Xiaosu asked. Zhou Ning mused. Yet the highway system explicitly confirmed mission completion and awarded points and items. This confirms he was the genuine warlord commander. Yet since our victory, no activity has emerged from the warlord's territory. Lu Hao pondered deeply, then proposed. Could there be more than one warlord commander? Zhou Ning, Yang Xiaosu, and Qin Zhaozhao gasped. Realizing the possibility was chillingly plausible. After all, nothing stipulated a single warlord commander, and the highway system made no such declaration. Given its nature, it wouldn't hesitate to deploy 10 or more. Caution is essential. If so, acquiring level 4 ignition crystals won't be exclusive to us, Zhou Ning remarked. Lu Hao found this reasonable. No faction should monopolize every advantage. Other players needed room, but it won't be easy. Defeating a warlord commander is no trivial feat, not to mention the army of tens of thousands grotesque monsters guarding his domain. Silence for now works in our favor. Let's wait patiently for the blockade to lift. Let's distribute the ignition crystals first and upgrade our vehicles. Lu Hao produced 2 level 4 ignition crystals. He was ready to elevate his team's mobility. The off-road vehicle's crossbow platform is crucial. Layering explosions can turn the tide of victory at a critical moment. If there are upgrade options, focus on enhancing offensive capabilities, though the vehicle's defenses cannot be neglected. Lu Hao pondered. As for the other 4th level fire seed crystal, of course it's for you, Zhou Ning replied without hesitation. Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhaozhao nodded in agreement. It should be used by the captain. The heavy truck camper is their primary vehicle, so a higher level is naturally preferred. They were unaware that Lu Hao wouldn't be using this for upgrading his vehicle. No need, I have other ways to upgrade, Lu Hao said, handing the fire seed crystal to Qin Zhaozhao. You can use it. The 3rd level birdwing only assists with flying. Perhaps upgrading to the 4th level will grant it other functions, so don't worry about the appearance. Then he spoke to Zhou Ning. Ning, there will definitely be opportunities to acquire more fire seed crystals in the future. Zhou Ning was indifferent. It doesn't matter whether my flying board upgrades or not. That's not acceptable. Every type of vehicle has limitless developmental potential. We cannot let it go to waste, Lu Hao said earnestly. Zhou Ning smiled slightly. All right, I'll listen to you. Qin Zhaozhao was also very obedient, controlling the mechanical bird to land in her palm. Should I go first? Lu Hao nodded. Yes, you go first. There are rewards for the first upgrade. Previously it was road currency, but upgrading in the town might earn us points. Okay. Qin Zhaozhao handed the fire seed crystal to the mechanical bird. The mechanical bird opened its mouth and directly swallowed the crystal. Why does it feel a bit sentient? Lu Hao exclaimed in surprise. It can be controlled at will, Qin Zhaozhao explained. Zhou Ning marveled. Just this point already surpasses most vehicles. It definitely has great potential for upgrades. As the 4th level fire seed crystal was swallowed, the mechanical bird began a rapid transformation and reconfiguration. It then transformed into a slightly larger white mechanical bird. Yang Xiaosu leaned in to observe. Is this already 4th level? It looks more refined, and the color has changed to white. It doesn't seem to have changed much. Lu Hao pondered. Appearance doesn't explain much. The main focus is on its function. Zhao, what does the upgraded information say? Let me show you. Qin Zhaozhao pressed a button on her watch, directly displaying the vehicle's attribute panel. Vehicle Angel's Wing. Attribute Angelic Guardian. Level 4. Tonnage 500 grams. Internal space 3 cubic centimeters. Defense 400. Energy Air Thermal Energy. Vehicle Module Light Arrow Feather. Single Attack Power 200. Can release 20 pieces. Cooldown time 1 hour. Angelic Guardian Aerial Photography Transmission. Defense 400. Seeing this astonishing defense value, Lu Hao, Yang Xiaosu, and Zhou Ning were all shocked. It is known that the standard defense value for a 3rd level vehicle is only 100. Has it soared 4-fold? What is most enticing is that the Angel's Wing charges using the omnipresent air thermal energy, which is equivalent to infinite power. Lu Hao clicked his tongue in admiration. It should be the defense provided by the Angelic Guardian module. The light arrow feather is also quite impressive, with an attack power of 200 per piece, comparable to a 4th level devourer. But how does it attack? Let me show you. Qin Zhaozhao controlled the mechanical bird to attach to her back, and then stepped back 2 paces. In the next moment, a pair of white wings unfurled from her back, resembling true angel wings, and then quickly folded inward, enveloping her completely. It can protect me from harm. Qin Zhaozhao's muffled voice came from inside. This is fantastic. With 400 points of defense, I can walk horizontally on Route 1688. Yang Xiaosu said enviously. Zhou Ning was also quite envious. The light arrow feather should shoot feathers using the wings. This is a top-tier vehicle that excels in both offense and defense, perfectly compensating for Zhao Zhao's shortcomings. Coupled with her extraordinary sequence, one can only imagine how strong she truly is. Additionally, the aerial photography transmission function is very practical. Drones are too conspicuous, but this little bird is nearly indistinguishable from reality and won't draw attention, Lu Hao added. Qin Zhaozhao retracted the wings a bit shyly, saying, if it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the 4th level fire seed crystal. Thank you. We're teammates, no need to be so polite, Lu Hao said with a smile. Did you receive the road system notification? He asked again. Qin Zhaozhao nodded. Yes, I received it. It rewarded me with 500 points. The chat channel erupted once more. Congratulations to player Qin Zhaozhao for being the first to upgrade her vehicle to level 4, earning 500 points. The system announcement left those players idling on the other side of the town dumbfounded. What the heck? Qin Zhaozhao upgraded to a level 4 vehicle. Where did the fire seed crystal come from for the Blaze team? Could they have taken down the warlord leader? Wasn't Lu Hao's score suddenly increased by 1,000 points earlier? How is that possible? The warlord's territory is sealed off. How could they have done it? Others might not be able to, but Lu Hao. He is the luckiest. Lu Hao. Luda, please tell us how to get there. Wait, does anyone know what Qin Zhaozhao's vehicle is? Does she even have a vehicle? Also, why didn't Lu Hao upgrade his own vehicle first? The first 4th level vehicle on Route 1688 was not a big shot from the 4 major gangs, but rather the previously sought-after divine support by the Road Tyrant Alliance and Road Maniacs Qin Zhaozhao. No one expected it to be her, and they wondered why Lu Hao didn't upgrade his heavy truck camper first. No one knew what Qin Zhaozhao's vehicle was, and she unexpectedly and magnificently reached level 4. No one could have imagined that amidst the chaos of the major gangs, the Blaze team would take a different approach and quietly complete the task of taking down the warlord leader, being the first to upgrade to a level 4 vehicle. The key is that no one knows how they accomplished it. Now everyone was restless. Li Qiandong and Zhang Lingxiao were too preoccupied to hunt down Lu Deming, and they began to frantically search for a way to the warlord's territory. They indeed found it right at the foot of the mountain next to the abandoned stadium. However, just like Zhang Xian and the others, the stone door at the exit simply wouldn't budge. In a fit of anger, Li Qiandong fired a tank shell, collapsing the entire passage. Watching the passage being filled with debris, Zhang Lingxiao was furious. Li Qiandong, are you out of your mind? Can't you think of another way? Li Qiandong stubbornly retorted, so what if it collapsed? If I can't get through, then neither can you. Zhang Lingxiao was so exasperated that he almost laughed. Just as he was about to explode, a figure suddenly dashed out at the very last moment before the passage completely collapsed. What the hell, Lu Deming? Chen Zhong shouted loudly. Zhang Lingxiao twisted the throttle of his motorcycle and chased after him. Li Qiandong was still trying to process what was happening. What the hell? What the hell, Lu Deming? That bastard is hiding here. Brothers, chase him down. With a roar, the two gangs resumed their pursuit of Lu Deming. Lu Deming felt a deep sense of humiliation. He thought that hiding in such a remote place would keep him safe. He tried everything to open the stone door, even using his ancestral lockpicking skills. Currently, he was already heavily injured, and the collapse of the passage only made matters worse. He no longer had the strength to run. The pursuers behind him were getting closer. A fireball shot towards him, striking him in the back with a resounding boom. Lu Deming let out a cry of agony, forcing himself not to fall, and ran into a building engulfed in flames. Surround him. Zhang Lingxiao raised his hand to command. He then turned to Chen Zhong beside him and said, "It's up to you now, Zhong." "Thank you, Captain." Chen Zhong, feeling grateful, jumped off his motorcycle. His motorcycle was now upgraded to level 2, larger and more stylish than before, with enhanced power and defense. And Haozi had also received a level 2 fire seed chip reward, successfully upgrading his original 2-wheeled cart to a 3-wheeled one with a canopy. "Brother Zhong, let me help." Haozi jumped down from his 3-wheeled cart. Chen Zhong halted for a moment, cocked his rifle with a click, and said, "No need, I can handle it myself." He then slowly walked into the building. Lu Deming was already at his last breath, having lost half his life to Zhang Lingxiao's flames, now half-leeing in the corner, weakly watching as Chen Zhong approached. "I didn't expect it to be you. Where's Zhang Lingxiao? Didn't he want to kill me? But honestly, I didn't intend to set him up. My target was Lu Hao. That was just an accident." His explanation was a last-ditch effort. He didn't want to die? Chen Zhong said in a deep voice, "That doesn't matter to me." As he spoke, he raised his gun and shot 4 times, disabling Lu Deming's limbs. Lu Deming screamed for mercy. "No, you're Chen Zhong, right? We have no grudges. I still have over 20,000 highway coins, a level 3 fire seed chip, gene potions, all of which I can give you. Just spare me." Chen Zhong remained unmoved, stepping up to him, his expression hidden in the shadows. "All good things, but what I want isn't these." As he said this, he placed his hand on Lu Deming's forehead. "What are you going to do?" Lu Deming asked, shocked, and in the next second, he suddenly felt excruciating pain in his soul, leaving him dazed. "What have you done to me? My extraordinary sequence." Bang! A bullet pierced through his forehead, ending his life completely. Chen Zhong looked at his hand, controlling his fingers to slowly elongate and then retract. Nika form. Rubber fruit. A very promising, extraordinary sequence. No wonder this guy could take a beating. He revealed a satisfied smile as he bent down to pick up the items that had exploded from Lu Deming. Killing a player could randomly yield an item. Level 3 fire seed chip, thanks Lu Deming. Next is the level 4 fire seed chip. The road ahead is still long, and I, Chen Zhong, have my own ways of becoming stronger, so there's no rush. I'll take my time. Next up is for Xiaosu. Let's upgrade your off-road vehicle to level 4. Lu Hao handed the level 4 fire seed chip to Yang Xiaosu. "Alright, Captain." Yang Xiaosu was also very excited. The 4 of them got off the heavy truck and approached the level 3 off-road vehicle. "They'll go plug it in." Yang Xiaosu jumped onto her off-road vehicle, inserted the fire seed chip into the slot, and then jumped down. The level 3 off-road vehicle began to rapidly transform and reconfigure, and soon a brand new vehicle appeared before them. Yang Xiaosu's eyes lit up. Great. It got smaller, now getting in will be much easier. "Wow, what a cool Qin Zhao Zhao exclaimed. "It's really impressive." Zhou Ning also felt a bit envious. The off-road vehicle had shrunk almost to half its original size, now about the size of an ordinary off-road vehicle. The original 2-meter wheels had shrunk to 1 meter, and the body itself hadn't shrunk much, still maintaining smooth curves resembling the shape of a high-speed train's front. However, the entire vehicle now felt much heavier, with a titanium alloy armor body, and the front was equipped with a sharp titanium alloy plow, a perfect combination of offense and defense. What was even more astonishing was the disproportionately large crossbow platform on the roof. At that moment, a 3-meter-long arrow rested on the platform, its sharp tip glimmering coldly, suggesting that when launched it would cause devastating damage. Yang Xiaosu directly displayed the vehicle's information. Vehicle Divine Crossbow Off-Road Vehicle Attributes Divine Crossbow Strike Level 4 Weight 5 tons Internal Space 10 cubic meters Defense 2 20 Fuel Tank 200 L Can support 800 kilometers Vehicle Modules Black Crystal Rubber Tires Divine Crossbow Platform Can upgrade with the Vehicle Divine Crossbow Platform. Attack Power 200 Effective range 1200 meters Equipped with 12 explosive arrows like before. Explosive damage stacks. Each hit adds 80 points of damage. Hitting 3 can trigger 440 explosive damage. Yang Xiaosu was a bit excited, her beautiful eyes sparkling. The explosive arrows will regenerate automatically. After firing they'll replenish in an hour. Lu Hao was left astounded. This killing power was something his heavy truck couldn't withstand. The Divine Crossbow off-road vehicle can make 3 forays into the eerie monster territory. He exclaimed. "But we can't run into level 4 eerie monsters. The vehicle's defense isn't enough." Yang Xiaosu replied. "What about if we add Zhao Zhao?" Zhou Ning suddenly said. Lu Hao chuckled, even the warlord leader would have to kneel down if they came. Qin Zhao Zhao Soul Chain combined with Yang Ziosis Divine Crossbow was simply a godly combination capable of one-shotting bosses. Now Qin Zhao Zhao had a soul crystal pendant to enhance her mental endurance and calming pills to instantly replenish her mental energy. She could handle 2 or 3 warlord leaders. Lu Hao felt that he wouldn't even need to step in himself. What about the captain's vehicle? Yang Xiaosu thought that the vehicle that needed an upgrade the most was Lu Hao's heavy truck. Lu Hao looked at the warlord territory below filled with eerie monsters, and a smile crept onto his face. Soon, when they come over there will be an opportunity. We should wait until tomorrow, there's no rush. Let's continue to rest and conserve our energy, Lu Hao said. The 4 returned to the RV and resumed their leisurely time. In the afternoon, while playing mahjong, Lu Hao continued his usual antics, feeding cards to the 3 beautiful women, delighting them greatly. After a delicious dinner, they began to play poker. Actually, Lu Hao wanted to practice his marksmanship, but he feared making noise that might attract the strange monsters. There were tens of thousands of them. If they surrounded him, it would be a significant trouble. At 9 in the evening, there was still no sign of the lockdown being lifted. Let's not worry about it, and let's wash up and sleep. It's rare to get a good night's sleep at night. Lu Hao said. The 3 women looked at him. We all washed up this afternoon, it's just the captain left. Lu Hao chuckled and went to find some clean clothes, but discovered that the only 3 shirts were all worn by them. There was also a set of combat gear, but he couldn't wear that to sleep. Just wear pants, no need for a top. You're a man, you don't have to be so particular. Zhou Ning suddenly said. Yang Ziosis' eyes lit up. Oh, going bare? Qin Zhao Zhao hesitated. She initially wanted to say that it was too revealing, but after glancing at herself she realized she was also just wearing a shirt and panties. If you all don't mind, then I won't hold back, just don't call me a pervert. Lu Hao smiled and walked into the bathroom. Men shower quickly, and within a few minutes he was clean. Zhou Ning, Yang Xiaosu, and Qin Zhao Zhao's gazes turned towards him. Lu Hao stepped out wearing only a pair of shorts. The beauty fresh from the shower was alluring, and the handsome guy also stirred the hearts of young women. His looks were already striking, and after unlocking his genetic potential his body underwent a qualitative enhancement, with well-defined chest muscles, 8-pack abs, and a streamlined muscular physique that exuded explosive power. This was a masculine allure that no woman could resist. Zhou Ning had experienced this deeply before, and at this moment her gaze flickered, seemingly stirred again. Yang Xiaosu already liked Lu Hao, her eyes revealing an infatuation. Qin Zhao Zhao felt a bit shy, glancing over timidly, then quickly looking away, only to sneak a few more glances. Images of that kiss on the pendulum flashed through her mind. Ahem, that's enough. If you keep looking I might lose control. You should know this is my vehicle, and you have no ability to resist at all. Lu Hao joked. Zhou Ning smiled. Then come on, I'll help you hold them down. Oh no. Qin Zhao Zhao exclaimed, retreating to the back. That's not okay, the captain can't be a pervert. Yang Xiaosu seemed a bit expectant. Lu Hao almost agreed. Ahem, just kidding. Alright, it's time to sleep, turn off the lights. He really wanted to. Having 3 beautiful women to warm the bed was a picture too lovely to resist. I'm going to sleep, Zhou Ning said, leaping lightly to hang from the ceiling. Looking at her long legs and panties as well as her tiny waist, Lu Hao nearly lost control, gritting his teeth and saying, You must be doing this on purpose. Is that so? I sleep like this all the time, Zhou Ning replied with a smile at the corner of her mouth, closing her eyes. Then we'll sleep too. Yang Xiaosu pulled Qin Zhao Zhao to lie on the sofa bed. Lu Hao said, You two sleep on the bed, it's bigger, I'll just sleep on the sofa. Thank you, Captain. Good night. Good night. Only a small night light remained in the RV. Outside the temperature was cold, but inside it was warm as spring with just the right humidity, the most comfortable sleeping environment. However, the sound of the wind outside kept the 4 from falling asleep quickly. This was intentional on Lu Hao's part. He had deliberately turned off the soundproof system to always hear the outside movements and prevent enemy attacks. Sleep peacefully, I'll keep watch. Even if I fall asleep, I can sense any anomaly, Zhou Ning said softly from her position, hanging from the ceiling. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Lu Hao replied, meeting her gaze. Then, after a while, he closed his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message in the chat channel before finally closing his eyes to sleep. Inside the RV, only the sound of even breathing remained. At this moment in the entire Gold Rush town, they were probably the only ones who could sleep soundly. The players trapped on the other side of the town, however, were restless. Most were worried about being eliminated or even killed due to insufficient points, and were concerned about the unknown dangers they would face once the lockdown was lifted. Many complained that Lu Hao had gone to the warlord's territory, had even killed the warlord, taken all the rewards and benefits, yet had not revealed any useful information. Suddenly a message from Lu Hao popped up in the chat channel. Here's a piece of information, not guaranteed, just what I saw from a distance. The entire warlord territory is filled with strange monsters, mostly level 1 white skeletons with a small portion at levels 2 and 3, and even some at level 4 numbering around 30 to 40,000, all equipped with light firepower weapons suspected of having a unified military discipline. I also dare not investigate the truth. May you all take care of yourselves. Many players were left dumbfounded. 30 to 40,000 strange monsters waiting for us. Light firepower weapons, how light? Unified military discipline, how unified? That's at least 2 divisions of troops, and they're all fearless strange monsters. We have 10,000, and they have 30 to 40,000. How can we even fight? That's a death sentence. This is a rhythm that doesn't allow us to live. Going there is death, staying here is also waiting for death. Damn the road system. Is what Lu Hao said. He must be intentionally scaring us, making us hide here, and not compete with him for resources. But what if I mean it's very likely that the road system won't let us stay, and will surely drive us forward? It's over, it's all over. The chat channel was filled with despair and wails, frantically calling Lu Hao to come out and clarify the information, but they never received another message from him. Even the higher-level players were on edge, unable to sleep through the night. Zhang Lingxiao, Liang Mingyue, and Li Qiandong gathered their followers overnight to urgently discuss countermeasures. However, they were a hastily established gang lacking experience in group combat, and could only hastily arrange some formations for charging. This night, except for Lu Hao and his group, everyone else spent it in anxiety. Until 6 in the morning, when dawn broke, the announcement from the road system suddenly came. Attention, all players, the warlord territory has been unsealed. All players must proceed immediately. A sandstorm will engulf half the town in 10 minutes. In an instant, the entire town erupted in chaos. The sandstorm has returned, leaving the players with only 10 minutes. Not only were the players in a frenzy, but on the other side of the town, tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers were also stirred into action, the flames in their eye sockets rising simultaneously. From a distance, in the dim light of dawn, it looked as if fireflies were scattered across half the town. It has begun. Zhou Ning lightly landed, gazing out the car window. So early in the morning, not allowing anyone to linger in bed. Lu Hao said as he got up and quickly donned his combat gear. Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhao also got out of bed. As they hesitated on whether to change in the bathroom, they saw Zhou Ning already starting to unbutton her shirt. In these extraordinary times, there's no room for niceties. Hurry up, Zhou Ning said coldly. Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhao exchanged glances, and blushing quickly changed into suitable combat attire. Lu Hao was treated to a feast for the eyes, momentarily dazzled and unsure of whom to look at first. They all looked stunning, full and shapely, albeit with slightly different forms. The key point was that each one was so tender they seemed like they could drip with water. Soon all 3 women had changed their clothes. Lu Hao regained his composure and said, "There are 3 minutes left, let's go outside and take a look." Stepping out of the RV, they found a high rock to stand on, observing the battlefield from a vantage point. At this moment, the gray mist that had isolated the town had dissipated, revealing the entire layout of the town. A wide road ran through the town. On the road, nearly 10,000 vehicles were rushing forward, and not far behind, the sandstorm rolled in, gradually engulfing the other side of the town. The sandstorm was like herding sheep, but instead of driving them into a pen, it was pushing them into a fire. In front awaited tens of thousands of eerie soldiers. To avoid them meant certain death, yet to confront them was also a perilous gamble. Yet it seemed no one was willing to charge to the front. Even Liang Mingyu's armed helicopter hesitated to fly ahead. Although the road was wide, the clustering of nearly 10,000 vehicles swiftly led to serious traffic congestion. "We're actually stuck in traffic," Lu Hao said with a bemused smile. Just then a message from the road system came. Kill a level 1 anomalous monster for 1 point, a level 2 anomalous monster for 10 points, a level 3 anomalous monster for 50 points, and a level 4 anomalous monster for 200 points. Kill the warlord leader for a reward of 500 points. Random drops of equipment resources. Oh. As soon as this announcement was made, all players were invigorated as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. Especially those who were originally low on points, ranked outside the top 1,000, were worried about being eliminated. Now, with an opportunity to earn points, no one was willing to let it slip away. The tens of thousands of eerie monsters before them suddenly felt less terrifying. At this moment, no one thought about why the warlord leader, whom Lu Hao and the others had killed, still had an army left. Liang Mingyue, who had been reluctant to speed up, suddenly pushed her helicopter to the forefront. She might have been the most anxious, as losing to Zhou Ning had left her with 0 points. Brothers charge. Li Qiandong's tank surged to the front. His points were also low, and he decided to go all out for points, aiming directly for the top of the leaderboard. Zhang Lingxiao roared past the roadside on his motorcycle. "Gang, Big Purple Sweet Potato, we're heading out first, haha." Li Qiandong was so enraged that he wanted to fire at him. Other players also rushed toward the warlord's territory, shouting, "Leave the white skeletons to us, please don't steal them, great masters. Every point counts. The more points, the further I am from death." Damn those eerie monsters, I'll fight you to the end. One could only say that the road system understood PUA, manipulating all players in its grasp, pushing them to the brink of death, yet offering a glimmer of hope. Just like now, when everyone had charged into the warlord's territory, a massive dark army of eerie monsters had gathered just 200 meters away. Beneath the heavy clouds, they were densely packed, almost entirely skeletons. Their eyes glowed with a chilling, ghostly fire, as if they had just crawled out of a grave, fixating on the incoming players. This terrifying and eerie pressure suddenly stunned many. Some were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Damn, this is like a hellish battlefield. Just as the crowd was stunned, the front line of skeletons formed a precise formation and raised their bows. Draw fire. With a whoosh, a rain of arrows poured down from the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. They started off with such a powerful attack. The rain of arrows was all-encompassing, with no way to avoid it. Especially for those players without protection in their vehicles, they were the first to bear the brunt, like the cyber iron cavalry. Get out of the vehicle. Use motorcycles as shields. Zhang Lingxiao decisively ordered. Zhong, you take command. He then ignited his motorcycle and charged into the ranks of the eerie monsters. Li Qiandong laughed coldly from inside his tiger tank. Is that all? Taste my cannon. Boom. The 88mm shell shot out, exploding amidst the eerie monsters and sending debris flying. Liang Mingyu's armed helicopter also flew to the front, directly hovering above the eerie monster army, roaring down with machine gun fire relentlessly plowing through. However, this was merely a drop in the bucket. Just from that round of bow fire, over 1,000 players had already been shot dead. Others had never experienced such a scenario. Some were so scared that they wet themselves. Behind them was the sandstorm, blocking their escape, with nowhere to retreat. In front were tens of thousands of eerie monsters. Charging forward also meant death. Most players were struggling at the bottom, still only equipped with level 1 vehicles, lacking even decent weapons. How could they fight? At this moment, despair began to spread. Yet the eerie monster army would not care for their feelings. The second round of bow fire was about to arrive. This round brought not only arrows, but also a barrage of bullets and shells. In an instant, the players' ranks were thrown into chaos, with screams echoing and one after another falling. From a distance on the hillside, Lu Hao and the others watched in astonishment. At this rate, there might not be even 1,000 survivors left. What's the point of points ranking? Lu Hao shook his head. Those in level 1 vehicles won't last long, Zhou Ning remarked. Fortunately, we arrived early. Thank goodness for that, Yang Xiaosu said. Qin Zhao softly asked, Captain, should we go down and fight? Otherwise, we might not secure a spot in the top 10. The top 10 could receive rewards from the road system. The current situation was one of heavy casualties, but those stronger players were desperately earning points, especially the big shots like Liang Mingyue, Li Qiandong, and Zhang Lingxiao, whose goal was to break into the top 10. Currently, Lu Hao, Zhou Ning, and Yang Xiaosu were in the top 3 of the points leaderboard, with Qin Zhao in 6th place. Yet the tens of thousands of eerie monsters before them were walking points. As long as they had the strength, earning over 10,000 points was possible. Damn the road system, it's forcing us into the fray, Lu Hao sighed in resignation. Lu Hao knew that it was impossible to remain a bystander any longer. However, there was no rush. We can wait a bit longer. Lu Hao's gaze fell upon the many abandoned vehicles scattered behind. They are all level 1, not very useful for synthesis. If only there were some level 3 ones, he thought to himself. The battle below continued, and facing the bizarre army of level 1 and 2 monsters, the high-end combat power of the players was truly unstoppable. Relying on the high defense of their vehicles, they charged through the enemy ranks, tearing open gaps. Other players followed behind. Although they still suffered losses, they were no longer as fearful as at the beginning and could continue to advance. It doesn't seem that hard to fight after all. A player with a level 2 vehicle exclaimed joyfully. With strong players leading the way, we can gradually score points. Oh, every point counts. I already have over 20 points, haha. They can drop equipment, fighting to sustain fighting, not afraid of a prolonged battle. I killed 2 level 2 black skeletons and got a basic gene enhancement potion. Brothers, keep killing. There's hope. We can win. The situation seemed to start turning for the better. However, Lu Hao and the others overlooking the battlefield noticed something was off. The bizarre monster army seems to have intentionally let them through, Lu Hao said. Zhou Ning nodded and said, they are planning to encircle us, trapping everyone completely and slowly wearing us down. Just then the situation on the battlefield took a sudden turn. Several level 3 lickers swiftly dashed into the battle circle, specifically targeting players with level 2 vehicles. The lickers, with an attack power of 200, easily ripped apart the skin armor of the level 2 vehicles, pulling out the players inside, their long tongues piercing through chests, blood splattering everywhere. In an instant, the player camp was thrown into chaos once again. It wasn't over yet. Zhang Lingxiao, Liang Mingyue, and Li Qiandong, who were happily killing, also became targets. They were targeted by level 4 bizarre monsters, the warlord commanders. The The first to be hit was Li Qiandong's Tiger Tank. Zhang Lingxiu's Soul War Chariot was highly mobile, and Liang Mingyu's Apache Guardian was in the air, while the Tiger Tank was slow to move and unresponsive. The intelligent warlord commanders naturally knew how to choose their target. After dodging a few tank shells, 2 warlord commanders climbed onto the tank. Once the tank was engaged at close range, it became a hunk of metal, and its long-range weapons lost all efficacy. However, Li Qiandong, sitting inside, was completely unfazed. He grinned ferociously. "Do you think this means I can't handle you? 2 warlord commanders, that's 1,000 points. I won't hold back, you can taste my 100,000 volts. High-pressure electric shock module activate." With a thunderous boom, the Tiger Tank erupted with electric arcs, and the 2 warlord commanders that were preparing to attack suddenly froze, collapsing and rolling off. Li Qiandong laughed heartily. "If I don't electrocute you, ha!" But before he finished laughing, he saw on the panoramic screen that the 2 warlord commanders stood back up, raising their metallic claws and slicing off the tank's tracks. "Damn it! They aren't afraid of electric shocks." Li Qiandong cursed furiously. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingxiu could no longer charge recklessly. He was heavily surrounded by bizarre monsters. With the advantage in numbers and their reckless nature, they attacked without restraint in various ways. As long as in the air, Liang Mingyue was hit by a PGR shell on her rotor blades. Although it didn't cause fundamental damage, the aircraft was affected and began to shake uncontrollably. The level 3 experts were in trouble, and the other players were in even greater danger. In an instant, a wave of despair swept through the player camp once again. "They aren't afraid of death, but we are. Li Qiandong's tank can't hold them back. How can we fight now? We're all going to die here. Who will save us? Damn the highway system." No one noticed that a small bird was soaring high on the mountainside in the distance. Qin Zhaozhao played aerial footage transmitted from the Angel Wing on her watch. Yang Xiaosu couldn't help but feel relieved. If we hadn't taken a shortcut, we would be in the same situation as them now. The number of bizarre monsters has only lost a small portion, while the players have suffered heavy losses with barely over 2,000 left. Zhou Ning pondered. "Are we going down to fight, Captain?" Qin Zhaozhao asked. "Let me observe a bit more." Lu Hao looked at the aerial footage and slowly said, "Level 3 bizarre monsters are not to be feared. Only the warlord commanders are troublesome. There are currently 3 of them. We don't know if there are more." Zhao have the little bird fly a bit higher. After a while, he pointed to a spot on the screen and said, "Fly a bit closer to here." "Okay." Qin Zhaozhao controlled the Angel Wing to fly over. She could directly control the vehicle at will. The Angel Wing moved at her command. On the battlefield amidst the bizarre army, a dual-section steam train was slowly advancing. Yet the nearby bizarre monsters seemed oblivious, showing no signs of attacking. From a distance, the steam train resembled a giant worm, cautiously wriggling forward. "It's Zhang Xian and the others," Lu Hao said. "Is the captain waiting to find them before taking action?" Zhou Ning asked. Lu Hao nodded and said, "Yes, they are too easy to overlook, possessing visual deceit abilities and means to reduce their presence. One can easily forget their existence, which is very dangerous. Now that we know their location, we can be on guard. Alright, it's time for us to make our move. Zhao, we will take the lead and first clear out the level 3 bizarre monsters. Xiaosu, you cover us from behind to prevent level 4 monsters from ambushing us. Ning, get on the flying hoverboard and keep an eye on the overall battlefield situation. Maintain communication." "Understood, Captain." The 4 quickly sprang into action. Zhou Ning summoned her flying hoverboard, jumped onto it, leaving 2 trails of blue flames as she ascended into the battlefield sky. Qin Zhaozhao summoned the Angel Wing, attaching it to her back as she soared upward, flying above Lu Hao. The heavy truck disregarded the mountainside terrain, quickly descending to the foot of the mountain at impossible angles due to the anti-gravity floating module, then slammed the accelerator to the floor, charging straight into the bizarre army's ranks. Yang Xiaosu lagged slightly behind. Her crossbow off-road vehicle lacked an anti-gravity floating module, but it had strong off-road capabilities. With a titanium alloy plow at the front, it barreled down the mountainside. Upon reaching flat ground, the power performance of the level 4 crossbow off-road vehicle became even more apparent, easily catching up to the heavy truck with a burst of speed. Level 3 bizarre monsters at 3 o'clock, 2 kilometers away. The voice of Zhou Ning came through the vehicle's radio. "Good." Lu Hao whipped the steering wheel. The heavy truck accelerated once more, racing together with Yang Xiaosu's crossbow off-road vehicle, kicking up clouds of dust. The 2 vehicles sped onward like 2 missiles, trailing exhaust, charging straight into the heart of the bizarre army. Before the arrival of the Blaze Fire Squad, the remaining players on the field were engulfed in despair. They were completely surrounded by the army of strange monsters, and the encirclement was tightening. The bizarre monsters surged like a tide, charging fearlessly and relentlessly. No matter how many were killed, it seemed there would always be more. What good was scoring points if there was no life left to claim them? Now, even the prominent players with level 3 vehicles were caught in dire straits, clearly unable to hold on much longer, while others would only crumble faster. Liang Mingyu's helicopter soared high constantly, evading the fire of RPG missiles, as she unleashed a barrage from her machine gun below. Her score had reached 2,000 points, enough to place her in the top 10, yet she felt no joy. Her expression was dark as she asked over the radio, "Xiao Man, how are things on your end?" "President Im at your 9 o'clock. My spherical vehicle is quite sturdy," came Xiao Man's voice. Liang Mingyue glanced at the large iron ball rolling nearby, feeling a slight sense of relief. "Xiao Man, didn't you say Lu Hao might change the tide of battle? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Xiao Man's calm voice replied, "I can't predict the exact timing. Maybe he'll only show up after we're all dead. If we could obtain the level 4 ignition crystal, perhaps we wouldn't have to die," Xiao Man added. A level 4 ignition crystal. Liang Mingyue tightened her grip on the joystick, scanning below, until her gaze landed on Li Qiandong's Tiger tank. There were two warlord leaders relentlessly clawing at the tank, with their sharp steel claws remaining vigorous despite being electrocuted multiple times. Li Qiandong's tank tracks were completely destroyed, rendering it immobile, and he dared not emerge, cursing furiously, with his face turning purple. "Damn it, if there was only one, I'd go out there and deal with it. But I can't just sit here and wait. If they dig in here, it's death for sure. Why is it that I, with a level 3 vehicle, am just a ground-bound hunk of metal, while Liang Mingyue can fly in the sky?" Complaining for a moment, suddenly, the air defense warning system blared. The screen showed an anti-tank missile speeding towards him. Li Qiandong completely lost his composure, instinctively diving out of the tank with all his might. Boom. Looking at the large hole blown in the tank and the warlord leader with a severed leg, Li Qiandong pointed angrily at the sky and cursed Liang Mingyue, "I won't let this go." "What the hell?" Before he could finish cursing, another anti-tank missile whistled towards him. Li Qiandong could only flee in disarray. Miraculously, the warlord leader, with just one leg, also managed to evade. In the helicopter, Liang Mingyue frowned, diving down, while squeezing the trigger, unleashing the last few bullets from the heavy machine gun. At the same time, she fired 2 Hydra rockets. This was the last of her high-explosive ammunition. The anti-tank rockets were already spent, and the heavy machine gun bullets were nearly exhausted. It was all or nothing now. If she couldn't score the level 4 ignition crystal, her helicopter would lose all counterattack capability and become an easy target. Boom. Fortunately, the warlord leader finally fell, dropping a level 4 ignition crystal. "Got it!" Liang Mingyue exclaimed happily as she guided the helicopter closer to the ground. But before she could close in within 10 meters, another warlord leader leapt high, appearing at her side in the blink of an eye. The raised steel claw gleamed menacingly, though once it struck, the helicopter's armor would surely not withstand. The level 4 ignition crystal was almost within reach, just a few meters away from triggering the automatic pickup. Liang Mingyue felt a wave of despair. Just as the steel claw of the warlord leader was about to fall, a tremendous explosion erupted nearby, followed by chaos on the battlefield. "Lu Hao." It's Lu Hao's heavy-duty truck. And another off-road vehicle. Damn, with such high defense it can push through level 3 monsters. What kind of module is on that off-road vehicle? A bow turret. A cannon turret. Over 2 meters long arrows. This is a crossbow. This off-road vehicle is definitely a level 4. The attacks from the Redland Hawk are like mere tickles. And Qin Zhaozhao, oh my god, she has wings now, just like an angel. Is this her level 4 vehicle? The descending steel claw of the warlord leader hesitated unexpectedly, abandoning the attack to rush towards Lu Hao. Liang Mingyue had no time to think, hastily guiding the helicopter to continue its descent. As the level 4 ignition crystal came into closer view, a smile crept onto her lips. "Lu Hao and his crew have arrived. They will affect the battle's outcome. Xiao Man, you might have predicted wrong this time. The one who can influence the battle and achieve ultimate victory will be me." But just as she approached within 10 meters, ready to activate the automatic pickup, a figure swiftly darted by. It was Zhou Ning on her flying skateboard. And the level 4 ignition crystal on the ground was gone. Zhou Ning turned back, waving the ignition crystal in her hand. "Thanks, Ice Flame Queen." Zhou Ning. Liang Mingyue was furious. She had been robbed. The cooked duck had flown away. It was the same Zhou Ning who had defeated her. This was something she had fought hard for with her last bit of ammunition. "Give it back to me." Liang Mingyue accelerated the helicopter, chasing after her madly. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away, amidst a dense army of bizarre monsters, the heavy-duty truck and off-road vehicle tore through the battlefield like arrows. Above the heavy-duty truck and off-road vehicle, Qin Zhaozhao flew low, her white wings particularly iconic. Even more astonishing, the wings provided defensive capabilities, occasionally shielding Qin Zhaozhao's body from incoming arrows and bullets. Led by Yang Xiaosu, the level 4 vehicle pushed through without resistance, with those level 1 and 2 bizarre monsters unable to even put up a fight, getting knocked aside as they surged forward. The level 4 Divine Fury off-road vehicle rampaged until it encountered a team of level 3 bizarre monsters. At this moment Qin Zhaozhao sprang into action, immediately binding 3 of them. Lu Hao directly opened fire with the machine gun, instantly turning the immobilized Red Land Hawk into a sieve. He didn't even look to see what equipment resources were dropped. The automatic pickup gathered everything within 10 meters into the truck. The hunting squad, composed of the Red Land Hawk and Golden Skeleton, which had been slaughtering level 2 vehicle players on the battlefield, was now entirely drawn over by Lu Hao's side. The remaining level 2 vehicle players felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, exclaiming that they had recovered their... Then they discovered that the Red Land Hawk and Golden Skeleton, which had been able to easily break through their vehicles, and which they could hardly fend off, were like chicks in front of the Divine Crossbow, off-road vehicle, and heavy-duty truck. They simply couldn't breach the armor of the off-road vehicle, not even managing to scratch the tires. As soon as they got close, they would be immobilized by Qin Zhaozhao's control ability, and what awaited them next was a furious barrage from the machine gun. Before long, a dozen level 3 bizarre monsters were wiped out. Strong. Truly too strong. Yang Ziosis off-road vehicle served as the meat shield. Qin Zhaozhao provided godly support, and Lu Hao harvested with the heavy machine gun. A perfect combination. This is simply a dimensional crush. This is the strength of the Blaze Fire Squad. It's terrifying. Yang Ziosis off-road vehicle must also be level 4. Qin Zhaozhao is also level 4. Damn, does the Blaze Fire Squad have 2 level 4s? We're still struggling at level 1 and 2. Found a 4th level Fire Seed Crystal. Not bad, I'll use it first. Ning. Inside the heavy truck, Lu Hao glanced up at the sky upon hearing Zhou Ning's report. Lu Hao received 50,000 highway coins and a black chip. Account balance 146,758. 500,00196,758. Upon seeing, since following Lu Hao, her temperament has brightened considerably, and she occasionally makes jokes. If Liang Mingyue hears this, she would probably be furious. The Fire Seed Crystal is for you to use, Zhou Ning said again. Lu Hao smiled. I've already said I have other ways to upgrade. Then I'll wait until you reach level 4 before using it. Zhou Ning insisted. Alright, but if the situation is urgent, don't hesitate, understand. Lu Hao said seriously. I understand. The team had already cleared the 3rd level bizarre monsters, and now around them were only 1st and 2nd level bizarre monsters, posing no threat to Lu Hao and the others. Zhou Ning continued. I just patrolled around, and there are less than 2,000 players left. The Red Flower Society has suffered heavy losses. Liang Mingyu's helicopter is out of ammunition, and the Cyber Iron Cavalry is in better shape. They are very mobile. Zhang Lingxiao has already broken through and nearly took down a warlord leader. Li Qiangdong provoked 2 warlord leaders. The Tiger tank was damaged, and then Liang Mingyue used 2 missiles to completely cripple the Tiger tank in order to kill the warlord leader. Now Li Qiangdong and Liang Mingyue are at odds. As Lu Hao spoke, he saw a large purple potato engaging in battle not far away. He drove the heavy truck over. Hey Li Qiangdong, do you still want your Tiger tank? If not, I'll take it. Li Qiangdong twisted the neck of a 2nd level black skeleton and turned around angrily. Lu, I'm not dead yet, and you're already eyeing my tank. Are you trying to be my enemy? Lu Hao asked seriously. Then when will you die? Li Qiangdong twitched his lips. At that moment Qin Zhao's voice came. Captain, the warlord leaders are coming, 2 of them. Lu Hao was slightly startled, and he saw 2 warlord leaders quickly charging towards them, crossing through layers of bizarre monster armies. Meanwhile, Li Qiangdong had long since fled in fear. He knew he couldn't fight against the warlord leaders unknown, especially now that there were 2. But Lu Hao was not worried at all, simply saying, Xiao Su Zhao Zhao go. Got it, Captain. Yang Xiao Su climbed to the top of the truck, aiming the crossbow at the warlord leader that was running at the front. Qin Zhao extended her hands and softly chanted a spell bind. As the words fell, a crossbow bolt was shot out with a loud bang, immediately followed by a 2nd and a 3rd. The 3 massive crossbow bolts were almost shot in succession. The warlord leader running at the front was pinned in place, only able to watch helplessly as the 3 crossbow bolts struck it almost simultaneously. Boom. The upgraded Divine Crossbow's attack power soared, dealing 200 points per bolt, with the 3 bolts triggering a combined explosive damage value of 440. The warlord leader had a defense of only 280 and was controlled, unable to resist, collapsing on the spot. The whole process took only a second. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Huh, it just died like that. Is this really a warlord leader, a top-level level 4 boss? It didn't even have a chance to get close. Why does it feel so easy to kill, eh? The warlord leader was just running, and then stood there waiting to be shot. This is the control ability of Qin Zhao along with Yang Xiao Su's crossbow. The lethality is terrible. This is the tactic Lu Hao and the others devised, combining Yang Xiao Su's accuracy with Qin Zhao's binding control, achieving a 3-shot kill on the warlord leader in the shortest time, using minimal spiritual energy and ammunition. Following this, the 2 of them repeated the same method, shooting down the next charging warlord leader instantly. Li Qiangdong, who had just run a short distance, felt his scalp tingle. A player capable of killing a warlord leader in an instant, and he was still thinking about being at odds with them. No wonder that Lu fellow asked me when I would die if he could kill me on the spot. I need to run. He was instantly frightened and ran faster than a rabbit. But he hadn't run far, when suddenly a fiery chain stretched to his feet, quickly wrapping around him and dragging him back. Li Qiangdong was caught off guard and fell flat on his face. He scrambled to get up and cursed, "Who the hell? Zhang Lingxiao, damn you." Zhang Lingxiao, engulfed in flames, zoomed past him on his soul war chariot, creating a scorching wave that singed his hair. "Sorry, dead friend, but I'm not dead yet. You being at odds with so many people doesn't matter to me. Good luck, big purple potato." "What dead thing?" Li Qiangdong was startled and turned to see another warlord leader that had scared the soul out. Following it were 3 4th-level lickers. At this moment, it was too late for Li Qiangdong to run. "Zhang Lingxiao, I curse your ancestors." With nowhere to run, he desperately tried to carve a bloody path. But facing 4 4th-level bizarre monsters, he couldn't even struggle a few times before being shredded in the blink of an eye. Before dying, he let out a heartbreaking scream, "Brother, save me." It's unknown who that brother was, but ultimately no one came to save him. Li Qiangdong is dead. Another guild leader fell, and the surviving players were all shocked. This man, who had been arrogant and domineering since the establishment of the Road Tyrant Alliance, boasting to be the overlord of Highway 1688, finally met the same fate as Lu Deming, stopping at the first highway dungeon. "So Lu brother, I got Li Qiangdong killed. You have to help me. Those things behind have chased me around for more than 10 laps. Receiving the message from Zhang Lingxiao, Lu Hao looked at the disabled Tiger heavy tank, not far away. "Now it's an unowned vehicle, so I won't be polite." At this moment, Zhou Ning transmitted information. On the battlefield, there is only 1 warlord leader and 3 lickers left. They are chasing Zhang Lingxiao at the 5 o'clock direction, 800 meters away. He immediately ordered, "Xiao Su Zhao Zhao, charge over." "Yes, Captain." Yang Xiaosu immediately turned the vehicle and charged alongside Qin Zhao. Meanwhile, Lu Hao drove in the opposite direction, planning to retrieve the Tiger tank first. He soon broke through the encirclement of low-level bizarre monsters and found the spot where the tank was parked. He swept away the nearby skeleton monsters with gunfire, drove next to the tank, opened the window, and reached out to touch it. "Synthesize. Synthesize." In the next instant, the 50-ton Tiger II heavy tank vanished into thin air. The surrounding anomalous creatures froze in bewilderment, their gazes shifting to Lu Hao, with a flicker of fear. "Cursed human, what sorcery is this?" No players noticed the commotion. All attention was riveted on Liang Mingyue's aerial pursuit of Zhou Ning high above, and on Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhaozhao's relentless hunt for a level 4 anomalous entity. Lu Hao received a notification: materials acquired insufficient for synthesizing a level 4 vehicle, converted instead into a backup upgrade module, progress 91. The level 3 Tiger II heavy tank had transformed into his auxiliary upgrade module, contributing half the required progress. Combined with the prior 41, completion of the level 4 vehicle upgrade was imminent. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yang Xiaosu had already slain 2 lickers. Just as she took aim at the warlord commander, poised to synchronize her shot with Qin Zhaozhao's controllability, a massive iron sphere rolled violently into view and slammed directly into the warlord commander. The warlord commander was hurled airborne. Upon impact, the colossal iron sphere cushioned its fall, perfectly positioned beneath it. Thus, before the stunned eyes of all witnesses, the warlord commander teetered atop the sphere like a circus clown, rolling away at breakneck speed, shrieking in grotesque, unceasing agony. This absurd yet eerie spectacle nearly drew laughter. Who would have imagined that amid such oppressive life-or-death carnage a bizarre sideshow would erupt? Yang Xiaosu blinked. Where did that iron sphere come from? Qin Zhaozhao's voice echoed back. "It must be some kind of vehicle. I can sense a person inside." "So, we've been intercepted." "Looks like it. Shall we give chase, Zhaozhao?" "Let's ask the team leader." "I've already seen it." Lu Hao's voice crackled over the vehicle comms. "Go after it, but don't push beyond your limits. Prioritize safety." "Understood, Captain." Yang Xiaosu sharply swerved the steering wheel, accelerating in pursuit of the iron sphere. As the remaining licker lunged forward, suddenly a single feather shot through the air like a silver needle, piercing its exposed brain and erupting in a crimson spray. One strike, fatal. This was Qin Zhaozhao's arrow of light. 2 vials of reagents. Excellent. Qin Zhaozhao spiraled down gracefully, collecting the gear dropped by the fallen licker. Nearby players watched in silent awe, daring not even to contemplate looting the spoils. They now knew, with her vehicle upgraded to level 4, Qin Zhaozhao wielded not only terrifyingly refined control abilities, but could effortlessly obliterate level 4 anomalous entities. Offense and defense fused into one, power so overwhelming it inspired reverence. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted. The massive iron sphere, still cartwheeling the warlord commander across the ruins, detonated. A miniature mushroom cloud bloomed, hurling low-tier, anomalous creatures headlong into chaos. Yang Xiaosu's divine crossbow off-road vehicle screeched to an emergency halt. Qin Zhaozhao unfurled her wings of the archangel, shielding them both in shimmering luminescence. High above, Liang Mingyue's eyes widened in shock the moment the blast lit up the sky. Xiaoman! With a gut-wrenching cry, she pivoted her helicopter and dove toward the epicenter, hovering just 5 meters above ground before leaping out midair. Amid the rubble, the iron sphere lay twisted beyond recognition, its hatch wide open. Xiaoman stood trembling, her body crisscrossed with wounds and streaked in blood. Yet her voice remained eerily calm. Director, I blew it up. Xiaoman. Liang Mingyue rushed forward, catching her just before she collapsed, cradling her tightly. Director, here. Xiaoman lifted her blood-smeared hand. The palm held a level for ignition crystal shard. Liang Mingyue's eyes brimmed with tears. You didn't need to do this. I could have taken it down myself. Why push yourself so hard, you fool, you foolish girl? As the smoke began to clear, the surrounding anomalous creatures howled anew and charged forward. Liang Mingyue's irises shifted to glacial blue, and she roared, back off. Instantly, cobalt blue flames erupted from her feet, surging outward, engulfing the onrushing horrors and freezing them solid into crystalline blue statues within a heartbeat. Then with a flick of her wrist, 2 blazing orbs of ice fire hurtled toward Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhaozhao. Simultaneously, she vaulted upward, cradling Xiaoman, and re-entered the helicopter, ascending skyward in a flash. Whoosh! Qin Zhaozhao evaded one orb, then interposed herself before Yang Xiaosu's vehicle, batting aside the second with a sweep of her wings. She's grieving, but also fiercely cautious. A truly formidable, transcendent sequence. Yang Xiaosu gazed upward. Too high. Can't hit her. Lu Hao's voice returned over the comms. Leave them be. Focus on scoring points. Scoring points. Indeed, the level 3 and level 4 anomalous entities were all eliminated. The remaining lower-tier threats posed no real danger to the surviving players. They were now literal walking point sources. The survivors, though decimated, still numbered nearly 2,000. Yet only 1,000 would receive exit passes. Eligibility hinged entirely on point rankings. Ranking beyond 1,000 meant certain death. At that moment, every survivor fought with desperate feral intensity for the final chance to live. Though the horde of anomalous entities pressed forward without fear or fatigue, and still vastly outnumbered the survivors, their loss of elite combatants left them unable to withstand this ravenous wolf-like onslaught. Lu Hao remained at the battlefield's rear, not joining the assault, but surveying the scattered wreckage of abandoned vehicles, preparing to complete his vehicle synthesis and upgrade. He glanced skyward. Aning, deploy the level 4 ignition crystal shard. Liang Mingyue is upgrading too. Zhou Ning replied softly, understood. Moments later, the whine of rotor blades sliced through the air. Beneath the dense brooding clouds, a newly reforged attack helicopter descended, its silhouette larger, more imposing, radiating raw, lethal authority. This was Liang Mingyue's Apache Guardian, augmented, armored, and fearsome. Fire control radar crowned its wingtips, an electro-optical turret hung beneath its nose. 6 anti-tank missiles hung from its stub wings, rocket pods gleamed with chilling menace. Beneath the fuselage, a 25mm chain gun jutted forward, its barrel subtly elevated, scanning for targets. Such overwhelming armament would compel even the living Li Qiandong to leap from his Tiger II tank and kneel and surrender. High above, Liang Mingyue gripped the controls, her gaze locked on a distant speck. Zhou Ning, if you hadn't stolen the ignition crystal shard, Xiaoman wouldn't have died. From behind, Xiaoman's faint voice whispered, Director, I'm not dead yet. Silence. Liang Mingyue's fury fractured. She inhaled deeply, then bellowed again, Zhou Ning, I will kill you. Killing me won't be so easy. Over 1,000 meters away, Zhou Ning gave a cold, mirthless smile, sliding the level 4 ignition crystal shard into her hoverboard's core. She patted its surface. Don't disappoint me this time, or I'll discard you as floorboard scrap. In a certain spot on the ground, the rat-like figure fired his AK in a burst, casually picking up a lollipop dropped by a white skeleton, opening the wrapper and popping it into his mouth, strawberry flavor. He then said to Chun Zhong beside him, Brother Zhong, Liang Mingyue is going to kill your goddess, aren't you going to help a little? Chun Zhong aimed his shotgun at the black skeleton and blew its head off, glancing at the sky, and then at his level 3 motorcycle. I can't fly. The rat took a suck on the lollipop. Brother Zhong, doesn't your motorcycle have an anti-air cannon? Just fire at. Chun Zhong twitched his lips. Did you see that upgraded Apache Guardian? 6 Hellfire anti-tank missiles, at least 72 Hydra rockets, and a 25mm chain gun, with fire control radar and electro-optical targeting. It hits wherever it aims. If you're looking for trouble, go ahead. The rat shrank his head. Whoa, that woman is so fierce. I can't dare to go, you know him, just a level 2 sprinter, the kind that can't leap up. then isn't your goddess doomed? Chen Zhong took a deep breath. She won't just sit and wait. She defeated Liang Mingyue in the arena, so she won't lose this time either. Even if she can't win, Lu Hao won't just stand by. The rat took out binoculars. Brother Zhong, cover me. Ooh, I want to see the thrilling aerial battle. Chen Zhong. He was almost amused to death by this rat, but it wasn't so dangerous anymore. A low-level bizarre monsters were easy for him to kill as he pleased. After taking down a few skeleton monsters, he couldn't help but ask, "What's happening?" The rat excitedly exclaimed. Liang Mingyue fired a rocket. Wow. A 70mm rocket suddenly shot out from the Apache Guardian, trailing a long flame as it headed towards Zhou Ning's position in the distance. At the same time, light illuminated Zhou Ning's location. The rat quickly moved the binoculars over and suddenly exclaimed, "Whoa! Batmobile! Batmobile!" Chen Zhong looked up at the sky. Oh, it was a bit far, but he still saw a black sports car resembling Batman's vehicle maneuvering at an incredible angle to evade the incoming rocket. Boom. The rocket missed and exploded against the hillside in the distance, creating a thunderous blast. The players on the ground looked up in shock. Liang Mingyue's armed helicopter has reached level 4. Its firepower is terrifying. Zhou Ning's vehicle has also reached level 4. A flying sports car. That's not a flying sports car, that's the Batmobile. That's my dream vehicle. Now it's going to be exciting. The Batmobile is really impressive. Apache Guardian vs. Batmobile, an ultimate aerial showdown. Can we negotiate with the bizarre monsters to hold off for a bit and just watch the aerial battle? Wow, Sister Ning's vehicle has changed dramatically. It's so cool. Yang Xiaosu looked at the sky, filled with envy. A flying sports car with strong attack power. Sister Ning won't dislike her vehicle now. Qin Zhao hovered in the air, her wings flapping continuously, easily blocking arrows and bullets shot from below. She opened communications. Sister Ning, do you need my help? Not for now. Zhou Ning's cold voice came through. Let's assist Sister Ning with the defense. Yang Xiaosu adjusted the crossbow platform, aiming at the helicopter in the sky. Qin Zhao also focused on the helicopter, ready to provide support. At this moment, Lu Hao had quietly gathered dozens of abandoned vehicles. He glanced at the sky, praising, "Not bad, Sister Ning, you've upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. Impressive." Zhou Ning smiled gently. Combat power has increased, but the space is still small. There's no bed, no bathroom. I have all of those. Lu Hao smiled slightly, looking at the progress of the spare upgrade module. 98. It would be completed soon. Just be careful yourself, he instructed before continuing to look for abandoned vehicles without owners. Although Liang Mingyue's level 4 Apache was strong, Zhou Ning's Batmobile was no slouch either, especially with Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhao protecting her. She wouldn't run into big problems. What about Zhang Xian? Lu Hao suddenly remembered. Almost forgot about that guy. He pondered releasing a drone and soon spotted the steam train 3 kilometers ahead. The 5 members of the team were on top of the train, continuously shooting at the surrounding bizarre monsters, easily racking up points. The train has become 3 cars. Level 4 vehicle. Lu Hao was somewhat surprised. It seems the warlord leader has more than 5. Another one must have been taken down by Zhang Xian and the others. Truly silently making a fortune. Of course, Lu Hao knew that he was the one truly making a fortune in silence. However, the synthesis effect of level 1 vehicles was already negligible. Level 2 vehicles had little effect. Only level 3 vehicles could significantly pull the progress bar. It won't be long, just 2 more points. Lu Hao, like a battlefield scavenger, continuously collected unwanted vehicles regardless of their damage level, tossing them all into the spare upgrade module. The sound of cannon fire could be heard from the air. Safe, don't worry, my battle vehicle has a counterlock system. Listening to Zhou Ning's report, Lu Hao synthesized and stored a nearly new level 2 forklift. Finally, he heard the delightful prompt: sound conditions for upgrading to level 4 have been met. Do you wish to synthesize and upgrade? This time there were no surplus materials, no module attachments, but Lu Hao didn't hesitate and chose to synthesize and upgrade directly. After the upgrade, the current modules will also be upgraded. It will be enough. In the blink of an eye, the heavy truck RV underwent a reorganization and transformation. Lu Hao sat inside the vehicle and couldn't see the exterior, but he could see that the internal space had changed drastically. First, the top-tier interior system that was mentioned multiple times before was arranged, this time without options. The driver's cabin was slightly expanded, making it more spacious with a higher field of vision, easier to control. The intelligent driving assistance system has been upgraded to an intelligent, fully automated driving system. The thickness of the blue titanium alloy armor has doubled with a defense boost of 160 points. The interior space has been increased to 50 cubic meters, with a living area of 2 bedrooms and 1 hall in a duplex structure. The roof KPV-14. 5 caliber anti-material heavy machine gun has been upgraded to M242 big venom chain cannon caliber 25 mm, equipped with intelligent fire control. and 1500 high-explosive armor-piercing rounds drone combat group module has been upgraded to an 8 kg TNT warhead equipped with 12 small individual drones replenished after 1 hour of consumption. Black crystal gel tires have been added with an airless honeycomb structure automatically rebounding upon impact, impervious to high temperatures and erosion. Liu Hao was very satisfied with the upgraded content of the heavy truck RV. Next, it would depend on what extraordinary sequence could be obtained. The upgraded level 4 heavy armored vehicle not only greatly increased its defensive capabilities and damage output against enemies, but also provided the Tubdrum, one living room layout that Liu Hao desired. The self-destruct drone module could also compete with her anti-tank missiles and rockets. Although she had the advantage in ammunition quantity, the drone's maneuverability and lethality were far superior. After reviewing the upgraded vehicle's attributes, Liu Hao felt even more confident. In terms of defense, Liang Mingyue would struggle to match it. Vehicle heavy armored vehicle. Attributes infinite synthesis, divine level unique. Level 4. Tonnage 42 tons. Internal space 48 cubic meters. Defense 200-160-200 is the standard defense for a level 4 vehicle, while 160 is the defense provided by the blue titanium alloy armor module, easily capable of withstanding attacks from level 4 bizarre creatures. Water tank. Fuel tank 2000 L, sustainable range of 5,000 kilometers. Vehicle modules blue titanium alloy armor 2.0 AM 242 Viper chain gun airless honeycomb black crystal tires infinite water tank anti-gravity levitation automatic pickup. 360 points of defense, nearly twice the standard defense for level 4 vehicles, second only to Qin Zhao's Angel's Wings. Liang Mingyu's Apache Guardian, on the other hand, focused more on offense and maneuverability, thus lacking an advantage in defense. At the very least, the helicopter's rotor blades were her fatal weakness. In summary, you could hit me countless times, but as long as I hit you once, you would be finished. As the vehicle upgrade was completed, the vehicle symbiosis effect activated, and an extraordinary sequence blind box appeared in the inventory. Acquired S-level extraordinary sequence Domain Lord. Domain Lord level 1 can generate a gravity field within a 10-meter radius, arbitrarily changing the direction of the gravity, acting on objects with a gravitational force not exceeding the object's own weight. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary sequence on par with the Soul Lock chain, with even better suppression effect. For instance, when an opponent enters the gravity field, the downward force suddenly becomes upward, catching them off guard and causing them to take off from the ground. Or switching gravity in all directions, creating relentless extreme pulls that would drive anyone mad. Furthermore, if Liu Hao threw a punch enhanced with gravity, it could accelerate, suddenly doubling the damage. The bullets fired could also be accelerated by gravity. Moreover, Liu Hao could apply upward gravity to the heavy armored vehicle, making it take off directly and suddenly rise to hit Liang Mingyu's rotor blades. Although its maneuverability might not match that of a helicopter, Liu Hao had already acquired preliminary aerial combat capabilities. At this moment, he was in the rear of the battlefield, and the vehicle upgrade had gone unnoticed. At this time, everyone was either fighting monsters to gain points or watching the aerial combat. Of course, they also had to be cautious to avoid getting accidentally injured. Just moments ago, 2 Hydra rockets had landed on the battlefield, nearly blowing up Zhang Lingxiao, who was watching the commotion. Fortunately, he had run away quickly. He sneaked over to Yang Xiao's crossbow off-road vehicle. "Hey pretty girl, aren't you going to help?" Yang Xiaosu didn't even look at him, focusing on aiming her crossbow at the Apache Guardian in the sky. "He'll step in if necessary, but I don't think Sister Ning will lose. Liang Mingyu's firepower is stronger, but if she can't hit, it's all in vain." "That's quite reasonable," Zhang Lingxiao agreed. Although it seemed lively, Liang Mingyue appeared to be suppressing them. She had already lost. She wasn't defeated by Zhou Ning, but rather because Zhou Ning had both Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhao on her side. If either of them took action, Liang Mingyue would be defeated in an instant. Moreover, there was also Liu Hao, who had mysteriously gone off somewhere. Liang Mingyue seemed to have grown anxious, with flames spewing from the helicopter's front and the 25mm chain gun firing wildly. However, Zhou Ning's Bat War vehicle was too agile, accelerating with a burst of flames from the rear, easily dodging the incoming explosive armor-piercing rounds. It then circled around to the side of the helicopter, and with a thunderous sound, a shell was fired from the top of the vehicle, heading straight for the helicopter's rotor blades. Liang Mingyue snorted coldly, controlling the helicopter to dive sharply, barely evading the shell, and then turn the nose to lock on with light and fire a Hellfire missile for guided tracking. "President, don't. We can't defeat the fire beacon team." Xiao Man, lying in the cabin, called out to stop her. Liang Mingyue gritted her teeth and slammed down the launch lever. Fire! In the next moment, a 178mm anti-tank missile worth $100,000 in the real world shot towards the Bat War vehicle located 800 meters away at nearly Mach speed. This was the most powerful weapon mounted on the upgraded Apache Guardian. At a distance of 800 meters it would reach in just over 2 seconds, and the locked-on Bat War vehicle had no way to dodge. President, we're all going to die, Xiao Man shouted with all her might. Liang Mingyue paused for a moment, and gritting her teeth said proudly, as long as we defeat Zhou Ning, I will take you to escape. We won't die. The Hellfire missile is now 400 meters away from the Bat War vehicle. At that moment a drone crossed in front, precisely colliding with the missile, which exploded in the next second. The intense explosion illuminated the sky like fireworks. A voice clearly rang out, if you want to kill her, have you asked me first? Then before everyone's astonished gaze, a heavy armored vehicle, wild in design and resembling a steel beast, soared into the sky, hovering in front of the Bat War vehicle. That's Lu Hao's voice. So this heavy armored vehicle belongs to Lu Hao. How did it get so much bigger? The imposing armor, the rugged lines full of violent aesthetic craftsmanship. And the machine gun on top can fire back at Liang Mingyue. Wait, didn't you all notice the heavy armored vehicle has taken off? It has taken off. Level 4 vehicle. It is definitely a level 4 vehicle. Is Lu Hao's level 4 vehicle really this exaggerated? It can even fly. I can accept that the Bat War vehicle can fly, but a heavy armored vehicle weighing dozens of tons can also fly. This is too sci-fi. There were gasps from the ground. Some were even so shocked that they forgot they were still on the battlefield, abruptly ambushed and killed by a white skeleton. Zhonggu, a hero saving a beauty. This flying heavy armored vehicle is simply too cool. It has been modified by this guy. Wow, exclaimed the rat. Yeah, I saw it, Qinzhong had to admit. Is Liang Mingyue finished? The rat. Qinzhong looked at the heavy armored vehicle hovering in the sky. Her life and death are already in Lu Hao's hands. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingxiao gaped in amazement, his face filled with envy. So cool, so handsome. From this moment on, the title of the handsomest on Highway 1688 will probably have to be given to him. Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhao exchanged smiles. The captain has finally completed the upgrade, Qin Zhao said with a smile. Just now he told us not to take action, clearly wanting to be a hero saving the beauty. Sister Ning said she could handle it, but didn't she also give the captain this opportunity? Qin Zhao smiled. Hey, what are you two chatting about? The car's intercom is still on, I can hear you, and you've interrupted my emotions, Lu Hao said with a wry smile. Captain, you're so handsome, thank you for saving me, Zhou Ning said with a light smile. That's more like it, Lu Hao smiled in satisfaction, then went to the top of the vehicle, looking towards the Apache Guardian, 800 meters away. Feeling his gaze, Liang Mingyue clenched her silver teeth, no longer daring to make any movements, for at that moment the helicopter was surrounded by 8 self-destruct drones. There was no escape. Xiao Man's weak voice came from behind. President, I told you not to provoke him. Liang Mingyue took a deep breath. All pride was gone, leaving only deep resentment and humiliation. She opened the helicopter's loudspeaker and placed one hand on the Hellfire missile's launch lever. Lu Hao, I admit defeat, please don't kill us. Before she could finish speaking, and before she could even activate the launch lever, the 8 self-destruct drones had already descended and detonated, causing a massive explosion. Simultaneously, a crossbow bolt shattered the windshield, piercing through her body. Blood trickled from the corner of Liang Mingyue's mouth as she revealed a despairing and tragic smile. Boom. In the sky above the town, the Apache Guardian emitted a violent explosion, releasing a burst of intense sparks. Immediately after, the wreckage, now in tatters, plummeted towards the ground, trailing black smoke. In the midst of the flames, Liang Mingyue struggled to turn her head to glance at Xiao Man, but found she could muster. Her expression was one of deep sorrow, her trembling voice filled with regret and despair. Xiao Man, I'm sorry, it's my fault that I harmed you. Yet the people in the cabin had already lost their lives. Boom. The helicopter crashed to the ground, resulting in another violent explosion, causing the nearby surviving players to flee in panic. The Apache Guardian, which had only just reached level 4, was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. And thus the so-called strongest combatant, the fierce and unyielding Ice Flame Queen, met her end. The surviving members of the Red Flower Society watched in horror. They looked up at Lu Hao, who stood atop a heavy truck, their eyes filled with shock and fear. In the air, Lu Hao gazed down at the billowing smoke below, feeling a sense of regret, as after all, a level 4 vehicle could be used for synthesis and upgrade. They looked up at Lu Hao, who stood atop a heavy truck, their eyes filled with shock and fear. In the air, Lu Hao gazed down at the billowing smoke below, feeling a sense of regret, as after all, a level. On the ground, Qinzhong, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of regret. He muttered softly, what a pity, the Ice Flame Queen's extraordinary sequence is far superior to the rubber fruit. However, if it were in my hands, would it still retain that name? That would be too effeminate. What are you talking about, Zhonggu? Nothing, just keep grinding for points and don't provoke Lu Hao. Oh, okay, my Ice Flame Queen, just like that, blown to bits. Brother, at least leave me a complete corpse so I can take advantage of it while it's still warm. Sigh, now it's all charred. Pervert. Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhaozhao glared at him. Zhang Lingxiao chuckled awkwardly, just kidding. I've always been friendly to you guys. I just helped Captain Lu take down Li Qiandong. After all, we're on the same side. He truly felt intimidated. He only had a level 3 vehicle, while the fire beacon team was equipped with level 4 vehicles on average capable of wiping him out effortlessly. In the distance, inside a 3-section steam train, Zhang Xian withdrew his gaze, feeling a wave of trepidation. Thankfully, I didn't provoke Lu Hao back then. This guy is too fierce and ruthless, decisive in killing, showing no mercy to those who cross him. Although they had fortuitously killed a warlord leader and obtained a level 4 flame crystal chip, upgrading the steam train to level 4, they had no thoughts of opposing Lu Hao. Delay Dan Tu Xiao Zhong Wu Fan, quickly clear the strange monsters around, then hurry and leave. Don't let Lu Hao and the others focus on us, Zhang Xian ordered. His 4 teammates turned to him in unison, remaining silent for a few seconds. Who the heck? Zhang Xian. Lu Hao's heavy truck and Zhou Ning's bat tank slowly descended from the air, coming to a stop in front of Zhang Lingxiao. Lu Hao and Zhou Ning got out of the vehicle. Zhang Lingxiao swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that their once mighty 4 major guilds were now left with only his Cyber Iron Rider Corps. Meanwhile, the previously inconspicuous mysterious guild, the Fire Beacon team, with only 4 members, was now standing at the pinnacle of Highway 1688. Captain Lu, congratulations on reaching level 4. Lu Hao smiled and replied, thank you, team leader Zhang. I must thank you for taking down that annoying Li Qiandong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the Tiger tank so quickly. Zhang Lingxiao smiled and offered a cigarette. It's nothing, I've long been displeased with that big purple potato. I don't smoke. Lu Hao waved his hand, looking around the battlefield. The previously vast army of strange monsters, now scattered and in disarray, was being pursued and slaughtered by the surviving players. Those ranked lower were risking their lives trying to secure a chance to survive. Team leader Zhang, you should take care of your guild members, Lu Hao said. Zhang Lingxiao nodded. I need to, but I'm Captain Lu, I have a request. A level 4 flame crystal chip. Lu Hao knew what he wanted. There were 6 warlord leaders in total, dropping 6 level 4 flame crystal chips. Liang Mingwei obtained 1 and Zhang Xian obtained another. Lu Hao's side obtained 5, 1 of which was acquired at a hotel. After using 3, they still had 2 left. A level 4 vehicle meant top-tier combat power. Although Zhang Lingxiao knew there would be opportunities to obtain 1 after passing Gold Rush Town, by then he would be much further behind. Yes, Captain Lu, please trade with me. Name your price. I would sell my life if need be, Zhang Lingxiao earnestly said. Lu Hao pondered. You know that we also risked our lives to painstakingly earn these level 4 flame crystal chips. Right now, throughout Highway 1688, I might be the only one left with a level 4 flame crystal chip, and it is extremely precious. Zhang Lingxiao opened his mouth and tentatively asked, 50,000 highway coins. That's all my wealth. I also have a chip that can upgrade weapons, which I can trade along with it. Lu Hao's heart stirred. All right, deal. Zhang Lingxiao was delighted, not expecting it to go so smoothly, and hurriedly traded with him. Lu Hao received 50,000 highway coins and a black chip. Account balance 146758. 50,000,196,758. Upon seeing the function of the black chip, he revealed a satisfied smile. The first-tier sequence weapon enhancement chip, capable of upgrading a first-tier sequence weapon to the second tier, comprehensively enhancing the performance of the sequence weapon. This chip was precisely what Lu Hao needed. The Judgment Revolver is a sequence weapon. Now that the vehicle level has increased and personal strength has improved, the Judgment Revolver seems inadequate against the rising intensity. With an attack power of 120, even if it can trigger a 200 critical hit at close range, it cannot compare to a shot from a mounted chain cannon. Thus, Lu Hao chose to trade with Zhang Lingxiao. After obtaining the level 4 Fire Seed chip, Zhang Lingxiao breathed a sigh of relief and said, Captain Lu, how about we run a guild together? Let's recruit all the players from Highway 1688. You can be the leader, you get the meat, and I'll drink the soup. Together we can grow stronger and become the sole overlord of Highway 1688. Lu Hao politely declined, saying, no thanks, I prefer a more free and small team. Don't worry, as long as you don't provoke me, I won't take the initiative to oppose you. Zhang Lingxiao felt completely relieved and hopped on his motorcycle, saying, thanks then. If you ever need anything, just let me know. The Cyber Iron Riders will always be friends with the Fire Beacon team. Alright. Lu Hao thought for a moment and called out to him, be careful of that guy named Zhang Xian. He is also a level 4 vehicle. What? There's another level 4 powerhouse. Zhang Lingxiao was instantly shocked and somewhat puzzled, asking who was it again. Lu Hao opened his mouth to speak, but then decided against it, saying, never mind. Just be alert if you see a 3-car steam train. The opponent's extraordinary sequence is quite strange and is likely capable of making others forget its existence. A steam train that makes people forget its extraordinary sequence. Zhang Lingxiao remembered this. This information is very important, thanks. He waved goodbye and rode off on his motorcycle to find his guild members. Lu Hao and the others couldn't spare time for idle chatter, as many low-level strange monsters had surrounded them. Let's leave first, we should have enough points. We'll let them compete for the remaining opportunities, Lu Hao said. Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning boarded the vehicle, and Qin Zhao entered Lu Hao's RV. As soon as she stepped inside, she exclaimed, "Wow, it's so spacious inside." There are also 2 separate rooms, each with a bed. The vehicle's communication system was on, and Yang Xiaosu hurriedly said, "Really? I want to see too. Did the bathroom get bigger? Is there a bathtub?" Zhou Ning interjected. Lu Hao smiled and said, "Yes, there are bathtubs as well. 2 people can soak together without any issue. You'll get to experience it properly later." Soon they reached the edge of the battlefield and escaped the disturbances from the strange monsters. In fact, these strange monsters also had a sense of intelligence. Knowing they couldn't provoke a level 4 vehicle powerhouse, they did not pursue further and instead howled as they searched for other players. After parking the vehicle, Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning eagerly rushed into the RV, feeling as if they had just moved into a newly renovated home filled with anticipation. Yang Xiaosu excitedly looked around and said it really is a 2-bedroom apartment. Such luxurious decor, a genuine leather sofa, and the kitchen counter is bigger. There's even a large fish tank in the bathroom for a relaxing soak. Lu Hao pointed to a pile of supplies on the floor and said, "Soaking is fine, but we should get to work first and sort through these things to see what we've gathered." "Alright, I have some stuff too." Yang Xiaosu ran back outside and soon returned with a bunch of items, then began sorting with Zhou Ning and Qin Zhao. First there were the highway coins. A total of 31237 highway coins, Captain Yang Xiaosu said as she collected them and transferred the amount to Lu Hao. Account balance 19675831237227995. The rest mostly consisted of food, beverages, alcohol, medicine, clothing, along with medical supplies, weapons and ammunition, fuel, as well as 18 level 2 fire seed chips and 2 level 3 fire seed chips. Now that the RV has expanded, the storage space has increased accordingly, so there's no need to worry about running out of room. After Liang Mingyue and Xiaoman were eliminated, 2 items dropped. Liang Mingyue dropped a whip that still had some blood on it. Lu Hao was taken aback, a BDSM female maniac. She really thinks of herself as a queen. Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhao looked innocent and asked, "What is S.M.?" Lu Hao cleared his throat and explained it means fierce. Then he picked up another item. It was an old-looking bronze pocket watch. When opened, instead of showing the hands on a dial, it revealed a hazy mist. Extraordinary item, foretelling pocket watch. Foretelling pocket watch can vaguely predict 2 events for the day, but accuracy is not guaranteed. The more stable the emotions, the higher the accuracy. An extraordinary item. Another new item, a special function item. Take a look. Lu Hao handed the pocket watch to them. A pocket watch that can predict the future. Zhou Ning's expression shifted. After looking it over, they all understood the functions of the pocket watch. Zhou Ning expressed some disappointment, saying it's a pity it can only predict for the day and doesn't guarantee accuracy. She had been thinking of using it to predict her sister's whereabouts. But it might not be a bad thing if we predict every day. Perhaps when we get close to your sister it will provide guidance. Lu Hao suggested. That's true, but it needs to be used by someone with stable emotions. I'm not capable of that at the moment. Zhou Ning shook her. Although she appeared calm and aloof on the surface like a cold-blooded female assassin, she often had worries and obsessions that surfaced and affected her mood. I can't either. I'm often startled. Yang Xiaosu stuck out her tongue. Lu Hao turned to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao bit her lip and said, "I'm just fragile. Ooh, I have a lot of psychological activity. It's also unstable." Alright, then I'll keep it for now. Lu Hao tried to use the pocket watch's foretelling feature, but found that today's uses were already exhausted, so he casually stored it in his backpack. The 4 of them continued to sort through the remaining supplies. There are also 2 packs of sanitary products. Qin Zhao began to say, but quickly hid the items behind her back, sneaking a glance at Lu Hao, her face turning red. Zhou Ning chuckled and said, "What's the big deal? They're all things we need, just put them in the cabinet." Qin Zhao shyly nodded and placed the items in the cabinet. There are also a few sets of women's underwear. The highway system is quite thoughtful, but I wonder if the sizes are right. Yang Xiaosu said while stealing a glance at Lu Hao. Zhou Ning picked up a box and tossed it to Lu Hao, saying, "You keep this." "What is it?" Yang Xiaosu asked curiously. Lu Hao calmly replied, "Contraceptive sprite." Yang Xiaosu immediately felt shy. If she remembered correctly, they had previously obtained one, but now it was a whole box. Qin Zhao suddenly asked, "Contraceptive sprite? Is it an animated toy?" Yang Xiaosu bit her lip and leaned in to whisper an explanation to her. Qin Zhao's face turned. Lu Hao, however, was pondering when this box would be useful. Sensitive supplies had finally run out, and what remained were useful equipment, such as various weapons, ammunition, and potions, along with fire seed chips. There was even a module. Auto pickup module dropped by a warlord leader. "Oh, let's equip it on Xiaosu," Zhou Ning said. Only Xiaosu could use it. Lu Hao and Zhou Ning already had theirs, and Qin Zhao's vehicle space was only 3 cubic centimeters. From now on you won't have to go down and pick things up painfully. Yang Xiaosu naturally was delighted. There were also 2 bottles of intermediate gene enhancement potions and 3 bottles of intermediate mental enhancement potions, which needed to be distributed. In matters like this, the 3 girls always prioritized Lu Hao. Lu Hao straightforwardly said, both Xiao Zhao and I need mental power, so the mental potions go to us and Xiaosu and Ning each get 1 gene potion. He then took 1 bottle of mental potion for himself and left the remaining 2 for Qin Zhao. This distribution was the most reasonable. Similarly, the intermediate mental enhancement potion could increase mental power by 40 points. After the supplies were sorted out, Zhou Ning displayed the vehicle's attribute panel. Vehicle Battle Car attributes: all domain combat level 4 tonnage 2 tons. Internal space 5 cubic meters, defense 240, fuel tank 300 L, can travel 0 kilometers, vehicle module 25 mm Vulcan cannon with 1 user 0 rounds, 60 mm cannon turret with 4 rounds. Zhou Ning's all-domain combat attribute even made Lu Hao envious. This means that Zhou Ning's battle car can not only fly, but also go underwater. Who would have thought that at level 3, it was just a piece of flying steel? Not to mention it had also been upgraded with a Vulcan cannon comparable to the big venomous snake's chain cannon. There was also a 60 caliber cannon that, while it could only fire 4 rounds at a time, with a cooldown of 4 hours, had the power of an Apache Guardian's Hellfire missile. Now the flying steel plate has transformed magnificently, and Zhou Ning's title of Batwoman is thorough. Beneath the heavy sky, the slaughter continued, smoke filling the air and the temperature scorching, as if it were an apocalyptic battlefield. Lu Hao and his 3 companions sat in the spacious RV, enjoying the pleasant cool breeze with the air inside free of any smoky scent, instead imbued with a faint fragrance of flowers and grass. Inside and outside it was entirely 2 worlds. We haven't had breakfast yet. Yang Xiaosu set her hands and feet nimble, having soon boiled a pot of steaming dumplings. Though the world of the highway was harsh, as long as one had sufficient strength, they could obtain various delicious ingredients. The 4 gathered around the dining table, watching the images transmitted by drones on the screen, while savoring the fragrant dumplings. Only a few thousand low-level bizarre monsters remained on the battlefield. Zhang Lingxiu's vehicle had already reached level for the Soul War Chariot, doubling in size, flames burning fiercely, occasionally tossing out fire chains and shooting fireballs to deal with the bizarre monsters. He and Chun Zhong led hundreds of cavalry members, charging forward, united in purpose, not seeking high scores, but hoping each member could rank within the top 1,000 to obtain the pass to survive. Lu Hao ate the dumpling that Yang Xiaosu had given him, filled with abalone and shrimp. What happens after it ends? Qin Zhao asked. Lu Hao ate the dumpling that Yang Xiaosu had given him, filled with abalone and shrimp. What happens after it ends? Qin Zhao asked softly. Lu Hao pondered, saying, it's highly likely that we will see a never-ending highway ahead, fraught with danger, with even harder to kill bizarre monsters. In short, the highway system won't allow us a peaceful road trip. Zhou Ning suddenly said, it's possible that we are neither the first batch nor the last batch. Lu Hao's heart stirred, asking, are you saying your sister might be ahead of us? I don't know, but I hope so, Zhou Ning replied, her expression somewhat dim, but soon turned resolute. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will not give up. Lu Hao smiled slightly, saying, then let's accelerate. If there is a previous batch, we'll catch up. One day, we will find clues about your sister. Zhou Ning smiled, yes, we will. Can we go back? I miss my mom, Yang Xiaosu said, gently poking the bottom of her bowl with chopsticks, her voice choked. Lu Hao remained silent for a long time, letting out a soft sigh. He too had no answer to that question. Perhaps the answer lay ahead on that endless highway waiting for them to explore. When the last bizarre monster fell, the battlefield fell silent. Looking around amidst the swirling dust and sand, there were corpses of bizarre monsters and human players everywhere, alongside shattered vehicles and flowing blood. Those still alive were over 1,000 players. Each one was gasping for breath, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, fearing more bizarre monsters might emerge. Until the members of the cyber cavalry gang let out a cheer that echoed across the entire battlefield. Other players followed suit, bursting into cheers of survival. They had won and survived. But some soon realized that only those ranked within the top 1,000 could hundreds more would die. Especially the players who were just 1 or 2 points away from entering the top 1,000 broke down in tears, frantically searching the battlefield for bizarre monsters. But the reality was cruel. In the vast town, not a single bizarre monster remained. Attention, all players, a sandstorm will cover Gold Rush Town in 10 minutes. Players with passes should leave as soon as possible. 1,000 beams of light suddenly appeared in the sky, descending upon each player. Among them, 1,000 were green and hundreds were red. Just like the red lights in a casino, they struck down upon those ranked outside the top 1,000, penetrating from above and instantly killing them. The rewards and punishments came too suddenly for anyone to react. In the blink of an eye, on Highway 1688, a massive team of 100,000 was reduced to only 1,000. This was merely the first hurdle. What awaited them next? Rumble. The sandstorm rolled again. The surviving 1,000 had no time to celebrate, and were compelled to hurry forward. There was no turning back, they could only move ahead. Love is a light, blindingly green. Brothers, let's go. Zhang Lingxiao waved his hand full of vigor, leading hundreds of cavalry members towards the town's exit. Go bullet, stay hidden. Zhang Xian controlled the steam train, not daring to go too fast, proceeding slowly. With visual deception and reduced presence, even a conspicuous vehicle like a steam train wouldn't attract it, except for Lu Hao. Lu Hao withdrew his gaze puzzled, and asked what about the rewards for the top 10. All 4 in their group were in the top 10 along with Zhang Lingxiao, Chen Zhong, and Zhang Xian. They probably won't be distributed until we leave the town, Zhou Ning speculated. Lu Hao nodded, saying though the highway system is cunning, it wouldn't deny rewards. Let's go. Zhou Ning and Yang Xiaosu got into their vehicles, while Qin Zhao remained in the RV. The 3 level 4 vehicles stirred up sand as they sped towards the town's exit. Lu Hao glanced back. He saw the sandstorm rolling behind, and those players who had originally fallen to the ground slowly stood up, their flesh and skin falling away, flames igniting in their eye sockets. But soon they were covered by the wind and sand. Lu Hao seemed to understand something, a chill running through his heart. If I die, I would probably end up like those people, turning into bizarre monsters here, waiting for the next batch of players to arrive. When the convoy left Gold Rush Town, the highway system's broadcast came again. The highway system's announcement always carries an urgent tone, almost as if it seeks to push people to their limit. The already harsh weather has worsened. The skeleton desert, with daytime temperatures soaring to 40 degrees and plummeting to 0 at night, has driven many to madness, as players dying from the weather are not rare. Now in the chaotic wasteland, the daytime temperature fluctuates by 10 degrees, reaching 50 degrees during the day and dropping to -10 at night. There are no clouds in the sky, the sun revealing its true form, mercilessly scorching the earth. As far as the eye can see is a distorted earthy yellow wasteland, the only prominent feature being a wide, endless black highway. The sandstorm has also accelerated, which is not a good sign. Moreover, the so-called rewards have not been clearly explained. It seems they were unprepared, issuing entry tickets first and making vague announcements about the road survival competition without revealing any details. In short, after watching the announcement, players are filled with complaints. It's like they don't even give us a breather. We just finished a battle, and now we're being treated like this. There's not even a place to rest. I'm injured. Hurry up, the sandstorm is coming. Let's push through to the service area and try to get some extra rest. The most dreaded sun exposure for riders is here. Come on, everyone, we must endure. Many members of the Cyber Knights expressed their dismay, and most of them were on 2 or 3 wheels, only able to advance under the blazing sun. Fortunately, the service area isn't far away. A distance of 300 kilometers can be covered in an hour or 2 if driven quickly. In the extreme heat, the demand for water resources surges. The longer the delay, the more dangerous it becomes, and no one wants to die in this hellish weather. Has no one noticed the merging point 500 kilometers ahead? Someone suddenly asked in the chat channel. A section where 2 or more lanes merge into one is called a merging point. After passing the merging point, vehicles must follow a zipper-like alternating passage, one from the left, one from... Are you studying for a driving test? This is a road survival competition. The apocalypse. After passing the merging point, vehicles must follow... How can we stand still? Light of Diga awaken at this moment. Are you all insane? Despite the banter in the chat channel, everyone could already guess that the so-called merging point likely meant facing off against players from other roads. It could be 2 roads merging, or 3, or even 4. At this moment, many felt the pressure. After passing through Gold Rush Town, the 1,000 or so survivors began to feel a sense of shared belonging. Most people had joined the Cyber Knights. Even those who hadn't joined a gang no longer fought against each other. But now facing players from neighboring roads felt like an imminent threat. While strange monsters are dangerous, sometimes the greater danger comes from one's own kind nearby. It seems we cannot avoid conflict. The highway system has no intention of letting us rest easy. Lu Hao seemed to have anticipated this situation. That entry ticket for the road survival competition will likely involve players from multiple roads competing together. We are on Highway 1688, but we don't know how many roads there are in total, Yang Xiaosu said. No need to worry, it hasn't been easy for those in Gold Rush Town. We took down 4 of the 6 warlord leaders, and that's how so many of us survived. I don't believe other roads can be like us. Perhaps they suffered heavy casualties and barely made it through the time limit. Lu Hao said. He relied on luck, first acquiring a level 4 fire seed crystal in the inn, then taking a shortcut to eliminate a warlord leader, and finally obtaining another level 4 fire seed crystal. Entering the fray with 2 level 4 vehicles, the high-end combat power of the strange monster army couldn't hold them back. This gave other players more opportunities to survive. Had it not been for Liang Mingyue and Li Qiandong's reckless actions, the overall strength of Highway 1688 would have been even stronger. Could players from other roads have gained such an advantage? Or perhaps their high-end combat power is terrifying. Lu Hao thought it impossible. After all, his luck was unique. However, it might be just right if the others come charging and demanding a fight. He wouldn't mind having a few more high-level vehicles to serve as materials for synthesis and upgrades. Oh right, I almost forgot we came out early. Yang Xiao's voice came from the vehicle's intercom as she counted on her fingers. We probably came out 20 hours early. Oh, that certainly makes things much more convenient, Lu Hao said, just as his watch vibrated slightly. It was a call from Zhang Lingxiao. Lu Hao's expression was somewhat peculiar. Zhou Ning's voice rang out. The watch has activated the friend call function, which is a privilege for players with level. Oh, that certainly makes things much more convenient, Lu Hao said, just as his watch vibrated slightly. It was a call from Zhang Lingxiao. Lu Hao's expression was somewhat peculiar, feeling as if he was using a children's smartwatch. After the call connected, Zhang Lingxiao said, Captain Lu, we need to prepare in advance. It seems he was on the same wavelength as Lu Hao. He continued, I discussed it with Chun Zhong and decided to head to the service area at full speed. After a break, we'll go hunting in the wild, aiming to enhance our members' strength in the shortest time possible. Captain Lu, the fire beacon team is the strongest. We should unite against external threats and help more of our companions survive. Lu Hao pondered for a moment and said, sure, no problem. If necessary, our fire beacon team can take the lead in the main assault. However, if it becomes too overwhelming, we want fight to the death. Zhang Lingxiao laughed heartily. Look at you saying that, as if I would fight to the death. I might run faster than you when the time comes. This guy is quite sincere. Lu Hao smiled and said, just don't betray me when the time comes. Zhang Lingxiao scoffed, I'm not like Lu Deming. Then he cheerfully said, by the way, Captain Lu, I'd like to take a refreshing cold shower in your RV. Would that be convenient? Lu Hao chuckled, sure, but I might just take you out. Then I'll pass. I really envy Captain Lu on Highway 1688. You've picked 3 of the 4 road flowers. Zhang Lingxiao teased. And who was the last one? Lu Hao asked curiously. Liang Mingyue, my goddess, you've crushed her flower with your ruthless hands. Zhang Lingxiao lamented. Lu Hao smiled silently, but he could tell that Zhang Lingxiao was merely joking and not truly resentful. After chatting a bit more, they hung up the call. After finishing his coffee, Lu Hao ordered Xiao Sui Ning, let's get moving quickly. Drive straight to the service area. Ernyo, go full throttle. Got it, Captain. Let's race to see who gets there first. In the next second, the heavy truck, RV, Bat combat vehicle, and Divine Bow off-road vehicle sped up wildly, soon reaching over 200 kilometers per hour. The road was very wide and flat, allowing the performance of the 4-level vehicles to be fully unleashed as their speed continued to soar. They quickly overtook the player vehicles ahead. Players on the road turned their heads in awe, expressing their envious gasps. Zhang Lingxiao and Chun Zhong at the forefront suddenly felt a series of fierce winds rushing past. Zhang Lingxiao was instantly excited, racing. That's my favorite. Zhong, you take care of the members, I'll chase after them. See you at the service area. He slammed the gas pedal to the floor, and amid the roar of the engine, he shouted excitedly, Soul Battle, car, show me your limits. In the next moment, he took off with a whoosh. Chun Zhong shook his head helplessly and shouted back, everyone stay close. Don't fall behind, and don't wander off into the wilderness. Accelerate forward. The members behind hurriedly sped up to keep up. However, not everyone could keep up. After a brutal battle, most were either injured or had damaged vehicles. Some had no choice but to abandon their vehicles and hitch a ride on others to continue. Bottom-tier players had few resources to begin with, and under such extreme heat it became even more unbearable, especially for the injured, with shortages of water and medicine leading to casualties. Seeing more and more people falling behind and dying, Housie wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, if only we had a healer. With so many extraordinary sequences, didn't anyone draw a healing type? Chun Zhong glanced back and replied, it's impossible that there isn't one, but healers are the most fragile and have the worst survival rates. They might have already died in Gold Rush Town. Faced with this situation, he felt helpless in this damned world. It's already good enough for us to ensure our own survival. Forget it, Housie, distribute the water and medicine, prioritizing the injured. We don't have much left either. Housie glanced at the 3-wheeled vehicle frame. There were several boxes of water, but it wasn't enough to distribute among so many people. This damned road system doesn't wait for us to clean up the battlefield before driving people away. He cursed. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from ahead. Everyone was stunned to see Lu Hao's 4-level heavy truck RV returning slowly, stopping in front of the group. Looking at the window rolling down, Chun Zhong hesitated and said, Captain Lu Yu. Lu Hao smiled slightly and pointed to the slowly opening side door of the truck, food, water, and medicine. Please help yourselves. Seeing the piles of supplies in the truck, especially the water filled with several large barrels, Chun Zhong and Housie were momentarily stunned. This scene reminded them of their first encounter with Lu Hao when they were still following Huang Feilong, trying to deceive Lu Hao with basic gene potions to kill him. In the end, they were intimidated by Lu Hao and exchanged for a pile of supplies they deemed worthless. Now the same daily supplies required no exchange, but suddenly Chun Zhong and Housie felt these supplies were worth 100 gene potions. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and move. There's quite a bit of stuff. Call a few more people. Lu Hao said with a smile. Chen Zhong came back to his senses and gratefully said, "Thank you, Captain Lu." "Long live Captain Lu, a treasure of four." Haozi said cheerfully. Soon they called a few people to help unload the supplies from the RV. Qin Zhaozhao helped pass things from the truck, appearing delicate, yet surprisingly strong, easily lifting a water barrel weighing dozens of pounds with one hand, not even touching the ground. Qin Zhaozhao, recognized as one of the four road flowers, had a beautiful and ethereal appearance, but Chen Zhong and Haozi didn't dare to look too much, focusing on moving the supplies. Haozi continued to chatter as usual. "Brother Zhong, Captain Lu's truck is still so cool and fragrant. It seems to have changed to a different fragrance. It's my favorite sweet orange scent. I wish I could stay inside for a while. Brother Zhong, I still want to switch leaders. I wonder if Captain Lu would take me in, or I can dig holes. Brother Zhong, it seems Captain Lu only takes in female team members. How about we dress up as girls?" "Shut up," Chen Zhong said, completely exasperated, glaring at him. "Distribute these medicines to the injured." "But I'm not a doctor. What if I distribute them wrong and kill someone? Then find someone knowledgeable in medicine, a nurse, doctor, medical student, or pharmacy clerk will do. Stop whining here." "Oh, okay, Brother Zhong." Soon the supplies were distributed. Apart from the members of the Cyber Iron Riders, other players also received some. Almost everyone got a share. They all knew these supplies came from Lu Hao, and soon they expressed their gratitude and cheered. Lu Hao waved his hand. "Everyone hurry up and get on the road. Rest well at the service area, and if you need more water, come find me." He has an infinite water tank, so he doesn't have to worry about running out of water resources. Originally, he thought about selling it for a big profit, but thought better of it. However, it can be sold to other players on the road. The heavy truck RV turned around and continued toward the service area. After more than an hour, they arrived at the service area. Yang Xiaosu and Zhou Ning had already arrived. "Captain, over here." Yang Xiaosu jumped out of the Divine Bow off-road vehicle. Zhou Ning also opened the car door and walked out. The service area was still hot, but the buildings provided shade from the blazing sun. "Where's Zhang Lingxiao?" Lu Hao and Qin Zhaozhao walked over. Yang Xiaosu looked around and said he was just at the vending machine buying something. Zhou Ning said he went to the lottery machine. Lu Hao nodded. "You guys rest in the RV first, I'll go take a look." "I'll go with you," Zhou Ning said. Lu Hao felt a stir in his heart, just as Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhaozhao said, "We want to go too." Well, there went the plan to sneak off and do something. The four arrived at the huge lottery machine and saw Zhang Lingxiao standing there with a frown. "What did you draw?" Lu Hao asked with a smile. Zhang Lingxiao looked dejected. "I drew air." He slammed the surface of the lottery machine. "That damned thing swallowed over 500 road coins from me." Trading the 4-level fire seed crystal with Lu Hao had almost drained his savings, and now he was struggling to buy some supplies from the vending machine. So he came to the lottery machine to try his luck, but almost ended up trading his motorcycle for a bicycle. Zhang Lingxiao sighed and put on a smile. "Thanks to Captain Lu for his generous support. Chen Zhong told me about the supplies. It eased a lot of my pressure. This is the price of being a guild leader with the livelihoods of hundreds of people at stake." Of course, Zhang Lingxiao could treat his members as laborers, concentrating resources to strengthen himself, neglecting the lives of his members, which is also a way of managing a guild. However, if he did that, Lu Hao would no longer pay him any attention. "It's nothing, there are just 4 of us, so we don't need so many supplies." Lu Hao turned to the lottery machine and said, "Let me give it a try." Zhang Lingxiao's eyes brightened. "I almost forgot, Captain Lu, you are a lucky one." Lu Hao smiled and asked, "How many highway coins do you have left?" 50. Zhang Lingxiao felt a bit embarrassed. The distinguished leader of the Cyber Iron Riders was now in a dire situation. Lu Hao nodded. "Give them all to me, and let me give it a try for you." "That's great." Zhang Lingxiao immediately transferred the money, then waited with anticipation. Lu Hao put all 50 coins into the lottery machine. Lottery attempts 50. He raised his hand and pressed the lottery button while activating his luck manipulation. Mental strength 200,40200. This amount of consumption was nothing to him. His mental strength had grown to 200, and with the soul crystal pendant accelerating the recovery of mental strength, he was in high spirits. The lottery screen was filled with dazzling lights dancing around. Zhou Ning and Qin Zhaozhao were both watching Lu Hao's lottery for the first time. They knew he had good luck and couldn't help but feel excited. "I tried once, but when I didn't win, I didn't dare to try again," Qin Zhaozhao said softly. "The winning probability is extremely low. It's known as the highway gold eater," Zhou Ning said. "He's definitely going to win, don't worry," Yang Xiaosu said confidently. Zhang Lingxiao stared intently at the big screen, his expression tense. "It has to win, otherwise he'll be broke." Soon the first light spot stopped, followed by the second and third. "What the hell?" Zhang Lingxiao's eyes widened in shock. 3 in a row. "There's more. Captain Lu is amazing." Although what he won were all food and water, these were just what their guild urgently needed, and these items were quite expensive in vending machines. The resource package contained various foods and drinking water, including multiple first aid kits for external injuries, and was convenient to The resource package contained various foods and drinking water, including multiple first aid kits for external injuries, and was convenient to carry, occupying only one slot in the backpack, making it essential for the team's wilderness survival and monster hunting. In his 50 consecutive draws, Lu Hao won 3 resource packages, making Zhang Lingxiao extremely pleased, forgetting about his previous attempts to show off. This lottery, along with the resources you just gave, is enough for everyone to get through the tough times. Captain Lu's reputation as a lucky one is indeed well-deserved. Zhang Lingxiao said happily. Well, that's good. If there's not enough water, I have some left, Lu Hao replied with a smile. Then thank you. Zhang Lingxiao expressed his gratitude. Lu Hao looked at the lottery screen, his gaze scanning the prize list. Are you going to draw again? You go ahead, I'll take the things to the service hall. Zhang Lingxiao understood the hint. This service area was relatively well kept, although it was old. The roof of the service hall was intact, providing shelter from the wind and sun. I think we should stick to blind draws for caution, Zhou Ning reminded. Lu Hao nodded. Although no one dared to provoke them now, it was inevitable that some would betray them in the future. Unlimited fuel module, unlimited ammunition module, and sequence weapon blind box. His eyes fell on these 3 prizes, intending to take a gamble. Even if he exhausted his mental strength, he wasn't afraid, as 3 girls were taking care of him. He then took out 100 highway coins and put them all into the lottery machine. He took a deep breath, pressed the blind draw button, and activated luck manipulation. In the next second, his head buzzed and his mental strength was drained. Mental strength 160159200. What the hell, I wish too hard. His body swayed and his face turned pale. Qin Zhaozhao was quick to react. She had been prepared, putting the soul crystal pendant around Lu Hao's neck and hugging him from behind. This embrace felt very comfortable. The soul crystal pendant immediately took effect, a cool sensation driving away the dizziness in his head. Plus, with the soft touches from behind, Lu Hao quickly regained his energy. He looked up at the lottery screen that only he could see. 1. Unlimited fuel. 1. Unlimited ammunition. Sequence weapon blind box. There were other prizes as well, but Lu Hao was no longer concerned. He felt this was the most worthwhile lottery he had ever participated in. He had only spent 100 highway coins, and if it weren't for the lack of mental strength, he could have drawn until the highway system went bankrupt. Soon the lottery ended, and Lu Hao collected the 3 most important prizes. Xiao Sui Ning take the remaining prizes and head back to the RV. Okay. Lu Hao was too lazy to move, being carried by Qin Zhaozhao all the way to the RV. Zhou Ning and Yang Xiaosu followed, and the door of the car was closed. Lu Hao sat on the sofa looking a bit excited. I drew some absolutely great stuff. He revealed the 3 prizes. Unlimited fuel, unlimited ammunition. Sequence weapon blind box. The 3 girls couldn't help but exclaim. They knew Lu Hao had good luck, but they didn't expect it to be this exaggerated, winning 3 grand prizes from the Gold Eater in one go. Captain is so amazing, Yang Xiaosu said with admiration. Perhaps too excited, she leaned over and pecked Lu Hao on the cheek, producing a crisp sound. Ah, a kiss. Qin Zhaozhao's eyes widened. Zhou Ning showed a slightly ambiguous smile. Yang Xiaosu then realized something was off, letting out a cry as she ran to the side, her face turning completely red. Zhou Ning teased, why are you shy? It's not your first kiss. Yang Xiaosu dared not lift her head. It's different this time. Different? That's right, last time it was just a peck on the lips, Zhou Ning continued to tease her. Yang Xiaosu was even more flustered, not knowing where to put her hands. No, I didn't mean that, Captain, don't misunderstand, I didn't do it on purpose. Lu Hao touched his cheek where she had kissed, laughing. Indeed, a kiss on the face is a bit unsatisfying. Then how about this? Zhou Ning leaned over and kissed him on the lips. Yang Xiaosu suddenly looked up, shocked. A Ning, you. Zhou Ning chuckled, what about me? This isn't my first time either. Qin Zhaozhao looked incredulous. The last time was a special situation, but this time? No, it would be morally condemned. Zhou Ning smiled and said, this is the highway world, what morals can constrain us? Qin Zhaozhao could not respond. Seeing Lu Hao looking at her, she waved her hands repeatedly. I want kiss this time, don't involve me. Lu Hao smiled, then forget it. I was thinking that if you could kiss me too, I would give you the sequence blind box weapon. Before he finished speaking, Qin Zhaozhao leaned over, quickly pecked his cheek, and then floated away. Why is it fair to spread affection to everyone? Yang Xiaosu felt a bit unhappy. Zhou Ning laughed. Aren't you the one who started it? Blind box, Qin Zhaozhao said, blushing as she timidly reached out her hand. Lu Hao shook his head slightly. No, a light peck lacks sincerity. He proposed a bold idea. How about this? To be fair, I'll give you another chance. Whoever kisses better will get the sequence weapon blind box. What do you think? Qin Zhaozhao hesitated. We have to kiss again. Zhou Ning generously said, I have no objections. Xiaosu, what about you? Before she could finish asking, Yang Xiaosu rushed over, directly straddling Lu Hao's lap, pouting her little lips, and kissing him fiercely. Yang Xiaosu looked as if she was all in, catching Lu Hao off guard as he hurriedly covered her small mouth. Beside them, Qin Zhaozhao widened her beautiful eyes and covered her mouth. Oh my, this. The two were so close, more than any kiss scene from an idol drama, making her blush. "I finished kissing, now it's your turn." This time she hid even further away, flustered and stammering, I wasn't pecking a cabbage, no, I meant him, not a pig." "Oh no." Breathing? After a while, Yang Xiaosu lifted her head, her face flushed, her small mouth rosy. Seeing Lu Hao smiling at her, she let out a shy exclamation and sprang away like a spring running to the side. "I finished kissing, now it's your turn." This time she hid even further away, flustered and stammering, I wasn't pecking a cabbage, no, I meant him, not a pig." "Oh no." "Huh." Zhou Ning laughed until she couldn't stand up straight. Qin Zhaozhao also stifled a giggle. Lu Hao was still savoring the pecking sensation, although the girl didn't know how to do it, she was indeed very tender. Yang Xiaosu stomped her foot in embarrassment. "Oh, stop laughing. Aining Zhaozhao, you should kiss too." Qin Zhaozhao slowly raised her hand, weakly saying, "I surrender, I admit defeat. Just kissing in front of you two took a lot of courage. Ew, I can't be as bold as Yang Xiaosu, that would be too embarrassing." Zhou Ning held back her laughter and said with some difficulty, "I also admit defeat. Xiaosu was the best of the night, too enthusiastic, the prize should be yours." Lu Hao couldn't help but feel a bit regretful, thinking he could have had more than one peck. "Then let's give it to Xiaosu." He pointed to a small iron box neatly placed on the table, saying this button on top should be pressed once to open it. "Okay." Yang Xiaosu, filled with the joy of winning, smiled brightly as she opened the sequence weapon. In a flash of light, the small iron box vanished, replaced by a delicate black short blade. Its cold light reigned in, seemingly unremarkable. Sequence weapon, Shadow Blade. Shadow Blade, second tier, attack power 300, can activate invisibility effect when used. Yang Xiaosu was a bit dumbfounded. "A knife? I don't know how to use a knife." "Oh, I wanted a bow." Lu Hao replied with a smile, "It's a blind box. It's all random. You'll have to make do with it." Yang Xiaosu blinked. "How do you use it?" "I can't exactly use it to chop vegetables, right?" "I can use it," Zhou Ning said, looking at the shadow blade, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Lu Hao slightly nodded. Yes, this sequence weapon is indeed more suitable for aiming. She was originally using a breaking armor blade, and this shadow blade is about the same size. With the invisibility effect, it can greatly enhance her strength. "Oh." Yang Xiaosu suddenly realized, her expression innocent. "So no matter who opens the blind box, the sequence weapon that comes out is given to whoever can use it?" "Yes, if a bow comes out, it's definitely for you." Lu Hao suppressed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Yang Xiaosu's pretty face drooped. "So, Captain, did you deliberately make us kiss you? No matter who wins, the result is the same." "Cough, is that so?" "I just thought of it now," Lu Hao said, tactically clearing his throat. Yang Xiaosu wouldn't believe it, but she wasn't really angry either. She only lightly scolded, "Captain Bad Guy, tricking me into my first kiss." "Wasn't your first kiss lost last time?" Zhou Ning laughed. "Last time was different." "Oh, I won't discuss it with you." Yang Xiaosu had already cast aside the matter of the sequence weapon, now recalling the scene of pecking Lu Hao. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she hadn't performed well. Oh, if there was a next time, she couldn't be so bold. Qin Zhaozhao was also wondering how she had just kissed the captain's face. This might be the boldest move she had ever made in her life, even bolder than dealing with strange monsters. Zhou Ning had already picked up the shadow blade, and when she held it in her hand, Lu Hao saw the shadow blade actually vanish. Yet Zhou Ning clearly maintained her grip. "It seems this is the invisibility effect of the shadow blade." "Aining, can you see it?" Lu Hao asked. "I can see it." Zhou Ning quickly swiped a few times, finding it very handy. Lu Hao exclaimed, "This is a close combat killing weapon. It's utterly unpredictable. One must know that in close combat, life and death are but a hair's breadth apart. When the opponent has an invisible weapon, thinking it's just a punch coming, preparing to catch or block with their hand, but unexpectedly gets pierced, they might not even know how they died." Zhou Ning was very satisfied with the shadow blade. After playing with it for a while, she stowed it in her backpack and walked over to Xiaosu. "Thank you, Xiaosu." Yang Xiaosu came back to her senses and smiled. "It's best that Aining can use it. If the sequence weapon from the blind box didn't suit us, that would be the most frustrating. Next time, if there's something good, let's prioritize it for our Xiaosu." Yang Xiaosu wrinkled her nose at him. "Just don't trick me again." Lu Hao, Zhou Ning, and Qin Zhaozhao all laughed. Next up are these two. Lu Hao looked at the two modules. Infinite fuel and infinite ammunition. This time there was no need for discussion. The three girls firmly insisted that Lu Hao use them himself. The reason was that the RV was their base camp, and it was their main vehicle. Naturally, the stronger the better. Lu Hao didn't say much, directly applying both modules. Male infinite fuel. M242 Big Viper chain gun, infinite ammunition. This meant that the heavy truck RV had reached the level of infinite endurance and infinite firepower. It meant Lu Hao could fear no level 4 vehicles infinitely pursuing with infinite firepower. The chain gun module upgraded, while the infinite ammunition module continued to function. The level 4 heavy truck RV was armed to the teeth. And there's this. Lu Hao pulled out the Judgment revolver and the chip he had traded from Zhang Lingxiao. First tier sequence weapon enhancement chip. Inserting the chip into the Judgment revolver, it immediately changed. The gun body became more exquisite and much lighter, making it even more handy. Second tier Judgment revolver 12. 7mm caliber attack power 240, effective range 800 meters 50 chance to trigger a 400-point critical hit within 1 meter. The lethality has doubled. Lu Hao was quite satisfied. By the way, just now I also drew other things. Zhou Ning placed the items on the table, some high-end ingredients like snowflake steak caviar and white truffle. And there was a map chip. We can make a Western meal, now Yang Xiaosu said happily. Lu Hao inserted the map chip into the RV control panel, and soon the screen displayed a map. It indicated many red dots, likely places with strange monsters 2 or 3 not far from the service area. Let's all take a break. Once we're rested enough, we'll head to the wasteland to see what the strange monsters here are like. I want to take a shower. It's too hot outside. Just stepping out makes you sweat all over. Captain, you go shower first, wash quickly, and then you can rest. Lu Hao opened his eyes to find Zhou Ning's delicate face right in front of him, exuding the fresh scent of someone just emerged from a bath. Lu Hao took a deep breath and quietly asked, how did you get here? Where are Xiaosu and Zhao Zhao? They went to sleep in the room downstairs. I didn't want to hang around and sleep, nor did I want to sleep on the sofa. Zhou Ning exhaled softly, biting her lower lip with her pearly teeth. Then, Lu Hao reached out to wrap his arm around her slender waist, pulling her close as he whispered, then why not sleep with me? Zhou Ning replied softly, leaning in to offer her fresh lips. Zhao Zhao, did you hear any sounds? In another room, Yang Xiaosu suddenly asked from her bed. Zhao Zhao murmured sleepily, yes, it's a bit noisy outside. Many people have come to the service area. Not outside, it's from above. Yang Xiaosu looked at the ceiling of the room. Above was the loft room with 2 rooms stacked and separated by a steel plate. The noise was very faint, hardly audible, unless one listened closely. Qin Zhao Zhao did not hear anything. No, maybe you misheard. The captain is resting up there. Yang Xiaosu also felt puzzled, and after a moment said there is really a sound. Qin Zhao Zhao speculated maybe the captain is exercising. He has always been very disciplined. Exercising. Yang Xiaosu seemed to agree with this explanation, but then added, I think I also heard Sister Ning's voice. Qin Zhao Zhao was taken aback. The captain and Sister Ning are exercising together. Yang Xiaosu was flustered, thinking the two's exercise was quite ambiguous. She felt a bit strange inside and couldn't help but say, Zhao Zhao, do you think the captain is with Sister Ning? I always feel they are quite close. You are also very close to the captain. You have been that intimate. Not intimate, I mean the relationship is deeper than ours. Deeper? Xiaosu, I don't really understand these things. Don't understand. Then let me ask you, what does it feel like when you kiss the captain? It feels like my heart races and flustered, and it's not unpleasant. Me too, so we both have feelings for the captain. Is this what like feels? What do we do? We both like the captain. This isn't. And Sister Ning too, she definitely likes the captain. Wow, all 3 of us like him. What should we do? At this moment, the noise outside grew louder. Yang Xiaosu leaned against the window to take a look. She saw another group of players arriving, their vehicles damaged, as if they had just come from a fierce battle, many of them injured. They were attacked by strange monsters, and many people died. Yang Xiaosu said, what kind of strange monsters? Qin Zhao Zhao leaned in. It seems like zombies or something similar. Zombies that can parkour. They can even scream, attracting more of their kind. That's terrifying. Zhao Zhao, let's not sleep anymore and go investigate the situation. Alright. The two got up, changed their clothes, and left the room, but they didn't see Zhou Ning in the living room. Where's Sister Ning? Their gazes coincidentally fell on the loft room. As if to respond to them, the noises from the room grew a little louder. Now even Qin Zhao Zhao understood what was happening. The faces of the 2 girls flushed red as they exchanged glances. Yang Xiaosu's expression was strange as she tiptoed like a thief, taking a few steps towards the stairs. Qin Zhao Zhao quickly pulled her back, embarrassed. Oh, Xiaosu, let's hurry and leave. Okay. Yang Xiaosu looked back 3 times, feeling a bit uneasy, but still left the RV. Nearly an hour later, they returned after gathering news and saw Lu Hao and Zhou Ning sitting on the sofa drinking coffee. Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhao Zhao exchanged glances, then looked at Zhou Ning, then at Lu Hao. Lu Hao smiled and said, where have you 2 been? I was just about to call you. What's with those looks? You see, is there some bad news? Yang Xiaosu thought about how he and Zhou Ning had just finished a battle, feeling a bit distracted, said, let Zhao Zhao explain. Not long ago, a group of players that lagged behind encountered an attack from strange monsters, which were very powerful zombies able to run and jump, and some even scream to attract more zombies. What level are they? Zhou Ning asked. All are level 2 with several hundred of them. Those players couldn't fight back, over 50 died, and only 20 managed to escape, with 8 of them bitten or scratched by zombies. Qin Zhao Zhao said. Now Captain Zhang is hesitating whether to kill those 8 people, fearing they might turn into zombies. She added, "It is well known that being bitten by a zombie can also turn one into a zombie, as portrayed in movies. But here in the road world the rules might be different. If it were me, I wouldn't take that risk. Let Zhang Lingxiao decide," Lu Hao said. His mental energy had mostly recovered, and after exercising with Zhou Ning, he felt refreshed. He stood up and said he'll go draw a lottery again. Yang Xiaosu suddenly said, "Captain, the lottery machine is malfunctioning. Many people want to play but can't. Out of order." Lu Hao was taken aback, smiling helplessly. "Damn, road system can't play, huh?" He thought for a moment and said, "Forget it, let's go outside and check out those zombies." Highway 1687, at the Gold Rush Town exit. More than 100 vehicles rushed out amid the wind and sand, as if returning from a hellish battlefield, exuding an aura of triumph and cheering loudly. Finally cleared the level, haha. It's all thanks to Brother Dong. Brother Dong is awesome. Rampage Alliance. Unrivaled in the world. On the entire Highway 1687, only our Rampage Alliance remains. How exhilarating. If Lu Hao and the others were here, they would definitely be surprised. Because among these more than 100 vehicles, the lowest level was a level 2 vehicle. There were a full 15 level 3 vehicles, 5 level 4 vehicles, and the frontmost vehicle looked even cooler than those level 4 vehicles. 6 huge tires supported the massive body, and a cannon barrel extending out like a tank was mounted on the vehicle. There was a chain gun on either side of the turret. Behind the turret, there were 3 grenade launchers. One vehicle had a total of 6 heavy weapon modules. Not only that, but the vehicle also had solar panels, titanium alloy armor, black crystal rubber tires, colorful running lights, and external subwoofers. It had all the modules that could be attached. It was truly flashy and powerful. The more than 100 vehicles behind it were all cheering excitedly. Stormbreaker, the ceiling of level 4 vehicles. From now on, Highway 1687 belongs to Li Shidong, Brother Dong. Inside the vehicle called Stormbreaker, Li Shidong sat in the spacious driver's seat, his muscular upper body bare, holding a sexy and alluring beauty in his arms, a cigar clenched between his lips. He had a smug expression. This is the peak that every man dreams of. I really wish my brother were here, enjoying the good life with me and dominating the road. So Brother Dong has a younger brother. Is he in the real world? The sultry beauty purred. I don't know. We all arrived here for no reason, but this is the world that suits me. A place to let loose, to burn, kill, pillage, indulge in every vice. If my younger brother came, he'd certainly like it here too, haha. Li Shidong drew on his cigar and suddenly paused. Brother Dong, that's an announcement from the highway system. The sultry beauty said. I know. After reading the notice, Li Zidong's mouth curled into a cruel smile. Merge point. Merging with other highways, meaning well encounter more players. We were worried there were too few people, and the highway system hands them straight to us. My Baofeng Hao hasn't truly been unleashed since its upgrade. When the time comes, ill slaughter to my heart's content. He opened the loudspeaker, his rough voice rolled across the entire squad. See that, brothers? Our Quangbao Alliance has another chance to swell its ranks. No matter which highway they're from, kill them on sight. Seize their resources. Seize their women. An even louder cheer erupted from the group. Seize their resources. Seize their women. Li Shidong, his hand on the sultry woman's thigh, laughed wildly. What's the fun in killing anomalous creatures? Killing people is the true delight, haha. Brothers, follow me. With a whoosh, the Quangbao Alliance surged forward like a rolling tide along the highway. Halfway, they were intercepted by a horde of zombies. Rather than fear, they grew more excited. Ferocious fire poured forth like wolves among sheep, and before long the horde was wiped out. They quickly cleaned the battlefield, loading all scavenged supplies into a large truck. Good loot goes to Brother Dong. Keep the daily supplies in reserve. Soon the group continued at full speed, nearly unscathed. Highway 1688, across the wasteland. A dilapidated, desolate village 100 kilometers from the service area. In front of it, a heavy truck RV, a Shun new off-roader, and a Bat combat vehicle idled to a stop. A short distance away, a zombie had noticed them. Screaming zombie level 2 anomalous creature, attack 85, defense 90, emits screams that attract more zombies. Recommended to eliminate immediately. The screaming zombie opened its maw and howled a woe. Lu Hao was half exasperated. That's a werewolf zombie, isn't it? Bang. He rolled down the window, thrust out the Tsaijue revolver, and with a single shot blew its head apart. Gunfighting technique, Tier 2, 11,000. As the screaming zombie fell, a tremendous commotion erupted within the village. A dense clamor of footsteps and snarls. Lu Hao and the others looked up stunned. They were witnessing parkour zombies. Countless figures surged onto the village streets, sprinting madly toward them. Between the ruined houses, zombies leapt and somersaulted as if springs were fixed to their soles. Some even executed airborne 360-degree spins more flamboyant than professional parkour athletes. Screaming zombies ran among them, issuing wolf-like howls that summoned still more of their kind. The scene resembled the film World War Z, making one's scalp prickle. At a glance, there were easily hundreds of zombies. Aside from the clamorous, screaming zombies, most belonged to another variety. Madman Zombie Level 2 Anomalous Creature, Attack 90, Defense 95, Speed comparable to a sprint champion, High attack awareness, extremely ferocious. Watching the horde sprinting and performing acrobatics, Liu Hao's expression remained calm. No matter how ferocious, they're still only level 2 anomalous creatures, but their numbers are indeed excessive. This is just a single nest. What about Holwan City? He thought of the fallen Jerusalem in World War Z, the tidal waves of undead. In that moment, human civilization had seemed infinitesimal and fragile, collapsing in an instant. Kill, Liu Hao said coolly. Whiz. Yang Xiaosu loosed an arrow aimed at a zombie's shadow. At present, her single target range power was the weakest. A normal arrow to the body dealt only 75 damage. Only by shooting the shadow could she secure a one-hit kill. Zhou Ning lay atop the bat combat vehicle, bracing a Barrett sniper rifle and taking controlled shots at Qin Zhaozhao floated midair, clutching a Waisen revolver. The recoil was severe and her marksmanship poor. Each shot shoved her backward, leaving her accuracy pitiably low and her morale dampened. But Liu Hao had said there was no need to use ultimate moves against such low-grade monsters. They would make do with conventional firepower. After all, Liu Hao and the others had their backs. Liu Hao leapt onto the vehicle roof, Saiju, a revolver in hand. With several hundred meters, zombies fell one by one to his headshots. Though numerous, the zombies were only level 2. Their vehicles easily withstood them, posing no real threat, and heavy ordnance was unnecessary. Liu Hao treated it as training to raise his gunfighting technique proficiency. He even tried a few curved bullet shots with excellent results. There is a pleasure in shooting. With so many live targets to practice on, Liu Hao was utterly absorbed. But burst fire proved inefficient, and the horde ran fast. After more than 100 were cut down, the mass had closed to within 200 meters. Liu Hao ignored it and increased his rate of fire. When the horde closed within 100 meters, he vaulted from the heavy truck RV and charged straight into the swarm. Captain, Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhaozhao cried out. Zhou Ning said calmly, it's fine. The captain knows his limits. Well, provide covering fire. Actually, Zhaozhao, cease fire for now, lest you accidentally hit the captain. Oh, Qin Zhaozhao hurriedly holstered the Waisen revolver. Ahead, Liu Hao ran and fired quickly, breaching the heart of the horde. The horde had not expected such brazen humanity to deliver itself willingly. All of the creature's attention was drawn to him. A few screaming zombies howled, and Snap killed that human first. In the next instant, the entire horde swarmed around Liu Hao. Deep within their midst, Liu Hao betrayed no hint of panic. His close-range rate of fire surged, and with a wrist flick, he felled a zombie. Outside the desolate village, hundreds of zombies frantically surrounded him. Liu Hao held his revolver, continuously picking off targets. He didn't give the zombie horde a chance to encase him, instead charging directly at the weakest point. At this moment, the effect of the second-tier gene lock manifested, his speed surpassing that of a level 2 zombie. As he weaved and maneuvered, he brought the art of gunfighting and close combat to its zenith. Zombies fell around him. Yet instead of cowering, the horde became even more frenzied. Their bloodthirst ignited as they attempted to engulf Liu Hao with sheer numbers. Liu Hao would not let them have their way. Using his agile form, he dashed and dodged, while rapidly raising his weapon to shoot. The seamless connection between reloading and firing was a mesmerizing display of fluid motion. Yang Xiaosu was already captivated. The captain is so cool, so incredibly cool. Qin Zhaozhao also marveled. The captain is really impressive, but it's a bit strange. Whenever those zombies get close to him, their speed seems to slow down, and their movements become stiff, sometimes even bouncing away inexplicably. Zhou Ning had noticed as well, expressing her confusion. Could this be the effect of the advancement in gunfighting techniques? This was the effect of Liu Hao employing the Domain Lord. With such a practical opportunity, he naturally took the chance to familiarize himself further with the newly acquired extraordinary sequence. As he grew more adept in its use, he increasingly felt that this was an immensely powerful control ability, significantly suppressing and weakening opponents. Coupled with the gunfighting techniques, an area of 10 meters around him became his domain. With gravity shifting at will, and the angles of his gunfire being incredibly tricky, it left no room for defense. Not to mention these level 2 aberrant creatures. Even if a level 4 warlord came, Liu Hao was confident he could crush and eradicate them. Yang Xiaosu watched somewhat entranced. Already smitten, seeing Liu Hao slaughtering through the zombie horde, his calm demeanor and every movement exuded an aesthetic of brutal beauty, delivering a tremendous impact on her. She had forgotten about archery, and even thought how nice it would be if she had Cupid's arrow, so she could shoot it straight into the heart of her beloved. But then she couldn't help but glance over at Zhou Ning, who was crouched on the Batmobile. As if sensing her gaze, Zhou Ning paused shooting and turned to look at her. Xiaosu, I've told you before, this is a survival world on the Apocalypse Road. Hearing this, Yang Xiaosu suddenly snapped back to reality. She recalled Zhou Ning's words in the hotel room. To survive and become stronger is our goal. So if the captain needs me, I wouldn't mind sleeping with him. He is a man worth depending on. Yes, I had already come to terms with this back then. How come I'm confused again now? Yang Xiaosu secretly reproached herself. Was she seriously expecting to have a sweet romance in this road world where life and death were constantly at stake? I really am too naive. Taking a deep breath, she had made up her mind. What Sister Ning can do, I can do too. If the captain needs me, I can sleep with him as well. Having made up her mind, she knocked an arrow and continued to shoot down zombies. Floating in the air, Qin Zhao Zhao watched Lu Hao's figure seemingly deep in thought. At this moment, Lu Hao was drawing the zombie horde, leading them to change direction and charge madly towards the village. It's too spacious here, making it easy to be encircled. The captain intends to go into the village to utilize the building layout. Let's move closer, so we can support him at any time, Zhou Ning said as she packed away her sniper rifle and climbed into the vehicle. Okay. Yang Xiaosu also got into the off-road vehicle. Qin Zhao Zhao floated along behind. Before long, Lu Hao entered the dilapidated village. Just as Zhou Ning had said, he planned to use the terrain to break the encirclement of the zombies. Although these creatures were low-level, they were not to be underestimated. They were harder to deal with than the black skeletons and earth owls. With their violent aggression, unless shot in the head, even if only a head remained, they would struggle to bite you, eager to swallow you whole. Lu Hao navigated between the crumbling houses, dispatching the zombies that had been forced to scatter, and felt considerably relieved. But a new problem arose. The bullets in the revolver were running low. With 50 caliber ammunition being scarce, he only had about 300 rounds on him, and now less than 100 remained. Meanwhile, there were still over 200 zombies pursuing him. If only there was an infinite ammo module, the damned road system. If you can't play, then just crash. Lu Hao cursed under his breath as he continued to shoot zombies. He wasn't overly worried if he ran out of bullets. He could just switch to a vehicle with heavy firepower, or have Zhou Ning and the others support him. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to engage in close combat with these disgusting creatures. Bang! He took down another zombie, picked up the box of bullets it dropped, and ducked into an abandoned church. This was the tallest building in the village, with rows of dusty chairs inside. On the wall facing the main entrance hung a statue of Jesus bound to a cross. Above the statue of Jesus perched a licker, its long tongue hanging out. It had no sight, but its keen hearing had already detected Lu Hao, ready to pounce. Oh, a familiar creature. Lu Hao smiled slightly. With zombies around, how could there not be licks? However, it was evident this one was not level 4. It was smaller than the licks he had encountered before, looking quite easy to bully. Mini Licker, a level 3 aberrant creature with sharp claws and a 2-meter-long tongue, adept at climbing and lurking, attack power 150, defense 130. It's still the mini version. Without waiting for it to move, Lu Hao raised his gun to shoot, while employing fortune manipulation. Mental power 20. After all, it was a level 3 monster. He might as well take a shot and see. The moment the bullet left the chamber, the mini Licker almost simultaneously made a dodging move. However, the bullet didn't travel straight ahead, but veered at an angle mid-flight, completely outside its prediction range. Caught off guard, the bullet pierced through its forehead. Boom. The mini Licker fell to the ground, dropping something. Lu Hao dispatched a few zombies that had followed him and approached the corpse of the Licker. Another key. He picked up the key and examined it. Having picked up keys before, he already knew that keys don't appear without reason. There must be a door waiting for him to open. There was no time to ponder further, as the zombie horde had caught up again. Lu Hao shot while dialing Zhou Ning's watch. I'm low on bullets. You all help clear out the outside, then gather in the church. Receive. Zhou Ning replied promptly. Soon gunfire rang out outside as well. Minutes later, Lu Hao fired his last bullet, finishing off the remaining 2 zombies with a wooden stick. The gunfire outside had also ceased. After a while, the SUV and the Bat War vehicle drove straight into the church. Yang Xiaosu jumped out of the car and scoured the area like a little hamster, gathering the supplies dropped by the zombies and loading them all into the SUV. Then she took 5 boxes of 12.7 caliber bullets. Captain, here are 100 bullets for you. Thanks, Lu Hao said as he loaded the bullets, asking, is everything outside cleared? All cleared. There isn't a single strange creature left in the entire village, Zhou Ning replied. Yang Xiaosu said, I counted, including the ones inside. There are a total of 536 zombies. All the dropped supplies have been collected. Aside from daily necessities, fuel, weapons, we also have 10 level 2 ignition crystals, and not much road currency, only 25680 coins. Account balance 22799525680253575. Lu Hao and the others already had quite a few ignition crystals, totaling 28 level 2, 2 level 3, and 1 level 4. Account balance 22799525680253575. Lu Hao and the others already had quite a few ignition crystals, totaling cross-regional trading. The road system isn't willing to open that up yet. Lu Hao stored the ignition crystals away, saying, they will be useful sooner or later, but let's keep them for now. Let's explore the church together and see if there are any locked doors. I just made a key. All right. The four of them dispersed and carefully searched the entire church, but found no locked doors. Lu Hao pondered for a moment and activated his luck manipulation, consuming only 10 points of mental energy. Then he felt something and moved to the base of the statue of Jesus, discovering that the ground felt different from the rest. He bent down and knocked on the tile, then lifted the whole tile to reveal a 1-meter square iron plate with a keyhole on it. This is the spot, he said, taking out the key. Yang Xiaosu, Zhou Ning, and Qin Zhaozhao quickly gathered around. Lu Hao inserted the key into the hole and turned it effortlessly. It opened, he said as he lifted the iron plate to reveal an iron staircase. You all go down, Ilgard here, Zhou Ning said. Okay, keep in touch if anything happens. Lu Hao nodded and was the first to descend. It was pitch black inside. Captain Flashlight. Yang Xiaosu handed over a flashlight. Lu Hao took it and illuminated the area below. After the light swept around, he found it was like a laboratory filled with various instruments, test tubes, and glass jars containing unknown liquids, as well as scattered papers and documents on the table and floor. Confirming there were no strange creatures lurking, Lu Hao continued down the stairs. Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhaozhao followed, curiously examining the laboratory with their flashlight. Lu Hao's gaze landed on a silver metal box on the table. After gently brushing off the dust, he attempted. The metal box was not locked. A simple flick of the latch opened it, revealing 8 bottles of light blue potion. Alice's serum can cure zombie infection and produce antibodies against the zombie virus while enhancing physical strength by 80 points. Limited to one use, multiple uses do not have an additive effect. Lu Hao's eyes lit up. He did not expect such a bountiful reward. At that moment, Yang Xiaosu made a discovery as well. Oh, what a big egg. It was golden and looked like a golden egg. She pointed to a glass container filled with liquid inside, which floated an egg larger than a basketball. Qin Zhaozhao suddenly said, there is life inside the egg, I can feel it. She had a special psychic sensitivity that allowed her to perceive life. Yang Xiaosu leaned in to take a closer look, saying, what kind of egg is this so big? It doesn't look like the egg of any known animal, Zhou Ning replied. Qin Zhaozhao suddenly said, there is life inside the egg, I can feel it. She had a special psychic sensitivity that allowed her to perceive life signs. Is it alive? Not a strange monster? Lu Hao asked. Qin Zhaozhao nodded, saying, strange monsters do not have life signs, at least the ones I've seen before didn't. She didn't dare to be too absolute, as they might encounter strange monsters with life signs in the future. Lu Hao pondered, the machine is about to break. Let's take the egg out and see what we can hatch. Xiaosu. All right. Yang Xiaosu broke open the glass container, and the liquid inside quickly drained away. Lu Hao took off his combat suit jacket, wrapped the golden egg, and handed it to Yang Xiaosu, saying, this egg is now your responsibility to hatch. What? I am to hatch an egg. I'm not a hen, and even if a hen came, it wouldn't know what to do with such a big egg. Lu Hao was obviously joking. He carefully checked the laboratory again, confirming there was nothing else worth taking, and then he went up the stairs and exited. Sister Ning looked the golden egg. Yang Xiaosu exclaimed as she opened the wrapped jacket. Zhou Ning also looked surprised, gently tapping on it with her finger, but still cautiously said, there is indeed something inside. Is it safe to bring it back? Not sure, but we can store it in my RV as a decoration. If something dangerous hatches, it won't pose a threat on my vehicle, Lu Hao replied. Maybe it can hatch a dinosaur. Yang Xiaosu seemed quite eager. We've collected quite a haul this time, though everyone benefits. Let's head back to the service area, Lu Hao said. All right. The 3 girls did not ask further and quickly boarded the vehicle. Lu Hao sat in the passenger seat of the Bat war vehicle, watching Zhou Ning skillfully drive. He smiled and said, it's my first time in your car. It's quite spacious, like a female Batman. Zhou Ning replied with a smile, a low-cut figure-hugging dress can't satisfy you anymore. You want a Batman suit, right? Lu Hao held her hand, saying, not that it's not possible. Zhou Ning lightly scoffed, you're being inappropriate. Then her voice took on a hint of allure, should I wear a Batman suit and have some fun with you in this Bat war vehicle? The car shakes. Lu Hao was eager to try. No, this is already an empty shake. The Bat war vehicle can fly into the sky. You wish? We'll talk about it when we have the chance. Zhou Ning giggled, controlling the Bat war vehicle to hover and fly out of the church. Yang Xiaosu's SUV followed closely behind. They soon arrived outside the village. Lu Hao and Qin Zhaozhao boarded the heavy truck RV without lingering and drove directly back to the service area. After parking at the service area, they got out and took a stroll. Zhang Lingxiao was not at the service area. Other players said he had taken his team out to hunt. As for the 8 players who were injured by zombies, they had indeed contracted the zombie virus. Before they could mutate, they were dealt with by Zhang Lingxiao outside the service area. With Lu Hao's support, the supplies were enough, and the injured had received treatment. But the situation did not cease. Worsening weather and even more terrifying bizarre monsters loom ahead, while a relentless sandstorm pursues from behind, with unknown dangers ahead, and a convergence point where players from other roads are about to meet. All these factors combined have left most players feeling oppressed, a sense of despair gradually enveloping them. At this rate, without encountering players from other roads, we might be wiped out by those bizarre monsters halfway through. Zhou Ning furrowed her brows and said. Lu Hao replied, it all depends on Zhang Lingxiao and Qin Zhong. They are capable individuals, and this is a necessary process for leading a guild. Of course, they could also choose a different approach. For instance, concentrating resources and adopting an elite route. Zhou Ning asked. Lu Hao nodded and said, yes, this is the fastest way to enhance the guild's strength. Initially, having many members is not a problem, but later on we will need to streamline and eliminate those who are less useful. To put it bluntly, it's like treating the lower members as cattle and draining their resources. Once they no longer have value, they will be kicked aside. That's too cruel, isn't it? Qin Zhaozhao remarked. Lu Hao slowly replied. Here there is no distinction between good and evil, only strength and weakness. If you are strong, others will fear you just like now. Those players don't even dare to approach our vehicle to rest. Then why doesn't team leader Zhang do as you say? Yang Xiaosu inquired. Lu Hao smiled and said, if he were to do so, I would no longer assist him. Perhaps he is exploring a different path. What if the captain were to handle it? Yang Xiaosu asked again. Lu Hao shook his head slightly. I have said I will not organize a guild. I firmly believe that an elite team is the optimal solution for survival on the road. You will understand in the future. Oh right, I almost forgot about Zhang Xian's team. Have they arrived? The three girls simultaneously asked in confusion. Who is Zhang Xian? Lu Hao sighed. Forget about. Zhou Ning pondered. So what we might encounter next is such a guild. Few in number, but extremely powerful. If we really encounter one, or even two or three such guilds, our No. 1688 road will be in peril. They will do everything possible to frantically plunder our resources. Lu Hao opened the door of the RV. The four of them entered the cabin. Lu Hao glanced at the golden egg displayed in the glass cabinet, then took out a metal box he had swiped from the laboratory. I didn't even see what it was at that time, Yang Xiaosu said curiously. It's not too late to look now. Lu Hao opened the metal box. Seeing the 8 vials of light blue liquid inside, the three girls' eyes widened in unison, exclaiming, Alice's serum. They all noticed the prompt from the road system, and were immediately stunned by this enormous gain. Indeed, following the team leader brings surprises at every turn. Lu Hao expressed some regret, saying, it's a pity that each person can only use 1 dose. There are 4 left. Perhaps I could consider selling them to Zhang Lingxiao, but he's currently broke. Is this an injection? Do we have to get a shot? Qin Zhaozhao pointed at Alice's serum and asked. A shot? Yang Xiaosu exclaimed. Lu Hao smiled. Yes, and it has to be in the butt for it to be effective. Yang Xiaosu panicked even more. Huh? A shot in the butt? I dread but shots. I've feared them since I was little. Can I not take this serum, Captain? Yang Xiaosu stepped back a few paces, flustered. Lu Hao deliberately put on a stern face. No way, you have to use it. Alice's serum can immunize you against the zombie virus and enhance your physique by 80 points. How can you not use something this good? Do you think I worked hard for nothing? I worked hard not just for myself, but for our team, so we can live well. Well, Captain, I'm sorry for putting you through so much. Then I'll take it. Sister Ning, can you help me with it? Zhou Ning suppressed a laugh. I don't know how to give shots, I've never learned. Yang Xiaosu turned to Qin Zhaozhao. Qin Zhaozhao shook her head repeatedly. I can't either. Lu Hao coughed lightly. Well, it just so happens that I am a student from a medical school. Really? Yang Xiaosu asked, half in disbelief. Really, if I lied, I'm a puppy, Lu Hao replied with a serious face. All right, then I'll take it. Captain, you have to be gentle. Lu Hao assured. Don't worry, I'm a professional. He picked up a syringe along with some disinfectant and cotton swabs. Right here. Yang Xiaosu felt a bit shy. Then let's go to the room. Lu Hao brought a chair into the room and added, Zhaozhao, you'll be next. Qin Zhaozhao blinked. Huh? All right, okay. Then she encouraged Yang Xiaosu, go for it, Susu. MHM. Yang Xiaosu nodded, her expression resolute as she walked into the room. Qin Zhaozhao looked at Zhou Ning. Sister Ning, you have to get a shot too, right? Zhou Ning smiled. Yes, I do. Just then a scream from inside rang out. Ah. Qin Zhaozhao jumped in surprise. After a while, Yang Xiaosu came out, her face flushed. How was it, Susu? Was it painful? Qin Zhaozhao asked nervously. Why did it take so long? Yang Xiaosu rolled her beautiful eyes and pretended to be relaxed. Not at all, it didn't hurt a bit. Then why did you scream so loudly? Qin Zhaozhao was skeptical. Yang Xiaosu laughed. I was just too nervous. It really didn't hurt. The captain is very gentle with the shots. Now it's your turn, go quickly. Really? Qin Zhaozhao asked doubtfully. Zhaozhao, please bring a vial of serum in. Lu Hao's voice. Oh, okay, Qin Zhaozhao responded. Yang Xiaosu clenched her fists. Zhaozhao, you can do it. Qin Zhaozhao felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it. However, she thought little of it, reassured by the fact that they were good teammates and wouldn't trick her, until the syringe pierced her flesh. Susu, you tricked me. You said it wouldn't hurt. Uffed. Yang Xiaosu covered her mouth and stifled a laugh. Zhou Ning was laughing too, but not for the same reason. After a while, Qin Zhaozhao emerged holding her backside looking forlorn. Susu, you're so mean. Yang Xiaosu blinked. I didn't trick you. Wasn't the captain gentle with the shots? Gentle, yes, but it still hurt. Qin Zhaozhao replied helplessly. But my physique did indeed increase by 80 points, she added. Yeah, I'm feeling stronger already, Yang Xiaosu said happily. Now it's Sister Ning's turn for the shot, right? Zhou Ning replied, yes, it's my turn. She picked up the syringe, unwrapped the needle, and then injected it into her own arm. Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhaozhao exclaimed, huh? It can be done like this. They turned to see Lu Hao come. Captain, didn't you say we had to get shots in the butt? Lu Hao casually replied. Oh, I didn't say you couldn't inject into the arm. I was just worried you wouldn't be able to do it yourself, so I took the liberty to help. By the way, Zayazayo's, but should be a bit wider. Yang Xiaosu and Qin Zhaozhao were left speechless. Ha ha ha. Zhou Ning finally couldn't hold it in anymore, laughing so hard she doubled over. Captain, are you really a medical school student? Yes, why? What major are you in? Pet medical technology, also known as veterinary medicine. Outside, Zhang Lingxiao returned with his team. Upon seeing the lifeless expressions of his subordinates, he erupted in anger, his voice echoing throughout the service area. Brothers, this time we have made significant gains with ample supplies, and we even obtained a spark crystal. This world is a dead end unless we fight hard to survive. We, the Cyber Iron Riders, are the only surviving gang among the 4 major gangs on Highway 1688. Doesn't that prove our superiority? Not to mention the formidable Fire Beacon team Captain Liu has helped us immensely. Now everyone needs to pull themselves together. Next we will attack a zombie stronghold. Rewards will be given based on merit. The more zombies you kill, the more spark crystals you will earn. After this rallying speech, the players in the gang gradually regained their fighting spirit. Those who had not joined the Cyber Iron Riders also applied to join the gang. With Chun Zhong's assistance and advice, the gang began to operate in an orderly manner. They established a guard team, a scout team, a logistics group, and personnel specifically responsible for vehicle maintenance. Resources were managed uniformly, and the reward system took shape. As the gang structure solidified, Zhang Lingxiao seized the momentum and with a wave of his hand led his followers out of the service area to hunt zombies, aiming to bolster the gang's cohesion and morale with a victory. Zhang Lingxiao and Qin Zhong are quite capable, Zhou Ning said, retracting her gaze in the RV. Lu Hao remarked, this gives us a better chance, time is running out. The players on the other highway should have already broken out of Gold Rush Town. Perhaps they were all wiped out, Yang Xiaosu suggested. That is a possibility, but we must be prepared for— At this moment, Lu Hao was observing the footage transmitted by the Angel Wings. Qin Zhaozhao had released the Angel Wings to search every corner of the service area. Finally, on the edge of the service area, they discovered a 3-carriage steam train with the locomotive emitting black smoke as it slowly started and exited the service area. So they were hiding here. It seems they are also heading out to hunt. I have never underestimated Zhang Xian's team, Lu Hao said. Zhaozhao, what is the maximum distance your vehicle bird can be from you? 10 kilometers, Qin Zhaozhao replied. Lu Hao said, that's sufficient. Let it patrol the skies within that 10-kilometer range, and see if we can capture a ghost owl. Zhang Xian's team had obtained intelligence packets by capturing a ghost owl, leading them to a shortcut to the warlord's territory. Of course, that information now seemed incomplete, as it did not mention needing a key to access it. This is the consistent nature of the highway system. It never provides complete information, requiring players to fill in the gaps through exploration. However, with Lu Hao possessing fortune manipulation and now having a predictive pocket watch, he was equipped with the ability to explore and complete information. All right, leave it to me, Qin Zhaozhao said, activating real-time image transmission and controlling the Angel Wings to fly high. Captain, coffee. Yang Xiaosu handed him a cup of coffee. Thank you, Lu Hao said, taking a sip and contemplating their next course of action. The service area was only 200 kilometers from the merging point, and if they moved quickly, they could reach it in an hour. What about the sandstorms? They can't possibly move at different speeds, can they? They must synchronize. Just as he pondered this, Qin Zhaozhao suddenly exclaimed, the sandstorm has stopped moving. This confirms my suspicion that it needs to synchronize with the other highway. Lu Hao gazed at the real-time footage from the mechanical bird, murmuring, it will likely be like last time, allowing us to rest for a night in the service area before pushing us to confront each other the next morning. So we need to take advantage of the extra time we have to enhance our strength, Zhou Ning suggested. Lu Hao nodded. That is indeed the case. Currently all 4 of them were at level 4 vehicles, and their individual strengths were not weak. They had all unlocked the first stage of their genetic locks, and their mental power and extraordinary sequences had also reached the second stage. The physical attributes of the 4 were all at 220. They possessed two sequence weapons, one for Lu Hao and one for Zhou Ning. Although Qin Zhao Zhao did not have a sequence weapon, her vehicle was carried with her, effectively making it part of her body, far superior to sequence weapons. Coupled with her extraordinary sequence, it combined high defense, high attack, and control. Yang Xiaosu was the weakest, as she could perform well at range, and her shadow kill damage boost was hard to counter. What she lacked now was a bow or an arrow-type sequence weapon. As for Lu Hao, his individual strength was steadily rising. Physical attribute 2, 21st stage genetic lock, mental power 200200. First stage spirit gunslinger level 2, 372, 1000 domain, lord level 1, 95500 fortune manipulation vehicle symbiosis. Now Lu Hao aimed to enhance the personal strength of his team as much as possible before reaching the merging point. It's a pity the lottery machine is out of order, otherwise we could just use it instead of suffering through monster battles, Lu Hao thought to himself. The zombie stronghold in the desolate village yielded mostly low-grade resources such as basic gene enhancement potions and basic mental enhancement potions, which were ineffective at their current stage. But Zhang Lingxiu's gang could make use of them. I hope this guy can show some promise and not waste my help, Lu Hao thought. 2 hours later, Zhang Lingxiu returned with his followers. After handing over the organization work to Chen Zhong, he made a beeline for the heavy-duty RV. Captain Lu, is it convenient to talk for a moment? The RV door opened, and Lu Hao stepped down alone. Zhang Lingxiu felt the cool breeze blowing from inside the RV and took a deep breath of fresh air, enviously saying, Captain Lu's vehicle is truly excellent, combining combat and living functions seamlessly. Lu Hao closed the RV door and tossed a few cigarettes and cigars to him. I don't smoke, so they are of no use to me. They're all yours. Thanks a lot, Zhang Lingxiu said, delighted as he collected them. He then took out several boxes of ammunition, saying, Captain Lu's sidearm is a 50 caliber, nothing extravagant, a total of 300 rounds. Just a small token of appreciation. Lu Hao smiled slightly. Just what I needed, a thank you. And this, we are heading to an abandoned shooting range where I found this bow. No one in the gang knows how to use a bow, and I want to exchange it with Captain Lu for some resources, such as low-grade spark crystals. Oh, just let me know what you think. Zhang Lingxiu produced a titanium alloy bow. Oh, a sequence weapon. Lu Hao took the metallic, the peptide bow, a first-tier sequence weapon using mental will, as arrows with an attack power of 120 and an effective range of 800 meters. It's actually a sequence weapon. Captain Zhang is truly thoughtful. How fortunate, just when I was worried about how to help Yang Xiaosu get a good bow. Zhang Lingxiu smiled, and said as long as Captain Lu can use it, that's good. It's useful. Lu Hao turned and shouted, Ning, bring the things down. Soon the carriage door opened again, and Zhou Ning jumped out carrying a box. Lu Hao opened the box and said, fire seed chips, both level 2 and level 3, along with primary gene and mental strength enhancement potions. These will help boost your guild strength. Zhang Lingxiu's face was filled with surprise. This is incredibly helpful. Captain Lu, you're so generous, but this is too much. Oh, I feel a bit embarrassed. Though he said that his body was quite honest, eagerly taking the box. It's just a matter of mutual benefit. If Captain Zhang feels uncomfortable, just remember to bring me some good stuff next time. Lu Hao said with a smile. That's for sure. The Fiery Fire team will always be a good friend of the Cyber Iron Riders. Zhang Lingxiu replied sincerely. I look forward to your guild's performance in the group battle, Lu Hao said. Zhang Lingxiu confidently replied, I will not disappoint Captain Lu. I'll take my leave now. Lu Hao nodded and returned to the RV with Zhou Ning. Xiaosu, this is for you. Lu Hao handed the peptide bow to Yang Xiaosu. For me, eh? Yang Xiaosu's eyes lit up, and after receiving the peptide bow, she exclaimed, oh my god, it's a sequence weapon bow. I finally have a sequence weapon. She was overjoyed, unable to put down the peptide bow. Suddenly, she jumped up, wrapped her arms around Lu Hao's neck, and kissed him with a pout. Moi? Thank you, Captain. Lu Hao chuckled. Aren't you mad at me for tricking you into getting a spanking? It's not the first time I've kissed you. This time Yang Xiaosu was much more relaxed, still hugging his neck, blushing, and unable to help but say, I'm not mad at Captain. If you like it, I can let you spank me. Realizing her words were too ambiguous, she quickly let go, flustered, and said, no, I didn't mean it. But I've remembered it, you know. Lu Hao laughed. Can I watch? Zhou Ning teased. Qin Zhao Zhao chuckled quietly to herself. Yang Xiaosu was even more bashful. Lu Hao said, alright, let's see how much attacking power the peptide bow can unleash combined with your shadow archer. Yang Xiaosu took a moment and said seriously, the starting attack power of the second-tier shadow archer is 100 points. Adding the peptide bow's 120 points, that makes 220 points. The shadow attack power can reach 330 points. So with this sequence weapon, Xiaosu's attack power has more than doubled. Zhou Ning exclaimed in surprise. The peptide bow instantly elevated Yang Xiaosu's personal power, making her the strongest in terms of long-range lethality. The only weakness was that she couldn't be approached. Alright, the next step is to improve proficiency through actual combat. Let's find the next strange monster lair, Lu Hao said. At that moment Qin Zhaozhao suddenly said, I found the ghost owl. Lu Hao Zhou Ning and Yang Xiaosu hurriedly gathered around. In the image transmitted by the angel wing, a large bird resembling an owl was seen flying swiftly past. Qin Zhaozhao quickly controlled the angel wing to pursue. So fast, and flying so high, no wonder it's hard to hit, Zhou Ning said. Lu Hao commanded Zhaozhao take action. Okay. Qin Zhaozhao immediately gave instructions to the angel wing. 3 feathers shot towards the ghost owl and struck it in an instant. The ghost owl let out a howl of pain, bursting with a spray of blood followed by a red pouch dropping. The angel wing flew over, caught it in its beak, spun once in the air, and quickly flew back to the service area. Before long, Qin Zhaozhao opened the car window, and the angel wing flew in. She took the pouch from the bird's beak and handed it to Lu Hao. This little bird is great for executing patrol surveillance and assassination missions. Lu Hao took the pouch, opened it, and pulled out a metal card. The metal card was the size of a bank card, engraved with a design and a string of numbers 1999. He paused for a moment. A map. What does 1999 mean? It seems to be a piece of a map puzzle, Yang. Lu Hao carefully compared the card with the electronic map and finally made a discovery. To be precise, the drawing on the card was a small section of the map of the chaotic wasteland. The difference was that there was a red dot marked on the card's map, which was not present on the original map. The original map did not indicate this. It should be a hidden small dungeon. I think it will be quite dangerous about 150 kilometers from the service area. Should we go take a look? Zhou Ning suggested. Lu Hao pondered. High danger means high reward. The nearby low-level zombie lairs can no longer satisfy us. Let Zhang Lingxiao and his team handle those. We'll head there. Soon 3 level 4 vehicles started leaving the service area, raising dust as they sped towards the distant wasteland. Brother Zhong, where are they going? Haozi put down the binoculars. Shun Zhong glanced and said, it doesn't seem like they're heading towards the zombie lairs. There are still 2 lairs nearby, both on the other side. Zhang Lingxiao beside him took a drag on his cigarette and slowly said, Captain Lu has a grand vision. He wouldn't fight us for these resources, but they must have made some other discoveries. Haozi sighed, I really want to join them. Slap. Shun Zhong smacked him on the back of the head and scolded, if you talk nonsense again, I'll throw you into a zombie lair. It's fine, it's fine. Zhang Lingxiao didn't mind at all, but instead sighed, I also want to follow Captain Lu, but unfortunately am not a beauty. Haozi chuckled, actually, I might not be bad looking in women's clothes. Zhang Lingxiao and Shun Zhong looked at his lewd expression and nearly spit out the pickled noodles they had just eaten. After finally recovering, Shun Zhong said seriously, I think Captain Lu doesn't only recruit beautiful teammates. There are many beautiful women here, quite a few with good figures, yet Captain Lu hasn't come to choose a concubine. He has that power, doesn't he? The key still lies in strength and character. Unlike me, I'm just purely lecherous. Zhang Lingxiao chuckled and tossed away his cigarette, but walking towards a female guild member, beautiful lady, it's getting dark, the long night is approaching, and I can't sleep. Let's find a place to watch the moon together. Haozi looked at the heavy clouds in the sky. With this weather, can we even see the moon? Shun Zhong didn't respond to him. It'll get colder when dark, around -10 degrees. Put on a cotton coat. As the sky gradually darkened, the temperature in the chaotic wasteland plummeted. The fiery fire team turned on their headlights. They were getting closer to their destination. Water droplets slowly condensed on the car window. The skeletal desert is covered with yellow sand, while the chaotic wilderness is filled with dry, cracked earth, its rugged terrain posing a significant challenge to the vehicle's performance. The Bat War vehicle can fly completely unaffected by the terrain. The heavy-duty RV has an anti-gravity floating module, allowing it to maintain stability even at high speeds. Yang Xiao's furious off-road vehicle was a bit bumpy, and her voice came through the onboard communication, fluctuating with the vehicle's rhythm. Are we almost there, Captain? We're almost there, just 5 kilometers to go, said Qin Zhaozhao, who had been sending out the angel wings to scout it. Looking at the images transmitted by the angel wings, she said, I see the target location. It's 3 large stones stacked together resembling Stonehenge and the Sun Gate. Lu Hao glanced over and pondered, the 3-stone tower structure, it seems we won't need a key. Before long they arrived at the front of the 3-stone tower. The headlights illuminated the entrance, but the light could not penetrate, as if it had entered another space. Yang Xiaosu drove around to the other side, and similarly her headlights could not reach inside. They'll send in the angel wings to check it out. Qin Zhaozhao said. Lu Hao stopped her. No, what if it cuts off your perception inside and breaks the connection? We might not even be able to find the vehicle again. Xiaosu, shoot an arrow to see, he suggested. Okay. Yang Xiaosu climbed to the roof of the vehicle, took out her peptide bow, and drew back the string, summoning a radiant arrow that appeared out of thin air. The peptide bow uses mental will as the arrow, consuming spiritual energy, with each shot costing 1 point of energy. The arrow shot forth like a meteor, striking the entrance of the 3-stone tower, but it felt as though it hit a transparent glass. The glass did not shatter, and the arrow exploded into scattered starlight. There's a barrier, an invisible gate. It seems we do need a key. Lu Hao decisively got out of the RV and approached the three-stone tower, reaching out to touch a transparent barrier. Alright, I was too optimistic. There is a gate after all, he sighed. This time we don't have a key. Zhou Ning also. Qin Zhaozhao floated up using a flashlight to probe around the three-stone tower, then said, there's no keyhole. Yang Xiaosu suddenly suggested, could it be card access? Card access. Lu Hao took out a metal card and looked at the numbers, 1999. Could this number be the sequence number of the highway, like we are on Highway 1688? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He tossed the card to Qin Zhaozhao. Try it at different locations to see where it works. Okay. Qin Zhaozhao swiped the card at every part of the three-stone tower, and finally, beep. A crisp sound echoed and a sequence of numbers lit up on the entrance of the three-stone tower, 1999. This is likely the passage to Highway 1999. Lu Hao extended his hand, discovering that the barrier had vanished. To go or not to go? Entering another highway meant facing unfamiliar players, but it also meant a chance to ambush and plunder resources. Yet Lu Hao felt that things were not so simple. Yang Xiaosu, Zhou Ning, and Qin Zhaozhao remained silent, quietly waiting for his decision. After a while, Lu Hao slowly spoke, let's go in. Okay. The three women agreed without objection and quickly boarded the vehicle. In the heavy-duty RV, Lu Hao sat in the driver's seat and said to Qin Zhaozhao in the passenger seat, once we go and release the angel wings to scout the path. Understood, Captain. Qin Zhaozhao nodded obediently. The heavy-duty RV slowly drove into the entrance of the three-stone tower, creating ripples in space. As it entered, followed closely by the Divine Crossbow off-road vehicle and the Batwar vehicle. However, the next moment what appeared before them was not the expected wilderness like Highway 1688, but the tunnel was pitch black with the headlights unable to penetrate the darkness, resembling a black hole that instilled fear. Zhou Ning's voice came through the onboard communication. The door at the back is still there, we can go back. Good to know, we can go back. Let's move forward and explore, Zhaozhao, Lu Hao said, slightly relieved. Qin Zhaozhao nodded, rolled down the window, and released the Angel Wings mechanical bird, then activated the real-time transmission. The Angel Wings flew ahead, its eyes lighting up, illuminating half of the tunnel, before quickly being swallowed by the darkness. Qin Zhaozhao suddenly said, Captain, there's a fork in the road 2 kilometers ahead, both paths are passable. A fork in the road? Isn't it supposed to lead directly to Highway 1999? Lu Hao asked in surprise. Let's check it out. Xiaosu, pay attention to the tunnel above, and Ning, keep an eye on the rear. Receive. Understood. Soon the four arrived at the tunnel's fork. 2 identical passages lay before them without any road signs, both shrouded in darkness, leaving them unsure of which path to take. Yang Xiaosu shone her flashlight upward in the tunnel, and suddenly exclaimed, there are numbers up there. Lu Hao looked up to see 3 sets of 3-digit numbers spaced apart above the right tunnel, 644, 372, 398. What does this mean? There's also something here, Zhou Ning said as her flashlight illuminated the left tunnel, revealing 121 is 689, 898. Number decryption. Is this a new trick? Lu Hao furrowed his brow. Yang Xiaosu asked in confusion. These numbers seem unrelated, and there's no hint. How are we supposed to decipher it? Lu Hao pondered the numbers. Although I studied veterinary medicine, I have at least learned some advanced mathematics and statistical analysis. Give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes later. Head this damn highway system. Lu Hao's face darkened. Qin Zhaozhao suddenly said, have you seen Cube? It's a movie about a few people trapped in a cube prison trying to escape. Lu Hao's heart stirred. I've seen it. It seems they have to use mathematical knowledge to deduce the way out of the maze. I remember that each exit in the cube also had 3 sets of numbers like this, Zhou Ning said. I haven't seen it. Yang Xiaosu felt she couldn't be of help. Qin Zhaozhao nodded. I remember that among the 3 sets of numbers, if any one set is a power of a prime number, it indicates that the room is dangerous. What is a power of a prime number? Yang Xiaosu asked, puzzled. Qin Zhaozhao explained. It means a positive integer of the form p raised to the power of k, where p is a prime number, and k is a positive integer. So powers like 3 squared, or 2 to the 4th power count as powers of a prime number. Yang Xiaosu's eyes spun as she listened, turning to Lu Hao and Zhou Ning. Did you understand? Zhou Ning nodded slightly, not really. Lu Hao remained silent for 2 seconds. I remember my math teacher, every time I listened to his class, I felt like sleeping. He looked at the numbers on both tunnel sides, pondering. It seems somewhat like that, but I can't be sure if this is the method to decipher it. What if it's a trap set by the highway system? Or in the movie, the rooms with powers of prime numbers are dangerous, while here the tunnels with powers of prime numbers could be safe, then we might be in trouble. How about I calculate first, and then use the angel wings to check each one? That seems the safest approach, Qin Zhaozhao suggested. Lu Hao shook his head. No, that would waste too much time. What if there are more forks ahead? And if we encounter danger, the angel wings might not escape, which would be a huge loss, not worth it. Stop with all this fancy stuff. He directly pulled out a highway coin, deciding to leave their fate to chance.